In order to escape the death penalty, the beautiful female convict actually asked me, a prison doctor, to help her get pregnant. Knowing that this involved being an accomplice, I decisively refused and reported the situation to my superiors. To my surprise, the leadership did not refute me but instead asked me to try to meet the female convict's demands, in order to uncover the unresolved case behind her. I couldn't help but smile crookedly. This time, I want it all. Today is my first day at the women's prison, and the warden, Lan Yen, is introducing me to my colleagues. She looked at the girl behind her and said, "This is Wang Yi, a first-level officer in Area 1 of the second prison, and also a member of the Life Support Committee. She will help you adapt to the environment and work." The girl named Wang Yi reached out her hand to shake mine. "Hello, Dr. Chen." Seeing this, I quickly shook her hand. Her grip was strong and particularly warm, like a ball of fire, leaving a deep impression on me, and I couldn't help but look at her a couple more times. She was also sizing me up, her eyes filled with suppressed excitement, as if she had never seen a man before. I quickly said, "Hello, hello." She smiled warmly and then said to Lan Yen, "Leader, Miao Miao from room 8 has been complaining of a stomachache since last night and is requesting treatment. I'll bring Miao Miao over first and let Dr. Chen check her. If there are no major issues, I'll take Dr. Chen to participate in today's main work. As for the living arrangements, I'll make plans after the lunch break." Lan Yen said, "No problem, then I'll leave Xiao Chen to you. Make sure to help Xiao Chen adapt to the work as soon as possible." After saying that, she glanced at me, smiled gently, and then left the medical room. I looked at Lan Yan's back and found it a bit strange. She didn't seem like my superior, but more like a gentle big sister in a family, which gave me a much different impression of the people in the prison. Wang Yi then smiled and said, "Dr. Chen, get ready." I nodded in response. After watching Wang Yi leave, I scanned the rudimentary medical facilities and felt a bit nervous. I didn't know if I could adapt to the work here because the medical facilities were too basic. As I was feeling nervous and anxious, I heard the sound of chains clashing. Curiously, I stepped outside to take a look, and it turned out that Wang Yi had brought a prisoner in need of treatment. The moment I saw this female prisoner, she left a deep impression on me. She was a particularly young girl, very beautiful, in her early 20s, with very fair skin and features so delicate they looked painted on. Her short hair, though unstyled, made her face appear even smaller and more exquisite. Her frame is also petite, but she has a plump and smooth appearance, especially wearing thin prison uniforms. Perhaps due to regulations and safety considerations, women in prison are not allowed to wear underwear. I couldn't help but take a look at this female prisoner. Her demeanor gave me a feeling of being a refined and gentle woman from a humble background. I think it's really a pity. She's so beautiful, why would she commit a crime? At this moment, Wang Yi had already come to my side and said, "Dr. Chen, this female inmate is feeling extremely unwell. She has been reporting severe pain in her lower abdomen since last night and is about to run the exercise. I hope you can take the time to examine her." After hearing this, I looked at the female inmate. Her face indeed showed great pain, and her eyes were filled with a pleading expression. After glancing at me a few times, tears began to flow down her face. That tearful appearance evoked an unavoidable sympathy in my heart for her. After all, a healer has a compassionate heart. So I nodded and said, "Come in." Wang Yi brought the female inmate in, and she lay on the examination table with difficulty. I put on my stethoscope, and before I could begin the examination, I heard her pleading voice, "Doctor, please save me." I looked at the female prisoner lying on the bed. After she lay down, it felt like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, surging out like raging waves. But as a doctor, I could only view her as an organ, without any emotions. She seemed a bit disappointed by my indifference, but did not hold back, instead biting her lip and saying in a very delicate manner, "Doctor, I'm in a lot of pain. Please examine me quickly." After hearing this, I hurried to check her, but Wang Yi said very sternly, "Inmate Miao Miao, I am now officially warning you that during the examination, you must cooperate with the doctor and not engage in any behavior that exceeds safety. Otherwise it will be very detrimental to your second trial. Do you understand?" The female prisoner named Miao Miao replied weakly, "I understand." After hearing this, Wang Yi looked at me, and I knew I could start. So I quickly reached out my hand and pressed on her lower abdomen to see if there were any lumps or hard objects, but her lower abdomen was extremely soft, with no hard objects or swelling. At this point, Miao Miao was already curled up in pain, seemingly unable to bear it. "Ah, it hurts so much." Wang Yi warned from the side, "Miao Miao, hold on." Then she looked at me and asked, "Doctor, how is she?" From the preliminary examination, it seems there is no major issue, but her reaction exceeded my expectations, and she kept emphasizing the pain inside. I suspect there might be some foreign object in her body causing some internal inflammation, so I suggested, it may require a more detailed examination, perhaps an ultrasound or MRI. Upon hearing my words, Wang Yi hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Our prison does not have such large equipment. If we need to go to a hospital outside the prison, it requires multiple approvals, and the process is very complicated. So I hope Dr. Chen can use your superb medical skills to resolve this matter inside the prison. After hearing this, I felt a lot of pressure and said, then I'll use the dilation forceps to examine her. Wang Yi did not rush to agree, but instead looked sternly at Miao Miao and warned, Miao Miao, I warn you again, do not lie. This will not solve your substantive problems. I still say, honesty brings leniency, resistance brings severity. If I find out that you are faking illness, it will only have a negative impact on your second trial. Do you understand? The prisoner named Miao Miao bit her lip, her face full of pain, and said, I really hurt. Really? Wang Yi did not say much more. Then she was about to pull the bed curtain, and then gave me a look. I understood and knew she wanted to brief me, so I followed her out. When we got outside, I curiously looked at her. Not knowing what she wanted to tell me, she quietly said to me, this prisoner named Miao Miao is a death row inmate. She is currently appealing, so I remind you that she might lie and create some illusions. I hope you stay alert. After hearing this, I was even more surprised. I didn't expect she was still a death row inmate, so I immediately asked nervously, I heard that the last doctor was murdered by a prisoner, who bit through the blood vessels in his neck and died from excessive blood loss. Is she going to kill me? Upon hearing my words, Wang Yi smiled in disbelief and said, she's wearing handcuffs and leg irons, so you don't have to be afraid. After hearing this, I nervously swallowed. Although this female prisoner was restrained, it was still possible for her to bite me. However, as a man, I can't back down in front of a woman, so I can only grit my teeth and say, I'll pull back the bed curtain. You lend a hand on the side. Wang Yi said very seriously after hearing this. We are a country governed by the rule of law, and even death row inmates have the right to privacy. According to regulations, only the attending physician is allowed to conduct physical examinations on the inmates. Of course, you don't have to be afraid. There are cameras in every corner, and I'm outside. If there are any problems, I can come in at any time. After hearing this, I felt a lot of pressure and took a deep breath. At this moment, the sound of the female prisoner's pleas came again. Doctor, it hurts so much. Please save me. I heard the cries of this female prisoner and reluctantly walked in, mustering my courage to pull back the curtain. To prevent any accidents, I deliberately opened the curtain a bit so that Wang Yi could see the situation inside at any time. Just as I was about to speak, she eagerly began to undress, and then, with tears streaming down her face, she looked at me and said, Doctor, it hurts so much. Please take a look and see what's going on. I feel like I'm dying from the pain. I found it strange listening to her urgent and desperate tone. I did a pressure check for her and felt that everything was fine. How could she be in such severe pain? Could it be that she was bullied by other inmates inside, or that something was stuffed inside her? Before I came, I also did some research and knew about some situations in the prison. Female inmates often bully new female prisoners or pick on those who are honest. This girl looked very honest, so she might have been bullied. So I picked up the leather gloves, put them on, and went to the bedside. Before I could give the command, she cooperatively spread her legs. I frowned while examining her, but after the examination, I found no damage inside, and there was no external damage either. I looked at her in confusion and said, I checked. There are no problems. Are you lying? Hearing my words, she suddenly climbed up violently, knelt in front of me, clasped her hands together, and with an extremely urgent look in her eyes pleaded with me, Doctor, you are a good person. You save lives and heal the wounded. Please save me. I beg you to save me. I know I was wrong. I don't want to die. Please save me, okay? I was even more puzzled by her words. You don't have any gynecological diseases. You don't need me to save you. She hurriedly grabbed my hand and pleaded. No, this kind of saving is a different kind of saving. I was confused and curiously asked, a different kind of saving? What? Suddenly she guided my hand to her heart and said eagerly, let me get pregnant. Hearing her request, I was really shocked. The hand that she led to the abyss seemed to be electrocuted. Instinctively pulling back, I looked at her in a panic, and she was also very anxious, hurriedly making a shushing gesture at me. Her gentle face was filled with urgency. Just as I was about to say something, she suddenly grabbed my hand, holding it tightly in her embrace, her face full of humble pleading. She was very flustered, and I could feel her body trembling. That kind of tremor was like the fear of standing on the edge of a cliff facing life and death. I feel very sorry for her, indeed, being sentenced to death at such a young age. Who wouldn't be unwilling? Seeing my sympathetic gaze, her anxiety eased a bit. I noticed she was biting her lip, tightly holding my hand as if grasping the last straw of hope, wrapping me tightly in that tenderness. Her body was like a pair of handcuffs, locking me in. But soon I regained my rationality. I have a girlfriend. I love Ho Jing. I cannot have any relationship with other women, and I also know that this is illegal. So I pushed the woman down and said sternly, don't harbor delusions. she hurriedly climbed up and hugged me, not letting me leave. She pleaded with me in a very humble and soft voice. I beg you, doctor, help me. It's just a small thing for you, but it could save my life. I can give you money. I have money. I have a lot of money outside. Doctor, just do a good deed. I can feel that you have thoughts about me. Your hands are very warm, and your gaze at me is also filled with desire. I'm very beautiful. It would be such a pity to die like this. As long as you let me get pregnant, I will listen to you from now on. You can do whatever you want with me. Doctor, please save me. I beg you. Hearing her words and feeling her heat, my heart was filled with struggle. I was bullied by Ho Jing's father outside, and that kind of trampling on me and manipulating my fate, it will really made me hate it to the core and made me feel undignified. But here, it seems, I can decide someone's fate, and perhaps, I can do whatever I want with this woman. The strong struggle made the female prisoner seem to feel a stronger sense of hope. She hurriedly got down on her knees and began to unbuckle my belt. Lifting her head, she looked at me with extreme humility, as if she were looking up to the God who had decided her fate. Thank you, doctor. Thank you. She thanked me, her mouth quivering with excitement. I was breathing more violently, and my heart was beating more violently, and my body was trembling with nervousness. When her hand touched that impenetrable line, I immediately snapped out of it, opened her hand and nervously rushed out, nearly tripping on the floor. I immediately yelled, "Someone! Someone!" When she heard me shouting for someone, she seemed desperate and painfully got up, wanting to pounce on me and gag me. But when she saw Wang Yi come in, she immediately collected all her emotions, pretending to put on her pants as if she had finished checking. It was a scene that made me look stupid. What just happened was like a dream, and for a moment, it put me in a bit of a trance. I examined the death row inmate with some difficulty in accepting it. On the surface she looked very honest, but, in reality, she was an extremely scheming woman. It dawned on me. If she was honest, she wouldn't have committed the crime. Suddenly, seeing the change in my eyes, she hastily changed her look as well, with an extremely humble and pleading look in her eyes. That pleading look was very hammering. Of course, I wasn't lusting after her beauty, but I pitied her for being sentenced to death at such a young age. Anyway, she was going to die, and one more charge wouldn't affect her much, but it would certainly make this a difficult time for her. It is said that a healer is kind, and I am going to hide this in order to calm her down and make her life less anxious before she dies. Dr. Chen, what's wrong? Wang Yi suddenly asked me. I glanced at Miao Miao. Her eyes were worried to the extreme, and her biting lips were starting to turn purple. I knew she was tense inside. I took a breath and said, "She's fine. She's probably too anxious. Just relax." Hearing my answer, Miao Miao sighed in relief, but the eyes she looked at me with did not have any feelings in them, but became extremely cold. In this regard, I feel very surprised. This woman's psychological activities can be really complex and changeable. I am a little puzzled. And Wang Yi was used to it, only to see her pick up the handcuffs and shackles, and said seriously, "I hope you can face your problems head on. Anxiety can't change any end. Only confessing is the only way out for you." After saying that, Wang Yi put the handcuffs, shackles back on her, and did not take any special care of her because of her anxious mood. After Wang Yi put the handcuffs and shackles on Miao Miao, he sympathetically told me, "Dr. Chen, it's been hard on you." When I heard that, I took a breath and sat down apprehensively, looking at this female prisoner named Miao Miao with extremely complicated eyes. She didn't look at me, and her face became extremely emotionless, as if what had happened before hadn't happened at all. It gave me a great shock and a sense of how harsh reality can be. People can really do anything with no bottom line in order to survive. Wang Yi didn't say much and took Miao Miao away. I sat down extremely tired, feeling very apprehensive about my ability to perform the job of prison doctor. Thinking back to the physical contact just now, my heart was a bit flustered. Although, Ho Jing and I have been in love for a few years, but never touched each other's bodies so intimately. It can be said that my first intimate contact was given to Miao Miao, a female prisoner. Although, I held on to my inner moral line and resisted the temptation, I couldn't guarantee how long I could hold out under such corrosion. I know very well in my heart that once I cross that line, I will probably have to go to jail, not to mention getting a job here. So, I'm getting extremely apprehensive. I hurriedly sat up, took off my leather gloves, and went to wash my hands. At this time, Wang Yi came back and asked me with a smile, "Dr. Chen, is everything alright?" I helplessly glanced back at Wang Yi with a few bitter smiles. Helplessly, he shook his head. Wang Yi smiled and said, "The first day at work is like this. Just adapt slowly. Don't worry, I will help you integrate into the work as soon as possible." Hearing her words barely relieved my apprehensive heart for a few moments. I shook it off vigorously, expecting it in my mind. Hopefully, with her help, it will be a quick fit. Seeing my expression as I relaxed a few moments, Wang Yi smiled slightly and told me, "Let's go, and take you to the official path." I nodded and followed Wang Yi out of the infirmary. When after walking out the door, my heart, in fact, was still haunted by what Miao Miao, that death row inmate, did today. My heart was haunted by a strong desire to understand Miao Miao, the female death row inmate. So, I carefully asked Wang Yi, "Officer Wang, can you tell me about this Miao Miao?" Chapter 4, A Breakthrough in Desire. Wang Yi didn't seem to be surprised by my request. Instead, he even smiled at me with understanding. This made me rather embarrassed, as if I had no clothes on and was about to be seen by this female officer with a shameful feeling of shame. But I couldn't care less about that in order to stick around, and had to get some insight into the inmates here as soon as possible, lest the temptation to fall into the abyss, as it has done today, should recur. So, I gathered my inner shameful feelings and looked at Wang Yi seriously. Wang Yi saw the change in my demeanor and also got serious. While walking, he said to me, "This Miao Miao is a girl from the south of Anhui province? It is indeed quite a pity. This year she is only 22 years old. She is still a brand-name college student. She got admitted to the Capital University of Science and Technology. If she doesn't go astray, she should have a very bright future." I heard, but also very appalled. The Capital University of Science and Technology is 985 the score admission line than the South Xinjiang Medical University scoreline is still higher. I then wondered and asked, what crime did such a wonderful girl commit that she was sentenced to death? Drug transportation. 1 kilogram. Wang Yi said seriously. When I heard her, I was so appalled that I couldn't take it in and asked, how did she get involved with that? Wang Yi heard, then teasingly laughed, said, "Love brain chanting in the internet to meet some foreign drug dealers, by the other side of the false deception to the temptation. In the travel back to foreign countries, swallowed a kilogram of the powder packet into the country, was caught by us on the spot. However, after our interrogation she never gave up her superiors from the beginning to the end, and until now, she refused to give up her superiors, causing a great deal of trouble to our detective action." When I heard that, I was very surprised and shocked and asked, "A kilogram would have killed her instantly if it had ruptured?" Wang Yi nodded and said, "Who says otherwise? This kind of girl, obviously so excellent, more learned than us, knows all the consequences, but, when she's stupid, she's also hopeless." I nodded, thinking that this girl called Miao Miao had indeed overturned my subjective impression of her. She was indeed ruthless enough to disregard even her own life. Dr. Chen, you're very concerned about this Miao Miao, and I observed that between the two of you, you seem to have reached some tacit understanding that neither we prison guards nor prisoners have reached. Wang Yi teased. I became very embarrassed when I heard her flirtatious tone. Even though she was flirting, it gave me a sense of interrogation in disguise. I smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm a doctor, so I have an innate ability to gain a patient's trust." Wang Yi nodded, but instead of chasing after him, he said seriously, "Since you have an innate advantage, it is possible to dig deeper into Miao Miao. If, on the other hand, you can get some criminal information from her about the drug cartel, it will be crucial to our detection." When I heard that, I laughed bitterly, shook my head, and said, "I'd better do my job first." Wang Yi smiled understandingly and said, "You're right, okay, let me introduce you to your main job content and benefits first." I nodded. Although I had done some research before coming here, it was all one-sided and more than a little negative. As Wang Yi walked along, she told me about the finished job description, and she told me that my job description was actually quite simple. Work one shift, but be on call for emergencies. Every day is to patrol the room, send out medicine, do records. She said, there are few seriously ill people here. However, serving a large number of prisoners, the second prison a total of 10 districts, more than 3,000 female inmates. I'm responsible for the first district, a full 300 people. When I hear that, I get stressed out. I'm so busy at the hospital that I can't keep my ass off the floor, and I barely see 50 people a day, and these 300 people are enough to keep me busy for a day even if they just casually ask for a consultation. I guess. In my worry, Wang Yi told me, don't look at the people, the salary is also more. Even if I am now only the internship stage, there are 10,000 yuan a month, turned the bottom of the guaranteed 15,000 to take, and 5 insurance and 1 gold according to the buy, and there are units of the single apartment. If the rank was higher, you could even get a car, like Wang Yi she got a Volkswagen police car. This benefit package was very tempting to me, especially the salary, because I was interned in the People's Hospital for 3 months, and the most I got was 17,000 for that month. So, this $10,000 a month has hardened and stabilized my apprehensive heart. After explaining the benefits to me, Wang Yi took me to the prison area. The prison area was then no different from what I had previously learned. and even more rigid than I had understood. The prison area was a 3-story building, surrounded by a 10-meter-high wall, which was covered with barbed wire, and there were also sentries on duty to stand guard. These sentries were armed. I had to go through 3 gates when I came in, and had my cell phone confiscated as soon as I came in. The walls, all corners are cameras, to ensure that the entire prison area of 360 degrees without dead angle, and all the windows of the building dormitory, are installed with adamantine mesh. I can see through the tiny mesh of the adamantium mesh the eyes of those lying on the adamantium mesh, desperate and godless, yearning for the free world. When I see this image, my heart, I feel heavy, although I am free, but, when faced with such melancholy eyes, my heart cannot help but feel the same, even outside. This one house that was as small as a coffin made me feel an unprecedented psychological pressure. If I were to live in such a place, I would feel so suffocated that I couldn't breathe. This feeling, too, has solidified one thing within me: never commit a crime. Asterisk. You guys look, is that a man? Suddenly I heard a sharp cry, and was startled in my heart, when I saw with a start that the window, which was like a coffin box, was suddenly swooped up with many beasts of burden like wild dogs, which were scrambling towards me. Rogue whistles also rose up. Asterisk. So handsome, there is 1.8 m, right? So young, and wearing a white lab coat. Sisters, we are blessed. Woohoo! The yelling that was going on here and there surprised me so much inside that, for a moment, it made me start to go into a trance. It was kind of like I was back in my dormitory when I was in college, when every time Ho Jing came to visit me and passed underneath the boys' dormitory, she would elicit roars of excitement from the men. Everyone looked at Ho Jing as if she was a male dog in heat, as if she had become a breakthrough for their desires. Only, now that the identities are swapped, I'm the breakthrough for that desire. Chapter 5, The Color of the Vest. It made my insides feel weird and a little scared inside. Before I came here, I had seen many movies about prisons, especially about women's prisons. Women are still different from men. Women's minds are very delicate emotionally. So, under the long-term imprisonment, the desire of the heart will be more fervent than the male can do out of things, but also more unbelievable. Judging by their frenzy, I know that the stress of the job ahead is going to be immense. Be quiet, all of you. Hold your heads and crouch down. Soon the tempestuous cries were mercilessly suppressed, and a stern voice of command silenced the rippled waters in an instant. That moment of silence also struck me as terrifying, and it was clear from that how strict the control forces were here. Seeing my surprised look, Wang Yi then looked at me rather amused and said, Dr. Chen, you must be very popular. When I heard that, I laughed awkwardly and said, it's just that they've been locked up for a long time and haven't seen a man for too long. I'm out there, and I'm disliked. Wang Yi then said seriously, you can't say that. Not to mention these inmates, even I think that Dr. Chen is a talented man. When I saw you for the first time, I was thinking that if you don't have a girlfriend, I'm going to chase after you. Yo, I heard, but not surprised. She saw me the first time. The joy of the mouth cannot be suppressed. The heart of the desire, all written in the eyes, as if they have never seen a man. I couldn't help but smile to myself inwardly, thinking to myself that it was in a special place like prison that I could be so hot, right? Seeing my self-deprecating smile, Wang Yi fell serious. She told me very seriously, Dr. Chen, you will be going to the prison area soon. It's 2 worlds inside and outside. You must remember the key points I told you, or else, you may risk sacrificing yourself at any time. When I heard that, I rushed to be serious and grave. Because of the sacrifice of my last doctor, I have taken safety extra seriously, so I am very much on top of any rules regarding safety. After seeing my seriousness and solemnity, Wang Yi said to me, when you go in, you must distinguish the rank of the prisoners, and the distinction is simple. Just look at the vests they wear. After saying that, Wang Yi walked in. I hurriedly followed. As she walked, she told me, what about the color of the vest? It's divided into 5 grades. The harshest grade is red, which stands for high-risk or specially dangerous detainees, who may be involved in violent tendencies, escape attempts, or other high-risk behaviors. I nodded, and then raised my head, for upon entering the prison area, my vision was instantly darkened, and the eerie feeling of coldness, which was particularly pronounced, came over me. Wang Yi continued, secondly, there is the yellow vest, and those who wear this kind of vest are prisoners who have been sentenced to life imprisonment, death reprieve, or death penalty. These people even go out to run drills. The opportunity to work are not, and outside contact with the opportunity is even less. So the temperament, the character, and relatively more withdrawn and well-behaved. I believe you and Miao Miao's contact, but also feel it. I nodded. Wang Yi said a lot. After contacting Miao Miao, I felt that this gentle-looking woman had a particularly unique character. The kind of character that was changeable and well-behaved, full of uncertainty. Wang Yi then told me, next is the green vest and the gray striped vest. People who wear these two vests, relatively speaking, are harmless, or just sick, need you to focus on care. And then, there is the blue vest. This kind of vest stands for misdemeanor offenders, and those who wear the blue horse are also the most active, because they can go out earlier if they behave well. I nodded my head, probably understanding something. Let's go. Start your first day of checking in, Wang Yi said. I gave a and followed her inside, and when I came to an iron door, Wang Yi took out the key, and after inserting it into the lock hole, she pressed her fingerprints, and took the walkie-talkie and communicated with the people inside. Before a clicking sound was heard, it was only then that the iron doors, one after another, slowly opened. Wang Yi went in with Zhou Zijuan, and I hurriedly followed behind. The corridor inside, very dim, with only a faint light, so that one could barely see the path beneath one's feet, kind of like the way to the morgue, making my heart steeply pressurized. Soon, it came to a door. I saw a middle-aged female prison guard in her 40s standing guard on duty, seemed to be waiting for me to check the room. After seeing me come, my eyes were also extremely hot, like the feeling of a man who had been missing for a long time, and I couldn't help but show a few enthusiastic smiles. I hurriedly smiled awkwardly as well. Wang Yi then introduced to me, this lesbian is called Shin Junmei, the custodian of the prison district, and the lowest level, which makes me a little confused. According to my social experience, should be the older, the higher the position, but here, a little opposite. Wang Yi is only 27 or 88 years old, but instead is the head of the supervisory district. It seems that the rules of promotion here, it should have little to do with the age of service. Wang Yi then told me, originally, we have rules, usually the morning doctor's rounds, we will ask well in advance whether there is a situation. Usually there is no situation, will be taken directly out to run exercises, and then participate in labor reform. But today you are the first day of rounds. We would like you to contact every inmate, to facilitate the work of the future. Hard work. When I heard that, I hurriedly said, Sister Wang, you're too polite. This is my job description. It's all proper. Wang Yi also smiled, then glanced at Discipline Shun. The other party took out a set of keys and opened the door to the room before saying sternly, all present, halt, at ease. I cocked my head and glanced inward when I heard a neat footstep. When I looked at it, I panicked a little, because of this house, row by row, bright and shiny, all red vests. I glanced at Wang Yi and she gave me an encouraging look, so I walked in under pressure. Asterisk. Man, really man, so handsome. I had just entered when I heard a woman's wildly complimentary voice, and I subconsciously looked over at the woman. The woman stood by the window in a red vest, with short floppy hair, a typical melon face with a sunken chin and cheeks, and delicate features, especially her eyes and lips. Her eyes were thin, willowy eyes with a sharp gaze, and her lips were thin and red, giving her a stern look, and her skin is very good, fair and radiant. Her body is slim, no flab, well proportioned, especially her legs, very straight and slender, handsome. My chest hurts, rub it for me. Chapter 6, Female Prison Head Zhou Yanhong. She immediately looked up as I sized her up, hate to shove it in my face, and her expression was flirtatious, biting her lips and squeezing her eyebrows, completely disregarding other people's opinions, and judging from her character, she should be a spirited woman. As for me, I didn't act like a cowardly little boy. I knew that if I acted cowardly here, not only would I make colleagues like Wang Yi look down on me, but also these vicious criminals would look down on me, and would surely bully me in the future. I immediately said seriously, I hope you're in real pain, or else I'll put it in my report that you lied about your condition, and when that happens, you might get a demerit. Hearing my words, not only was she not afraid, but she became even more aggravated, directly lifting up her prison uniform, with an extremely aggrieved expression on her face. Handsome, I really hurt. Come on, I can't stand the pain, heal me. With that, she was very spirited to come over to me, something so aggressive that it was very embarrassing to watch. The other inmates also looked as if they were watching the picture of a little girl being bullied, showing smiles that they couldn't help but smile, even playfully. Judging from Zhou Yanhong's response, harsh words didn't have much effect on her. Let's see, she's wearing a red vest and sentenced to life or death. Would she still care about my verbal warning? So, I think I should change my attitude and way of getting along with them. Just that, for the time being, I haven't thought of how to get along with them, how to get along with these people. I hurriedly looked at Wang Yi for help. Zhou Yanhong, restrain yourself, Wang Yi said coldly. Wang Yi spoke very useful, just coldly so. This woman called Zhou Yanhong hurriedly restrained her behavior, and honestly walked back and stood in front of the bed, not daring to mess around again. The other prisoners also quieted down, eyes not slanting, not daring to send out teasing smiles at me again. Wang Yi then walked to the middle of the inmates, her hands behind her back with a leader's demeanor, and she said sternly, Dr. Chen sure will be the resident doctor of our first district from now on. You have both long and short sentences to serve here, but regardless of the length of time, I believe that you all know very well what kind of benefits it is for you to have such an outstanding talent as Dr. Chen working here with us. Therefore, I hope that, in the future, you can cooperate with Dr. Chen's work, don't make trouble for him, and cherish this hard-won welfare. I, as his work support committee member, can tell you responsibly that whoever looks for trouble with him is looking for trouble with me. Is that clear? Understood. A neat and loud reply came from inside the cell. Wang Yi was satisfied and then looked at that disciplinarian Shun, who immediately took out the roll book and then began to take names. Zhou Yanhong, here. Li Wan, here. Those whose names were called answered. I wrote down the names of all the people in 101 one by one. Miao Miao. When the roll call reached 16, it just happened to be Miao Miao's name, so I looked around strangely, and Miao Miao wasn't in the room. Both Wang Yi and Discipline Shin cruised around very seriously, looking for Miao Miao's figure. Report. At that moment, the woman named Zhou Yanhong raised her hand. Speak, Wang Yi said sternly. Miao Miao said her stomach hurts and she's in the restroom. Zhou Yanhong said. Wang Yi's face became serious. Then he gave me the roll call and whispered to me, Dr. Chen, familiarize yourself with it. When she finished, she walked with the stewardess to the next bathroom door and started knocking. Miao Miao, I want you to come out immediately now. I took a look at the toilet and it wasn't much different than a regular bathroom at home. Hey, handsome. When I heard Zhou Yanhong's words, I turned my eyes back. She was scowling at me, and the other female inmates were all casting eyeballs at me. A feeling that made me feel a little uncomfortable all over. It feels a little hard to be viewed and raped, but fortunately, they also only violated me visually and didn't actually do anything, and I'm relieved. Once I'm relaxed, I take the roll call and check the inmates here one by one to reinforce my impression. Dr. Chen, sit, how tiring it is to stand. At this time, Zhou Yanhong hastily pushed the bed folded like tofu blocks of quilt, empty a seat, especially warmly invited me to go over to sit. From the shape of the bedding on the bunks, I knew that this place was supposed to be militarized. I didn't go over there for fear of a sheep in a tiger's mouth, although I know I am a man, but here, a man, cannot hold a dozen women in case I sit down. They swarmed. Then I am not dead? I'll just stand. I said, your name is Zhou Yanhong, right? Is that the number 1 in 101? Yes, you can. Call me Sister Zhou, Zhou Yanhong said with a flirty smile. Zhou Yanhong, watch your words. If you forget the management manual, I can make you go to the single number and recall it properly, Wang Yi said with some anger. After saying that, she started to slam the door hard. It was obvious that Miao Miao in the toilet didn't come out for a long time, making her a bit angry inside. Zhou Yanhong hurriedly collected the smile. Some upset scolded. Bitch, caused me to be scolded. Wait out. See how I pack you. Everyone else also looked towards the restroom, and the expression on everyone's face. All of them were very upset and seemed to have emotions towards Miao Miao. I also looked curiously at the restroom. I had checked her out and she was perfectly fine. I wondered why she was in the restroom for so long and didn't come out. I then looked at Yanhong Zhou and said, what's going on? Hey, there's going on. It's just the death penalty. It's just unacceptable. Ha, don't do it if you're afraid. Ha, gutless, Zhou Yanhong sarcastically said. After saying that, she came over, grabbed my hand and grabbed it towards her chest, full of flirtation. Dr. Chen, my chest really hurts, give me a massage. I hurriedly retracted my hand and looked sternly at her, and instead of restraining herself, she pressed even more flirtatiously closer to me. As soon as she got close, I smelled smoke. Then I said sternly, lie down on the bed and I'll examine you. When I finished, she hurriedly lay down, waiting with anticipation for me to check, and everyone else also looked at me hungrily. I ignored their eyes, walked to the bed, and directly lifted the stacked tofu blocks of the quilt, and the cigarettes hidden in the four corners of the bedding were immediately revealed. I knew she would hide cigarettes inside the tofu bedding. When I was in college for military training, I had a couple of roommates who used to hide cigarettes that way, because military training folding tofu block is very difficult, usually folded. The instructor checks the shape of the pass, will not open the tofu block like bedding, so hiding in the tofu block of bedding is relatively safe. This scene scared Zhou Yanhong to death. She rushed to get up, and I reached out to hold her down, pointing at her with a look like you're going to die. Chapter 7, The Desire to Account. She hurriedly looked at me with a pleading face, biting her lip and scowling at me. That flirtatious strength made me really can't resist, and hurriedly put away the serious look to come. Of course, I hadn't intended to turn her in. I was just trying to do a favor. I laughed, and instead of giving her the benefit of the doubt about her stash of cigarettes, I asked in a stern voice, "Chest pain? Is it here?" I said and pressed on. Kind of a perk for her. She immediately let out a woozy sound of enjoyment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a... A few of the older female prisoners next to me bit their lips hungrily and cursed at Zhou Yanhong, but I looked at the way they were looking at me, like wolves and tigers, with eyes that were dying to stare out. I gulped, a little nervous and scared. Then he looked sternly at Zhou Yanhong and said, "Don't make trouble out of nothing in the future. I'm the only doctor here. Medical resources are tight. If you're not sick and delaying my time, you're delaying everyone's time. That's bad, no?" Hearing my words, Zhou Yanhong immediately smiled with her eyebrows and said to me very quickly, "Dr. Chen is really a wonderful doctor. Give me 2 massages and I don't have any pain anymore. It's really powerful." Seeing that she understood my intentions, I was relieved. If she continued to play tricks with me in a deadpan manner, I really couldn't do anything about her. It's my turn. It's my turn. Dr. Chen. My butt hurts. You treat me too. An older female prisoner, a few years older than Zhou Yanhong, hurriedly sat down to take off her pants. Zhou Yanhong immediately said sternly, "Are you looking for death?" Dr. Chen said, "Don't waste medical resources. Are you sick or not? Don't you have any pussy in your heart? Get the hell out of here." After saying that, Zhou Yanhong kicked her, directly kicking her out of bed. Although this old female prisoner was reluctant, it seemed that she was afraid of Zhou Yanhong and didn't dare to disobey her orders, so she had to climb up and look at me with lust. I laughed and ignored the other man. I also see, Zhou Yanhong can be as the head of the cell, should have superiority. The reason why she did not hide the cigarette thing to say, is that I want to go some of the humane way, with the head of the cell to make a good relationship with her to help me to suppress these female inmates. I can check the room and the future can be saved some worry. Zhou Yanhong hurriedly climbed up and stole a glance at Wang Yi, who was anxiously knocking on the door, then whispered to me, "Handsome boy, in the future, leave the job of cleaning the infirmary to me." After saying that, she touched from inside the bed, and soon touched out a few scattered cigarettes stuffed into my hand. I took a look at it. It was soft huazi. One of them cost several dollars. Before I came in, I learned from the movies and TV shows, cigarettes are hard currency in prison, more popular than money. She gave me so many cigarettes at once, it can be seen how generous. I don't really smoke, but I didn't refuse to put the cigarettes away either. It's called a courtesy, and with this back and forth, I'm sure that I'll be able to get a little closer to her. I then said, "No problem, if I need you, I'll be sure to call you." When she heard my promise, she smiled happily, her eyes filled with extremely intense anticipation. "Miao Miao, I'm warning you now, come out to me right now, otherwise, I'll give you a demerit, deduct all of you 101 people's labor base points for this month, and your future days will definitely not be good," Wang Yi warned. The warning caused the entire cell to explode with anger. "Damn, it caused us to deduct points. Wait out and see if we don't get you killed," Zhou Yanhong angrily cursed. When I heard that, I was very surprised and asked, "Points deducted? What points?" Zhou Yanhong said unhappily, "Each room has points, 40 points a commendation, 80 points a merit, 160 points 9 months to reduce the sentence. We labor hard for a month, only 3 or 5 10 points, all the deductions. This year's hope for a reduction in the sentence is all gone." I understand when I hear it. The warning, too, is really harsh. I then walked over, knocked on the door, and said, "Miao Miao, I'm Dr. Chen. If you have any problems, you can come out and talk about them. You can trust me, right? If there's anything, talk to me." As I finished, I saw the door click open. The moment the door opened, Wang Yi and that discipline officer Shen rushed in, searching and checking the restroom non-stop, seemingly trying to find any contraband. But, after looking around, I couldn't find anything harmful. I looked at Miao Miao. Her face was red, 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 red. A layer of sweat was also spread over his face, as if he had been in there and endured a tremendous amount of physical aggression. Wang Yi asked angrily, "Miao Miao, what are you doing in there?" Miao Miao immediately looked at me, her eyes revealing an extremely fearful look, as if she was very afraid of me, and hurriedly lowered her head. Fear said, "No, nothing, nothing at all." Her words made Wang Yi and the others furious, and Zhou Yanhong cursed, asterisk 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 asterisk, "Looking for death? Don't know the rules? Are you trying to get all of us punished? Don't think you're great at the death penalty. Who here didn't come from the death penalty? Zhou Yanhong, watch your words, Wang Yi warned. Yes, Zhou Yanhong replied with a displeased voice and stood at attention at a slight rest. Everyone else did the same, but the word displeased was written on everyone's face. I also looked at Miao Miao strangely. Her attitude towards me at this time is really puzzling to me. Why does she show an extremely fearful demeanor towards me? I just couldn't get a handle on this woman's personality, but I also knew that she should be under a lot of pressure after being rejected by me. Therefore, I said to her in a very soft tone, I know, you are under a lot of pressure, but what can save you is still yourself. As long as you are willing to give an honest account, I believe that the law will definitely give you a fair trial. Carrying on with the dead weight is not good for anyone. Listen to my advice. Turn back while you can. Hurry up and turn back. Hearing my words, Miao Miao glanced at me in awe as if she was facing a murderer, then shrank her neck, her body trembling. This made it even harder for me. I want to see the prison governor. I want to explain. I have something to explain. Miao Miao said shakily and urgently. When I heard this, I unexpectedly looked at Wang Yi, and I was quite happy in my heart. I didn't expect that my sentence really impressed her, and made her have the desire to give an account. Wang Yi instead asked very suspiciously, Miao Miao, I'm warning you, you shouldn't play tricks, lie and make small moves. It won't do you any good. It will only make your chances slimmer and slimmer. Understand? Really, I really want to explain. Please, Miao Miao pleaded. After saying that, Miao Miao looked at me with very pitiful eyes, as if asking me for help. I looked at her eagerness and decided to help her. Unbeknownst to me, I'm damn good at this. Next, will give me the blow that nearly destroyed my life to come. Chapter 8, Miao Miao's whistleblowing. I whispered to Wang Yi, I think it's better to give her a chance. She's emotionally unstable. It's hard for her to have the urge to give an account. Don't extinguish her hopes. For my plea for mercy, Wang Yi didn't rush to agree, but scrutinized Miao Miao even more harshly. After a few moments of thoughtful consideration, Wang Yi said to Discipline Shun, take her to the interrogation room. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the correctional officer Shin immediately brought handcuffs and shackles for Miao Miao to put on. After putting on the torture gear, he was ready to take Miao Miao out, and I hurriedly urged, cherish the opportunity, and be sure to give a good explanation. Hearing my words, Miao Miao didn't even turn her head back and seemed to panic as if she wanted to flee from me in a hurry, only to see her sticking to the wall, limping and following Discipline Shin as she quickly left the corridor. I looked at it and thought it was very strange. Miao Miao is acting really weird. However, I can only attribute this to the fact that she is now nearing the end of her life, so her personality and emotions are well behaved, I guess. Dr. Chen, is there nothing wrong with them? Wang Yi asked me. I immediately said, it's fine, it's all healthy. Wang Yi then said, all of you, out of drill. After Wang Yi finished speaking, Zhou Yanhong took the lead in the parade, first walking in place, and only when Wang Yi called for another disciplinarian did they walk in unison. As she passed me, Zhou Yanhong gratefully whispered to me, thank you, handsome, for preserving our base points. Turn around and let me go clean the infirmary for you, and people will repay you properly. When she finished, she threw me a look that was so hungry, it was about to spurt out of her eyes. Zhou Yanhong, don't cross your fingers, Wang Yi warned sternly. Yes, Zhou Yanhong hurriedly and obediently walked out. Soon a whole cell full of people left. I sighed and couldn't help but stress wipe my forehead. Wang Yi smiled and said to me at this time, how's it going Dr. Chen, is it still bearable? I smiled awkwardly and said, I'll do my best. Wang Yi then said, okay, next room. I nodded and prepared to go out with Wang Yi. However, when I walked to the toilet, I smelled an extremely fishy smell. The smell, like the smell of a woman's menstruation, was particularly strong, and I was very sensitive to this smell. Since I am a gynecologist, I know at the first whiff of this smell that it is blood flowing from a woman's private parts. The reason is that this blood is rich in iron, which, when combined with oxygen, produces this strong bloody odor. However, I observed the entire cell and didn't find anyone menstruating and Miao Miao wasn't menstruating either, so the smell of blood just struck me as odd. What's wrong? Wang Yi asked me curiously. I shook my head and said, the blood is heavy. Wang Yi looked at me somewhat seriously, then made the rounds again and said, is there any? I don't smell it. Ha! I laughed awkwardly when I heard that, probably being a woman. I'm not naturally that sensitive to the smells only found on my female body. I then said, never mind, there's no security implications. Wang Yi nodded, and then led me to continue my rounds to the next cell. This time, with the experience of the last time, I'm not so messed up. For what those horny female inmates said and did, I just treated it as if I didn't see it. Of course, With Wang Yi's stern eyes and warnings, those female inmates didn't dare to make much of an excessive move on me. After the roll call and I familiarized myself with everyone, we'll move on to the next room. Without a special event, the roll call was much quicker, and with 10 cells, it only took half an hour for the roll call to be completed. After roll call, all the inmates were taken to the playground to begin the day's run. Instead, I'm going to start doing stats, keeping track of the information I've learned about the inmates, their physical health characteristics, all of it. While recording, I curiously asked Wang Yi, "Didn't you say that there are red vests, yellow vests, gray vests, and blue vests in the prison? How come I don't see a single inmate with a blue vest?" When Wang Yi heard this, she giggled and said, "Dr. Chen, what is the full name of our second prison?" I thought for a moment and said, "Called, the second heaviest women's prison in the southern border province. Wouldn't that be right? Blue horses like crime, we're heavy prison. It's not a match," Wang Yi teased. I felt speechless when I heard it. No wonder I didn't see any blue vests, either red or yellow, not even green or gray. So, there are only death row inmates and life sentences. However, I smiled and said, "It's actually okay. It's not as scary as I thought it would be, and the inmates here are all normal people, so it's acceptable." When Wang Yi heard this, he said seriously, "Dr. Chen, let me give you some advice. External terror is tangible, while internal terror is intangible. Tangible can be prevented. Intangible is indefensible, so don't underestimate the evil of every human nature here." Hearing her extremely serious warning made me take it seriously, then smiled and took out the cigarettes in his pocket and said, "Zhou Yanhong gave them to me. I want to make a good relationship with the jailer to facilitate the work in the future. These things, I received them and turned them in. It should not violate the discipline, right?" Wang Yi laughed and said, "Sure enough, our warden Lon was right. Our Dr. Chen is a progressive and promising young man." I laughed awkwardly at that and got my cigarettes ready to hand over to her. Instead, she said, "Keep it." I immediately said, "I don't smoke." Wang Yi sighed and said, "Not smoking is a good habit, but here, it's better to cultivate some hobbies. It's not bad to smoke and relieve stress." When I heard her words, I put my cigarettes away. It never hurts to listen to her. After I put it away, I smiled and asked her, "Do you think Miao Miao will explain?" Wang Yi shook his head, but quickly encouraged me. "Maybe, if she explains, you can make a big achievement. Once you come, we attack the case that we have not attacked for 2 years. That's really God. At that time, the blue political commissar will definitely treat you as a baby. Immediately arrange for the transfer." When I heard that, I smiled expectantly, hoping that it would be as Wang Yi said. "Let's go, take you to the playground, the workshop, and familiarize yourself with the entire system of our prison," Wang Yi said. On the heart of the beauty to follow. Wang Yi left the prison area, went out of the door, once again see the ray of sunshine. My heart of the future of the expectations of the more intense. When Wang Yi and I had just walked out, I saw that correctional officer Shen hurrying over with 2 prison guards. From the look on her face, it seemed like there was something anxious going on. I had a burst of nervous anticipation in my heart, and said to Wang Yi with a smile, "It's not really accounted for, is it?" Wang Yi also revealed an expectant smile after hearing this. At that moment, Discipline Officer Shin came over with his men, panting and looking at me, and I was just about to say something. However, he heard Discipline Shin say sternly, "Dr. Chen, you are now suspended." As soon as I heard that, my heart was flabbergasted and I looked at Wang Yi without knowing what was going on. She was also extremely surprised and asked, "Sister Shen, what's the situation? Did Miao Miao cause any trouble?" As soon as I heard that, I looked at Sister Shen with a wooden heart. Sure enough, she nodded and said angrily, "She reported Dr. Chen for raping her, causing her lower body to rupture and hemorrhage." Chapter 9, Inner Indignation. Sister Shen's words made me extremely surprised. I froze on the spot for a moment and felt very funny laughing, because it's so breathless. I smiled very innocently and said, "No, Sister Shen, have you got it wrong? It's only my first day here. How could I possibly violate her? Seriously." I suddenly heard a harsh chortle. I was confused before my mind hastened to collect itself. I looked at the people who were chiding me. They were the 2 who had followed Sister Shen here wearing navy blue uniforms with epaulets on their shoulders. A clear difference from Sister Shen's and Wang Yi's navy blue uniforms. Her attitude towards me was not as warm as Wang Yi and Sister Shen's, but filled with a kind of harshness and hostility. It made me take a good look at her. Her features are very recognizable, with a full upper lip, a thick and strong lower lip, and from some angles, the lip beads are particularly prominent. With a unique sensuality, these unique lips left a unique impression in my heart. However, what made it most difficult for me to look directly at them was those stern eyes, which were large, godly, stern and majestic, gazing at me and filling me with a sense of oppression. She was uniquely beautiful, a beauty with an aggressiveness that dared one to think any profane thoughts about her. Like a child who had done something wrong, I had to lower my head to hide all the dissatisfaction and aggravation within me, but as soon as I did, I saw her long straight and slender legs. She also has very beautiful, slender legs. However, I was not in the mood to admire the thorny rose much, but was very puzzled in my mind. What's wrong with Miao Miao? I'd been so good to her. Why did you accuse me falsely? Humph, should not put men in. Decent men, who go to study obstetrics and gynecology perverts at heart. Now it's good. Put people in. Something like sexual assault happened. Everyone's assessment this year. Wait for a 0. The stern woman let out a very harsh whine, then got out her handcuffs and tried to cuff me. This scene made it very difficult for me to accept inwardly, and the bottled up feelings in my heart came up all at once. I was extremely angry and said, "This comrade, I hope you can put some respect, whether I have done sexual assault of others. First another matter, but, men studying obstetrics and gynecology is absolutely not a psychopath. Now the medical society, the mainstream obstetrician and gynecologists, are all men. I hope you do not take the colored glasses to look at me with my profession." When the other party heard my harsh words, he became even more furious, directly took out the handcuffs and said sternly, "Arrested. A trial will tell you whether you are a psychopath or not." Seeing that she wanted to move the handcuffs, I was really panicked in my heart. My heart was angry and anxious, a layer of cold sweat along my back densely crawling. But before I could speak, Wang Yi rebuked sternly, "Zhou Qing, put your temper away. Everything has to be about evidence. Do you have any evidence? You're just going to make a move to arrest someone?" When I heard Wang Yi's words, I realized that the female prison guard's name was Zhou Qing. In response to Wang Yi's chiding, Zhou Qing looked at me with a look of disgust and asked, "In the entire first district, he's the only male. Who is it if not him?" It's also such a coincidence that he had given a separate examination to the female inmates once before. Humph, damnable bastard. You're simply not human. When I heard her exasperated insults, I became extremely angry and asked rhetorically, "How am I not a human being? What gives you the right to scold me?" Zhou Qing said sternly, "On what grounds? On the basis of your human face? On the basis that you have made the private parts of a death row inmate rotten and bleeding everywhere? On the basis that you have abused your private power and coerced the death row inmate to fulfill your own animalistic desires? Do you want to be ashamed of yourself? People have already been sentenced to death. They are already living a life of 7. You actually have no sympathy at all. As a doctor, instead of having the goodness to save lives and help the injured, you are a snake. Not to mention that I am scolding you. If I wasn't wearing this police uniform, I would have wanted to beat you up." I was confused. Zhou Qing's abusive voice had confused me. I've never experienced anything like this before, and I'm so aggravated that I didn't do it at all. But, I feel, I can't explain it at all with this mouth of mine. Seeing that I didn't say anything anymore, Zhou Qing once again tried to grab me, but Wang Yi opened Zhou Qing's hand extremely harshly, pointed at her, and lectured, "You don't want to make a fuss here over your promotion? What do you mean I'm making a fuss? Wang Yi, I'm warning you, you better not stop me. Otherwise, you can't afford the consequences," Zhou Qing said sternly. However, Wang Yi stood in front of me in an extremely overbearing manner and said sternly, "What I said, no handcuffs, means no handcuffs. That's right, Xiao Zhou. Political Commissar Lan said that it's just a suspension. Under investigation. What do you mean by moving the handcuffs? If this is investigated and it's not Dr. Chen's doing, how can he still push for work in the prison in the future?" Sister Shen also spoke up for me. "Humph, in the future? Even if he didn't do it, I will still apply to transfer him out. Our women's prison, absolutely no men. This is the root of the trouble," Zhou Qing said sternly. Then he was about to push Wang Yi away to grab me, but Wang Yi was as stalwart as a rock and pushed Zhou Qing away with one hand. "Wang Yi, what do you mean?" Zhou Chang asked angrily. Wang Yi ignored Zhou Chang and told me, "Dr. Chen, go back to the infirmary and wait for the investigation." Wang Yi's righteousness made me grateful in my heart, although I have 100 grievances and reluctance in my heart. At this time, I can't disobey Wang Yi's words, lest I make things difficult for her. I nodded and turned toward the infirmary. After I left, the female prison guard named Zhou Qing said sternly, "Wang Yi, if he absconds, I'll see how you'll explain it." I glanced back at Wang Yi. I was worried about her in my heart. This matter, I have a mouth to feed. I don't know if she will be implicated for defending me, but Wang Yi just gave me a reassuring look and then strutted towards the administration building. The one called Zhou Chang was furious and quickly followed up, the two of them driving side by side with a feeling of rivalry. I had no choice but to go back to the infirmary first. When I got back to the infirmary, I sat down, my heart in my mouth, feeling stifled and speechless. Miao Miao. Why? I can't figure it out. I treated her so well. I didn't even expose her when she lied. I kindly advised her to give an honest account to give her a chance to live. Why did she falsely accuse me of raping her? Lower body rupture. Hemorrhage. When did I do it? Suddenly, my heart fluttered. I snapped out of it, and I said, why did I smell so much blood at 101? I got it. She was hiding in the toilet. She must have rotted herself. The thick smell of blood. It all originated from her. I closed my eyes and cupped my face in my hands, inwardly feeling unimaginable. A woman's private parts are the most sensitive, with very sharp nerves, and she actually injured her lower body herself in order to falsely accuse me. I can't even imagine how much it will hurt. Why is she doing this? What good would it do her to frame me? Can you spare her the death penalty? I was extremely angry. I just couldn't figure it out, and the anxiety that came with it. I hurriedly touched into my white coat and felt out a few cigarettes that Jo Yanhong had given me. I held them in my mouth and tried to find a lighter, but after half a day of searching, I couldn't find one. I was so angry that I viciously nestled my cigarette into a ball. Exasperated, he gritted his teeth. I was so indignant that I felt so powerless, and I immediately looked out the window, and under the blue sky, the wall, which was 10 meters high, instantly made me despair. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to lose my freedom. I don't want to be imprisoned like those prisoners in coffins. But what can I do? There's nothing I can do. I can only rely on Wang Yi to give me justice. Chapter 10, Making Some Sacrifices. I waited anxiously in the infirmary, apprehensive, torturing me to death. But luckily, I didn't have to wait too long for Wang Yi. Knock, knock, knock. When I heard the knock on the door, I immediately stood up, apprehensive inside, and when I saw that it was Wang Yi, I revealed a few moments of joy. When I saw her expression of relief, I asked anxiously, how is it? Things, is the investigation clear? Hey, don't be nervous, Wang Yi said in a breezy manner. Then it pointed to the monitor in the corner of the infirmary wall. I followed her finger and looked over, relieved when I saw the surveillance, but still, not that optimistic, because men and women that thing, it's hard to say clearly. The whole district only I saw a man, and also, only I alone to Miao Miao check. If she bites, is what I do, I guess. Not dead will also take off layers of skin. Coupled with the fact that the woman named Zhou Cheng was targeting me, I felt that I was still in danger. Seeing my apprehensive expression, Wang Yi then breezed with me. Dr. Chen, no big deal. You don't have to worry, I said. To ensure that you're safe and sound, the surveillance are recorded clearly, and can definitely return your innocence. Of course, unless it's really you who did it. After I heard it, I said anxiously, of course I didn't do it. How could I do it? At that time, she begged me to ask me to help her get pregnant. I admit, she tempted me, but, I refused. I sympathized with her at that time, so I didn't tell this matter. I really can't imagine. She, actually falsely accused me. Hearing my words, Wang Yi then sked and said seriously, Dr. Chen, you're really inexperienced. For this kind of thing, you should have reported it in the first place. Do you know that reporting inmates for misbehavior can be credited? And in this case, you'd be given at least a third-class merit. When I heard this, I was very speechless, and I am now extremely regretful. I am not mindful of any credit or no credit, and I am now regretting that I was too kind. Seeing my regretful appearance, Wang Yi came over, smiled, patted my shoulder, and said gently, sit. I resisted a little stiffly, and she pressed my shoulders insistently, pressing me down to a sitting position, then blandly told me, believe me, it's fine. You'll be at peace here on your shift. Everything, leave it to me. I'll definitely solve this matter for you and return your innocence. Believe me. When I heard her assurance, I looked at her gratefully and said, thank you Sister Wang. Thank you and that's it? Wang Yi asked flirtatiously. When I heard that, I smiled awkwardly and said, wait, when I get back, I'll buy you dinner. That's more like it. Wang Yi laughed and said, put your heart in your stomach. Sister Wang, I'll cover you and make sure you're fine. When I heard her flirtatious tone, I laughed, then worriedly asked her, that Zhou Cheng, what's her story? Seems to be targeting me. It has nothing to do with you. In fact, it is aimed at me. Of course, she is also anxious about her own promotion. The family has a little background. Originally, her family arranged for her to sit in the office of the government department. The results, people are young and motivated, do not want to rely on the family's relationship. After graduating from the police academy, took the initiative to come to the prison. Said, to start from the most bitter and grassroots. I also quite admire her. However, she is anxious to prove herself. So, things are a little too hasty, always calculating, not allowing any accidents to happen, affecting her promotion. Last year, our prison carried out a promotion. She felt that her performance is quite good. The promotion absolutely no problem. But, In the end, I was promoted to the first level of police superintendent. She was only promoted to the second level of police officers, and was transferred to the prison administration section to do administrative work to go. So, there may be some prejudice against me. Think, it's me who squeezed her out. In fact, she doesn't know. What about to the prison affairs section? It's her family's arrangement. Her family wants her to rise a little faster, and also doesn't want her to have more contact with the prisoners. So, it's just going to go through the relationship. Wang Yi breezily said to me, I heard. There is some understanding. Wang Yi and I said, do not hold a grudge against her. She is a straight-talking person, but also compassionate. Is a positive young police officer? Do things inevitably impulsive? This matter is not intentionally targeting you. And so on, things are stabilized. We have a meal together. The misunderstanding to be cleared up, and work well together in the future. When I heard that, I especially admired Wang Yi, who was really open-minded. I nodded and said, yes, I hear you. Wang Yi laughed and suddenly saw the cigarette smoke on the ground, so he smiled and fumbled for a while from his pocket, taking out a lighter and stuffing it into my hand, said, stressed out, go back to the smoking section, right next to the supermarket. When I heard that, I hemmed and very hurriedly took the lighter she handed me. She patted me on the shoulder, then said, I'm going to keep an eye on you, and later, I'll get a couple of inmates to come over and help clean up your infirmary. I nodded, and suddenly thought of Zhou Yanhong, and I hurriedly said, can you have Zhou Yanhong come over? When Wang Yi heard this, he frowned and pondered for a moment, and I hurriedly said, get in touch with the prisoners, or else, you won't be able to do your job in the future. Wang Yi smiled and said, I'm relieved that you can think of the future. I'm afraid that you want to give up this job because of a little frustration. Okay, then, it just so happens that Sister Shin is out there with turn around and I'll let Sister Shin arrange to come over. I was grateful to Wang Yi after hearing this and hurriedly said gratefully, thank you Sister Wang, waiting for your treat. Wang Yi chuckled. Then it was time to stride out of the infirmary. Watching her go made me feel a lot better when I was apprehensive, and I looked up at the monitor, hoping it would clear my name. However, I still feel clogged up inside. Miao Miao. A wave of extremely strong hatred arose in my heart for her. She murdered my goodness and had to drag me into the abyss. It really made me hate her to the core. I have to show you something or else the whole prison will think I'm soft from now on. I made up my mind. It was at this time that I saw Sister Shin knocking on the door and coming in, followed by Zhou Yanhong and another young girl in her early 20s. That little girl timidly followed behind Zhou Yanhong, not even daring to raise her head. Sister Shin, you're here, please, I said as I hurriedly stood up. Sister Shin said with an angry face, what's the point of being polite? They're all co-workers. After saying that, Sister Shin looked at Zhou Yanhong and said sternly, give you a chance, take it, clean the room and you'll get 5 centimeters. Don't think twice about it. I know Sister Shin, don't worry, I'm not stupid. Zhou Yanhong laughed playfully, then it looked over at me, that hunger-filled desire in his eyes erupting like a flooding beast. I was a little apprehensive, wondering what was going to happen next. However, I knew very well in my heart that it was very necessary for me to make some sacrifices if I wanted to climb up comfortably in the second prison. Sister Shin uncuffed the 2 people, and then said to me, Dr. Chen, keep an eye on it, but if there's any misbehavior, you'll be able to directly call the internal supervisor's phone number. A great credit. I smiled and nodded. Sister Shin didn't say much more and stared at the 2 before walking out. I rushed to see Sister Shin off, and after watching her leave, I walked back to my office. I had just turned around when I bumped into Zhou Yanhong's fiery eyes, which seemed to be like a hunting tiger, licking her scarlet lips as she gazed at me. Before I could say anything, I heard her very domineeringly order the young female prisoner beside her, get out, keep watch for me, and when my mother has had her fill, reward you with a bite. Chapter 11, Lust for Me. The young lass, hearing this, obediently walked out, taking the door with her by the way, obedient as a dog. As soon as the door closed, Zhou Yanhong leered and approached towards me, that scheming intent written all over her face. As she walked, she ruffled her red prison uniform, and soon, that slim little waist was revealed, very slim and delicate. For her bold move, I just smiled flatly. After having Miao Miao's lesson, I couldn't possibly have any more illusions about any temptation. I pointed to the camera in the corner and said, the top is investigating me, and maybe, right now, they're watching every move here too, so I advise you, if you want to have a good life, you'd better tighten up a bit. Hearing my words, Zhou Yanhong hurriedly looked at the camera, and a pained expression immediately appeared on that lustful face. She hurriedly put down her prison uniform and bit her lip. Dr. Chen, there are actually many ways to turn them blind. It depends on whether you want to or not. When she finished, she looked to the bed curtains on the examining table, which, with a single pull, would just about cover the camera. I laughed to myself, walked over to my desk and sat down, pointing to the tobacco on the floor, and said, "You'd better earn your work credits, and I, perhaps, won't be long before I'm fired. And, possibly, like you, am going to be a prisoner of labor." Upon hearing my words, Zhou Yanhong was extremely surprised, and while picking up a broom to sweep the floor with the ash cart, she asked me curiously, "Dr. Chen, what's going on? Didn't you just come here? You look like a young man who has just left society. How did you become a prisoner of labor? What's the offense?" I smiled blandly, and said with some indignation, "It is still not you guys who caused it? I kindly gave you a body check and treated your diseases. You prisoners are good. Not only do you not appreciate me, but also want to falsely accuse me of sexual assault and hemorrhage. This crime, once it is done, I will be dead." My words made Zhou Yanhong a little indignant, and hurriedly came over to me and sat on the corner of the table, then looked at me with winks. Extremely flirtatious said, "Dr. Chen, you say this can be too ungrateful. I have not harmed you but the best of me are given to you, even if it is myself. I cannot wait to be stripped dry and washed and given to you. I really want to treat you as a little heart in the arms, and love you well." With that, she reached out her foot and, although she glanced back at the monitor with scruples, she brought it up extremely eagerly and traced it over my leg. I felt a tingling sensation in my scalp, and her bold move made some fire burn inside me, but I hurriedly kicked her legs away, sternly said, "Okay, you do not harm me, you criminals, beautiful mouth. But, one heart is as poisonous as a snake scorpion, behind the back of the complaint, can be really more than a vicious. I will not trust you again. You better hurry to work, earn your work, when the next time to change the female doctor. I am afraid that you do not have this kind of cheap to take advantage of." My words made Zhou Yanhong even more puzzled, and suddenly, she boldly sat in my arms, wrapped her arms around my neck, gasped for air, and said to me with a red face, "What kind of bull ***** work credits? Love to earn them or not? Anyway, I'm in life imprisonment, and if I can get a taste of a man again, I'd rather not have work credits." When she finished, she couldn't wait to bully her way up and wrap those thin red lips around me. I was very much averse to making out with her, but I knew that I had to gain her trust and give her something sweet. So, it was a half-hearted attempt to make out with her for a while. She was like a kettle of hot water. As soon as she was plugged in, she was immediately red hot. The whole thing was too much to handle, hot as if it was going to explode. Couldn't wait to get closer to her. I fully felt her hunger and sympathized with her. A beautiful woman like her, if she were out there, I don't know how many good men would be on their knees, but in prison? It can only be like a female animal whose hunger and thirst are not satisfied, tortured by desire, and the whole life seems to have only one emotion left, lust. Before she was going to be uncontrollable, I hurriedly pushed her away and said sternly, "Zhou Yanhong, restrain your emotions, or else, I'm going to report you." Zhou Yanhong winks and looks at me, her eyes full of desire and urgency. She said anxiously, "Good man, just promise me, as long as you satisfy me, I'll promise you anything, not to mention cigarettes. Money is fine. I have a lot of money. I'll give you all of it, okay? I'll serve you like an emperor, okay? Good boy. Promise me, satisfy me." With that, she was about to pounce on me, and I immediately and vigilantly pushed her away and stood up, very dissatisfied. He said, "Humph." Miao Miao said the same thing, and said that as long as I could get her pregnant, she would promise me anything. But what happened? She turned around and sued me at the political commissar's place, saying that I violated her and made her bleed profusely. I'm under investigation right now. You, don't come and lie to me. None of you female inmates are good people. Hurry up and finish sweeping the floor and leave. *******. Damn her, she's a death row inmate. She doesn't even know what kind of benefits you, Dr. Chen, actually have in our place, but she got us killed." Zhou Yanhong cursed with lust. I smiled bitterly and said, "Alright, don't scold her. It's also my own fault for not having much social experience, and that's why I've been tricked by you female inmates." Zhou Yanhong hurriedly climbed up and looked at me pleadingly, saying, "Dr. Chen, she is her, I am me. Can't generalize. Don't worry, I definitely won't harm you. You don't know how bitter it is here, how much we want a man. Every time we go out, we take turns catching the frogs. We're too bitter. I came in at the age of 22 and it's been 10 years since I've been here. 10 years since I've touched a man. I'm really too bitter. Dr. Chen, will you believe me?" she said, and bullied her way back up, wrapping her arms tightly around me, not caring about the surveillance or not, seeking my response as if her body was on fire. I looked up at the monitor, and I knew that it wasn't recording right now because Wang Yi had said that the police were watching it, so the monitor wasn't working for the time being. So, I coped and interacted with Zhou Yanhong for a while, once again igniting that fire in her heart when it was about to burn endlessly. I hurriedly pushed Zhou Yanhong away and said, okay, just forget about it if you get a taste of it. Don't hurt me. I pushed Zhou Yanhong away when I finished speaking, then went to open the door. Zhou Yanhong was so anxious that she was about to cry. Grabbing my hand and kneeling in front of me, she pleaded, Dr. Chen, how could you do this? Aren't you watching me die? If I don't get satisfaction today, I'll definitely lose sleep. I definitely won't have the energy to work the next day. The workshop director will definitely scold me then. I beg you, it'll be quick. Just think of it as doing a good deed. I'm begging you, okay? I watched her humble pleas with no semblance of sympathy or pity in my heart. Instead, he directly opened the door and said with a grumble, don't blame me either. If you do, blame Miao Miao for blocking your path. Chapter 12, Making a Mistake of Principle. I mercilessly opened the door after I finished speaking, completely cutting off Zhou Yanhong's desire. Zhou Yanhong looked at me especially helplessly, her eyes full of spring water that was hard to fill with desire exclusion, her bitter crooked expression, like a bitter melon. I ignored her, but mercilessly shouted a few times to the outside, Sister Shen, Sister Shen. Hearing my shouts, Zhou Yanhong also knew that it was hopeless for her, and hurriedly climbed up, swearing profanities in her mouth, but they were all cursing Miao Miao, literally greeting her ancestors. I ignored her as well, and after waiting a short while, Sister Shen, who was outside with the heirs, came over. Curious, I asked, what's wrong Dr. Chan? I looked back at Zhou Yanhong, who was looking at me with great trepidation, as if she was afraid that I would rat her out. I just laughed and said, okay, it's cleaned up. You can take it back. I'm sorry for the trouble. Hey, Dr. Chen, you're too polite. It's all by the way. If you need anything, just tell me. We're all colleagues. Don't be polite. Sister Shin enthusiastically said. I nodded, then watched as Sister Shin looked sternly at Zhou Yanhong and said, return to the line. Zhou Yanhong glanced at me with a desire for exclusion, biting her lip with watery tears in her eyes. What are you looking at? Get back in line, Sister Shin said sternly. Zhou Yanhong was reprimanded and didn't dare to delay any longer, so she could only grit her teeth and leave the infirmary with her head down in anger. Dr. Chen, she didn't do anything, did she? Sister Shin asked me. I shook my head and said, no, that's fine. Something can be said in advance. These prisoners, there are many ghosts in their hearts. I believe, you should also know the lesson. Sister Shin kindly reminded said. I let out a and Sister Shin laughed and didn't say anything more as she hurriedly left the infirmary. I watched the people go, so I went to the window and looked at the playground outside. Returning to the team, Zhou Yanhong, feeling angry as if, in the playground has been cursing, full of foul language. I was a little apprehensive, and when I sat down, I pursed my lips. I wasn't sure if I was doing the right thing. I'm sure Miao Miao won't have a good time tonight. I'm a vindictive person. I'm so good to Miao Miao. She actually falsely accused me. It is simply to push me to death. I feel suffocated. I do not have the broad-mindedness of Wangi. I know, this breath in my heart, I have to vent out. Otherwise, I have been holding back, will certainly go to another extreme. I felt depressed in my heart, probably because it was the first time I had used such means to get back at someone, and it made my conscience feel uneasy. I hurriedly took out my cigarettes and put them to my nose to smell them. The smell of the cigarettes soothed my nervousness a little. Who gave you permission to smoke in the office? Suddenly, I heard Zhou Qing's stern chiding. I hurriedly put my cigarette down. I looked at the door in dismay. She came with Wangi. Seeing her stern and angry eyes, an evil fire was ignited in my heart that was already aggravated. I stood up with great displeasure and disliked back. When did I smoke? I just put it on my nose and smelled it. Is that considered smoking? Let me tell you, don't you dare put a label on me. If you have evidence, go ahead and file a complaint against me. Sue me, but I don't accept your bossy attitude. My words caused Zhou Qing to look at me angrily. She immediately said, don't worry, I will definitely file a complaint against you. As a doctor who actually smokes in his own office, do you have any code of conduct at all? Are you aware of the prison code or not? You are simply an amateur. I was so angry that I laughed, lifted the cigarette in my hand and said, okay, I'll wait for your complaint. I don't believe it. You can call white black. Wangi hurriedly said, alright, stop it. Dr. Chen, give me face, alright? I glanced at Zhou Qing with displeasure. That is, to give face to Wangi, otherwise, I high and low to fight with her to the end. And Zhou Qing didn't seem to want to get into too much of a conflict with Wangi, and then said, Political Commissar Lan is calling you to the office for a meeting. Humph, you wait to get lost. When she finished, she took out her camera and took pictures of me, ending with a threatening, wait for the prosecution. When she finished, she turned her head and walked away. I was so furious that sweat ran down the top of my head. I've never seen such a shameless person. It's like reversing right and wrong. Wang Yi hurriedly told me, Dr. Chen, calm down and hurry to the political commissar's office. When I heard that, I became apprehensive and asked, is it investigated? Wang Yi nodded and said, let's go. After I heard that, my heart became more apprehensive. Although she said that she had found out clearly, but I so feel that there is a sense of crisis that the death penalty can be waived and the living penalty cannot be escaped. I was in a state of confusion, but I had no choice but to follow Wang Yi. Wang Yi led me through the playground, past the big supermarket, and around the factory floor inside the prison, right to an administrative building in the back, where she led me straight to Lanyan's office. Standing in front of the office door, I clasped my hands together in a mood of apprehension. My mouth was dry, and I was, frankly, nervous about my next fate. After Wang Yi knocked on the door, he heard Lanyan's gentle voice, come in. Wang Yi opened the door and after glancing at me, I followed her in piece by piece, while Zhou Qing was already sitting in front of her desk, and when I saw her blushing and dry-mouthed expression, I knew that she must have already put a whole bunch of hats on me. Political Commissar Lan, Dr. Chen is here, Wang Yi said. After saying that, he looked at me, and I said with some defiance, I didn't do it. I don't care what kind of label people put on me. I won't admit it. If you have evidence, just arrest me and try me. Hearing my gambling words, Zhou Qing gave me a very disgusted look, while Lan Yan was smiling, looking like a big sister. She gently told me, Xiao Chen you are a bit serious. What do you mean by labeling What do you mean by arresting you and judging you? We are law enforcement workers. We have our own set of strict law enforcement procedures. You can rest assured, we will not wrongly accuse a good person, let alone, or our colleagues. Lan Yan's words brought no small amount of comfort to the tension within me. Listening to her, I don't think she'll fire me, but I also know that flies don't bite eggs, and I'm responsible for this kind of thing happening. Sure enough, Lan Yan's words turned harsh. Teaching, Xiao Chen monitoring I watched. Although, you did not sexually assault Miao Miao, but, you also made a mistake of principle. In prison, knowingly not report, does not appear to be you are very kind and great, will only harm others and themselves. Chapter 13, Zhou Qing of the Needles and Bolts. Lan Yan's lesson made me feel chagrined and helpless in my heart, and the salt that I was holding in my heart went straight to my head. I'm not angry at anyone else, but I'm angry at myself for not fighting and for being so self-righteously kind. And, I'm now worried about whether I'll have any chance of staying in the second prison after making such a mistake of principle, although I said that I was going to be expelled, with an indifferent attitude, and looked as if nothing was wrong. I knew myself that I wanted to stay in the second prison very much now, because here I see hope. Therefore, I hurriedly suppressed my inner aggression and anger and apologized to Lan Yan, saying, I'm sorry leader, it's my fault, I accept the punishment. In response to my apology, Lan Yan laughed breezily, and although he spoke seriously, it seemed as if he didn't want to punish me too harshly. However, Zhou Qing is not the same, immediately said with a stern face, Blue Political Commissar, such a mistake, but very serious, I see, or the need for all to hold a meeting. This matter, as a typical, for the whole supervisor to notify it. The next, we need to start an internal education to rectify the style of action, so as to avoid such a thing to happen again. When I heard that, I held a fire in my heart and looked at Zhou Qing angrily. Supervisory briefing? Rectify? This is too serious, isn't it? When I was in the hospital, even when there was a fatal medical incident, the hospital was selective in making notifications, if at all. She's good. I'm obviously wrongly accused. Just because I'm inexperienced in my first job and was slandered by the inmates, I have to be given a full briefing? That's a run to get rid of me. I just don't get it. I have no grudges against her, so she can really do something to me? Wang Yi also seems to be unable to watch. Extremely dissatisfied, said, Zhou Qing, I think you are a bit fussed. The surveillance video, all of us have watched. Dr. Chen's operation. There is no problem. He is only because of inexperience. Sympathy for the death row inmates did not report it. You have to be the whole prison to inform the, which is to cut off his career path. This is a little bit too merciless. Wang Yi, I ask you to distinguish between your identity and duties. At work, we have no love to speak of. And privately, I don't think that this kind of self-righteous person has the qualifications to be my friend. Moreover, as the deputy head of the prison section, I have the right to propose constructive punishment to all employees who have made mistakes, Zhou Cheng said in a tit-for-tat manner. With these words, Wang Yi was furious, and after glancing at me, he said in a very righteous manner, Political Commissar Lan, the fault lies with me. As a Life and Work Support Committee member, I was not able to help Dr. Chen get into work in the first place. so much so that such a thing happened, and all the responsibility for this, I will take it all on my own. I was very surprised to hear. I did not expect Wang Yi so righteous. The whole unit notification is a very serious matter, almost can be cut off this whole year's evaluation of excellence, and even performance bonuses will be deducted, on the road to future promotion, but also has a huge impact. In my heart, I was really about to be infuriated by Miao Miao, and it was all because of her. Although I was furious, but I couldn't let Wang Yi bear such a big sin for me. I was just about to say something, but Commissar Blue waved his hand at me instead, silencing what I was about to say. Then said seriously, the whole unit notification is not necessary. After all, there is a reason for the incident. Dr. Chen. It is also considered a victim, of course, the impact of the impact in the future of the work style problems, or to rectify. Let's do it this way. Xiao Chen's performance this month will be deducted, a small demerit. Wang Yi, as a helping committee member, did not do his due diligence, a small demerit as well. An internal notification in the first prison area will do. When I heard Lan Yan's words, I still felt stifled in my heart, because the whole thing, I was the victim, and I still felt aggrieved. However, I know very well that the leader does not care whether you are aggrieved or not. What she wants is only the peaceful coexistence of the upper and lower levels, and it is obvious that she also sees that the contradiction between Wang Yi and Zhou Qing is getting more and more intense, so she wants to make a balance. It wasn't like she could deal with Zhou Qing. After all, she hadn't done anything wrong, and, moreover, Zhou Qing still had a background, so it was just a matter of disciplining Wang Yi and me. Wang Yi immediately said solemnly, yes, resolutely obeying orders. After Wang Yi finished speaking, he looked at me and hurriedly gave me a wink, and although I was unconvinced, I, too, knew that this was the best possible outcome, and all I could say was, thank you, leader. After I finished, I sullenly lowered my head, and I felt in my heart that there is no difference between the prison and the hospital. It is all about human feelings and the official style of that set. It is always a pool of stagnant water under the tree, and there are people in the court who are good at being an official. Those of us who have no power and no background. It seems that wherever we go, we are all treated the same, and we can only stay at the bottom of the pool to be an obscure stone, never knowing when we will have the day to make a name for ourselves. Xiao Zhou, go back to do a collation, write a briefing, internal meeting to rectify and educate on the line. Do not make a storm, it is not good for everyone. Lan Yan said. Zhou Qing seemed to still be very dissatisfied. Her face was very smelly as she looked at me with those stern eyes. It was as if she wanted to eat me. I was already angry with her, so I glared back without any hesitation. She immediately lost her temper and said with a cold face, Political Commissar Lan, I still think that our second supervisor is not suitable for a man to come in and work. I demand that Dr. Chen be transferred to another post, and if you don't agree to it, I'll write a complaint letter to the municipal party committee. In short, I'm working in the second supervisor for 1 day, and I'm not going to allow the existence of a man like him. I got fired up when I heard that and asked angrily, I'm like that? What kind of man am I? Your statement is insulting and discriminatory, and I demand an apology from you. Zhou Qing smiled disdainfully, as if she felt ridiculous at my request. I was also on fire inside, and I knew that there was no way she would apologize to me, not to mention the status, but just the situation I was in. How can she apologize to me when she has people above her who can write me a letter and chuck me out? I was stifled and desperate. Zhou Qing, pay attention to your attitude. Your words, have they been more than necessary? Regardless of whether Xiao Chen leaves or not, whether he can stay or not, he is now always a member of our second prison. As your colleague, if you're tit for tat like this, there's something wrong with your thinking. Apologize. Lan Yan said sternly. I was very surprised when I heard Lan Yan's words. I didn't expect Lan Yan to actually ask Zhou Qing to apologize to me so harshly, and Lan Yan's harsh words caused Zhou Qing's arrogant demeanor to immediately converge and she immediately stood up, reluctantly, but, nonetheless, looking at me, said, I'm sorry, it's my attitude. Chapter 14, Lan Yan's Teachings. Chocharu's apology took me by surprise, and for surprise, I didn't expect at all that Zhou Qing would apologize to me, much less that Lan Yan would ask Zhou Qing to apologize to me, because, from the beginning, I felt that I was just a little person and no one would care about me. So, Zhou Qing giving me an apology made my heart get a huge surprise, and my whole being felt a great deal better. And, with Blue Swallow, there was confidence. At least, Lan Yan was still a bowl of water that could be leveled, and didn't just favor Zhou Qing because she had a background behind her. I then said, next time, pay attention. My words made Zhou Qing extremely upset. She bit that muddy lip fiercely, and those stern eyes stared at me as if they were staring at a criminal, making me furious inside. But I don't false her either, and look at her with the same stern eyes, not backing down in any way. In response to my retort, she immediately said sternly, "Political Commissar Lan, I still strongly request that he be transferred. Our second prison is a women's prison, and is completely unsuitable for men to enter." When I heard that, I looked at Lan Yen with great concern, and to be honest, my heart was now lit up with the desire to win, and I had a strong desire to stay. So, if I were to be transferred, it would be very uncomfortable in my mind. Lan Yen was not in a hurry to make a decision, and after contemplating for a while, she instead asked Zhou Cheng, "When was the last female doctor who resigned?" When Zhou Cheng heard this, she said, "Last week. The exact date was last Friday, 1 p.m. She joined less than 4 hours ago, and the last one, even faster than her, just came to us for a turn and decided to quit, which means we can't recruit at all, so we don't have many choices." Lan Yen said seriously. Zhou Cheng still won't give up and said anxiously, "I believe that in this society, there must be doctors like Dr. Shi who don't care about hard circumstances. But, didn't we also fail to protect Dr. Shi?" Lan Yen said with extreme pain. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but lower her head after hearing this, with a guilty look on her face. After hearing this, Lan Yen said sternly, "Although Xiao Chen is young and inexperienced, but, I believe, he is completely fine in self-preservation. Xiao Zhou, in the future, don't mention this matter again. Go out." Zhou Cheng was extremely unconvinced after hearing this, but she didn't dwell on it. Instead she looked at me with her eyes still glazed over, and after giving me a blank stare, she walked out in displeasure. Lan Yen then smiled and said to Wang Yi, "Take Miao Miao back. What about Miao Miao's false accusations? Should it be written on the dossier? I think that it is necessary." Wang Yi said. Lan Yen shook her head and said, "Regarding the handling of Miao Miao, I will talk to Xiao Chen. You go out first." Wang Yi hummed, glanced at me, turned around, and walked out. When the door closed, Lan Yen changed her attitude, her face to an overflowing smile, and easily said to me, "Little Chen, a lot of pressure, right?" I nodded. The pressure was indeed on. I caught my breath and said, "Thank you, leader, for your concern." When she heard that, she had a speechless smile, and then moved her shoulders with a face full of pain. And when I saw this attitude of hers, I don't know why, but my body was uncontrollable, and I rushed over in an arrow step, and took the initiative to go to her back, and massaged her shoulders. I admit that I am not a good at slipping up, much less flattering and pandering to leaders, but, for some reason, in front of Lan Yen, I have this expressive and, eye candy. She just makes a move and I want to show it. However, I was nervous and apprehensive. After all, she was female, and I didn't know if my behavior would be offensive to her. However, to my surprise, she, for my attentiveness, not only did not have half a bit of disgust, but also very enjoyable smile, but also stretched out that slender white hand, gently patted on the back of my hand. The gentle warmth coming from her palm relaxes me. She smiled gently and said to me, "Xiao Chen, relax, don't be so nervous, be a person, don't be so tight. I know you young people are aggressive and eager to get what you want, but, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. As long as you stay then, you will always become an old man, and the opportunity will always be there." Her comfort, let me inwardly relieved a lot. I do not know why, although she is a leader, but no shelf, and, say the words, always can make me feel convinced. Then the surname Ho that old do not know how many times better. Got it, leader? I said seriously. Lan Yen smiled, and then told me, "In private, you can call me Sister Lan, more cordial. I have always treated the unit as a family, and the people under me, I treat them as family. As a big head, I will also be a bowl of water, of course, but also need to be integrated by yourself to be able to do so. If you yourself resist this environment, any of the efforts that I have done all seem like a waste of feelings." "Yes, Sister Blue," I said, uptight. Sister Blue smiled and patted my hand again, as if she was relieved. I was then asked, "What do you think? How should Miao Miao be dealt with? You as the victim, your opinion." "I'll take it into full consideration." After I heard, my heart is a kind of strong gratitude. I do not feel how to deal with Miao Miao. She needs to ask my opinion. She asked, is to me full respect, and did not because I am a newcomer just came to ignore my feelings and opinions. Of course, I was also on the up and up. I said, "Sister Blue, how do you think it's appropriate to deal with it?" "Just deal with it that way. I'll obey the organization's arrangement." Blue Knight laughed, then moved her neck, and I immediately reached out and pressed my hand to the back of her neck, knowing that sitting in an office for a long time must be hard on the cervical spine. And when I went to school, I also learned massage and Chinese medicine, so this little thing is not a problem for me. Comfortable. Lan Yan let out a woozy sound, let me heart a little surprised. From the top down to look down, found that she really enjoys it. I have a sense of pride in my heart. Think, I still always have some use. After she had enjoyed herself for a while, she opened the drawer, and as I looked in the drawer, there were a lot of marbles, and she took one out, grabbed my hand, and put it in my hand. I was a bit surprised and asked curiously, Sister Blue, what does this mean? Sister Blue smiled and said, I reward her with a marble after every time someone in our prison gets credit for something. When I heard it, I was surprised and said with some shame, I caused trouble for you, Sister Blue, and you still rewarded me? Sister Blue sighed and said in a serious tone, Little Chen, throw the marbles out. I was a little perplexed as to what she meant, but, doing as I was told, threw the marble out, and I watched it roll out, all the way to the door, hit the door, and then bounce back, rolling around the house. I hurried up and caught the marble, then looked at Sister Blue in puzzlement. Sister Blue smiled and asked me, Do you know why I give little rewards that are marbles and not other shapes? I shook my head, not understanding at all, and I waited with great anticipation for Sister Blue to explain it to me. I was sure that behind it, there must be a deep meaning. Sure enough, Blue said in a serious and rather self-congratulatory manner, because the marbles are round enough. Chapter 15, Something must have happened. Sister Blue's words surprised me a bit, but, again, they felt philosophical. I looked at the marbles in my hand and, in fact, already understood what Sister Blue meant. Sister Lan leaned back in her seat, her eyes became sharp, and her entire temperament, all of a sudden, metamorphosed into a very domineering person, even more than Dean Ho, who dared not look directly at her. This kind of dominance makes me respect her heartily instead of resisting her. She smiled breezily and said to me, Xiao Chen, our prison, with other units are not the same as other prisons, but also with other prisons, our second prison incarcerated, basically all the death penalty inmates. This world, what is more terrible than death? These people, basically, are all poor and vicious, and have long since experienced the trials of life and death, so the tactics of might, for them, do not have a great effect, so I have always advocated the use of mellow tactics, to get along with them. When she finished, she grabbed up a handful of marbles and played with them in her hand, and I watched as the marbles rubbed between them, but soon enough, they were spinning because they were round and smooth, and not stuck in her hand and unable to move. I was touched in my heart, and then said, Sister Blue, you mean that you want me to? Sister Lan waved her hand, signaling that I didn't need to say it out loud, but instead smiled and told me, Miao Miao, the female prisoner, has a big case on her that hasn't been unearthed, and we've gone through a great deal of effort to communicate with her, but we couldn't get any good results. What she's showing now proves that she's on the verge of a breakdown, which is extremely detrimental to my ability to dig into the case behind her. I immediately said, Sister Blue, I understand. Blue Sister smiled, said, You are a master's degree. Education can be said to be the highest of our second prison. Your wisdom, let me believe that you understand. Miao Miao this matter. I will not write on her file how to deal with the follow-up, how to dig her behind the case. I believe that you also have their own wisdom to create this matter. It stops here. I nodded, my heart filled with an energy I'd never felt before. I then said, Then, Sister Blue, if it's alright, I will go out first. Sister Blue smiled and said, Smooth can not only be used in the prisoner's treat colleagues, I also hope you can be more smooth, especially for Xiao Zhou this kind of status background, character condescending and blunt people. With this kind of people tit for tat, believe me, it will not be good for you. On the contrary, you are a little more smooth to her, and her to deal with a good relationship. It will be very helpful to you. Lan Yan's words made me feel stifled in my heart. Isn't this asking me to lower my head and behave with my tail between my legs to someone like Zhou Qing? I even have to flatter her and curry favor with her. I really don't feel comfortable in my heart. However, I was very clear that Sister Blue was doing me a favor by teaching me how to deal with relationships, and while the methods might not be very nice, they were the most practical. I then said, I know Sister Blue, turn around. I'll treat everyone to a meal and apologize to Zhou Qing. Sister Blue smiled gratefully and said, Go get busy. I nodded and smiled as I walked out. After I went out, I saw Wang Yi, who looked at me with a somewhat worried face and asked me, What did Sister Lan say to you? I smiled and said, Gave me a marble and taught me how to do things, and I found it very helpful. When Wang Yi heard this, she was relieved and said very happily, Sister Lan takes good care of you. Not reporting with knowledge is a very serious matter of principle. If it was someone else, they would have been dismissed long ago, and there might even be an investigation. Wang Yi's seriousness, let me heart is very clear. I this time out of the matter. Indeed not small. Also true, treatment of a prisoner so despicable behavior. I do not prosecute, but instead to help her hide. Really cannot be said. Sister Blue can still be so trusting of me. Let me stay, and only give me a disciplinary action. Indeed, I am very caring of me. I immediately said, wait, when I have the chance, I'll treat Sister Blue to dinner. Wang Yi rolled his eyes and said, Sister Blue is missing your meal? Getting along with Sister Lan can't be the same as us. What Sister Lan wants is for everyone to be united and put the interests of the country and the team's mission in the first place. And being able to dig out a big case will make Sister Lan happier than eating 10 meals. When I heard this, I nodded, and the energy inside me, unprecedentedly fervent, I swore inwardly that no matter what, I would dig out the case on this woman Miao Miao. I then said, I know, I'll behave. Wang Yi smiled, as if relieved. I hurriedly said, thank you, you're so righteous. At noon, I'll treat you to dinner. Wang Yi laughed happily and said, it's a small thing. I'm your life support committee member. If I say I'll cover you, I'll definitely cover you. Besides, you're so good. I still want to chase you to be my boyfriend. It's kind of courting you. When I heard Wang Yi's words, I was surprised in my heart and asked, not you, do you really mean it, or is it not true? Wang Yi raised his eyebrows and said with a stern face, of course it's true. My great Dr. Chen, can you consider me? I was surprised when I looked at her rather serious look. I didn't realize that she was so bold and, also, so blunt, that she confessed her feelings to me just after meeting me today, which gave my emotionally hurt heart an unprecedented satisfaction. But, with some embarrassment, I said, but, I have a girlfriend. Hearing my words, she was also a little surprised. Her eyes blunted for a moment, obviously a little lost, but soon smiled and said, hey, small meaning, like you such a good person, it is right to have a girlfriend. Even if I can't be your girlfriend, it's okay to be your brother. When she finished, she grinned broadly and patted me on the shoulder, and I laughed happily, thinking that it would make her lose it, or get upset, but I didn't realize that she had such a good personality. I was quite relieved and smiled gratefully at her. She suddenly took out a manual to give me, said, today your first day to come, a lot of things and too busy, did not have time to give you the manual, now give you, when you have time, seize the time, our second supervisor's employee manual to familiarize yourself with, in the future, and try to avoid not to change the mistake. I hurriedly took it and solemnly nodded. Only, before I could thank Wang Yi, I suddenly heard an alarm. Woohoo! The ear-piercing sirens made my heart feel irritated for no reason, and I glanced at Wang Yi, whose face also fell in a flash. Looking angry, I knew it by the extremely hard look on her face. Something must have happened. I exploded a little inside, more than a little bit of regret. It couldn't be. Was it Zhou Yanhong? Who did it? Chapter 16, Seeing Some Opportunities. Wang Yi was very anxious and turned his head away, not bothering to explain anything to me, and I knew that things must be very serious, so hurry up and follow Wang Yi. The two of us hurried all the way out of the administration building and headed for the prison area, and when we arrived at the first prison building, I saw several female prison guards standing in front of the doors of the various cells with their guns loaded and waiting. Every single one of them didn't say a word, and the expressions on their faces alone were enough to make me feel suffocated. Bitch, I'll beat you to death. I'll let you pretend. We haven't had a single day of peace since you came to our 101, and now you dare to slander Dr. Chen for raping you? Do you want to be ashamed? If Dr. Chen wants to, which woman here is not at his disposal, and he raped you? I stood in the corridor, listening to Zhou Yanhong shouting and cursing. My heart was very speechless. This woman, pretty is pretty, but the fiery temper is really not covered. Zhou Yanhong, I'm warning you, cut me loose. Come on, that's an order. I heard Shen's anxious voice, and watched her and another young prison guard keep pulling at the door, but there seemed to be a lot of people in the room obstructing them, not letting them go in, and even though those prisoners didn't make a move on them, it made a layer of cold sweat break out in my heart. If there's a riot at this point, then I've really made another huge mistake. I came to the door of the 101 with Wang Yi. Cannot wait to look toward the inside, but the door blocked more than a dozen people. Everyone is talking about something. It looks like talking about explaining the words, but I know clearly, this is all a cover for Zhou Yanhong. I lifted my head, patted my feet, and looked toward the inside of 101, and since I was tall, it was easy to see what was going on inside. There are images in there that make my heart skip a beat. Zhou Yanhong pressed Miao Miao on her body, holding a sharp toothbrush in her hand, ruthlessly stabbing towards Miao Miao's lower body, and Miao Miao didn't seem to be willing to show her weakness, both hands grasping Zhou Yanhong's hair, and a mouth biting hard on Zhou Yanhong's chest, which hurt Zhou Yanhong and also showed her teeth. However, despite this, Zhou Yanhong had no intention of stopping to teach Miao Miao a lesson, and both of them looked as if they were killing each other, completely desperate to create as much damage as they could to each other. It was the first time I had ever seen a woman fight, and the first time I had ever seen a woman's fight turn out to be so bloody, no worse than a man's, and, moreover, more vicious and ruthless and reckless. I was very anxious. I told Zhou Yanhong before I was falsely accused by Miao Miao, really have the intention to teach Miao Miao, but I did not expect Zhou Yanhong actually so ruthless, completely under the dead hand to go. If there is a human life, my heart will be blamed for a lifetime of guilt. I looked anxiously to the other cells. Although, at the entrance of each cell, there are prison guards. However, they can only be responsible for their own cell guarded to the death. Otherwise, once the other cells also riot, the entire first prison will be finished. All of you, crouch down with your head in your hands. At this time, Wang Yi ordered up extremely sternly. Those who were helping Zhou Yanhong to cover for her were still pushing and shoving, when suddenly, they only saw Wang Yi sternly take out his baton and smashed it down towards the people blocking the doorway. A stick went down, directly to the person blocking the door to hold his head squatting on the ground, and Wang Yi's attack still does not stop. The baton in his hand threw down hard. Within a few moments, watched that a dozen or so people were beaten by her to hold his head squatting on the ground. Sister Shun, who was free, and another prison guard, also rushed in, took the baton, and ruthlessly struck those prisoners, beating them to the point that they were squatting on the ground, holding their heads, and not daring to engage in any more overexcited behavior. I was surprised to look at Wang Yi. Before she is a big grin, a warm-hearted performance. I completely did not expect. She is actually so harsh and decisive people a person. Such a chaotic scene was dispersed by her 3 sticks, and that majestic dominance of a leader exploded all at once. She held her police cap up fiercely, then rushed in, lifted her baton and smashed it down towards Zhou Yanhong's body. 1 stick, 2 sticks, 3 sticks. With each stick, Zhou Yanhong was struck in pain, letting out miserable cries. Zhou Yanhong, I now order you to stop your aggressive behavior. Immediately, Wang Yi ordered extremely sternly. I also want She bit my horse head. Grass. Hurt me. You let her loose Zhou Yanhong and suffocated, and anxiously roared. Without saying a word, Wang Yi raised his baton, pointed at Miao Miao, and ordered. I order you now. Loosen your mouth for me right now. Right. Now. Whoa, 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 whoa. I heard a beast-like chirping sound coming out of Miao Miao's mouth. The ruthlessness and viciousness of it made me fearful. I looked at Miao Miao's eyes that I couldn't hide under her messy hair. Those eyes, just like a lioness that had gone on a rampage, and I couldn't help but swallow my saliva. It is only now that I am, intuitively, feeling the horror of these death row inmates. They have, at this moment, completely lost their humanity and are left with only their animalistic nature. Loose lips. When Wang Yi saw Miao Miao disobeying orders, he raised his hand and gave her a stick. When this stick went down, Miao Miao was in pain and immediately loosened her mouth, while Sister Shin and another female prison guard immediately rushed up and grabbed Zhou Yanhong, and then ruthlessly pressed down on the ground. But Zhou Yanhong was very unconvinced, and jumped up and kicked up towards Miao Miao, and Miao Miao also extremely unconvinced, pounced up to wrestle with Zhou Yanhong. 2 people have killed Red Eyes, completely reckless. Only, the results that the 2 got were also very tragic. In order to stop the entanglement of the 2 people, Wang Yi was very decisive and raised his hands to 3 sticks, directly knocking both Zhou Yanhong and Miao Miao to the ground with miserable wailing sounds. I looked at Miao Miao. Her mouth was full of blood, her face was full of sweat, and her appearance, like a beast that had gone through a fight, was very miserable, especially the pants that stained her lower body scarlet. And Zhou Yanhong is not much better. Her chest is a blood red, that already red vest, at this moment by the blood stained even more red. The deep teeth marks imprint, but also gave me a huge shock. You guys are good, very good. Zhou Yanhong, Miao Miao, have a good day, right? Fine. Both of you give me squatting trumpets to go. All of you squatting trumpets, Wang Yi angrily chided. Hearing the squatting trumpet, the others have fearfully lowered their heads even lower, their faces full of fear, and Zhou Yanhong's face also revealed a few moments of fear. Her eyes looked stifled and unwilling, but when she saw me standing in the doorway, her eyes suddenly revealed a look of worthiness, and threw a wink at me, a look of anger for the redhead. But, with her squishy look, she was suddenly hit with a stick, and she was hunched over, her whole body curled up on the ground like a shrimp. But, spare me, she was still sneaking glances at me, which made me have mixed feelings inside. Take it to the trumpet, deduct 20 points for all 101, take it away. Wang Yi roared in a violent rage. Sister Shin and the other prison guard ruthlessly dragged Zhou Yanhong and also Miao Miao up, very angrily dragging the 2 away. When Zhou Yanhong was dragged in front of me, she revealed a bitter smile, but her eyes, however, were filled with no remorse. I was blown away in my mind by this woman, and, in my mind, I saw some opportunities. I immediately looked at Wang Yi and demanded to her, it's hurting a private part, so it's better, treat the wound. Chapter 17, The Righteous Zhou Yanhong. My request surprised Zhou Yanhong a bit, and the way she looked at me was filled with a certain excitement and thrill. Wang Yi, on the other hand, was exasperated. She glanced at Zhou Yanhong and Miao Miao with extreme displeasure, and exasperated, she blew her messy bangs fiercely, then said to me, "Is it going to die?" I know that Wang Yi is now very angry. Today my arrival, in fact, brought her a lot of trouble, first by Miao Miao slander, causing her to eat disciplinary action, and now because of my vindictiveness, so that Zhou Yanhong and Miao Miao hands, she does not get angry is strange. However, I feel that right now, I do have a chance to get close to Miao Miao. Of course, the most important thing, I still feel, quite appreciate Zhou Yanhong, want to get further with her. Then I whispered, infection is very serious, especially in the private part, it's very sensitive. Once infected, it can easily cause sepsis. You're a girl, and you know that you're afraid of infection during your period, not to mention a wound of that size. When Wang Yi heard this, he gasped and pointed at Zhou Yanhong and Miao Miao, angrily trying to say something, but, probably because he was too angry, he didn't have anything to say. Finally, he gave Sister Shen a look. Sister Shen immediately grabbed Zhou Yanhong sternly and lectured, "Go to the infirmary and be honest with me." With that, the two men took Zhou Yanhong and Miao Miao to the infirmary. I glanced at Wang Yi, and without saying a word, she waved her hand at me, and I hurriedly left the prison area. And just as I left, I heard Wang Yi's grumpy reprimand. I didn't care much, but quickly made my way back to the infirmary, pushing the door open before I put on my leather gloves. As I did so, I looked at the agonized Miao Miao. By this time the adrenaline had passed. She should have felt the pain, so the pain was so intense that she was sweating all over her body, the sweat plastering her hair to her face, making her look especially pitiful. But I will never again be fooled by this woman, who is so pathetic that she is faking it. I said to Sister Shen, one by one, let's treat Zhou Yanhong first. Why? I'm seriously injured. I'm the one being beaten. I should be treated first. Miao Miao protested. Shut up, Dr. Chen has the right to decide who to treat first. Xiao Lu, take her out and cuff her for me, Sister Shen said sternly. Miao Miao gave me an extremely unconvincing look, so angry that tears fell from her eyes and her stifled mouth twitched, while I, ignoring her, just grabbed Zhou Yanhong and brought her to the examination table. Sister Shen said sternly, Zhou Yanhong, I advise you to be honest with me. If you dare to make a move on Dr. Chen, you won't be as simple as squatting in a trumpet. Zhou Yanhong gasped and said very cooperatively, don't worry Sister Shen, it's not like I have any grudges against Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen is so handsome, I can't wait to treat him as a treasure of my heart. After saying that, Zhou Yanhong threw a wink at me. This leaves me quite speechless. I glanced at Sister Shen and said, Sister Shen, it's okay, you can just lean her against the examining table, just leave it to me here. You go help Sister Wang. Today is all my bad, causing Sister Wang to suffer a lot of anger. When Sister Shen heard this, she glanced outside with extreme annoyance and scolded, I don't blame you, it's all because of that idiot. Okay, this side will be left to you, and I have to go and teach that bunch of shotgun ones a good lesson. How dare they block the door? This is a big deal. After saying that, she ruthlessly uncuffed Zhou Yanhong's handcuffs and then cuffed them to the edge of the bed, then glared sternly at Zhou Yanhong before leaving the infirmary. After she left, Zhou Yanhong immediately original form, winks like silk looking at me, the desire in the eyes, are condensed into a river of spring water hate to lunge at me. Little heart, it hurts me, quickly give me a check, Zhou Yanhong said hungrily. After saying that, she couldn't help but lift up her prison uniform. However, when she did so, she pulled the wound, and she couldn't help but grimace in pain, and her tears fell indisputably. Asterisk. This, really enough ruthless are fast to the old lady to fall. The old lady so beautiful horse head. Mom, wait for the old lady to come out, but also get her, to the death you. Zhou Yanhong painfully and suffocatingly screamed and cursed. When I looked at Zhou Yanhong's angry and irritated expression, I laughed breathlessly. This woman, in fact, is still quite cute, although she is a felon, but there is still a human side. I ignored her whining, screaming and cursing, and went to open the medical kit, which only contained some disinfectant as well as antibiotics, and extremely rudimentary medical equipment. I looked back at Zhou Yanhong's wound. It was very deep, almost on the verge of biting the flesh off. A wound like this is usually treated with special treatment. At least stitches are needed. Otherwise, if it gets infected, her whole thing might have to be cut off. However, the environment here doesn't allow it, and there's no way Wang Yi would let me take her to an outside hospital for treatment. The good thing is, this kind of thing is a minor problem for us who are studying medicine. I picked up a bottle of saline, and after opening it, I held a large cotton ball with tweezers and walked over to Zhou Yanhong. Tell her, bear with me, With that, I poured saline on it, and she was grimacing in pain, tears streaming down her face. As I cleaned the wound and wiped the blood away with a large cotton ball, she ached for a moment, then adjusted, then looked at me through clenched teeth, her eyes all lustful and open. I laughed and said, "We haven't known each other for long. Why did you fight with others for me, and hurt yourself like this? Do you know that if it gets infected, you may have to cut off the whole thing? Aren't you afraid?" Zhou Yanhong inside serious up, very righteous, and I said, "Dr. Chen, I see you are not the kind of rash. Also know that you want to make good relations with me. Those few cigarettes is the proof. To be honest with you, I am this person is the nature of the straight. Like to make friends with other people, especially you this kind of handsome. As long as I think I can befriend the friend, I will certainly be two ribs." When I looked at her bigness, I was surprised. I thought, only between men will say out this kind of righteous words. I did not expect women will also, and that stance, not at all worse than men. Seeing my approving look, Zhou Yanhong then said with extreme bravado, "Isn't it just a fight? Let me tell you, before I came in, one of my little sisters was bullied by a dogskin kid, and I chopped the other party 3 blocks with a knife. So, what is this? It's just that this is lucky that the prison guards came in time. Otherwise, I would have torn her fork out. Don't worry, when I come out of the trumpet, I'll go on to mess with her, and I'll make sure to give you out of this bad breath." For her foaming at the mouth, I am grateful in my heart. Although I was cheated and framed once, but I am still willing to believe Zhou Yanhong. Of course, this belief, with reservations. I grabbed up the roxithromycin dispersible tablets straight away, along with some other ointments, and concocted some topical antibiotics out for her. This kind of thing, when we were in the hospital, we often did. Often for those who are in financial difficulties, have traumatic injuries, modulation of some affordable and healing plasters. It just so happens that it's handy to have roxithromycin here. I modulated while telling her, "Alright, I thank you for your kindness. You're a friend. I'll make a friend. But, don't fight in the future. It's not conducive to your rehabilitation. Nor is it conducive to my work. When you come out, make up with Miao Miao. I'll modulate the injury medicine for you to make sure that you won't get infected. And you'll be at ease in the trumpet." Zhou Yanhong immediately said, "Don't that, can." The performance of the soft and weak, in fact, ruthless. You men are easy to be deceived. We women will not be deceived by her. Come out and I'll clean her up. Anyway, I'm indefinite. Who's afraid of Hua? When I heard that, I said sternly, "If you think of me as a friend, you'll listen to me. If not, forget it." When I finished, I took the debugged ointment and was going to put it on her, when she looked at me with a dainty look from grabbing my hand. Softly, I was told, "Okay, I'll do whatever you want." When she finished, she held down my hand, biting her lip, her eyes mesmerized, and her legs rubbing together in a way that looked like boiling water. I shook my head helplessly and just tried to push her away. She immediately asked pleadingly, "I'm about to go squatting trumpet, can you, for once, satisfy me?" Chapter 18, Seeing each other again, mixed feelings. I was really quite helpless when I saw her look like she wanted to be exempted. She just didn't seem to have any other desires left, only physical ones. Could being in prison really rub out the rest of one's 7 desires? It was possible to make such a beautiful woman, at all times, look like a female creature in heat, but unable to satisfy, but seeking to release her physical desires whenever there was the slightest opportunity to do so. For her prodigal thirst, I was determined not to agree. And with Miao Miao's lesson, this time, I didn't even have the thought of struggling and hesitating. Straight away, he opened her hand and pushed her back to lie down. But, having just pushed her back down, before I could speak, she branched out again, looking at me lustfully, extremely pitifully. He begged me, "Dr. Chen, I'm begging you, okay? I'm going to squat for you. You're new here. You don't know what a trumpet is, do you? Let me tell you, the small one is only 1 square foot big, and there's only a squat toilet in it, and people, they just have to squat on it, and eat and drink and on it, and there's no light, and there's no people. To be locked up alone in there, you know, what kind of torture is that? After an ordinary person goes in once, in this life, they never want to go in a second time. If I don't get the satisfaction, I really don't know, can I live to make it out of there alive? Dr. Chen, I kind of went to my death for you for once, right? She said, biting her red lip again with tenderness and biting, and reaching out to grab my hand. When that hand finally grasped mine, she begged me with a sobbing voice and excitement, "Just satisfy me once. It's kind of a benefit before I die." Okay, Dr. Chen, squatting trumpet, although I do not know what is actually the case, but, from the movie and television drama, can also be seen, those ferocious and violent prisoners are afraid of squatting trumpet. Every time after squatting trumpet out of the whole person will become another person. will be submissive, so it can be seen. Squatting trumpet is indeed a kind of inhumane torture. However, I am not obliged to fulfill her needs just because I pity and sympathize with her. Otherwise, what would I do with so many people here, all begging me pitifully? I was just about to give her a stern lecture, but then I remembered that Blue Swallow had taught me to be mellow with these prisoners. Then I laughed and said, "You're wrong. If I satisfy you now and make you run out of ideas, how will you have the will to hold on until you come out of it?" After saying that, I gently pushed her hand away, and as if she immediately understood something, she excitedly grabbed my hand again. Gleefully, I asked, "You mean, when I get out, you'll talk to me?" I immediately smacked her sexy red lips, pointed at her, and said, "I didn't say that, but, if that's what you think, there's nothing I can do about it." After that, I proceeded to clean her wounds, and the blood on her body. Not only did she not feel any pain, but she was very excited and whispered to me, "Dr. Chen, you're so nice, you gave me hope. You made this dead heart of mine suddenly seem like it's coming to life, giving me something to look forward to." When I heard it, I admired Lan Yen in my heart. She said it in a rounded way, and it really worked. At least, it gave Zhou Yanhong some hope, which is a huge help for the prisoner's rehabilitation. I then said, "What kind of hope am I?" "The greatest hope is to walk out from here and become a new person, and when I come out, I'll just reform properly and try to get out earlier." My words caused the big-tempered Zhou Yanhong to fall into a moment of silence, and then she asked me in an extremely unconfident manner, "Do you think that a person like me, who is 10 times as bad as I am, will really have a day to get out?" When I heard that, I looked at her curiously and asked, "What did you commit to get in here?" For my words, Zhou Yanhong seemed to be very resistant, as if her eyes immediately became harsh, and her heart seemed to be filled with strong resentment and hatred. The change in her mood seemed to strike a chord within me, and I wondered why she couldn't talk about it, given her big personality. However, I wasn't stupid, and immediately changed the topic and said with a smile, "No matter what you've committed, since the state has found you not guilty, it means you have the potential for rehabilitation, and as long as you're properly rehabilitated, you'll be able to get out sooner or later." "Really?" Zhou Yanhong said excitedly. I nodded encouragingly. She immediately said excitedly, "Dr. Chen, you are a great person. I believe what you said. The encouragement you gave me made me feel confident. Without your encouragement, I never thought of walking out of here. I really don't know what I would have done if I didn't have your encouragement. Dr. Chen, why don't you be my boyfriend? As long as you are my boyfriend, I will definitely reform properly." I was really speechless when I heard what she said. She's really good at climbing up the pole and making excessive demands on you bit by bit. However, I have also learned to be smooth, and instead of rejecting it outright, I said, "The organization doesn't allow it, but what you think in your heart is out of the organization's hands. Then, I'll take you as my boyfriend," Zhou Yanhong said excitedly. I smiled helplessly and didn't reject or accept. It was up to her what she thought. I then picked up the gauze bandage, give her a bazi, after playing, said, "Okay, to ensure that after you come out, will not be infected." Hearing my words, Zhou Yanhong also knew that the time alone with me was coming to an end, and she became pessimistic, frustrated, and more agitated, wanting to be exempt. She whispered to me, "Dr. Chen, I'm really tormented. I know, you can't have a real fight with me, but it's okay to use other methods. Give me some fun, otherwise, it's really hard to get through inside. Please, okay." Saying that, she grabbed my hand, which made me really speechless. This woman, although she has a big personality, but she is also an insatiable person, always trying to find ways to satisfy her desires. But I can't make a mistake of principle anymore. I mellowed again, pushing her hand away, and then said encouragingly, "Wait until you get out. Be good, be obedient. You know, we as doctors like people who are obedient and cooperative." "Okay, I'll do as I'm told. Dr. Chen, let's make a deal. When you come out, you must satisfy me." "Ah, definitely ah," Zhou Yanhong said excitedly. I smiled, not nodding or shaking my head, just opened the door and shouted at the door, Sister Shen, coming, coming." I watched as Shen jogged her way over as if she was done with her business, came to me, took a breath, and asked, "No trouble for you, huh?" "No," obediently, I said. Sister Shen smiled, then walked into the infirmary. Her face became stern, and with a stern face, she opened the handcuffs and took Zhou Yanhong away. Zhou Yanhong was very cooperative, and when she walked to the door, she still looked at me fondly, with eyes that were itching to pull out as sticky silk. "Zhou Yanhong, hurry up and go, or else I'll give you a few more days," Sister Shen lectured. These words frightened Zhou Yanhong, hurriedly collected her gaze and obediently walked away. Watching Zhou Yanhong go, I then turned my attention to Miao Miao squatting in the corridor. where she squatted, all the blood, her look, but also shriveled, her eyes with tears, very aggrieved. The look on my face was also filled with a certain resentment. After I met her eyes, I was left with some mixed feelings. I admit, I hated her and wanted to get back at her even more. But, after I recalled Sister Blue's education, still without a trace of emotion, he said, "Come in." Chapter 19, coming after me again. I walked back to the infirmary to clean and treat Miao Miao's wounds in preparation, while the young guard brought Miao Miao in and handcuffed her to the examination table, as per the rules. Then he smiled and told me, "Dr. Chen, there's blood all over the ground outside. I'll go take care of it. I'll leave it to you all." I nodded and glanced back at her, just in time to meet her sneaking glances at me, which made her a little embarrassed and hurry shyly out of the room. I was a little speechless inside. It seems that all the women here are, indeed, horny, both the inmates and the. I didn't say much, and took the saline, and cotton balls, and walked over to the examination table. I didn't look at Miao Miao, and she didn't look at me. The emotions of the two of us right now seemed a little subtle. It felt like a pair of lovers who were gambling, both waiting for the other to open their mouths first to break the silence. Especially Miao Miao. It seemed she didn't feel guilty because of the false accusation against me, but instead, she had a look of being more aggrieved. At this moment, she didn't feel like a death row inmate who was about to be shot, but more like a dainty and soft little Wan Nan woman. It's just that I don't dare despise her anymore, because I've seen her serpentine side, and I, too, must not think of her as an ordinary woman, a patient, but should think of her as a criminal, a vicious criminal, about to die, in the face of death. It is possible that such a poor and vicious person can do anything nefarious. So, I have to pull full alert, even though Sister Blue taught me to be mellow. Seemingly, noticing that I was staring at her, Miao Miao also showed weakness and turned her gaze to me. Another gleam of thirst erupted from those cunning eyes. "Doctor, I'm in pain, down there. She is so hard. That toothbrush stabbed me in that place. I feel rotten. You help me look at it." Miao Miao pretended to be pitiful. With that, she bit her lip and squeezed a line of tears out of her eyes as she waited for me to examine her. Eventually, it was she who spoke first. She knew very well that my presence here meant that her false accusations did not work, and she was smart enough to quickly learn that going against me would not be good for her. Instead of approaching her again, I sat down and told her coldly, "You've got to stop acting pathetic. I'm not going to trust you anymore. What do you mean by feigning pity? Look at me with injuries all over my body. Is this pretending?" Miao Miao asked me as she cried. She cried pearly, that aggrieved little emotion, in the eyes as teardrops dripping around. Jiang Nan woman's tenderness really let me this frontier brown man some cannot resist. Still, having learned from my previous experience, I didn't dare to approach her easily again. I said with a cold face, "Why do you want to make false accusations? Do you realize how devastating this will be for me? And how serious the consequences will be for your rehabilitation and second trial? You know, it's useless to accuse me falsely. This place is full of surveillance. Why are you so stupid? That part, how sensitive it is. You as a woman yourself know how much it must hurt when you get a hemorrhage." At my words, Miao Miao revealed a bitter smile. She didn't seem to be surprised by this outcome. Instead, he asked me extremely aggrieved, "Doctor, what can I do? I just want to live. If I don't complain about you and you report what I begged you for, I'll never have a chance to save myself." What's wrong with a person wanting to live? I feel very terrible about her comments. Angrily, I asked her, "You want to live, so you come to accuse me falsely? Do you realize how much this will affect me? There's a good chance I'll go to jail. I'm an innocent person. Is it fair for me to be slandered by a dirty person like you to go to jail?" My emotions got out of control all of a sudden. I thought of mellowing out every now and then, but, inside, I was really too angry, especially when I heard her say that there was no way out, with that particularly innocent demeanor of hers, which made me look like a sinner instead. In response to my questioning, Miao Miao did not answer positively, but instead asked me, "I just believed in love and helped bring something to the person I love, and I'm going to be sentenced to death. Is that fair to me?" I was speechless when I heard that she would really avoid her responsibility. I then laughed bitterly. Even a judge can't reason with someone. What am I, a doctor, going to reason with her? Talking about it would only lead her to the ditch. So I got up and walked over to her, and looking at her pearly face, I decided to teach her a lesson and show her that I'm no pushover. So I asked, "Where does it hurt?" "Down there, and my little tummy. It really hurts this time. They kicked my little tummy on purpose. It's so vicious," Miao Miao complained. I looked at the large bruise on her small stomach under her messy shirt and I knew that this time she wasn't lying. So, I reached out and pressed my hand to the bruise, and I purposely used a lot of force, and immediately she was in so much pain that she couldn't stand it. It hurts, It hurts me. Don't press it. Please don't press it. It hurts. Miao Miao struggled to push my hand away. I didn't pay attention. My hand was like a knife, pressing down. She died of pain, grabbing my hand, wanting to push away. But she was a soft Wannan woman. How could she have the strength to push away my hand? A Dianan man. Eventually, her pain was too much for her, and her entire body went completely limp like a pile of loose flesh on an examination table. I watched her close her eyes in despair, though it was hard on my heart. I don't want to bully anyone, much less use my privilege to bully anyone, because I know what it's like, and I was bullied by Ho Jing's dad. I hate that feeling of powerlessness being crushed by power. The anger inside me disintegrated in this moment, and once the smoke cleared, I gathered my strength and gently diagnosed her abdominal injuries, holding back my inner rage and desire for revenge. I gasped and asked her through clenched teeth, "Did it hurt?" "Ouch." She answered me weakly and with a very desperate tone. I said sternly, "If it hurts, grow a pair and don't do anything stupid again." My words caused Miao Miao to be very confused. Her eyes kept bulging to and fro, as if she was wondering what else she could do if she didn't do something stupid. But, after thinking about it for a long time, she couldn't come up with a single thing she could do right. I then said, "Okay, don't think about it. It's not good for you down the road. Take your pants off and I'll clean you up. It's going to be a tough time for you down the road." My words were like thorns, sticking into the tip of Miao Miao's heart one by one, and she sighed in a particularly helpless and breathless manner, before accepting, as it were, to take off her pants with no choice but to do so. Wait. Suddenly, I heard Zhou Qing's harsh and angry scolding voice, and I immediately turned around, and sure enough, I saw Zhou Qing holding a small book with Wang Yi behind her, angrily rushing into my infirmary. When she came in, she pressed right up against me, those stern eyes staring at me like a knife. I could tell by the look on her face, she's coming after me again. Chapter 20, I'm really not happy about it. Sure enough, when she opened her mouth, it was to question me. "Let me ask you, how did Zhou Yanhong know about Miao Miao falsely accusing you? Is it because you intentionally took advantage of the conflict between the inmates and took revenge on Miao Miao?" Zhou Qing sternly questioned me. When I heard that, a nameless fire went up inside me. Why did she take it so personally? And, it's also targeted to the point everywhere. She's right, I'm the one who used Zhou Yanhong to take revenge on Miao Miao. A cold sweat broke out behind my back. But, instead of denying it or affirming it, I just looked at Zhou Qing in silence. My silence made Zhou Qing very angry, and she scolded me sternly. "You have the guts to do it, but not the guts to admit it." Ha! Her chiding made me angry to the core inside, but I couldn't speak. I was wrong no matter what I said now, so let her go and question it herself. There is nothing she can do to me without proof. Wang Yi, on the other hand, was acting as a peacemaker, grabbing Zhou Qing and trying to pull her away. But Zhou Qing didn't give any face at all and directly opened Wang Yi's hand. Wang Yi was also on fire and said irritably, "Zhou Qing, what do you mean? Do you have any evidence? You just slandered Dr. Chen here. Are you taking personal revenge?" Zhou Qing said angrily. "Wang Yi, you don't have to put in a good word for him. I've already conducted a preliminary investigation into the 101 inmates. Their testimonies, you've also heard them. They said that Zhou Yanhong violently beat up Miao Miao in order to help this surnamed Chen come out of the woodwork. And before that, you've arranged for Zhou Yanhong to come to the infirmary to clean up the place. It must be that time when he instigated Zhou Yanhong to Miao Miao to carry out the beating in retaliation." When Wang Yi heard this, she looked at me, although she wanted to defend me. Zhou Qing's words left her speechless, and the way she looked at me, she also looked at me as if she was somewhat blaming me for not doing things properly. In response, I remained silent and didn't say a word. My silence seemed to have angered Zhou Qing as she pointed at me and cursed. "You shameless man, you're simply not human. You use your position to achieve your ulterior motives. You're simply scum. I will absolutely not allow the second supervisor to have someone like you stay." At her warning and threat, I was really going to explode in my heart. It was so hard for me to stay, and she wanted to kick me out again. I really don't know. Why must she target me like this? I feel tired. However, I know that if this matter is not handled properly, I may not only be ousted, but most probably, I will have to bear some charges. However, I could only pretend to be indifferent and say, "If you have proof, just go ahead and sue me." My words completely enraged Zhou Qing. Her face became extremely harsh, pointing at me and said, "You mouth hard, right? Okay, I will definitely investigate to the end. You can also rest assured, I as the prison administration section, although I can't control the things in the prison area, but, you staff, are still all in my hand to hold. You wait for me, I will definitely oust you. This scum, if you really did something illegal and criminal, humph, you will wait for the jail." Zhou Qing, words are words. After she finished speaking, she looked at Miao Miao and then asked in a stern voice, I'm asking you, what was the situation at that time? What do you have to charge? You can speak freely now. No one dares to threaten you. I didn't look at Miao Miao. I just sat down. I was angry, annoyed and apprehensive. If Miao Miao said something against me at this time, I believe Zhou Cheng would make a fuss. I don't have anything to say. I'm in a lot of pain and I just want Dr. Chen to treat me. Suddenly, I was quite a bit surprised to hear Miao Miao's words, but I was also relieved. Zhou Cheng, on the other hand, was extremely angry as she scolded. Are you stupid? I'm warning you. I'm giving you the chance to redress your grievances. If you can't grasp it, you'll have a hard time in the future. Humph, make it sound like you're so kind. If you're really that kind, why don't you talk to the judge and ask him to change my sentence? You're still not threatening me when you say that to me? Aren't you also threatening me to achieve your goal of targeting Dr. Chen? You're also shameless. Miao Miao cursed profusely. When I heard that, I looked at Miao Miao rather unexpectedly, not expecting that she would actually be so bold as to scold Zhou Cheng. And Zhou Cheng was furious, her eyes glaring at Miao Miao. But soon, she looked at me angrily, said to me, Surname Chen, don't think that you successfully passed the test. Just started it. I will now write a letter of complaint to the municipal party committee. If I don't get rid of you today, I don't believe in Zhou. Why must you target Dr. Chen? Are you targeting him? Or are you targeting me? If you're upset about the last promotion, just come at me, Wang Yi said with displeasure. Zhou Qing gasped and laughed, saying with great annoyance, Wang Yi, you're too high on yourself. I don't have you in my eyes at all. But I have to remind you, haven't you noticed that since this man surnamed Chen came, we've been in trouble in the prison one after another? Hasn't the originally well-organized work been broken by him? Now it's just fights between inmates. What about in the future? Wang Yi glanced at me and seemed to realize the problem as well. But soon after, she said sternly, I'm sure everything will be fine after Dr. Chen integrates into the group. Is it? Humph, I don't believe it. Zhou Qing snapped. After saying that, he bumped off Wang Yi and walked out. The young junior prison guards at the door were all scared by Zhou Qing and hurriedly lowered their heads to mop the floor, while Wang Yi was so angry that he pinched his waist and was on fire. My heart is even more apprehensive. Wang Yi said that Zhou Qing has someone above her. I don't know if I can still stay here if she writes this letter to the municipal party committee. I was holding a fire in my heart. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is it possible that, in my life, I'm just going to be hollered at and never get ahead in life? The stifling of my heart makes me indignant. Wang Yi saw my emotions, patted my shoulder, and said to me, she is a lot of meddling in my district's business. There I have heard clearly. She had to come to insert a foot, show her ability, but you do not need to have too much psychological burden. Work well, other things. I am the blue committee of the political party to help you carry the. When she finished speaking, she lowered her head and exchanged a glance with me, and I knew what she meant, which was that she wanted to make sure that it was not me who had asked Zhou Yanhong to take revenge on Miao Miao. I shook my head and didn't admit it, because I had never asked Zhou Yanhong to do that, and what she did was of her own free will, and had nothing to do with me. Seeing me shaking my head, Wang Yi was relieved and said, hurry up and clean up for Miao Miao. It's getting late. I have to go and arrange for the noon meal release. If it wasn't for the fact that I myself am hungry, I would really like to starve that bunch of gun down for a meal. When she finished, she patted me on the shoulder once more and then left at a rate. Once she was gone, I closed my eyes in stress and cupped my hands around my face, rubbing it vigorously for a few moments, and after catching my breath, I pinched the bridge of my nose. I know very well that I am in a very dangerous situation. I, for one, must find a chance to make my mark as soon as possible, or else, let alone turn the corner. I may have to get the hell out of here today. I can imagine Ho Jing's dad looking at my face after I'm whisked away. I'm really not happy about it. I know that there is only one person who can give me credit right now. That's Miao Miao. My eyes snapped open, staring at Miao Miao like a jackal and a hungry tiger. Chapter 21, can't hold back the longing within anymore. She was peeking at me too, so when my eyes went to her, she was startled at first, but soon, in the eyes, they became bugged. She knew what I was playing at. She was cunning, though, and only snickered for a moment before narrowing her eyes and silently dropping her tears. I didn't rush to speak. Instead, get up, taking a cotton swab, saline, and rubbing it gently over the wound on her cheek, widening it. The pain was too much for her to bear. Her tears kept flowing, and the expression on her face as she looked at me became very weak. I begged. I don't dare anymore. Don't hurt me, I beg you. I really hurt. Hearing her plea, I said blandly, it has to be cleared. Otherwise, it will get infected and leave a scar. Such a pretty little face, leaving a scar. What a pity. Oh, by the way, you're on death row, and it won't be long. Leaving a scar, it's no big deal. My words, as if stimulating her, she clenched her teeth, very reluctant like, but she did not open her mouth again, as if luring me step by step to fall into the cliff, playing lust with me. I wasn't in a hurry, but asked her, I've gotten your information too. Why are you so stupid at such a young age? In love, there's no such thing as love that isn't stupid. If it's not stupid, is it still called love? Miao Miao said. I laughed bitterly. She's right. I then tentatively asked her, any regrets? When she heard my words, she didn't know if they were genuine or if she was still acting, and she cried very uncontrollably. Extremely aggrieved with me said, say do not regret is false. I'm only 20-something years old. Ah, to die. But I know, regret useless. I can only persuade me in my heart, as long as he is alright. I'm relieved. I chose the road well. I'm just on my knees. I have to walk him through. Ha! She laughed to herself, as if the passage was a ridiculous joke. Her words, I believe, but still, with reservations. I asked her, who else is at home? Are there any preparations for the aftermath? I can do some humanitarian. No need. When I was arrested, my family cut off contact with me, and when I think about it, I was really too stupid to cut off relations with the family that gave birth to me for the sake of a man on the internet. Miao Miao said afterward. In response, I fell silent and stopped talking because, still, she hadn't chosen to open her heart and let me in, and was still wary and defensive of me. I continued to clean her wound. Seeing my silence, Miao Miao was a bit anxious. She hurriedly held my hand and said to me, that surnamed Zhou is targeting you. The entire first prison people do not like her. Everyone is scolding her behind her back. She is a very domineering person. Being targeted by her, it's very hard to bear, isn't it? We are all miserable people. Why don't we help each other? With that, she led my hand once again, wandering towards her undefendable territory. And this time, I didn't refuse, letting her lead me into the abyss of sin. I told myself that it was a sacrifice to dig up the case behind her, that it was worth it, and that it was just and bright, and that I had nothing to be ashamed of. She was biting her lip, pretending to enjoy herself, with that extremely pleasing look that made my heart, in fact, feel a sense of alienation. I think it's sad. In the outside world, I am a failed waste of space, unable to meet even the basic material needs of my girlfriend, trampled by the powers that be, and even breathless. But in this little piece of prison infirmary, I had actually become a savior who could control the lives and deaths of others, and she would sacrifice anything to please me in order to stay alive. I suppressed my inner resistance and asked her in an ambiguous manner, how can we help each other? To be discovered is to go to jail. Do you want me to be a prisoner with restricted freedom, just like you? I said this, but, instead of taking back my hand, I, instead, continued to give her hopeful encouragement. In response to my encouragement, she nervously said, risk and benefit go together, don't they? You can't just take any risk and try to succeed. It's impossible. Something has to give. I can't help but agree with her words. Seeing me nodding, she immediately said, as long as you operate it well, and play it up and down, it'll work. It's happened here more than once, or I wouldn't have thought to use this method. Would I? It's not clean here. There are gray areas. It's up to you to navigate them. Her words surprised me. It was hard to imagine that this little girl in her early 20s would have such a deep mind, so I raised my guard against her even higher. I then asked, how much can you pay me to take that risk willingly? When she heard this, she said anxiously as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, 2 million. 2 million is enough for you to buy a car and a house in the country. It's enough. 2 million? It is indeed a heavenly temptation. When I was an intern, I worked 17 or 18 hours a day, and my salary was only a little over $1,000 a month, so I was looking forward to getting a salary of 3 to 5,000 when I was transferred to a full-time job. So the 2 million is really an astronomical sum for me. If you think it's too little, I can still give you more. I'm a drug dealer. All I have is money. As long as you're willing to help me, money really isn't a problem. Miao Miao anxiously urged. From her anxious tone, I sensed that there was an element of lying on her part. I asked her, didn't you say that you were tricked into doing that kind of thing? So where did you get the money? Upon hearing my skepticism, she instead laughed easily and told me, if I don't say that, will the police let me go? Will the judge reduce my sentence? The only way for me to gain sympathy is to act pitiful. But alas, these heartless and cold-blooded people don't sympathize at all with what happened to me. I was extremely speechless when I heard her resentful words. She really didn't take the blame on herself at all. She really was incorrigible. Seeing my speechless expression, she instead became a bit complacent and carefully told me, I have a lot of money, all in cash. I rented a house, smashed a compartment out, and hid all the money inside. There are more than $100 million. As long as you let me get pregnant, and change the death sentence, all of this money, in the future, will be squandered by us. I heard her words, but I think it is possible. I have also read some news. There is a person who bought a house. Renovation smashed the wall. Suddenly smashed a compartment. The compartment inside all the money. There are also tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars. So it was possible that what Miao Miao said was true. Seeing my believing expression, she continued, do it, even if there is a possibility of committing a crime. But, at most, a few months to get out. I heard from my sisters in jail. The last time one of them was found out, she was sentenced to 8 months, or probation. Think about it, 8 months to make $2 million. What is this good thing? When I heard that, I frowned. She knows quite a bit. I pretended to be contemplative for a while and thought, the time is about right. So she nodded, pretending her hands were shaking with nervousness, unable to help the force, and she bit her lip in pain, but she didn't dare to scream out. Seeing her stoic look, I couldn't hold back the longing inside me any longer. In a small voice, he asked, so tell me, where is the place where you hid the money? Chapter 22, Increased Demands. Hearing my words, she was cautious instead, told me, you, get me pregnant first and I'll tell you. At her insistence, the nameless fire inside me whistled upwards in the bottom of my heart. She was really too cunning. She really didn't see the rabbit. I immediately said, it's not like getting pregnant is wrong. You don't trust me? You want to lie to me? When I finished, I showed a face full of skepticism. She hastily held down my hand to leave, and, as if aggrieved to the core, cried out to me, I'm afraid. Her soft, tender voice, the words I'm afraid made my heart tremble. As a woman, she is extremely qualified. Seeing me move, she hurriedly said, I'm on death row. If I don't succeed in this appeal, I'll be dead. There's no way back. That money, it's my last resort. Once I've told you, if you don't help me, I won't have a chance to live. You can't blame me for not trusting you. If it were you, would you be willing to hand over your last straw so easily? Hearing her rhetorical question, I gasped helplessly. She had a point. It was me, and there was no way I was going to hand it over easily. Seeing my look of approval, she hurriedly said, so, if you have sex with me once, even if you can't get pregnant all at once, we've kind of built a foundation of trust in each other, haven't we? When she finished, she grabbed my hand tenderly and led me deeper into the abyss. My breathing, as I walked down that path of apprehension and thorns, grew higher. Inside, I questioned myself with fear. Is it really necessary to sacrifice one's dignity and integrity for the sake of so-called justice? The answer, no. I'm not that noble. I'm not that enlightened. And I'm not ready to sacrifice everything I have for the sake of the so-called people, especially trading my body, my dignity for a chance to move up the ladder. Moreover, I am still deeply in love with Ho Jing. If I have a relationship with this Miao Miao, even for the sake of the so-called justice, the people, I also feel that it is a hurt and a betrayal of love to Ho Jing. Therefore, my hand quickly drew away from Miao Miao's sinful abyss, and the moment I saw my hand draw away, Miao Miao's expectant eyes instantly extinguished. I watched as the light in her eyes dimmed, wave after wave of despair covering her eyes before they became cold and dead, a feeling that I could empathize with, just like the moment Ho Jing told me she was breaking up with me. My whole life, I felt, as if it had lost its meaning. It's not that I'm weak, have low self-esteem, and don't have a big-hearted sentiment, but it's due to depression. Everyone gets knocked down at times, but the ability to successfully get back up is key. I want to stand up, and Miao Miao should want to stand up too. So, I want to stand up with her to help each other. I want to use her as a step to climb up, but absolutely cannot be so naive to be led by her again. I have to be my own master to do so. I thought about it for a while and came up with what I thought was a compromise. I whispered to her, to build trust, it is also you who compromise. To build trust with me is right. You do not care what method you use, whether it is through lawyers or your family, or your friends outside. First get me 2 million, the other big cake. You do not draw, I do not eat, also cannot eat. All you have to do is give me $2 million up front and I'll help you get pregnant. It's your only chance and the only ground I can go to. There's no negotiation. My words really gave Miao Miao a strong hope to live again. Her eyes gradually began to light up. I watched the tears flowing in her eyes. I knew she was trying to think of a way. I was very eager for her to accede to my request because, once she contacted someone outside to give me money, then the police would be able to follow the trail, and by then, I would apply for a reduction of her sentence. But, of course, whether or not it would be successful would depend on the law. I wanted to save her too, although I'm not a noble person, but I'm a kind person, and I really don't want to see someone I know die in front of my eyes. After thinking about it for a long time, she finally made a compromise. Extremely frightened, he said, I will apply for the opportunity to meet with a lawyer before the appeal. At that time, I will, through the lawyer, contact my friend outside. You go to the South Border Hotel, room 302, etc. there is the place where I agreed to meet with my friend. He will give you the money at that time. The ecstasy of hearing that, inside me, exploded instantly as she finally let go. This was a heavenly opportunity for me, and I was so elated inside that I wanted to cry out. I don't care who I catch in the end. I'm sure I'll get credit for it, and getting an establishment should be no problem. If you are lucky, maybe, you can even mix a position. At that time, no longer afraid of Joe Chang, that woman's targeting, but I had to suppress the ecstasy that was hardening me inside. I nodded excitedly, hand shaking to give Miao Miao medicine, my first time to cheat people. The heart is a bit of a thief. So, the hand shaking very badly. I am studying medicine, learned a lot of superb medical skills, but, just did not learn how to cheat people, especially not how to learn to cheat myself. I was scared in my heart, wondering if I would get too excited and make Miao Miao suspicious of me. So, I peeked at Miao Miao, but, well, she didn't look suspicious, just full of contemplation, calculating something. Soon, Miao Miao grabbed my hand and cried and said to me, "They beat me too much. When I come out from the trumpet, can you, don't let me go back to that house. Help me, give me a single room." I was so torn up and angry inside when I heard it, and I realized that the inmates here, they get their way, but whenever you make one concession, she immediately comes at you with a lot of excessive demands. I said anxiously, "I'm just a prison doctor. It's my first day on the job. I'm not even familiar with the environment here myself, and you're asking me to do this and that for you. Do you think that's possible?" Miao Miao said anxiously, "As long as you want to, you can definitely do it. I'll give you more money. How about adding 2,000? When I heard that, I was speechless, really speechless. 2,000. This woman is really smart. Instead of adding 20,000 or $200,000, she adds 2,000, which will make me think that the money, I will really get it. I knew that I was now hung up on her, and it made me start to wonder if her compromise was just another lie. But, I can't help it now, and I have no choice but to say yes in order to catch the next person in the deal. So, once again, I compromised. "Okay, I'll fight for you then." Chapter 23, Confident Provocation. My compromise gave her great satisfaction. She nodded her head excitedly and cried, "Dr. Chen, we're kind of not fighting. If I can survive, I'm willing to do anything for you. As long as I can survive, I can make you live like an emperor." I looked at her face full of autumn water, her emotions, really full. Then Zhou Yanhong will tease, always make me sympathize with her from the bottom of my heart. I gulped and nodded my head. "Okay, I trust you. Take your pants off and let's clean you up." She let out a and hurriedly pulled down her pants, which were already red with blood, before closing her eyes in agony, choking and biting her lip as she waited for the onslaught of pain. I didn't say anything more and examined her wounds, and when I saw the bloody lower body that had been stabbed by the toothbrush, I couldn't help but feel shocked. That image, it's unbearable to watch. One narrow, seminal wound after another rolled the flesh over, and even I, who had spectated a cesarean section, found these wounds horrifying. Of course, she deserved it, and the damage she did to Zhou Yanhong was horrifying. Itching to bite off Zhou Yanhong's flesh. This time of year is very emotional for me. Women can really make men ashamed of themselves when they initiate harm to a woman. I took the saline and cleaned her, and she shuddered in pain, the flesh on her thighs, all vibrating from the intense pain. However, she was very tolerant and actually gritted her teeth without saying a word and endured this pain. I looked once again at the delicate-looking Wanan woman who had shocked me in more ways than one. Whether it's the hypocrisy and cunning of the character or the toughness and rigidity of the flesh, it's made a huge difference in my view of women. I also put away all my inner prejudice and hatred towards her and concentrated on cleaning her wounds. The kind of wounds that, if not handled properly, could damage her for life. "Yo, Dr. Chen, why don't you draw the curtains?" When I had finished scarring Chen Yi, I heard Wang Yi's words and she folded back. I looked back at her, seeing her face turn blue. I knew that Zhou Chang was targeting me again, and presumably, the whistle-blowing letter had already been written. Although I already knew it in my heart, I still asked with a fluke, "Sister Wang, why are you back again?" When Wang Yi heard this, he didn't rush to answer me, but smiled and said, "Let's talk about it later. How is she? Is she seriously hurt?" I glanced at Miao Miao, who didn't have any expression of thirst, and reverted back to her state of anger and aggravation. I really admire this woman. Her acting, it's top-notch. I gasped and said, "It's quite serious. The lower body is full of open wounds. The risk of infection is extremely high, especially in the lower abdomen. There's bruising and, I'm afraid, organ breakage. So, if you can, arrange a single room for easy observation." A single room? Wang Yi was extremely surprised, and then he looked at Miao Miao with a stern look in his eyes, as if he knew that these requests were made by her. Wang Yi warned, "Prisoner Miao Miao, I'm telling you, don't think that just because Dr. Chen is new, he's easy to lie to and bully. I'm going to ask you again, do you need a single room? Miao Miao was in awe, but said, if the doctor thinks I need it, I need it. I'm a prisoner. What qualifications do I have to make conditions? That, to me, depressed me once again, and I realized that I really couldn't sympathize with her. She could really act and stomp her nose. Wang Yi looked at me, her face full of tightness, and I knew that she was very upset with me for asking so much, because she wanted to punish Miao Miao. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to do her job in the future. Still, I nodded and said, in my professional opinion, trumpets can't squat anyway. Wang Yi suppressed his inner dissatisfaction, then looked at Miao Miao and said sternly, fine, if you want to wear 10 kilograms of shackles, I'll fulfill you. After saying that, Wang Yi walked out. I knew she was going to get the shackles. I then looked at Miao Miao. 10 kilograms of shackles on the body. Thinking about it was a pain. I wonder if she will regret her little cleverness. Soon, Wang Yi came back, with Sister Shen behind her, and sure enough, she came back with a shackle that was twice as heavy as the previous shackle, and mercilessly put it on Miao Miao. Come down, Wang Yi said sternly. Miao Miao stepped down from the examination table and it was obvious that her legs were greatly restricted by the 10-kilogram shackles. Go, Wang Yi urged. Miao Miao secretly turned her head to look at me. Her eyes were thirsty. I didn't do anything in response. I watched her being pushed out and followed her to the door. I looked at Miao Miao's back. She was really miserable. Because the shackles were so heavy and rubbed her legs as if they hurt, she couldn't stand it and had to bend over and grab them to barely walk. Sister Shen, send her to the single room, Wang Yi ordered. Sister Shen nodded, and Wang Yi folded back again, pinching her waist and asking angrily, Dr. Chen, I find you, as a person, to be a bit of a goody-goody infuriating. Hasn't it been enough for you to be cheated by her once? When I heard that, I took off my leather gloves, not even bothering to wash my hands, and came to her, saying anxiously, quickly go find political commissar Lan. Hearing my words, Wang Yi was very angry, and finally, as if she couldn't hold it in, she wanted to teach me a lesson, but suddenly she thought of something. Hastily surprised, he asked, a breakthrough? I suppressed my inner excitement and nodded, and Wang Yi immediately got excited and patted my shoulder fiercely, very happy to say, hey, you told me so, come on, go. Wang Yi excitedly grabbed me and walked towards the administration building. While walking, also said angrily, you do not know. Zhou Qing wrote a whistleblowing letter, is discussing with the blue political commissar to transfer you to the matter. No matter how the blue political commissar to persuade, she did not buy, but also take the leadership of the municipal party committee to pressure the blue political commissar. The blue political commissar are given a headache. I still worry in my heart that this time cannot keep you. Want to come to you to do the ideological work. Hey, I did not expect. You actually have a breakthrough. Really great. When I heard Wang Yi's excited words, my heart became even more angry at Zhou Qing. This woman, she's really, it's also fortunate that I had a breakthrough. Otherwise, I would have been chucked out and rolled away for sure. Wang Yi and I jogged all the way to Lan Yan's office. The two of us hadn't even knocked on the door when suddenly the office door was opened. Wang Yi and I then saw Zhou Qing standing at the door with an extremely smelly face, with Lan Yan following behind her, with a serious look on her face, seemingly persuading Zhou Qing, but the effect was obviously bad. Wang Yi and I have not yet spoken. I heard Zhou Qing said sternly, Blue Political Commissar, this letter, I will definitely send out. My words here, he does not go, I go. After saying that, Zhou Qing raised the letter in her hand and hung it out to dry in front of my eyes with a confident sense of provocation. Instead of worrying about her confident provocation, I now had a sense of anticipation in my heart. I'd like to see that. Who will go today? Chapter 24, The Feeling of the First Reversal. As soon as I opened the whistle-blowing letter that Zhou Qing had hung out in front of me, this action made Zhou Qing extremely angry and surprised. She didn't seem to realize that I had the audacity to be so hard on her at this point in time, and she immediately went cross-eyed and tried to argue with me. However, I squeezed right past her, sending her body back a few steps and not stopping until I hit the doorframe. I was still a little worried in my mind when she got so angry at my actions that she immediately made a move to take me, because, from her tall and capable figure, I can see that she is a year-round sports plus training, and she definitely has kung fu in her hands, especially after seeing Wang Yi's tactics. I know it very well in my heart. Never underestimate these delicate-looking female prison guards. But Wang Yi solved my worries. She grabbed Zhou Qing's hand and sternly reprimanded. Zhou Qing, that's enough. Don't vent your personal feelings on your work. Dr. Chen has made a major breakthrough, and now he needs to report it to political commissar Lan. I hope you'll be sensible. Hearing Wang Yi's words, Zhou Qing's angry face became very surprised, and the look she gave me was filled with disbelief. but Political Commissar Lan was extremely pleasantly surprised and hastily asked me, "Little Chen, isn't it true that there's been a breakthrough in Miao Miao's case?" I immediately nodded my head and said, "Yes, there was just a breakthrough, but I'm not sure if it's what the police need." When I finished speaking, I glanced coldly at Zhou Qing, who also seemed to realize the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly retracted her intention to make a move. And Lan Yan got extremely serious and said, "Come in and talk." I gave a hum and walked into the office with Wang Yi, and after Lan Yan sat down, she said to me seriously, "Little Chen, tell me about the situation." I didn't hide anything and said truthfully, "First of all, I want to state that I never asked Zhou Yanhan to beat up Miao Miao." Lan Yan and Wang Yi both looked at Zhou Qing. The eyes of both people made Zhou Qing very uncomfortable. She was furious and wanted to say something, but was forbidden by Lan Yan's stern eyes. Lan Yan then said, "I believe in you, Little Chen, but, right now, I wish to focus on my work." I immediately said, "I'm not a selfish person either. I'm saying this at this time because, this is the cause. I'm aggrieved because of this. I'm talking to Miao Miao out of my heart and said something sincere. Also according to the Blue Political Commissar your education to communicate with Miao Miao and persuade her to fight for confession and leniency. And the fact that the Blue Political Commissar your education is a success." After a few times of sincere exchanges, Miao Miao revealed some deeper intentions. In response to my compliments, Lan Yan just smiled flatly, then patiently asked me, "Deeper? Be specific." I glanced at Zhou Qing, who also seemed to be very interested and had a very expectant look in her eyes. I didn't sell the story anymore, but said seriously, "She tempted me twice and offered to give me $2 million in money for a deal. Of course, I wouldn't make a mistake of principle, just to dig up the case behind the case. That's why I agreed with her. She told me that after the next, she would contact the lawyer on the grounds of the second trial, and then let the lawyer contact her friends outside to provide me with $2 million. The joint place in the Southland Hotel, room 302. She also said that this room is where she had an appointment to meet with her friend, and I suspect that this friend of hers is her handler, or a criminal of significant status, which should be considered a breakthrough, right?" My words made Lan Yan immediately nod her head in affirmation. She very seriously pointed at me and said, "Little Chen, this is definitely a huge breakthrough. From the time she came in, close to 2 years ago, we have never been informed of any useful clues from her. This clue, it is a huge breakthrough. You've done a very good job." When I got Lan Yan's affirmation, I was relieved. If this clue was useful, I would not have to be driven away. However, I still lustfully said, "It's good that it's useful. It's also, sort of, my repayment for Commissar Lan's education. And it's also counted that I didn't come here for nothing." My words caused Lan Yan to be extremely surprised, and also caused Wang Yi to feel a bad undertone. Wang Yi asked me very suspiciously, "Dr. Chen, what do you mean? What do you mean? It wasn't a wasted trip?" Lan Yan also looked at me full of worry. I smiled helplessly and said, "In fact, Officer Zhou is right. I, as a male, am not very suitable to stay here. I've only been here for half a day, and I've made the unit a mess. And I've also caused the originally harmonious collective to become full of grievances. So I think that I'd better resign, so as not to bring about any irreparable damage to the second supervisor." My words made Wang Yi sweat anxiously, and she hurriedly looked at Lan Yan, her face full of anxious pleading. "Lan Yan is also very serious," said Shao Chen. "You say this is not right. From the intelligence you dig out, it is sufficient proof. You in the second prison work position, very suitable. We more than 2 years did not dig out of the case. You only come half a day to dig out of the case. If you are not suitable, then all of us are not suitable. So, you will feel at ease to stay." Lan Yan's words completely reassured me, so I pretended to be worried and looked at Zhou Qing. As expected, Zhou Qing's face became extremely embarrassed, and Lan Yan followed my eyes to Zhou Qing and said, "Xiao Zhou, the whistle-blowing letter. I see, don't go and deliver it. Of course, if you truly feel that Dr. Chen is not suitable for our second prison, and you want to be bent on kicking him out, I'm all for it. After all, it's your freedom. But, I can also tell you responsibly that I think Dr. Chen is a good fit for the position, and if you feel that his presence makes your job uncomfortable, I can transfer you as well, and your father has always pushed me to do so, and it just so happens that this time, it's an opportunity." Hearing Lan Yan's words, the breath I was holding in my heart was released on all fronts, and I immediately looked at Zhou Qing. When I saw her handsome face, startled by Lan Yan's words, I felt great in my heart. Zhou Qing also gave me a particularly annoyed look, but there was nothing she could do about it. However, she didn't say anything more, but instead, she took the whistle-blowing letter in her hand and tore it into two in front of all of us. Then extremely sincerely and convincingly, he said to Lan Yan, "I will try to make self-adjustments, and, in the future, I will work together with Counselor Wang to help Dr. Chen get into work as soon as possible. Hearing Zhou Qing's words, I felt waves of pleasure in my heart, wave after wave. The emotions that had been targeted and suppressed by her were released in this moment like never before. The whole thing felt, well, like it was going to fly. This one was my first reversal of being called out in obscurity at the bottom. That feeling, it was so good. Chapter 25, It's tiring to live in a mask. This success has given me a burst of self-confidence within me like never before. I couldn't contain my inner excitement as I looked at Zhou Qing, like a general who had won a battle and came to defy the opponent I had defeated. I'll admit, I'm a bit of a villain, and I don't think, at this point in time, there's anything wrong with that sentiment, either. For my contempt, Zhou Qing was naturally furious with her breathing, her chest rose and fell, a blush appeared on her face, and her eyes were looking at me with intense anger. I didn't take her angry look to heart. Anyway, no one is going to kick me out now, and with Lan Yan backing me up, there's really no need for me to be afraid of her. Now, I'm going to grab the credit for this, and when I climb up the ladder, I'll never have to be afraid of anyone targeting me again. I hurriedly said to Lan Yan, Leader, now, what to do? Isn't it time to implement the next deployment and action? Hearing my words, Lan Yan didn't rush to answer, but instead contemplated with a serious face. I looked at Wang Yi. From her eyes, I also fully saw the anticipation and desire. She naturally wants to participate in this case. I naturally also hope that Sister Wang can participate in it. In this way, I can also be regarded as returning her favor. The two of us can also be regarded as supporting each other to take care of each other. However, before Lan Yan could make a decision, I heard Zhou Qing positively say, Political Commissar Lan, this case, as I see it, it's better to leave it to me to butt heads. When I heard that, I looked at Zhou Qing with extreme surprise. I really couldn't imagine that she could be so thick-skinned. I couldn't even imagine what kind of courage and qualifications she had to ask her to take charge of buttressing this case. Even if I am a newcomer, rookie, not qualified to dock this case, it is not her turn to dock, but also Wang Yi to dock. I was extremely unconvinced in my heart, and I didn't care what Lan Yan taught me about being smooth. I immediately asked her defiantly, on what grounds? Who are you to take my case? In response to my questioning, Zhou Qing said in a serious manner, First of all, I want to educate you about one thing. In the second prison, there is no whose case, only the collective case. Remember, you are not an individual, we are a collective. If you want to engage in heroism here, I can tell you right now, you're in the wrong place. Zhou Qing's questioning made my fire keep rising, but I couldn't refute her. She was sort of standing on the moral high ground, suppressing me hard. I didn't dare to look at Lan Yan because the fact that she didn't say anything meant that she supported Zhou Qing's lesson. So, I looked at Zhou Qing even more unconvincingly, and she understood my query. So she continued, Secondly, as the prison affairs section, I specialize in dealing with prison affairs, and I'm familiar with all the major divisions of the criminal police force. So docking, it's more convenient than you, and anyone else. So, for this case, it's most appropriate for me to dock it. When I heard that, I became extremely upset and asked angrily, Are you saying that you are more connected than all of us? You're really good at this, actually coming here in a dignified manner to show your identity background? My questioning made Zhou Qing extremely angry. She bit her lips fiercely, as if for my contemptuous questioning, very upset. However, very quickly, she calmed down. Instead, she was extremely thick-skinned and told me, as long as the case can be solved, and the crime syndicate behind it brought to justice, if the background is useful, then I, Zhou Qing, am not stingy to use the background. Whatever you like to say, just say it, I stick to my decision anyway. After saying that, she looked at Lan Yan. I was so angry that my chest felt so clogged. I was really going to be pissed off by her. I really haven't seen such a thick skin. I also looked at Lan Yan. Her face was in a difficult position, and I was very eager for her to hand over the case to me and Wang Yi to butt heads. But soon, Lan Yan made a decision and said, Little Wang, let's put dinner at the point, right? Make good arrangements, don't have any more accidents. Hearing these words, my heart, it cooled a great deal. Although Lan Yan did not explicitly say, but, I already know the result. She should let Zhou Qing to but this case. I was really unconvinced in my heart. Obviously I had unearthed the case. Why didn't you give it to me to butt in and hand it over to Zhou Qing? Even if I'm not suitable, you can still give it to Wang Yi. Why? Just because she's a second-generation government official with a background and power behind her? I looked at Zhou Qing unconvincingly, and she also looked at me with a serious face. The whole thing as if it was a matter of course, which made it most difficult for me to accept. Dr. Chen, it's time to eat. It's your first day here today. I'll have the cafeteria open a small stove. and our sisters in District 1 will do a little welcoming ceremony for you. Let's go, Wang Yi said to me. I was upset and looked at Lan Yan again, but, seeing her expectant eyes, I knew that she didn't want me to dwell on this matter. I was really unconvinced in my heart, but I couldn't argue with Lan Yan. I knew that she had already taken very good care of me. I also know that this whole thing may not be fair, but her decision must be the best. Otherwise, she wouldn't be the one sitting in this position. After calming down a bit, I said to Lan Yan, then, I'll go out first. Hearing this, Lan Yan was happy and relieved, smiled, nodded, and said, go ahead. I let out a glanced back at the rightful Zhou Qing, and helplessly left the office with Wang Yi. After I went out, I said rather stiflingly, Sister Wang, I wanted to fight for you. Why don't you fight with her? When Wang Yi heard this, he said graciously, hey, if you can't argue, it's useless to argue. Instead, it will make everyone's relationship very stiff. So let's just let her be. As long as you can't get away with taking credit for this case, I'm relieved that, at the very least, I'm doing a passable job as a life support committee member. After I heard it, I looked at Wang Yi's face, although her mouth said extremely dashing, but, from her eyes, I saw out extremely regretful look. I know that her heart is also very suffocating sad, but there's nothing we can do about it. Sure enough, Wang Yi sneaked out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, pulled one out and handed it to me. She herself took one, stuffed it into her mouth, and lit it up and smoked it. I looked at Wang Yi with extreme surprise and said, here, it's not a smoking area I'm in my own home, where it's all a smoking area, Wang Yi said with some dominance. When she finished, she leaned back against the wall and gulped down the clouds, and although she was smiling, I knew that her feelings of stress and indignation were at their peak. At this moment, I see another side of her. It was a far cry from the warmth, the righteousness, that she had shown before, totally a living in reality at the bottom of the struggle to climb up. But by the thorns along the way, bumpy obstacles, stumbling, tired of powerlessness. At this time, I suddenly realized that Wang Yi, it seemed like he was wearing a mask to live live. It's exhausting. Chapter 26, Cheeky eats a piece of meat. In this moment, I found a strong resonance with Wang Yi. I looked at her with a lot of heartache. My heart was mixed, although I was annoyed, but I was not as aggrieved as Wang Yi. I remember the way she looked at Lan Yan before. She was so eager, and she was also very good. But Lan Yan ended up giving the case to Zhou Qing. It's like, in a big family, the child who cries and fusses gets candy, and the child who doesn't get candy must be full of complaints. It's not that kids without candy don't make a mess, they just, well, know too much. I'm alright, after all. I dug up the facts of the case, and no matter how much she ostracizes me, she has to have me as a party present, so how can she not take away my share of the credit? Wang Yi is different. She must have been aggravated to the core, which was why, at this moment, she had removed all her masks of disguise. Not that she wanted to, rather, the heart is taught. Wang Yi saw my heartbroken look at her, so she smiled and waved her hand, signaling me to smoke as well. I was a bit constrained, but, holding his breath in his heart, he simply didn't care. He felt his pockets and couldn't find a lighter, and then he remembered that the lighter was in the infirmary. I then looked at Wang Yi. She also understood. I thought, she will give me a light, but did not expect, but slowly close to me, hand over the mouth of the cigarette, the two of us, so close to each other, the cigarette on top of the cigarette, and soon lit up. It's like two strangers to our relationship. It caught on in a flash. That feeling, it's marvelous. I took a drag on my cigarette and choked and coughed twice as she laughed and patted me on the shoulder, and I said, Dr. Chan as long as you are willing to stay, I am happier than anything. As for the opportunity, our second prison, never lack of opportunity. The future will be long. Is the gold, will always shine. Is the sharpest, will always come out of the woodwork. I let out a although I was still holding my heart, but I didn't want to say anything demoralizing in front of Wang Yi. It would be a spoiler. No smoking in here. At this time, when I heard Zhou Qing's words, the mood that I had just calmed down, all of a sudden I was upset again. I looked at Zhou Qing, who came out from the office. Her face was serious as she looked at me, and in her hand, she was holding a small notebook. It seemed like she was going to come up at any time to record something. I was just extremely upset, but Wang Yi smiled and took out the cigarettes, handing them to Zhou Qing with the intention of asking her to have one. However, Zhou Qing did not appreciate it and directly pushed Wang Yi's hand away, very much not giving him face. Wang Yi then said, Xiao Zhou, you're a bit out of place. Regarding Wang Yi's flirting, Zhou Qing was indifferent, but, instead of continuing to dwell on it, she said, the next one will not be an example. Wang Yi was also relieved after hearing this, smiling and looking at me. signaling me to hurry up and put out my cigarette. I really wanted to smoke 2 more. Of course it wasn't that I wanted to, but just wanted to go against Zhou Qing. But, to my surprise, Zhou Qing told me, "Thank you for not objecting to my buttressing this case." I heard what she said and it made me laugh. I don't object? Would it help if I objected? I really wanted to teach her a lesson so that she wouldn't get the better of me. But Wang Yi arched me, signaling me to say something polite. In my heart, I extremely don't want to be polite with Zhou Qing, because I know that she is not the kind of person who can be polite at all, and she came out to say thank you to me, and surely it was also Lan Yan who told her to say it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so raw, like it was perfunctory. So, I just wanted to gross her out a little bit. I asked her in a half-joking tone, "Thanks, that's it? Isn't that too insincere?" My words made Wang Yi very speechless. This is what she told me. She was allowed to joke with me. But, she knew that there was no way for Zhou Qing to joke. Sure enough, Zhou Qing asked seriously, "Then what do you want? Speak directly." I, for one, don't like to beat around the bush. I also immediately said, "It just so happens that I'm not someone who likes to beat around the bush. I just graduated and I'm a bit strapped financially. You should be the richest here. Lend me some money, turn around. I'll go to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities." When I finished, I dropped my cigarette on the ground and stomped on it twice with my foot. "I'll wait for you in the supermarket after the lunch break. All your daily necessities." I wrapped up, Zhou Qing said seriously. When she finished, she marched off at a rate. When I heard that, I was a bit surprised. I looked at Zhou Qing's back. I didn't expect that she would really lend it to me. I actually wanted to disgust her a bit. I didn't expect her to really agree, but I regretted it. I really didn't want to have any personal contact with her. Looking at her dead face made me feel nasty. I looked at Wang Yi, and she also laughed breathlessly, then flirted with me and said, "If you cause it yourself, deal with it yourself. Go, eat." When I heard that, I was quite helpless, and although I felt as if I had stirred up a pile of trouble that made me nauseous, there was nothing I could do now but to take one step at a time. I followed Wang Yi to the cafeteria. Eating here, too, is very strict. It is a prison district queuing up for meals. Prison district prisoners into the cafeteria before, or to search, come in, we have to sing. I stood on the side listening to, almost all of them are reform songs of the same kind, sung with little emotion, only mechanical coping with just. The scene of singing before eating made me think back to the time when I went to college for military training, and every time after we came back from military training, we needed to sing, and at that time, we were all breathless and mechanical to cope with it. After the song, everyone lined up to get their food. I looked at the beaten food and just cringed. I always thought the dogs would hate the food we feed them in the hospital, but seeing the food in the prison made me feel sick to my stomach. All vegan, radishes, seaweed, carrots, winter squash, and, all steamed, not a speck of oil in sight, bland, and it turns my stomach. I asked Wang Yi on the side in a whisper, "Do I have to eat these too?" Wang Yi smiled bitterly and flirted with me. "If you want to, it's not impossible." When I heard that, I was greatly relieved. This place is already very closed. If I eat even worse than pig food every day, I really don't know, can I survive? After these inmates were seated in order, Wang Yi briefly said a few words and let the police officers on duty watch over these inmates for dinner. The whole meal was very quiet. Not a sound came out. I am not sure how they did it. That atmosphere, it's depressing to me. Soon Wang Yi took me to the second floor of the cafeteria. We ate just as much as we could, and in addition to the vegetables we had fish and meat, and when I saw them I never felt that they would be so dear to me. When we were seated, all the prison guards, correctional officers, and related personnel from the first prison area came, and there were quite a few of them, more than 20 of them, in addition to Sister Shen, whom we had met before, and some other stewards. Wang Yi said something briefly to everyone, all about welcoming me and such, and all of them were very enthusiastic about me and said something about taking care of me. I was also polite to everyone for a while, then I sat down and started eating. Since the time for the meal was very tight, only half an hour, so even if everyone was very enthusiastic about me, they didn't dare to delay. They all hastily picked up a few mouthfuls of rice, ate almost as much as they could, and then hurriedly returned to the group. I'm not surprised, and I can adapt. When I was an intern in the hospital, eating was like grabbing pig food, very much in a hurry, and sometimes, when I went late, the cafeteria didn't even have any food left. There are also hot meals and separate stoves here, which is an improvement in living conditions for me. After finishing the meal, Wang Yi told me that she needed to arrange for all the prisoners to take a lunch break, and when that was done, she would arrange for me to be housed, and told me to go to the supermarket to find Zhou Qing to buy some daily necessities first. As I watched Wang Yi walk away, the strength of regret in my heart became even stronger. Don't you think you're being a? Why do you want to mess with that dead face? when she wants to pay you, do you want it or not? After a moment of chagrin, I put the bowl down and wiped my mouth. Muttered, thin skin, no food, thick skin, eat a piece of meat. She's got the cheek to steal my case in a dignified manner. What's wrong with me asking her to buy me some groceries? Don't want it for nothing. Chapter 27, Getting to Know Each Other from the Heart. The prison supermarket is right next to the cafeteria. I went out and turned left, and walked for a minute to get there. I just got to the entrance of the supermarket. I saw Jo Chang already waiting for me at the entrance of the supermarket. I was a little surprised when I looked at her face, which was a little red from the sun, and asked, "Wait, a while, right?" Jo Chang shrugged, then lifted her wrist, looked at her watch, and said, 5 minutes. I looked at the watch on her wrist. I recognize it. It's a Patek Philippe ladies' watch. Ho Jing also has one. More than 30,000. It's expensive. I don't think I'd have enough to buy one if I worked my ass off for a year. I am really a bit speechless in my heart. I can feel the gap between the rich and the poor in the hospital, even if it is not enough. Even in the prison, are always surrounded by the gap between the rich and the poor. That kind of feeling really suffocated. I was a little heartbroken when I saw her sunburned face, but now, I really can't feel sorry for her a bit. Seeing my inexplicably frustrated look, Jo Ching said to me, "Let's go. In the afternoon, I'm going to go to the city to do a docking with the criminal police team, so I don't have time to delay my efforts." When I heard her words, I held my breath in my heart, and without hesitation, I killed my way straight into the supermarket. I was a little burdened, but, looking at her with a Patek Philippe, I'm not burdened at all. Into the supermarket, let me quite a little surprise. I thought, the prison supermarket, just like a kiosk, only sell some snacks, daily necessities and so on. But once inside, I realized that it was actually no different from a large superstore. The goods are all over the place, not just household items, but everything. Cigarettes, alcohol, juice, Coke, Sprite, dry goods, etc. It's no different from the big supermarkets out there that have everything, even underwear and panties. However, the prices are not usually outrageous. I looked at the Sprite on the container, sold outside for $2.50 a bottle. Here actually marked $5. Even the ordinary $1 a bottle of mineral water, here actually sold $2 a bottle. I asked Jo Ching in a low voice, "This price, is it for prisoners, or everyone?" "Nonsense, of course it's everyone," Jo Ching said mercilessly. I was speechless when I heard it. Looking at the prices here, now I finally understand why the wages here are so high. If you are 3,000 to 5,000 a month, it's hard to live here, right? I was in front of the shelves, took a box of toothpaste, toothbrush, wash basin, and some other daily necessities. The other things, I was afraid to take, because it was too expensive. Generally more expensive than the outside to a double 2 times. I, for one, came from poverty, so even if someone treats me to a meal, I dare not spend lavishly. Of course, it's not that I can't afford to do so, but I think the value for money is too low. I pay twice as much for the same thing, and I just feel like I'm losing too much money. Once I was done shopping, I gave my stuff to the cashier and fumbled for cash from my pocket, ready to check out. Since cell phones are not allowed in prison, therefore, cash only. Seeing me touching the money, Jo Ching said sternly, I said, I wrapped it up. I wrapped it up. You dare to pay and try. After saying that, she took out a stack of cash from her pocket. A thick stack, probably around 3,000 to 5,000. Her bossy streak really got under my skin. That's all? Huh? Jo Ching asked me. I nodded and said, that's enough. Jo Ching blanked me, did not say anything to me, directly into the shelves. I do not know what she went to do, but also lazy to care about her. I now just want to hurry to end with her this dead face private time together. Really uncomfortable, but also each other look at each other not good. Soon, I saw Jo Ching holding a large pile of snacks over. There were peanut rice, tiger skin phoenix claws, spicy strips and some other snack goods with and without. As soon as she threw the stuff on the counter, it immediately piled up into a small mountain, and I was amazed just looking at it. I didn't realize that, for someone as serious as she was, she actually loved food so much. That's a lot of snacks. I'm guessing it's a couple hundred. Soon the cashier settled the bill, and when the price list came out, my scalp went numb. For that much, it was over $1,000. I looked at the series of numbers. I feel heartbroken. These things, go to Zhao Yiming snack store. 300 to 500 will be done. But I can't care anymore. After all, it's Jo Ching's family's own money. Once the bill was settled, the cashier brought a large bag and asked, for one piece? I immediately said, no, separate bags. These food, separate from household items. Load a piece. Jo Ching said domineeringly. Then it was time to start putting it on myself. Curious, I asked. No, you didn't buy these for yourself? Bought it for you. Jo Ching said coldly. I looked at her very speechlessly, and said anxiously, "What are you doing buying these for me? So expensive." "No, you give me a refund. Too expensive. I don't want." I hurriedly postponed, but Zhou Qing sternly opened my hand and said very domineeringly, "Don't want it. I have to have it." I said, "Your daily necessities, I'll cover it all. You just collect it. What to buy, I decide." I was really speechless in my heart when I heard her bossy words. This woman is really bossy and powerful. However, my heart is also a little bit of beauty from the side to find that this woman hate to hate, but really is also real and not at all false head. "Two more huazi." Zhou Qing pointed to the cigarettes behind the counter. The cashier took 2 huazi over for Zhou Qing. I looked at the price. My heart broke, because it was too expensive. Although I don't smoke, but I also know that this kind of cigarettes, outside is only more than 600 apiece. But here is more than 1,000. After Zhou Qing took the cigarettes, she stuffed them directly into the red bag, carried it and handed it to me. I scared and tried to take the cigarettes out, but Zhou Qing opened my hand with a slap. Very sternly, he said, "If you don't want it, throw it in the trash when I'm gone, but if I buy it for you, you'll have to keep it for me." With that, she shoved the red bag into my hand, leaving me rather speechless. Watching her rate leaving the supermarket, I lowered my head and looked at the bag in my hand. The heavy feeling that made me feel a little mixed in my heart. "Come here and smoke one with me." Suddenly, I was particularly surprised when I heard Zhou Qing call out to me, and watched her walk towards the smoking room next door. She smokes too? I followed with intense curiosity, and came to the smoking room next door to the supermarket, where 2 prisoners in blue vests were smoking, and seeing Zhou Qing come in, the 2 were so frightened that they hurriedly put out their cigarettes, and drilled out in a grayish manner. I looked at it and was speechless, pointing at the 2 blue vests and asking, "Isn't it said that there are no light offenders here? How come there are 2 blue vests here?" Hearing my words, Zhou Qing smiled disdainfully and rolled her eyes before taking out a carton of cigarettes from her pocket. After unwrapping it, he told me, "It's your first cell block without a misdemeanor." When she finished, she tossed me a cigarette, and I followed, looking at her unexpectedly as she held it to her nose and sniffed it, then held it in her mouth and looked at me, signaling me to light it for her. I hurriedly touched my pockets, but after half a day of touching, I didn't touch the lighter. However, I soon saw the electronic cigarette lighter hanging on the wall. I hurriedly wanted to take it, but Zhou Qing pulled out her pockets, touched out the lighter, and threw it to me at the rate. I hurried over, snatched her lighter and rather humanely lit her cigarette. She also withdrew her seriousness and looked at me with a particularly playful smile, then lent a hand to the fire, lit a cigarette, took a drag, and exhaled smoke with extreme release. Looking at her as she gulped down the smoke, I could tell that she was an old smoker too. I got curious and asked, "Don't you, not smoke?" She exhaled smoke toward me in displeasure and disgust. "I just don't smoke outside of the rules. You are prejudiced against me." I giggled when I heard that. It was true when she said that, but I smiled back and said, "Likewise to each other. And how are you not prejudiced against me?" When I finished, I lit my own cigarette, took a drag, and exhaled smoke at her, despite my provocative attitude. However, not only did she not get angry, instead, he looked me up and down, eyes extremely playful with me. Then, each other out of the heart. Understand? Chapter 28, Lips and Lips responded to me. I was also extremely surprised by her ambiguous attitude, and as I looked at the playful look between her eyebrows, I felt that it was like she was also living with a mask on. I just shook my head breathlessly, wondering if they were tired of living like this. I smiled and asked her, "How do you know?" Zhou Qing exhaled smoke and said with a smile, "I've seen your information. It's excellent. A graduate student of the First People's Medical College of Southern Border. Your education is higher than mine. If you continue to further your education, the examination for the doctorate should not be a problem." When I heard that, I leaned back against the wall with my head up, looked at the transparent dome, exhaled smoke, and watched as the smoke rose into the headspace and was stopped by getting the dome saying that it looked transparent, but gave me no way out. Eyes full of helplessness and despair. I also fantasized about working and getting a doctorate at the same time, thinking that if I could get a doctorate, Ho Jing's father should think highly of me. However, he didn't even give me a chance, and directly shoved me into this hole of a prison, where a degree is basically out of the question for me, and where, well, there's a chance to move up the political ladder a bit. I also know that you were shoved in. You liked someone you shouldn't have. So, doomed. You're going to be cleaned up, Zhou Qing teased. As I listened, I felt extremely harsh and asked irritably, "What do you mean? I like someone I shouldn't? Is it wrong to like someone? Is it wrong to be liked? What's wrong is this world. It's the prejudice of you people in high positions of power. People like you? How do you know that people like us have no future? The future? Who can be sure? I said, and smoked hard, holding a breath in my heart. Not convinced. I harbor a fire in my heart, full of wanting to dry out a career, so that those who look down on me, hard to be hit in the face. Zhou Cheng smiled indifferently at my emotional outburst and said, "Do you know me?" When she finished, she exhaled smoke at me again. I looked at her curiously. It seemed that in private, she was not so much organized, let alone shutting people out, but, instead, eager for others to get to know her as if she were. I smiled and said, "I know you're a second-generation official. Your old man is quite powerful, and political commissar Lan has to listen to him." Zhou Qing asked me, "Envious?" I shook my head, but said bitterly, "It would be a lie to say I don't envy it, but, I'm resigned to my fate." Zhou Qing laughed and said, "You really should envy me. My father is a hand of the municipal party committee. The end of the year is going to go to the province. My whole life," he gave me a clear arrangement. "I can tell you responsibly, my life is sitting in the office, blowing cold air every day. Are you trying to die, but also cannot catch up?" I wasted to the end of the retirement, at least as a whole retirement treatment. My starting point is your end. I was really pissed off at what she said. Yes, where she starts is where I end. I'm in prison, working my ass off until I die. Ceiling, and I'm a hall pass, and a ING deputy. The fate of man is, indeed, unfair. But then I got curious. I looked at Zhou Cheng and asked, "Why so rebellious? Why come to prison?" Zhou Cheng said very domineeringly, "No other meaning, just want to tell my old father with a stinky and hard temper. I rely on my own efforts. I can also do better than he arranged. The facts prove. As it turns out, you're nothing without your old man." I teased sarcastically. It feels so much better to say it. Suddenly, she kicked me. Not hard, but it made me feel her anger, and I laughed out loud as I watched her get so angry that her eyes turned red. Flirting? I'm telling the truth, and the truth always stings. Zhou Qing laughed, exhaled smoke, and said, "You're right. The truth is, without my dad taking care of me, I'm not, but, the more so, the more I want to prove myself. So, this time, when I have the chance, I'll rob you of your chance. I know that you're not convinced, but, you have to put up with it, and that's the advantage that I have over you." When I heard that, I laughed helplessly and bitterly, putting out my cigarette and looking towards Zhou Qing. I just wanted to say something back to her. Instead, she laughed and told me, Do we have to hurt each other so much? Well, what else? Can still love each other? You such an official second generation. I can't climb up. Hi, I flirted. She said sarcastically, "Yo, hurt, you've been educated once, and you've got a shadow for life? Don't dare anymore? If you're a wimp like you won't last long in District 1. District 1 is full of hardened criminals. All the death row inmates, felons, and violent criminals are in District 1. If you're a bit softer, they'll eat you up. Think about the last Dr. Gee, it was so tragic. His neck was bitten off." When she finished speaking, she glanced toward my crotch, a flirtatious sarcasm in her eyes that was intense. "Don't get so close to the female inmates in the future. In case your thing gets bitten off, your life will be ruined. After all, that thing is the only thing you have an advantage in this prison." Zhou Qing sarcastically said. I was annoyed and said, "What the hell do you mean? That's stabbing me in the heart? This is ING stabbing me in the heart?" Zhou Qing smiled disdainfully and said, "There's no way. Who told you to be gutless? White rich beauty like me, put in front of you, you don't even dare to climb high. If you don't dig at you, who do you dig at? The weak is to be trampled on. This is the iron law. If you want to blame your incompetence." Her sarcasm made my lungs explode with anger, and I threw my cigarette down hard and stomped on it twice. "A little uptight," he said. "What do you mean by that? You're too long without a man and you're lonely? Do you want me to pick you up?" "Yes, you just say it. Why beat around the bush?" "Yeah, that's what you said. How about that? I want you to pick me up. Do you dare?" Zhou Qing asked me with glaring eyes. I look at her aggressive attitude and my blood rushes to my head. Her aggressive attitude really stifles me. I then impulsively said, "Okay, I'll pick you up now. I'll pick you up, okay?" Zhou Qing laughed extremely mockingly and asked me, "Who wouldn't say it with their mouth? Come up with something practical." I looked at Zhou Qing's scornful eyes, as if it was just telling me again that I'm a coward, and that all I can do is shoot my mouth off, and I don't know why, but I think I'm a sensible person. But, stimulated by her, I soon lost my reason, and impulsively and immediately pounced on her and kissed her on the lips with great exasperation. The moment the kiss hit her lips, I knew I was done for, and I felt that she would have deliberately provoked me to try to clean me up. This would be a real drag if she sued for sexual harassment, and that would be the end of my career. I was extremely chagrined in my heart, and as I looked at Zhou Qing with my eyes wide open, I could imagine how she was going to brutally beat me up next. and then twist me around to political commissar lawn, and finally lash me with an extremely cold and heartless tone. But, to my extreme surprise, she didn't do it, nonetheless. Instead, they also, lips on the move by, responded to me. Chapter 29, Be My Boyfriend. The moment the two pairs of hot red lips touched, I felt that the whole thing burned. That feeling, it's amazing. There's a tense, exciting, feverish feeling inside, but I don't dare to be too indulgent. After all, her character is there too. Just as I was hesitantly in a state of dilemma and fear, she made a further move by hugging me as if she was moved to a deeper level of entanglement with me. I watched her eyes close tightly, her mesmerized expression, her whole being in a state of selflessness, and, with that slender hand, searching for my bottom, I feel weird inside. It's also a little too much for my macho heart to handle, and I'm immediately going to turn the tables and my hands are immediately going to climb up to that unattainable peak. Suddenly, her body jerked around, and I felt my body fly up, followed by a heavy fall to the ground. This sudden change of events instantly confused me. I was surprised to lie on the ground and looked at Zhou Qing in shock. She licked her lips contemptuously, then spat, with a roguish feeling after playing with her feelings that hurt me inside. I feel like she's toying with me. You, what do you mean? I questioned her, furious to the core. She was leaning against the wall with her hands in her pockets in a flowing manner, a world away from her previous serious character, a complete different person. She smiled and told me, nothing else, just, kinda like you. Angry at her words, I asked angrily, you like me? You like me and you give me an over-the-shoulder drop? That's what you like? Zhou Qing didn't get angry at my exasperated questioning and didn't rush to answer anything. She just pointed to the police badge on her uniform. When I looked at it, I seemed to understand what was going on. It was a lunch break and a private time. But, after all, I was still wearing my uniform, and the sanctity that this uniform represented was not to be offended. I looked at her gradually serious and earnest expression and just felt incredible, muttering and asking, like me? Didn't feel it? How is it possible? Shouldn't be? Can't see it? People like me. Zhou Qing revealed a bashful smile at my self-doubt and said, be confident. After all, you're the only man in the whole of the second prison, and you're also a little bit handsome. I smiled bitterly when I heard that. It was a great truth. I am a social sidekick, only in this infamous prison. I can still grab a little bit. Be my boyfriend. Zhou Qing said bluntly. I feel incredible. I did not expect, before also tit for tat Zhou Qing, this time, can so bluntly let me be her boyfriend? This for me, too fast, let me a time cannot accept, brain is blind. Think about it, I said with some urgency. I have my considerations. Ho Jing, although forced by her father's pressure, dumped me, but, my feelings with her, has not drawn to a close. I still have obsession with her. I still have to prove myself to her. So, other people's emotions? Temporarily difficult to accept. Zhou Qing shrugged his shoulders, then said seriously, I advise you to be a little self-aware. With me, a great help to your life. The so-called, the choice is greater than everything. You choose the right. I guarantee that you can go all the way to the green clouds. Choose the wrong. I laughed a little breathlessly. I really couldn't take this daddy-heavy threatening persuasion from her. I said I'll think about it. I shot back at her defiantly. For my toughness, Zhou Qing pointed at me and said sternly, the second supervisor is very complicated. It's simply Ashura, especially the first district, especially Wangi. Don't be fooled by her. Don't ever think that she's gentle and passionate and uncontested in the world. I advise you to better understand how the youngest first-grade superintendent of the second supervisor came to be. And after you understand that, it's best to keep a distance from her. I was furious when I heard it, so angry that I pinched my waist and asked irritably, are you interesting? I thought you were a real person. I did not expect to gossip behind people's backs. Seeing my exasperated expression, she then opened the door of the smoking room in a dashing manner without a smile and left. Looking at her dashing back, I had some inner turmoil. What the hell is she doing? I couldn't figure out what Zhou Qing was up to. I couldn't help but lick my lips. The lipstick she was wearing had a sweet tangy orange flavor, the kind of flavor that made people go to their heads, just like her personality, full of excitement. And Zhou Qing's daddy-heavy personality also made my heart create a desire to conquer her. Zhou Qing is a very different existence from those inmates. Although Zhou Yanhong, Miao Miao, both seduced me, but I am full of resistance and disgust to both of them, and even feel dirty. But, with Zhou Qing's intimacy, emotional collision, I feel that it is very stimulating, and also very healthy. However, I didn't feel Zhou Qing's fondness for me, and I felt that she was purposefully toying with me. What purpose does she have for me? Lust for flesh? There are, but, I think, there's more to it than that. I can't figure it out, nor can you see through it. The people in this prison seem to wear masks so that I can't get a feel for their true colors, but I don't dare think about it much. It's better to just be honest for the time being and get used to the work environment here. I opened the door, ready to go out, but saw Wang Yi also to open the door. After seeing me, he smiled and said, "My goodness, you can really be so much? A few thousand, right?" I laughed and said, "Hey, she stole our case. What's wrong with ripping her off? Come on, let's eat together." I purposely snorted with Wang Yi and took out a few small snacks to be handed to him. Wang Yi is not polite with me, took it in his hand, then told me, "The dormitory is arranged for you. The meal card of the cafeteria is also done for you. I helped you to charge $200 in it. It's enough for you to eat for a month." When I heard that, I hurriedly pulled out my pocket to give her money, but she smiled and said, "Give me the salary next month. Come on, I'll take you to the dormitory." Saying that, Wang Yi pulled me towards the dormitory, and I didn't politely talk to Wang Yi, carrying a big bag of snacks. I followed Wang Yi to the staff dormitory building. The staff dormitory building is 1 kilometer behind the administration building. In and out there are police officers standing guard to register. The management is also very strict, but for Wang Yi who has adapted to this place, it is very easy, just like going in and out of his own home. I'm still a little constricted in my mind. After entering the staff building, I occasionally encountered a few colleagues from the morning shift who greeted Wang Yi, and I followed with a smile and simply coped. These lesbians, still bold in style, not only smilingly survey me, but also while walking also talking about me, like never seen a man is rare. This caused a feeling of superiority to arise within me, uncontrollably, because, on the outside of the prison, I wasn't even a chattel. But, here, I've actually become a rare species, and it's hard not to be superior. Soon, Wang Yi led me upstairs to the 3rd floor, which was a row of rooms not much different from the prison area, the only difference being that the doors could be opened freely. Standing in the room closest to the elevator door, Wang Yi opened the door and said cheerfully, "My great Dr. Chen, welcome home." Chapter 30, Am I really that sought after? Home? I was quite surprised when I heard that. To be honest, it's hard for me to think of the staff dormitory as home, even with Wang Yi welcoming me so warmly. I poked my head out and glanced towards the inside of the dormitory, and as soon as I did, I was extremely surprised. I thought it was the kind of 8-room dormitory when I went to college, and the condition and environment must be very simple, but what I didn't expect was, the room had a couch, TV, and other home appliances, and was very clean, neat, and all the furniture, utensils, and placements were organized. What surprised me more was that on the dining table, there were actually photos of Wang Yi's life. I looked at Wang Yi somewhat woodenly and asked, "ISN-T at that I said, take me to the staff dormitory? How come to your home?" When Wang Yi saw my blank expression, he laughed somewhat breathlessly, pointing to the room. He said, "So this is the staff dormitory." Saying that, Wang Yi brought me slippers and urged me to change into them. I had no choice but to change into slippers under her urging, and then I was enthusiastically pulled into the room by her. After entering the door, I couldn't help but survey the room, and to be honest, the environment here was 100 times better than what I thought it would be, and more exquisite than all the houses I've lived in. I said with great envy in my heart, "This should be, the unit gives you a share of the house, right? It's better than the houses sold in the city. That is of course, our second prison is a national key prison, this welfare treatment, or a guarantee, but the house is a little small, only more than 80 square feet, when we get married in the future, but can apply for a little bigger, and can be in the city. This unit's house, it's just barely enough to live in when you're working. Living at home, that's not appropriate," Wang Yi said naturally. Then it was time to take off my uniform, open the refrigerator, and get me a drink. She was very laid back and enjoying her lunch break. However, my heart, on the other hand, was stirred by her words. Stunned, he asked, "Tie the knot and get married? We married?" Seeing my dismayed look, Wang Yi laughed, patted me on the shoulder and said, "Just an analogy. Why, Dr. Chen, don't you want to marry me?" When she finished, she looked at me sternly, with a threatening warning, and I knew she was joking and didn't take it to heart. Just smiled and said, "I have nothing now, is not married, dare not think of, first to stabilize the work before." Wang Yi laughed and said, "That's right, it's good to have a cause." With that, she opened a door and told me, "From now on, you'll live in this house and I'll live across the street." I walked into the room and looked at the empty room with a bed and a computer desk. Just no computer, but it was still clean and tidy. However, I was a little resistant inside and asked, "No, the two of us, live in a house? Is this appropriate? I am a man after all. This will not let people gossip? This is a bad influence on you, right? That's fine. I'll arrange for you to share a room with Political Commissar Lon. That way, you won't be afraid of people gossiping. Wang Yi joked. I hastily screamed. That's even more inappropriate. You want me to die, don't you? Are you kidding me? You're in the same room as Lan Yen? Although she takes care of me, I really can't handle that pressure to live with her. Seeing the screaming and suffering, Wang Yi laughed out loud. Then explained to me, our second supervisor are all female employees. Only you are a male employee. The staff apartment is relatively tense. Everyone else is a 4-person standard room. I was divided into a 2-person standard room because of my higher rank, which used to be lived by Zhou Qing. However, Zhou Qing transferred and also applied to move out of the dormitory, so it's empty. So, it's arranged for you to come over. Of course, if you don't want to live with me, I can also arrange other rooms for you. Of course, it's all still lesbians as well. After hearing this, I hurriedly said, forget it, it's better to live with you, and live with other people. It's even more inappropriate. At least, we are still familiar with some of it. When Wang Yi heard this, he rolled his eyes and said seriously, I'm just saying this. How dare you want to go to other people's place? A big handsome guy like you is the meat and potatoes. I won't let you go. There is such a good opportunity to bolt you to my house, to have a near water first, to cultivate a good relationship. Strive to take you down within the year, and enter the marriage hall with you, Wang Yi said, then opened the refrigerator and took out 2 apples to the kitchen to clean them, then said, clean up, come out and eat a fruit, then take a nap. When I heard that, I was even more speechless, and after dropping my stuff down, I walked to the kitchen and looked at Wang Yi's back, asked, no, Sister Wang, are you telling the truth, or are you lying? Of course it's true, Wang Yi replied, then turned around and asked, what, you don't want to get married or, don't want to marry Sister Wang Mi? When she finished, she turned back to me and smiled brightly. I looked at her smile and laughed back in amusement. Although being fought over made me feel good inside, it also made me a mess. I told her, don't you have to talk to your parents? We've only known each other for a day. Do you know me? You are going to marry me. You are not afraid. I am a scum? I know my tone is a bit heavy because I do get so messed up by them, so it's inevitable that the emotions are a bit heavier. However, Wang Yi still looked at me with an unhurried smile, and after ruffling her long hair, she said to me, brother our business, other skills may be insufficient, but the ability to look at people is definitely a glance to see a lifetime. You, on your first day here, you withstood the temptations of a death row inmate, such a beautiful female inmate. Who made that kind of explicit seduction to you? The fact that you can even hold your ground, and feel that physical contact with her, makes you feel dirty, proves that you can't be any kind of bad character. Of course, you also have a big disadvantage, that is, not confident, not as rational as other doctors, very emotional, and always suspicious of this, suspicious of that. You should do criminal investigation, not doctor. When she finished, she playfully flicked a droplet of water toward my face. The splash of water on my face, the cold sensation, instead of calming me down, made my mind even more confused. It seemed to me that what she was saying was true, and not a deliberate attempt to swindle me for the sake of keeping me in her so-called position as a helpmeet member. However, having been hurt once, I'm still a little afraid to trust her too much. Who knows that her parents aren't in the category of Ho Jing's parents? Again, I asked emphatically, don't you think about your parents' opinion? What if they think I have no future? Then, what does that make me? At that time, you'll break up with me again by telling me, as easily as you do now, that we're not right for each other? In response to my precarious words, Wang Yi once again turned back to me, this time not so playfully. Instead, he said very seriously, brother I am 28, and still working in the prison, women's prison no men, I do not get married, menopause are coming, it's hard to come by a sunny and handsome one, they're definitely urging me to chase after him, and don't worry, they don't care about material things because I don't lack material things, you're just too unconfident. Her words made my heart burned up a strong hot to come, this hot, make me become impulsive. Her simplicity, sincerity, made me feel that it was a bit more reliable than Zhou Qing, but I still feel that it's too magical and makes me question some of it. Am I really that sought after? I immediately walked over and wrapped my arms around Wang Yi's waist from behind. She was surprised and looked back at me, because I was very tall and she was shorter, so she presented a kind of supine look to me. I stared into her eyes, at her red lips, and inside me, I had a strong urge to see if she was serious or if she was staying to swindle me and play me. I want to kiss her. There's no mistaking the feeling of flesh. If she rejects it, or simply doesn't feel it, there is no passion. I think that there would be no point in fooling yourself. Chapter 31, Anxiety. Just when I was in a hurry to try Wang Yi, suddenly, Wangi stood on her tiptoes and kissed her red lips on my lips. The warm feeling made me subconsciously back away to avoid her kiss, and my heart was shocked. I looked at Wangi with dismay. I didn't expect that. She just kissed over so straight and cool. Seeing my dismayed look, Wangi snickered and said, "With your guts, you still want to sneak up on people, huh?" I gulped in embarrassment. "Yeah, I've never been the bold one." Wangi elbowed me, pulling my eyes back, asked me, "Still think I lied to you? Want to test me?" I looked at her with eyes that seemed to carry some kind of hungry desire, stronger than mine. I nodded, and the fire inside me ignited, and from the moment she kissed me, I knew that she wasn't lying to me, and meant it, even though we didn't have much of a relationship yet, but her desire to get married was real. Wangi said with a smile, 28, brother, although I am a prison guard, but the premise that I am a woman. Look at the pimples on my head yet? No longer find a man to get married. It is going to leak. Did not lie to you." After saying that, she once again put her feet up to kiss me, and this time, I didn't hide, and a strong wave of gratitude welled up in that abandoned heart. I was bold, and took her in my arms, kissing her, lingering with her, and she was raw, but eager, but not impatient, and even in her lust, she was organized, but not me. My broken heart, instead of quieting down after this moment of comfort, was in desperate need of more placebo. My hand, uncontrollably, went to grasp the remedy that could comfort my inner hurt. She obviously sensed my attempt, but did not stop me, just left a light bite between my lips, which made my stormy heart calm down at once. I hastily drew my sword, but, again, she encouraged me to continue with me in general, which made my fearful heart, again, seduced by her comfort. However, after I did want to continue, she pulled away cleanly from tangling with me. I looked at me with winks, but said serious words. Although the organization does not interfere in the private life of employees, but discipline is still necessary. Wait, off duty, leave the unit. She may have been too shy to say what she was going to say next, but I knew it by heart. I took a deep breath and swallowed. Instead, I started to get apprehensive inside, a little fidgety when the real feelings hit me. I hurriedly let go of her, regretting what I had just tried to do, and said, I just, that what? I stammered and tried to explain clearly, but I couldn't explain clearly at all, while Wangi placed another kiss on my lips and gagged me, telling me not to continue, then told me, "On your lips, there is Jo Chin's lipstick flavor. Did you kiss her? Or did you promise to be her boyfriend?" When I heard it, my face turned even redder, and I said anxiously, "I didn't say yes, just said, think about it." I was already sweating inside. Wang Yi's mind was too delicate, and this was discovered by her. Seeing my apprehensive expression, Wang Yi joked and laughed a little, then said seriously, "No one is rushing you, forcing you to be with whoever. You are free. Don't like me. It doesn't matter. Feelings, that's the way it is. Talk to be together. Talk to not be together. Do not have to be forced to be difficult." I heard her words, and my anxious heart, too, sank. She seemed to have a magical power that always soothed the impatience. I looked over at her gratefully and couldn't help but wrap my arms around her tightly. Honestly, Wang Yi, really sensible, even if she lives with a mask, but that sensible energy makes me feel very comfortable. She is really suitable for a wife. As if she sensed my inner mental activity, she smiled arrogantly and then gave me the apple, said, "Eat an apple, go take a nap, adjust your state properly. This case, you just participate a little, at least all the second-class merit. In the second prison, the third-class merit can be promoted to the cadre. The second-class merit at least can be promoted to a section chief. Maybe Miao Miao is going to see a lawyer in the afternoon, and the case could explode in a flash. You can't do it without good form." When she finished, she playfully pinched my cheek and smiled in a very ambiguous manner before burrowing into her own room. I took the apple and stood still, a little lost in thought. On my first day of work, I felt like I was on a roller coaster ride of ups and downs and excitement, both at work and in my personal relationships. I looked at the red apples and wasn't in the mood to eat them, and after placing them on the dining table, I went back to my room and simply cleaned up a bit before I lay down on my bed in a big shape. The brain is a mess. Can't sleep either. The heart is all about the next Miao Miao case. I think back to see those arrest scenes in the legal news. Gunfire, very thrilling and exciting. I do not know. I'm out in the field this time. Will not be the same situation. The more I thought about it, the more fearful I became, and a sense of anxiety filled my heart. To keep my mind from wandering, I simply climbed up and opened the second supervisor's employee operations manual and read it. The employee handbook is boring. It's all rules and regulations and a description of the departmental duties of the second supervisor. It turns out that prisons are made up of many departments, just like any other institution. At the top level, the second prison has a director, a political commissar and other members of the leadership team who are responsible for the overall operation and management of the prison. Down the line, prisons are divided into different quarters, each of which in turn has the positions of quartermaster and political instructor, who are specifically responsible for the day-to-day management and educational work of the quarter. In addition, the prison has a number of functional sections, such as the office, the political department, the prison administration section, the sentence enforcement section, the investigation section, the education section, the life and health section, etc., all of which have their own responsibilities, but are interrelated, making the structure seem very complex. I'm not very concerned about these only departments, rather more curious about promotion-related ones, especially in terms of establishing merit. However, the manual describes the situation in general terms, such as preventing others from committing major crimes, reporting major crimes inside or outside of prison, or otherwise contributing to the state and society, among others. After reading about it, I kind of got the general idea that no matter which way you get promoted, if you want to go fast, you have to get credit for it, and the fastest way to do that is by digging up untapped cases of people who have served their time, especially the kind of cases that are so difficult and extraordinarily difficult to solve. As long as they are solved, the credit is huge. I remember Lan Yan and Wang Yi said more than once, Miao Miao belongs to the hardened criminals. Her case belongs to the category of great difficulty in detection. The South Border Anti-Drug Brigade for 2 years on her no progress. So, if we can break the case behind Miao Miao this time, it must be a great credit. And, as I recall, Miao Miao told me she had over $100 million in drug money. Asterisk. It's labeled in the manual that seizing $100,000 in drug money would be an extraordinarily meritorious performance. No wonder Zhou Qing had the cheek to come and grab this case and buy me so many things. If she solved this case, she would be at least a first-class merit. I'm a newcomer, a second-class merit, can be promoted to section chief? I do not know what position she can mention. No wonder she said she liked me. It's a wonder she didn't like me when it brought her such a great opportunity. The more I thought about it, the more anxious I was in my heart. I hurriedly closed the manual, unwrapped the wazi, and drew out one. I lit the cigarette with a trembling hand and took a drag, but instead of relieving my anxiety, it made me more anxious. I can't wait to arrange a lawyer for Miao Miao. Just as I was getting anxious, I heard a knock on the door. Coming. I heard Wang Yi answer, and then I heard the sound of the door opening, and then I heard Sister Shen say something rather annoyed. That Miao Miao, really not at all restless. This point, actually asked to see a lawyer. You see. Chapter 32, Beautiful Direct Female Supervisor. When I heard Sister Shen's words, I hurriedly grabbed the door and looked at Wang Yi with some anxiety. However, Wang Yi remained composed and smiled as he told Sister Shen, don't pay any attention to her. Just let her stay in the single room. When I heard that, I looked at Wang Yi with great surprise. For her decision, I was full of puzzlement. Miao Miao is not easy to make a move. We should seize the opportunity right. How can we not have to care about her? Although I was suspicious in my heart. However, I didn't ask Wang Yi directly. She is an old comrade. I believe her experience is more than I am sufficient. Her decision must also have some consideration. Okay, then I'll go teach her a lesson. Sister Shen said. Then it left the room. When the people left, I looked anxiously at Wang Yi and asked her, why don't you care? Wang Yi smiled and patted my shoulder, pacified me and said, you don't have to be anxious. This matter also can't be in a hurry. Now Zhou Chang went to the city to dock with the anti-narcotics Interpol team has not yet come back. All of our side of the action, we have to be postponed, or else, it is not conducive to the Interpol team's side of the arrangements for the deployment. When I heard that, I pinched my waist and complained, why is she so slow? Going to the city, it's only an hour's time. It's been 2 or 3 hours, and it's still not docking well. I really don't know if she's competent in her work ability. I'm kind of regretting that I let her go docking. Wang Yi helplessly laughed, and then once again pacified me and said, no hurry, no hurry. I do this. There are other considerations. Miao Miao is a death row inmate. Want to see the outside world is very difficult to apply for in the past. Need a lot of procedures, even if it passed, but also the next day, or even longer. I have other considerations as well. Therefore, this time she applied. We can't immediately agree. Otherwise, she will be suspicious, which is not conducive to our next detection. So, I advise you, put your heart a little more stable. When I heard that, I had to admire Wang Yi's work experience. When she said that, I understood instead. Indeed, if we satisfy Miao Miao too easily with everything, it would make her suspicious instead. I nodded and said, got it, Sister Wang. I'll do whatever you want. She smiled, then raised her hand, looked at the wrist watch. I looked. The watch on her wrist is not cheap. Actually, Cartiers also wanted tens of thousands of dollars it. I was surprised. I didn't realize that everyone in prison was so rich, casually carrying a $10,000 watch. Wang Yi looked at me staring at her watch, so she smiled, put the watch away, and said, let's go. Let's go find Political Commissar Lan and report the situation. When I hummed, Wang Yi picked up his uniform and put it on before taking me along to find Lan Yan and report back. After leaving the door, Wang Yi suddenly remembered something as if she said to me, it seems like you didn't report to the head of your health section today, right? When I heard that, I was very surprised, and suddenly remembered that I was in the health section, and I had been here all day today, and I hadn't even gone to see my real top boss yet, so I felt a sudden panic. That's an offense, I hurriedly and bitterly said. It's been a busy day and I'm all giddy, so, it's my job that I didn't do a good job. As your work support member, I didn't put your work in place, it's my deficiency, but it just so happens that Political Commissar Lan lives in the same house as your section chief, so by the way, when the time comes, if you say something polite, I believe that your section chief won't be difficult for you, Wang Yi said. When I heard that, I got a feeling of uneasiness in my heart. Wang Yi, this person, although her mouth speaks very lightly, but I know that many times, she weakens the problem, so that I don't have so much psychological burden. From her words, it wasn't hard for me to know that the top boss of mine should not be a light. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that she wouldn't make things difficult for me. I was really screaming in my heart. I was so light offended this day. Soon, we took the elevator and went up to the top floor, which only had 2 houses on the left and right, and by the looks of it, it was only inhabited by people in high positions of power. Wang Yi stood in front of the door on the left and knocked. Sister Lu, it's me, Wang Yi whooped. Soon I could hear the bearing of bare feet on the floor with a wet, sticky feel, and I was a little curious, wondering if I was taking a shower. Wang Yi whispered to me, your leader is called Fei Lu, a serious section chief, although the level is not high, but the identity is significant. Without her, our second prison cannot turn. I nodded when I heard that, and was a little nervous and apprehensive, wondering if this leader was any good. The moment the door to the room opened, my entire being was dumbfounded, just looking at a woman covered in white, her body wet while ruffling her hair, while curiously surveying Wang Yi. This woman only wore a sexy camisole pajamas, loose pajamas, but could not hide her beautiful and delicate body. Slender waist, long and slender leg lines, every part of it is stunning, especially the pair of long and well-proportioned calves, so that my eyes are a little bit unable to move away from the slightest line of sight. That skin was white and also looked like it had been bathed in milk, and I couldn't help but gulp at the sight of it. Yo, man, why is there a man? Suddenly, when I heard her surprised tone, I hurriedly raised my head to look at her, and her face swished red, and her hands involuntarily clasped her breasts, trying to hide the marvelous scenery that was crying out under her nightgown. However, with such a hug, instead, there was a feeling of holding the full moon out of the ocean, and the visual impact given to me in an instant made my mouth dry up. I hurriedly put my eyes away, not daring to look at what I shouldn't, but only staring at her face. But her face, too, was too good-looking. Her features were exquisite and exquisite. Her face was like a peach blossom, and her eyes were clear and bright, like the pupils of cut water. The nose is high and straight, the lips are red and the teeth are white, and the face is well-defined, especially under the pajamas. Her skin looked even more white and delicate, as if it was glowing. She also seemed to realize what was going on and hurriedly put her hand down awkwardly and said awkwardly, "Little Wang, who is this?" Wang Yi also seemed to realize the embarrassment and hurriedly said, "Wow, this is our new resident doctor in District 1, Chen Shi, who is too busy today and hasn't had the time to report to the section. So, taking advantage of the time of the lunch break, I'll bring her to recognize the door." Hearing Wang Yi's words, this Sister Lu's face instantly turned cold, looking me up and down, with a sharpness coming from her eyes. Even if I'm a little cutie, also can see the displeasure and anger in her eyes. Indeed, as her subordinate, it would be strange for her not to be angry when I'd been here for half a day and didn't report to her. But soon, this Sister Lu said to me with a smile on her face, "I've been waiting for you in the office for a day." The above said, came a highly talented student. "Want me to arrange the work properly? I let the whole section of comrades are waiting for you. As a result, waited for half a day and you didn't come. Delayed a lot of the progress of the work." I heard the meaning of the complaint in her words, and hurriedly apologized and said, "I'm sorry Sister Lu, today, too busy, the first day of work, giddy, so I didn't have time to report to your place, you take it easy." Wang Yi also hurriedly said, "Yes, a lot of things happened in our first district today, there were fights and emotions, so he couldn't be separated from his body, you take it easy." Sister Lu still smiled with a leathery smile and said, "Okay, the next one is not an exception, but, Xiao Chen I'll give you a reminder In private, you call me Sister Lu, okay? But, at work, cannot be so casual. To call the position. No, her tone wasn't forceful, but, from the content, I fully sensed the distance. As if she was deliberately trying to pull away from me, as if she was in a superior and subordinate relationship. Chapter 33, she's really desperate to stay alive. This also made me realize that this leader, indeed, was not easy to get along with, so I hurriedly changed into a serious expression. Seriously, yes, understood. Leader, seeing my serious expression, Sister Willow just laughed, and then shot me a look once again, a certain playful look in her eyes. Sister Lu, I'm looking for Political Commissar Lan, to report something, Wang Yi said. Sister Lu smiled, and before she could speak, she saw Lan Yan walk out of the room, and Sister Lu hurriedly changed her face to a smile. Smiled and said, Sister Blue, you see you are busy day after day, lunch break but also work, really distressed you really worried about your body cannot eat I advise you or hurry to put down some part-time positions only good. With that, she gave Wang Yi a wink, signaling him to come in. Wang Yi looked at me, and I hurriedly followed her into the room. Sister Blue smiled and said, there's no way last time your department had a murder, Dr. She's sacrificed, so that the old Sheen was exempted from the position of political commissar. The above has not arranged for a good manpower down. Can only let me serve part-time? It would have been that my work is not done well, and I'm not going to hurry up to look for filler to find filler. Do not turn around, also give me exempted. When Sister Lu heard this, she hurriedly said with a face full of guilt, it's my job that I didn't do well. I was thinking of going to resign and stop all the responsibilities. You can pull back. If you leave, our second prison will not turn. At that time, I am even more trouble. You just stay well for me. Give me a good job of the work in hand. Is the biggest support for me? Lan Yan flirted. As I listened to the conversation between the two men, I felt that the sacrifice of that Dr. She seemed to have brought about a considerable upheaval in the second prison, and even the political commissar was removed from his post. Sister Lu said seriously, okay, I listen to you, but, or have to urge a new political commissar arrangement is right. Let you have been concurrently is not a thing. You have been in poor health. The people above, and is not unaware of it, turn around, you call and then urge it. Blue Sister smiled, said, also, if the above arrangement cannot, I will recommend good. Small Willow work has been very outstanding. I see, towards the political commissar team training is most suitable, when I recommend you. Egu, Sister Lan, you say this, I'm not senior enough, I'm afraid I can't convince the public. Sister Lu shrugged it off, although Sister Lu's words said so. However, it was not difficult for me to hear from her words that she was eager for the position of political commissar, and the words that she said were in fact the opposite of what she said. I smiled helplessly in my heart. Sure enough, this prison is also Vanity Fair. It's all the same as outside. Sister Lan laughed and didn't pick up on Sister Lu's words, but deliberately looked at us and asked, Little Wang, what's the situation? Sister Blue's sudden turn made Sister Willow a little embarrassed. Her heart full of longing was ruthlessly pushed aside by Sister Blue. I looked at it and thought it was funny, but, at the same time, I admired Sister Blue's ability to really take control of the situation as a person. Wang Yi hurriedly said, Miao Miao has applied to see a lawyer. I asked Sister Shen to reject it, so let's drag it out for a while, lest she gets suspicious. You guys are talking about that death row hardcore Miao Miao? My god, she's actually gotten the hang of it? This, if we can dig out the case behind her, I'm afraid that our second prison will be able to get a collective first-class merit, right? Sister Lu was surprised. For Sister Lu's surprise, Lan Yan faced serious criticized, Xiao Lu ideological awareness is not high enough. Do not move to ask for credit. We are serving the people. The first thing to consider is the interests of the people and the country, rather than personal interests. Yes, leader, you criticize, Sister Lu said seriously. Lan Yan then got up. Wang Yi hurriedly brought her a uniform. After putting it on, Lan Yan said, it's almost time, let's go to the office to talk. Okay, Wang Yi turned back and said, then, Sister Lu, you continue to take a bath. Let's go first. Okay, I'll see you guys off, Sister Lu said politely. We were then escorted out. When I reached the door, Willow grabbed my hand with a smirk on her face, and I looked over at her rather surprised, only to see her quickly approach me. In a very soft tone, he said to me, Little Chen, turn around and finish up. Come over and give me a report on your work. I was quite surprised to hear that. I didn't expect her attitude to change so quickly and sharply, but on second thought, I got the general idea. It should be for this case. Perhaps she'd like to rake in the credit as well. I hurriedly said, okay, I'll be there as soon as I can. Sister Ryu smiled, patted me on the back as if she knew me well, and walked me out of the room, feeling as if she was on good terms with me. Who would have thought that just 3 minutes ago, she would have had to deliberately distance herself from me? I went out and it felt a bit like a dream. If the elevator doors hadn't opened, I'd think I was dreaming. When I followed Lan Yan and Wang Yi into the elevator, Lan Yan said seriously, "In the future, when reporting work, try to be in the office." "Yes, understood," Wang Yi said seriously. It wasn't hard for me to tell from Lan Yan's unhappy face that she didn't seem to want Miao Miao's case to leak out and get more people involved. It made me feel that the second eunuch wasn't all in one piece either. But I wasn't surprised. Teeth still fight with their tongues, let alone a huge sector of the system. Soon, we got out of the elevator and left the apartment dormitory building. And just as we went out the door, we saw Sister Shin running over in a hurry, her head covered in sweat. After she saw us, she said anxiously, "That damned Miao Miao, actually self-mutilated," kept banging her head against the wall, protesting that we wouldn't give her access to a lawyer. Several people couldn't stop her. "Leader, what should we do?" Sister Shin's anxiety caused me to follow suit, and I looked to Lan Yan, waiting for her to make the next deployment arrangements. Although Lan Yan's face remained composed, her eyes gradually became sharper. She then said, "Xiao Wang Ah, contact Xiao Zhou and tell her to make sure she rushes back immediately with the leaders of the criminal police team." "Yes," Wang Yi agreed and hurriedly ran towards the administration building. Lan Yan then looked at me and told me, "Xiao Chen Ah, try to pacify the prisoner. Make sure to drag it out until the people from the criminal police team come over for deployment." I nodded and said, "Yes." Lan Yan also did not say much, took us towards the prison area. We followed Sister Shin all the way to the prison area in a hurry. Before I even entered, I stood outside the iron gate of the prison area and heard Miao Miao's mournful roar. "I want to see a lawyer. I want to see a lawyer now. Don't let me see a lawyer. I'll die now. I'll die for you now. You give me honest. You a little girl. How so big strength? Give me pressure. Quick." 2 more people. The 3 iron doors of the prison area opened, and Lan Yan hurriedly looked at me, and I hurriedly followed Sister Shin into the prison area to the deepest, darkest cell. I stood outside the cell and watched the 5 female guards, pulling and dragging Miao Miao to the bed. But, even so, there is a hidden momentum that cannot be pressed. Miao Miao. I looked to the bed. Miao Miao. The heart cannot help but be shocked. Her head seems to have broken a large mouth, full of blood, full of short hair, all to the face of the paste, the hideous appearance, which still have the temperament of the Wanan and Wanjiao girl, live and let live a Rakshasa, female Rakshasa. She really fought to stay alive. Chapter 34, Success in Purpose. I rushed up and pushed away the female prison guard who was holding her down for dear life, said, "Let me, all of you, get out of the way, let me." A few of the female wardens looked at me very skeptically, with worried looks on their faces. Sister Shin is even more anxious, said, "Xiao Chen Ah, you have not practiced, thin arms and legs, she is now out of mind, the force is great, you must not hurt Ah, or let us come," Sister Shin said, then looked at Miao Miao completely exploded. I have not yet pressed her it. I watched her pang a moment to climb up. A head is about to hit the wall. I hurriedly pounced on her, holding her waist, dragging her on the bed, and fortunately, she had handcuffs and shackles on her, or I really couldn't hold her down. She's so strong at this time of year. I don't even know where she gets this much strength. I hurriedly said sternly, "Miao Miao, if you believe me, just be quiet. I will help you solve any problems. Please do believe me." My words caused Miao Miao to instantly quiet down, and her entire body went limp in my arms like a deflated ball. This scene made Sister Shin and the other prison guards dumbfounded. Just listen to the Shin sister said with great admiration, "Yo, or our Chan big doctor useful ah, our side busy half a day." Also did not see her calm down a bit. This Chen big doctor is sentenced to suppress ah. That's right, Dr. Chen is really good. I listened to the words of admiration from a few female prison guards, and I became very weak in my heart. In fact, it's not that I'm good, but I have a deal with Miao Miao. I didn't say anything explicitly, hurriedly took off my white coat and wiped it on Miao Miao's face to wipe off the blood on her face, and soon I saw a wound of about 5 centimeters on her forehead, with the flesh rolled out. I didn't know whether to admire Miao Miao or think she was stupid when I saw this image. She's really putting her life on the line to stay alive. I hurriedly said, "Take it to the infirmary. This wound needs stitches. I want to see my lawyer. I want to see my lawyer. I'm not going anywhere. If I'm not allowed to see my lawyer, I'm not going to live. I'm not going to live." Miao Miao suddenly struggled against it again. Sister Shin said angrily, "Miao Miao, calm down. I'm telling you, this is a prison. It's not your home. It's not like you can see whoever you want to see. Everything has to be in accordance with the procedures. You shut your mouth. Now deal with the wound first." "I don't want it. I don't want it. I want to see a lawyer. If you don't give me a meeting, I won't deal with the wounds. It's all death anyway. I don't live. I'll die. Now, Miao Miao said emotionally. Sister Shin was anxious and sweating, then said, electrify the baton. I still do not believe it. This day by day, you flipped the sky you. I watched as Shin was furious and was about to turn on the baton. The sound of electricity bubbling up from the baton was scary to watch, and Miao Miao was clearly resistant. Looking at me with a look of pleading, I hurriedly said, Sister Shun, her body is very weak, and she already has serious trauma, and then use violence on her. In case her body can't handle it, what should we do? Our second prison. We can't afford to have any more deaths. My words made Sister Shin wince and hurriedly turn off the electric baton, then exasperatedly said, what then? Can we still let her be? Then how can we manage the others in the future? When I heard that, I looked over at Lan Yen, and she gave me a wink, signaling me to play freely. I hurriedly pointed at Miao Miao and said, Miao Miao, you want to see a lawyer? No problem. We can make arrangements according to the program. You will now undergo treatment first. Is that clear? I want to see it now, right away. It has to be me. Otherwise, I'm not going to live. If I die, you guys won't be any better. You'll all be waiting for the disciplinary action. Miao Miao said excitedly. Really? You're threatening us? You think we're all scared? Sister Shin was furious. I hurriedly pacified Miao Miao and said, even if you want to see a lawyer, you need to give the lawyer a little time to come over, right? Just listen to me and go for treatment now. I can guarantee that you'll be able to see the lawyer today. Okay? Okay, I'll listen to you all. I only trust you. Dr. Chen, I only trust you. Miao Miao suddenly became soft in her attitude and promised me in a good and obedient manner. This put Sister Shin and the others looked at with admiration. Sister Shin said breathlessly, Dr. Chen still has to be you we really say nothing is useless. I smiled and said, alright, take her to the infirmary first. Be gentle. She has a big wound. Don't lose too much blood. We don't have the condition of blood transfusion in our prison. My words made Sister Shin serious as well, and hurriedly said, give me a hand. Quick, help me to the infirmary. Several female prison guards hurriedly helped Miao Miao up, almost carrying her out of the single room. When the people left, I saw Wang Yi trotting in, and she said urgently, Zhou Qing is already on her way back. It won't be long before she arrives. Lan Yen said, Xiao Chen Miao Miao handed over to you to pacify. I go to receive the comrades of the criminal police team. By the way, the meeting to deploy, must try to pacify her emotions. I hummed and said, yes, understood. Lan Yen didn't say much and rushed to the administration building with Wang Yi urgently, and I also rushed to the infirmary. Coming to the infirmary, I saw that Miao Miao was already lying on the examination table, so I hurriedly opened the medical kit and took saline to clean Miao Miao's wounds, and then took a sewing needle to stitch up her wounds. Miao Miao lay without saying a word, very quiet. Sister Shin Sked admiringly said, Xiao Chen you can be really powerful she usually makes a mess. Are making a lot of days, every time to make a mess. Who said it's useless? Have to be beaten with an electric baton. Shut down for a few days in a small black room before you can do it. That is, you talk to her to listen to. You're a blessing for our first district Sister Shin's complimentary words. I just laughed and said, Sister Shin, you're joking. It's all just a job requirement. Nothing lucky star, not lucky star. Sister Shin laughed, and I then said, Sister Shin, this uniform of mine, can I trouble you? After looking at it, Sister Shin hurriedly said, I'll send it to you for dry cleaning, and I'll leave this side to you, okay? I smiled and nodded, saying, okay, no problem, please, you say this, what trouble or not, you are too polite. I will now take it to you to wash and strive to dry it for you in the evening, lest you don't have enough work clothes. Sister Shin politely said, then it was out the door with my blood-stained white coat. After Sister Shin left, Miao Miao looked at me excitedly and asked, can you apply for me? Can you? I held her down and laid her down and said, don't worry, I'll apply for you for the sake of the $2 million. Hearing my words, she then hurriedly grabbed my hand and let it above her crime-inducing abyss, biting her lip and said, it's all on you, it's all on you. I looked at her with that look of intense longing, so I smiled and flirted with her for a while to calm her down. Suddenly, I heard a footstep and was so scared that I hurriedly retracted my hand, and Miao Miao also clenched her teeth in fear. Soon, I watched as Lan Yen brought Wang Yi and also Zhou Qing to the door. Wang Yi gave me a wink, and I immediately understood that it should have been deployed over there. Lan Yen asked me softly, Little Chen, how is the situation? I hurriedly cooperated and said, the trauma has been stitched up, not a big problem. However, the prisoner's emotions are very agitated, which is not conducive to the next rehabilitation. What about my assessment from a professional medical point of view? We should try to fulfill her reasonable request. Hearing my words, Lan Yan then looked at Miao Miao with a feigned hesitation. But soon, she said sternly, Miao Miao, I can fulfill your request to see a lawyer, but I ask that you make sure to exercise your rights objectively, fairly and reasonably, and never lose your mind and say something nonsense. Chapter 35, I want to save Miao Miao. Lan Yan's words made Miao Miao's taut nerves instantly loosen up, and that happy look after getting her way was completely undisguised as she put on a wonderful show on her face. She was seen laughing out loud with a cheeky grin, completely ignoring the pain caused by the tugging wound on her forehead, her eyes completely infested with the hope of living. Laughing she cried, Thank you leader, I will. Miao Miao said excitedly. I looked at her joyful, tearful expression, and the burden of my heart suddenly swept over me like a dark cloud, and I felt, inwardly, a strong sense of guilt. Miao Miao has no idea that the request to see a lawyer, which she went to great lengths, even to the extent of harming her own flesh, was, in fact, nothing more than a push for us to dig into the case behind her. She had no idea that even if she went through all the trouble, in the end, she might not get the chance to live. And behind this blind fold is me, the willful work of these people who take credit for her. I don't know how I'm going to face Miao Miao when everything comes out, or what kind of state of mind I should be in to face Miao Miao who was shot. The feeling of burden is no less than, I killed her myself. Xiao Wang Ah, contact the legal aid firm, arrange for her lawyer, have a meeting, all procedures are simplified. Special treatment, Lan Yan whispered. Yes, Wang Yi agreed and walked out. Lan Yan glanced at me and said, Little Chen, in the meantime, calm her down, treat her, and let her try to meet her lawyer with dignity. I nodded and said, Don't worry, just leave it to me. Lan Yan smiled and didn't say anything more as she left with Zhou Qing. When the two people left, Miao Miao excitedly grabbed my hand, extremely happy to suppress the longing inside and said, Success, we succeeded. Don't worry, as long as I see the lawyer, I can arrange everything. Tomorrow you go to the South Border Hotel room 302 and so on. You will definitely get the money, and you'll definitely help me to survive, won't you? I looked at her tightly wound emotions, her eyes full of longing and anticipation, and her grip on my hand was extremely hard, as if she was grasping the last straw. I was a little afraid to answer her. Seeing my frozen look, Miao Miao became nervous and asked me, What's wrong? I saw her suspicious look, and I knew that, having come this far, I absolutely couldn't show a break, or else it would be all for naught. I hurriedly whispered, Calm down, don't get carried away. You'll get me killed if you're caught horseplaying. My words made her look cautious and serious, like a little girl who has done something wrong. Then pinching his throat, he whispered to me, I was wrong, don't be afraid, don't ever worry, we'll make it, and when I survive, I'll make it up to you. I'll give you money, lots of money, lots of money. The pressure on my heart became even heavier when I saw her look of anticipation to the point of being somewhat neurotic, and I hurriedly averted my eyes and took the saline, cleaning the blood from her body. When cleaning around the wound, ask her heartily, Does it hurt? Of course it hurts. You don't know how much force I used to bang out such a big wound on my head. They're in tight control. Miao Miao agonized. After saying that, she grabbed my hand and pressed it tightly to her heart, excitedly begging, Dr. Chen, will you kiss me? I'm so agitated now. My emotions are so hard to control. I'm afraid of revealing the horse's footsteps. I'm afraid of getting carried away. I need to be pacified. You pacify me. I watched her emotional look, her eyes glowing like colored bubbles, refracting colorful light in the sunlight, all of them bursting with uncontrolled inner emotions. She was truly unsettled inside and needed to be soothed. So I lowered my head and endured my inner resistance to kiss her. Kissing her filled me with a tremendous amount of pressure, very different from Zhou Qing and Wang Yi, as if I was carrying some sort of sacrifice to fulfill a mission. However, Miao Miao was different. She came with a strong desire for emotional release. When the red lips contacted, her kiss with a strong smell of blood, like a hot flame, was doused with a layer of gasoline as if, all of a sudden burned up. She was uncontrollable, more and more intensely entwined with me, to the fullest extent of the release of her inner restlessness. In the midst of that raging storm, looking for an opening that can release the breakthrough emotion. Kisses, gradually hot, emotions gradually on the head, desire gradually kill emotional sanity. I and her gradually into the good, lose the claws of reason, gradually to the depths of the abyss of sin. Emotions with that high-pitched and repressed contradictory chanting voice, more and more uncontrollable. She is in possession of me. My heart wants to desperately resist, but cannot resist, and I, too, can be at your fingertips to possess her? Unlike Wang Yi and Zhou Qing generally need so many scruples from the heart, as long as I want to. No, I had her in my hands a long time ago. The choking sound of her emotions strained to the breaking point was like a depraved chant leading me to the abyss of sin, leaving me wandering in a storm of sanity and insanity. My heart yearned to break free from my desires, but, instead, I fell deeper and deeper into her soft, biting tenderness. Snap, snap, the sound of leather shoes on the floor, like pre-dawn footsteps, woke me completely from the darkness, and I hastily struggled up from her body. I struggled to catch my breath. Both my legs were weakening, and she, too, who had long been caught in a web of love that was difficult to extricate herself from, had long since gone limp at the moment, like a bunch of puppets dominated by emotions, paralyzed on the examining table, emotionally calm at the moment as if her soul was out of her body. Forgetfulness. Prisoner Miao Miao, your program has been cleared. You are given special treatment. Immediately you will be able to see your lawyer. Now help you change into a new prison uniform. Then go to the waiting room and wait. Can you hold on? When I heard Wang Yi's voice, I hurriedly gasped and looked at Miao Miao. I didn't dare to look at Wang Yi because of my inner shame. I didn't want her to see the ugly look of me nearly falling into the abyss when I was blinded by desire. And Miao Miao also seemed to have her soul return to her body. Her eyes instantly became clear, and she said with a trembling breath, yes. With that, she insisted on getting up from the examination table, and Wang Yi came over and uncuffed her to help her down. Yo, when did your pants get wet? What a pain in the ass. The shame inside me intensified when I heard Shin's complaining words, and I lowered my head and walked to the window, not daring to look at anyone, while Miao Miao didn't make any reply. The silence in the infirmary made me feel extremely embarrassed and ashamed inside. Alright, Sister Shun, it's going to be changed anyway, hurry up. I was relieved when I heard Wang Yi's words. I could feel her relieving me. Sister Shin sighed grumblingly, and then left the infirmary with Miao Miao, and from the glass, I saw Wang Yi's figure lingering for a moment, seemingly wanting to say something, but, wanting to say something, he ended up saying nothing and urgently left. When everyone was gone, I hurriedly turned back, unable to keep my eyes off the examining table, on which blood mixed with some sort of liquid formed an extremely murky world. I closed my eyes and couldn't help but recall the explosion of emotional desire that I had just experienced with Miao Miao's divine human engagement. She moved. I began to be afraid of letting Miao Miao down and despairing toward death. Wang Yi is right. I am emotional. This battle between man and God has created a desire within me that is stronger than a meritocracy. Yes, I want to save Miao Miao. Chapter 36, Reporting to Fei Lu. Inwardly, he made up his mind and didn't think any more about it. Everything is waiting for the arrangement and setup on the Interpol side, and it's not too late to plan for the future when things have progressed further. And now, I have another headache, and that is, how do I go about reporting to my not-so-good-for-nothing immediate supervisor? It's my first day on the job. What do I have to report? Fei Lu wanted me to report on my work, just because she wanted to know more about the progress of the case behind Miao Miao, so she could stick her nose in it and get some credit. However, I already knew from Lan Yan's words that she didn't want Fei Lu to get involved, and didn't even want her to know about it. So, I'm in the middle of a conflicting and contradictory situation, with one being the biggest leader in the prison and the other being my immediate supervisor, and I'm caught in the middle of a difficult situation. Go, I'm definitely going, but, when I do, mellow out, don't make the relationship so raw, and do it now, because going now, I don't know much about the situation, and when the time comes to ask, there's not much I can reveal and, moreover, I don't have to make her suspicious. Having made up my mind, I hurriedly prepared to go to the administration building, but just as I left the house, I felt that it was not right, and hurriedly walked back, took saline and poured it on the examination table, cleaning the blood and dirt on it. Look at the filth flow with the flow of the flow into the sewer. I smiled speechlessly. Today's first day of work, with all kinds of women in prison to engage in ambiguity, and so close physical contact, whether it is the heart or body, were lit up like a flame. The whole person is flirty up. It's only the first day, and there are many more to come, and I really don't know how ridiculous things can happen in this very decent-looking prison. But, I also accepted it and wasn't as apprehensive and resistant as I was before. I smiled at the sign on the wall. Consider it a service to the people. Wiping my hands and straightening my messy hair, I headed towards the administration building, asking questions along the way, feeling my way, and soon felt my way to the health section chief's office. I knocked on the door and soon heard Willow respond. Enter. I gently pushed open the door, and looked at Lu Fei sitting in front of the desk, reading the newspaper, a cup of coffee on the table. In her hand, she also clamped a cigarette, a very thin jiaozi. This kind of smoke is specifically for women. I was a little surprised that a woman of such high quality as Fei Liu would actually smoke. It seems that prison is indeed too bitter. No matter what, people need to find themselves a hobby to kill time to. Going to work, Fei Liu changed her clothes. However, it was not a uniform like a police uniform, but a white coat with a tight halter dress over it. The strapless halter dress hugged her figure, outlining her tiny waist just right, every line looking like it had been carefully sculpted. the bare skin, like the fabric of a halter dress, was like shiny satin and presumably smooth to the touch. Seeing me come, she hurriedly stood up, especially gently with me. Yo, small Chana, it's you you can come, I'm waiting for you again for an hour. Today I'm this day, nothing to do, just waiting for you to come. Oh, sit. Fei Lu's words were full of hints, that is, they made me feel embarrassed with guilt and apprehension inside. If I hadn't been educated by Lan Yen, I might have been really guilty and embarrassed, but after experiencing something, I grew up a lot instead. However, I still said roundly, I'm really sorry my side of the prisoner's self-inflicted injuries. The wound is quite large. I clean up consumed a lot of time. After I finished, I rushed over. You see, the blood on my hands are not dry yet. My words made the corner of Fei Lu's mouth rise up in a slight smile. I couldn't tell what was on her mind. However, I felt that it should be uncomfortable. After all, she wanted to pinch me, and didn't. It would be strange for her to be in a good mood. Is that Miao Miao? Fei Lu suddenly asked me straight to the point. I nodded and returned. Yes, it's her. She's really not letting up. A couple of comrades couldn't hold her down, or I went and demanded to see a lawyer for her before she subsided. Hearing my words, Fei Lu became serious and asked me with suppressed anxiety. Met with the lawyer? What did you talk about? Is there any arrangement or deployment from above? You tell me. As soon as I heard that, I was glad that I came at the right time. She really wanted to inquire about the details behind the case about Miao Miao. I hurriedly said, this, how do I know? After she went to see the lawyer, I was anxious to come to you, to give you a report on the work. Besides, I am a small doctor. I am not qualified to inquire about the details of this, right? My words made Fei Lu's expression become unpleasant and stern. Those wonderful eyes looked at me, making me feel weak, not daring to look directly at her, and could only lower my head and laugh awkwardly. But as soon as I looked down, I saw the magnificent view of the peaks at the mouth of her halter dress, making me a little embarrassed again and having to avert my eyes. Seeing me avert my eyes, Fei Lu hurriedly smiled and said, Little Chen sit down and talk. Said, she walked back, but just walked 2 steps. Suddenly a foot wiggle, the body nearly fell. I rushed up, grabbed her arm around her waist, tightly hold her in her arms, and she also followed the trend of the whole person leaning on my arms, only to fall to the ground to hold up the body. I wrapped my arms around her waist. My heart was a little unbelievable. Her waist was really thin, extra soft, more delicate than Ho Jing, making me instantly feel the shocking sense of heart and soul vibration. Sure enough, women's waist, pin lock. Yo, this damn high heels. It hurts me. Xiao Chen quickly help me to sit down on the sofa, Fei Lu said in pain. I hurriedly helped Fei Lu to sit down on the edge of the sofa, and she angrily threw her high heels off, then lifted her legs up, and I looked at her slender legs, wearing flesh-colored stockings, and the spraying fragrance with a glossy sheen, regardless of my willingness or not. All of it poured into my nostrils. She smells really good, completely different from the guards and inmates here, not restraining the unique feminine softness and spray of fragrance at all. So in front of her, I can't seem to shed my manly primitive nature, and I don't leave any room for a male voyeuristic sense of her beauty. She moved her ankle, and then her little face twisted a few times in pain, and by the looks of it, it was badly hurt. Suddenly, Fei Lu raised her head and looked at me with some complaint. That sultry little expression made my heart thump, and I knew that I was doomed. Because every time I made Ho Jing angry, she would wrinkle her eyebrows, her eyes would change, and she would look at me with a face full of grudges, as if all the fault was mine. But, to my extreme surprise, she said to me softly, what are you looking at? It hurts so much. Don't you know how to rub it for me? Chapter 37, Fei Lu's Temptation. I looked at her petulant little expression, and at this time, it gave me an extremely psychedelic illusion. Make it sound like she's not my top dog, but my grumpy little girlfriend. I'm really convinced. I've only been here for 1 day, and I've encountered so many temptations and scandals. I really don't know if this is a blessing or an ordeal anymore. I hurriedly said with embarrassment. No, leader, this, inappropriate, right? When Fei Lu heard this, she said especially gently, what's so inappropriate? Didn't political commissar Lan tell you? Our second supervisor is a big family. You and I are not only colleagues and superiors, but also brothers and sisters. Your sister I broke my foot, you give me a rub. What's so inappropriate about it? I was very speechless when I heard this. This is all said and done. If I don't rub it for her, I would look like a mean status. I hurriedly squatted down, just lifted my hand up. She handed her foot over, directly into my arms. That small 3-inch golden lotus with a strong aroma. Puffing nose, I hurriedly lowered my head, did not dare to look at her squarely. After all, she was wearing a halter dress. I raised my head. I'm afraid that even if they are as close as siblings, they are also inappropriate. I gently rubbed it, but I immediately realized that her foot was not swollen at all. It was fleshy but healthy, and I knew immediately that the broken foot was a fake, and that, perhaps, taking this opportunity to have intimate physical contact with me was the real thing. It really left me speechless inside. I didn't expect that Fei Liu would actually do this to me. Sure enough, the people in this prison are living in masks. I couldn't help but subconsciously look up at Fei Liu, and just happened to collide with her delicate and flirtatious eyes. She was looking at me with extremely ambiguous eyes, giving me an embarrassed look. I hurriedly said, "Oh, that, I touched it and there's no swelling, so it shouldn't be too bad." When she heard that, she moved her ankles and her feet drew a few circles on my chest, giving me prickly, scratchy, goosebumps all over. And of course, there were some that shouldn't have been, but couldn't help but get up. I hurriedly tried to stand up to avoid embarrassment, but Fei Liu pressed her feet against my knees and wouldn't let me get up. Smiling, he said to me, "Xiao Chen ah, it's my foot that is broken. Does it hurt? I don't know myself ah. When I say it's broken, and when I say it hurts, you have to rub it." For me, after saying that, she changed her eyes to look at me, and in those eyes, instead of being ambiguous, she became naked. I laughed awkwardly, and could only continue to give her a gentle touch, and she closed her eyes in enjoyment, letting out a few chants to come, breathing a few times heavier, which burdened my insides, wondering how much longer I could keep this up with me. "Little Chen ah, how old are you?" Fei Liu suddenly changed her words and asked about my age. 25. Just graduated, I replied. Fei Liu smiled and told me, "That's so young. Do you know how old I am?" I looked at Fei Liu. She looked straight at me. Her eyes couldn't tell what she was thinking. I hurried to curry favor and said, "Section Chief Liu looks like she's only in her early 20s. I guess, 2 or 3 years older than me, right?" When she heard my words, she laughed, and her little feet playfully twirled around in my hands again, tickling my heart, and I couldn't help but gulp. She smiled playfully and said, "That's 10 years my age. This year, I'm 38. Yo, it's hard to tell. Chief Ru, you're taking care of yourself so young," I complimented. Lu Fei sighed instead and complained, "What's the use of maintaining it well? There's no one to appreciate it, but it's just a lone flower." I lowered my head and consoled, "How could that be? If I were your husband, Chief Lu, I could wake up laughing in my dreams." Divorced for 5 years. Before the divorce, she even slapped me hard, Lu Fei said in a cold tone. I immediately realized that I had said the wrong thing, and I hurriedly looked over at Fei Liu, who was holding her chest, her eyes clear and cold in a way that made me gulp again. "I'm sorry Chief Liu, I don't know you very well, so I said the wrong thing." I hurriedly apologized. Lu Fei smiled indifferently, and then gently said to me, "So, do we need to understand each other deeply before we can do that? In this way, we can know each other well." The expression of her words made me think, "So dirty," making me blush with shyness as a big man. I hurriedly lowered my head and smiled shyly as I continued to rub her. Fei Liu leaned back on the couch and her body relaxed completely, looking casual and seemingly not minding that I was a man. She said in a rather saddened tone, "After the divorce, I figured out that men, cannot be relied on. Women, or have to rely on their own, or have to focus on the cause. What is false? Only the cause is true." However, we study medicine. We all know this industry too well. Outside, no relationship. Want to climb up? Too difficult. The whole industry is monopolized by the medical valve. I also have no choice but to come to the prison, this kind of place. I thought that, in prison, promotion could be faster. But, when I got here, I realized that it's even scarier than on the outside. Not only do you have to have connections and background, you also have to have merit. Fei Liu shook her head tiredly when she finished, and I nodded approvingly because, having only been here a day, I could already empathize. When Fei Liu saw me nodding, she caressed my face twice with those 3 inches of gold. Very ambiguous. I laughed a little awkwardly and grabbed those 3 inches to keep her from messing around. She laughed and told me, "They prison guards, political affairs, even the propaganda sections, the chances of getting credit are particularly high. And us, the health section? We do the most work, but the chances of getting credit are especially low instead. And when something goes wrong, we have to take the blame." I came to the prison for 5 years. 5 years, 5 whole years, only to achieve an inadequate small section chief, and your life help member Wangi. Not 2 years after graduation, helicopter first-class police superintendent, full section level, although the same level as me. However, her promotion road has just begun, but my promotion road has come to an end. My life, dry to death, can only be a section chief, especially with the sacrifice of Dr. She in your first district. even though on the surface it doesn't punish our health department. It's clear to me that I don't stand a chance. When I heard her gradually despairing tone, I hurriedly comforted. The blue political commissar said that our health section can also work to the deputy department level, as long as there is credit. Suddenly, she leaned down her body, reached out her hand, and hooked it under my chin, looking at me with extremely playful eyes. Laughing, he told me, "Didn't you say that too? Gotta get credit for that." The look on her face as she bent her body down to look at me made me feel a bit of a stir in my heart, especially when the overwhelming sensation of that marvelous view came crashing down on me, making my breath feel hot. With a dry mouth, I couldn't help but gulp and my eyes were restless as I tried to avoid it, but Fei Liu was staring straight at me, playful, but also with a few points of toughness with me. "You have the opportunity to take credit. Give Sister Lu I share a little. Sister Lu I go forward. Surely you as the focus of cultivation, especially, interest, hobbies." Chapter 38, Is this a workplace subterfuge? Fei Lu's words, spoken in a very flirtatious and ambiguous manner, filled my heart with a feeling of growing grass. I never imagined that the sidekick who was frowned upon on the outside would come here and become the meat and potatoes, with peachy temptations everywhere. My heart, however, was not swept away by this temptation. I hurriedly said in a rounded way, "Sister Lu, this matter, 8 has not yet a skimming it, it is also a little breakthrough, and, how to arrange the above, I still do not know it. Even if I want to take you a share, I am afraid that it is also the heart but not enough." In response to what I said, Fei Lu did not get angry, but instead said more gently and flirtatiously, "Go to my drawer, and get a merit assessment application form." When I heard that, I was surprised. I didn't expect she actually wanted me to get the form. I don't know what to do. I hurriedly put down her 3 inches, went to the desk, opened the drawer, and rummaged around in there. The drawer was full of stuff, cigarettes, stockings, and lingerie. She's a bit of a posh one. This one. I hurriedly pushed it away, looking for the papers, and after searching around for them, I finally found them, and I took one out and walked over to Fei Lu, looking at her curiously. I don't know what I need a merit application form for at this time. After all, is it too much to take the form now, when the 8 is yet to come? Seeing my skeptical look, Fei Lu smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, although you just came to the first day, but our health section is always a collective. We are a big family. The organization and the leadership of the cultivation of you certainly is not less. For the breakthrough of the case, certainly is also a contribution. Our health department is particularly bitter, and the opportunities to get credit are really too few, so I hope that you can carry forward the spirit of fraternity that we do as doctors, and so on, and after we turn around and solve the case, we'll apply for a collective credit from the organization." When I heard that, I just stared at Fei Lu dumbfounded. The intent of her words really made my jaw drop. If she wanted me to do that, wasn't she trying to take my personal credit and share it with the collective? This, surely, includes her, but it's only my first day here. I don't even know her well. She didn't help me with anything, so how can she justifiably want to turn my personal credit into collective credit? I am very speechless in my mind. Seeing my speechlessness, Fei Lu stood up and walked to my side, close to me. The distance was only a few centimeters less, and the heat wave of her breath scalded my goosebumps. But, in my heart, there is still something that resists. Fei Lu smiled and said, "Chen, do people, to be smooth, this time you even if you are a personal first-class merit, to give you a substantial reward, but also limited. Even if you give you to promote the cadre, you can only be a trainee directly to the regular. Want to be higher? It's difficult. After all, seniority is there in the swing it. But, if it's given to me, it's different. I'm senior enough. And, again, we're going through a special period in the second supervision department, and there are a lot of important positions that need to be promoted, such as, for example, the position of political commissar. Of course, I certainly don't expect to be a political commissar, but you have to know that the person who sits in this seat must be pivotal. A carrot, someone goes. Naturally, someone has to go up. At that time, if I have a big merit in my body, the above will definitely prioritize me. When I go up, I guarantee that the head of the health section will be yours. The so-called people in the court is good to be an official. Under the big tree is good to cool. I hope, Xiao Chun, you can understand this truth. Of course, Sister Willow me. I'm sure I'll take care of you more than just at work, and in life, Sister Willow will definitely take good care of you as well. After saying that, she gave me a flirtatious smile, not explicitly, but even more seductive than if she had stated it. Her words, which made a few points, though, were not very fair to me, but, in the long run, it worked, but I inwardly sighed. There was even more sighing about Miao Miao's fate. She, at this moment, seems to have become not a person, but a walking book of merit, relevant, irrelevant, all wanting to bite a piece of meat off her, step on her, and climb up the ladder. However, it's not anyone's fault but her youthful ignorance and breaking the law. I immediately nodded and said, "Okay, Sister Lu, I'll listen to everything you say, and I hope Sister Lu will take care of me more in the future." My promise surprised Fei Liu a little, but was delighted, and soon reached out with a smile, wrapping her arms around my neck, her entire delicate body pressed up against it. The seductive gesture was so seductive that it wasn't even an act. I hurriedly said nervously, "No, Lu Ku, this is not good, right?" Fei Lu smiled indifferently and said, "I'm divorced and you're single. What's wrong with that? Don't be afraid. If something really happens, I should be more afraid than you. Sister Lu, I am so warm-hearted to you. In fact, I just want to tell you, Sister Lu is a realistic person. You are useful to Sister Luet. Sister Lu will hurt you. Working in a prison is special. What about those of us on the fringes, called prisoners who aren't prisoners? Living here, it's miserable. And if we don't find ourselves some hobbies and interests, we'll soon go crazy. Sister Lu, just want to take a life with a young man like you, so that you and I, in the work life, can get by, and you do not feel that Sister Lu is too abrupt. Sister Lu is really for your own good. Only to be so blunt with you, I absolutely will not be like some people, always mouth, love, unity and so on false big empty to be real. Xiao Chen ah, with Sister good right? I was particularly speechless as I looked at her ambiguous face. It's only my first day on the job, and 4 or 5 people in a row have confessed to me that they want me to get better with her. Whether it's with an agenda or a genuine emotional need, it's just not enough. It made it really a bit hard for me to fight, especially when I was facing the feminine Fei Lu, who was really seductive even though she was a dozen years older than me. That, Sister Willow, I'm naturally honored that you've taken a liking to me, but I'd like to focus on my work right now and make some accomplishments out of it. I stammered. Willow smiled sweetly and kissed me on the lips, but quickly spat in disgust. Then I was asked, "Touch the prisoner?" I heard, creepy, heart feel too terrible, how the women in prison all come with the ability to detect as if she actually knew that I touched the prisoners. I hurriedly said, "That work required." Hearing my words, Liu Fei laughed, but also understood, not only a change in the previous disgusted look, but also encouraged. Understandable. Sister Lu encourages a strong upward mobility in the career. However, upward mobility and hobbies do not conflict with, you are also on a break too, and so on. This time the end of the case, the vacation. Sister to take you to the nearby hot springs hotels to have fun, a bit. When she finished, she patted me flirtatiously on the cheek. The ambiguous look made me gulp as I couldn't resist. For fun? For what? Naturally, it amuses me. Is this, like, a workplace subterfuge? Chapter 39, Does it affect you? I laughed feebly, and Fei Lu didn't give me a chance to refuse. She directly let go of me and walked back to her desk in a very dashing manner. After sitting down, he told me, "Go and get busy. Use your mind on the case, the daily work log, and some bits and pieces. I'll let the others help you bring it. After all, the credit is not for nothing. Something has to be done, doesn't it?" I was pretty speechless when I heard that. A sense of powerlessness set in. However, I quickly adapted and said mellowly, "That's fine. Thank you, Sister Lu. At work, call the position," Fei Willow said with a smile. Only, this time, there wasn't that harshness, not to mention the sense of detachment, but instead, there was a sense of flirty-to-the-bone seduction. "Yes, Yankee, then, I'll go first," I said with a smile. She hummed and I rushed out of the office, and when I got out, I shivered. My mouth was so dry I wanted to dive into a pool of water. Breathing came with a rolling heat, and my nose was getting a little sore from the fiery breath, and I knew that I should be on fire. I screamed and laughed. It's hard not to get fired up when you work here. I lifted my hand and put my fingers between my nose and smelled them. Fragrant, very fragrant. The aroma lingered in my hand. For Fei Lu's temptation, I was a little powerless to resist in my heart, and I was a little at a loss as to what to do for my next pastime. I waved the application form in my hand in the air, shook my head, and murmured with a smile, "One step at a time." With that, I left the health section and headed towards the commissar's office, and in the doorway of the office, I saw a lot of people sitting inside, all wearing police uniforms, each looking very serious and competent, and on some of their faces, there were even very scary scars. These people, at a glance, I know as the criminal police. They are discussing something heatedly with Lan Yen, speaking the local dialect. I do not understand very well. Occasionally I can hear the name of Miao Miao. I know, is discussing the case of Miao Miao. At this time, Wang Yi seemed to have discovered me, and hurriedly catapulted himself and carefully walked out. I hurriedly asked her, "How's it going?" Wang Yi told me, In arranging the deployment, there are results. Will notify you. Now there is not a specific program and conclusion. You first return to the infirmary and so on. I took one look at the seriousness of the room and found it depressing, so I hurriedly nodded and left the administration building to go back to my infirmary. I sat in my office and waited. The afternoons are simmering. No patients, no gags, no entertainment, just sitting in the infirmary and waiting. That sense of isolation, which made me feel like I was exiled, was the polar opposite of what I had felt before, when I was too busy to get my ass to the hospital. I am beginning to miss the days when I was a cowhorse in the hospital, because, although busy, at least, there are people to communicate with, living in the world of people. And here, though it's easy to sit around and just wait for arrangements to be made and for the end of the shift, it gives me a guilty feeling of wasting my youth. I smiled helplessly. Maybe, this is the finesse of the bottom people. The waiting was torturous. I waited until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, when I heard the assembly whistle ringing outside, and I couldn't wait for a result. I stood in front of the window, and watched the prisoners who were coming out from the factory one after another, and were taken to the cafeteria. At this time, Sister Shin came over and asked me to go to the cafeteria to eat, but I was not in the mood to eat, so I perfunctorily said 2 sentences and let Sister Shin go first, and I continued to sit in the office and wait. This time, I waited for another 3 hours or so, until 8:30 p.m., when I saw Wang Yi, Zhou Qing, and Lan Yan's figures from the window. I hurried out to meet the 3 men. Leaders, is the meeting over? I asked in a snarky tone. All 3 of them heard my words and a smile came to their tired faces. Lan Yan then got serious and didn't say much, walking straight to the infirmary as we hurriedly followed. After entering the infirmary, Lan Yan said to me seriously, "We have discussed a result with the criminal police of the South Border Drug Enforcement Brigade. According to the agreement between Miao Miao and her lawyer, she will ask to send someone to the South Border Hotel to meet with her in room 302 tomorrow, although the time is very short. However, it's a good thing that our comrades in the criminal police team are very professional. They'll be stepping on the spot tonight, arranging for deployment, and arranging for an absolutely safe environment for you to go out in the field tomorrow. Of course, if you feel you can't handle it, we can also arrange another professional comrade from the criminal police team to take your place." I immediately said, "Yes, it's up to the task." At my eagerness and fear, Lan Yan laughed. Wang Yi and Zhou Qing couldn't help but laugh as well, and I smiled awkwardly. "Are you kidding me? If I don't go for such a great credit, don't steal it for me later. This place, there aren't many good men and women." Lan Yan then said, "Okay, tomorrow out in the field, you and Zhou Chang partner. At that time, there will be professional comrades to give you on-site arrangements for deployment." After I heard that, I looked at Wang Yi. I actually didn't really want to partner up with Zhou Qing. I didn't trust her too much. I felt that she was always targeting me and playing with me. Even when she said she liked me, I felt that it was with a playful mood. On the contrary, Wang Yi gave me a very reassuring feeling. Just a shame. Wang Yi understood the look in my eyes and said with a smile, "It's fine. Xiao Zhou has been out in the field many times and has more experience than me. He will take care of you." Zhou Qing rolled her eyes irritably and said, "See you tomorrow." When she finished, she marched off at a rate. This makes Lan Yan very headache, and then said to Wang Yi, "The cadre evaluation work at night. You do not participate. You take Xiao Chen back, and properly arrange his rest work, and strive for tomorrow, to participate in the work with the best state of mind." "Yes," Wang Yi responded. Then it looked at me, and after a few polite words with Lan Yan, I followed Wang Yi out of the prison area and back to the apartment dormitory. When I went back, Wang Yi smiled and said to me, "Take a shower and go to bed early. Tomorrow we'll be out in the field and have a heavy workload. Make sure you have enough energy." I let out a hum and was ready to take a shower, but, after thinking about it, I took out the application form that Fei Lu gave me and showed it to Wang Yi. When Wang Yi saw the form, he was very surprised and asked, "Sister Lu gave it to you?" I nodded, while Wang Yi's complexion became furious and said, "You could have refused. Don't worry, the Blue Political Committee will do you justice." I saw her exasperated expression, so I hurriedly said indifferently, "Hey, that's not necessary. I don't care, just but save a person's fate. After all, I'm new. In the future, inevitably have to be taken care of by the leadership." Wang Yi said sternly with me, "You just came, simply do not understand how much difference between individual merit and collective merit. Collective merit, for your future rating, progress, honor plays a role is minimal, but individual merit is different. You just take a third-class merit. That is 10 collective first-class merit cannot be exchanged. You take, completely without anyone to take care of you." I know the difference. When I looked at Wang Yi's exasperated expression, I was quite moved. She was so kind to me, thinking of me in every way. With that I asked her, "So, if you take the collective credit for this one, does it affect you, at all?" Chapter 40, How to Bring It Out. How to Bring It Back In. Wang Yi looked at me very unexpectedly, and a very touched streaming wave came out from his eyes. She bit her lip and said frankly, "There must be. I want to evaluate the police inspector next. If, however, Xiao Chen, I don't want to take your aggravation and credit to pave my way." When I heard that, I laughed and said, "What are you talking about? You so take care of me, I give back to you a little, not should? Anyway, it is to write a few names up, more than you and not more, less than you and not less, do not want for nothing, is not it?" My big grinning words didn't make Wang Yi's emotions become somewhat relieved. Instead, touched, her eyes began to glow red, and suddenly, as if she had lost her reason, she embraced me and threw deep kisses at me. I was very surprised. I did not expect the always sensible her, this time, actually so emotional, and I, too, moved to kiss her. Instead of being so burdened by the ambiguous contact with her, I had a relaxed feeling of enjoyment. The collision of two loves let our emotions go deeper and deeper. With the gradual warming of feelings, desire gradually out of control, both of us to fall into a complete madness. For my aggressive depth of the request, she no longer resist. I have no constraints on the claws and teeth of desire. I can be unlimited in the sea of love to fish. But, she quickly came back to her senses, and although extremely reluctant, she cut the cord with me due to some kind of pressure and bottom line. She forcefully lowered her head against my head, restraining her boiling desires and emotions with deep breaths, perhaps, because the emotions were too hard to restrain, making her body tremble. And I, too, I have been suffering from this lust all day today, leaving me in a state of extreme restraint, from my body to my heart, and at this moment, I actually want to burst out completely. Xiao Chen, sorry, in the unit, really cannot, sorry. I heard Wang Yi's trembling apology from the bottom of my heart, and all the desires in my heart were doused, though unwillingly, I could understand. With Wang Yi, it's like this, she understands me, fully, and I, in turn, fully understand her. We can be said to be running in both directions. Of course, I didn't know if the two of us running in both directions would come to fruition. She was even more touched by my understanding and wrapped her arms around me, hugging me into her arms. I hugged her back, and even though it was only the first day that the two of us had met today, at this point, it felt like there was a sense of an old married couple. She took a breath and whispered in my ear, "You know, why I was so moved? I don't know, but, guessing, maybe, no one has ever treated you like that before? No, it's because, you're not easy," Wang Yi said. I was a little surprised to hear that it wasn't easy for me. It's not easy for me? I asked myself. Wang Yi whispered in my ear, "You and Miao Miao in the infirmary had intimate behavior, right?" When I heard that, I shuddered a little inside, and I couldn't help but choke up, thinking back to Wang Yi's situation at that time. Perhaps, at that time, she knew. I was a little embarrassed and laughed bitterly. She said to me with great pain, "I saw your expression from the glass. I know that your heart is resistant, full of sacrifice. You are using your body, soul, to promote the case. Others do not understand your hard work, and do not know the pain and moral conscience behind the torment." I heard her words and moved inwardly, holding her tightly in my arms. Although I looked like I was taking advantage in my intimate behavior with Miao Miao, in reality, it was just like what Wang Yi said. There is a huge burden inside of me, but it's the kind of thing that I can't say to anyone else, and I don't believe anyone will understand me. And Wang Yi understands me. This is extremely moving to me. I take a heavy, deep breath and am moved to smile. There was a feeling of hot tears. Wang Yi patted my back and told me, "So, if you don't want to, I won't let anyone take away your credit. And I won't let any cheeky person bully you, even if it means falling out with the people in the medical section. I'm not unwilling. No, really no. Sister Wang, I'm willing," I insisted. Wang Yi hugged me a little tighter. She no longer spoke but gently stroked my back, and all the emotions of the two of us digested each other under the quiet embrace. After a while, Wang Yi let go of me and said, "Take a bath, go to bed early, and so on. After solving the case, let's celebrate." Again, I looked at her reddened face, and although she wasn't the prettiest one out of all the women I'd met today, at this point, I felt that she was just the best looking, the one that had gotten inside of me the most. I let out a and without further ado, I dove straight into the bathroom and turned on the shower, while Wang Yi brought me the toiletries. After I briefly washed up, I got into my own room, and Wang Yi, since then, has never come out. I knew that she needed to calm down, and I, more than anything, needed to calm down, because tomorrow's field is extremely important for all of us. So I lay down in bed early, and, having labored all day, I fell into it and drifted off to sleep. This sleep, a deep one, didn't wake me up until the next day's wake-up call. I was in a daze of sleep when I got out of bed and, through the window, saw that the sun was already as high as it could be outside, and I hurriedly jumped out of bed in a panic and hastily put on my clothes and rushed out. When I reached the door, I saw that Wang Yi was already fully dressed, and I anxiously asked, "Sister Wang, what time is it? Am I late? Will it affect today's fieldwork?" Seeing my anxious expression, Wang Yi pursed her lips and laughed, lifting the watch on her wrist and telling me, "The wake-up call at 6 o'clock. You don't have to worry, it won't affect out in the field at all." When I heard that, I was relieved, and I looked at the sun outside again, and suddenly remembered that the southern border is a tropical city, and the sun comes out at 4 o'clock, and even though it's only 6 o'clock now, the sun is already about the same as it is around 12 o'clock in other areas. When you go to the city, buy a watch. The second prison can't use electronics, so it's not very convenient to not have a watch. You can choose as much as you want. Turn around and sis will reimburse you, Wang Yi generously said. When I heard that, I nodded, and in my heart, I realized why everyone in prison carries a watch in their hands, because it's really inconvenient to be without one. At this time, the door of the room knocked. Wang Yi and I were a little surprised. I hurried to open the door. When the door opened, a unique fragrance of waxberry came to my nose. A strange and extremely beautiful woman stood in front of my eyes, so straight and cool. Looking at this woman, I couldn't help but be dumbfounded up. It was actually Zhou Qing. Only, today's Zhou Qing and yesterday's Zhou Qing were simply like two people. She wasn't wearing a uniform today, but a set of casual clothes. A white t-shirt with a pair of 9-minute long skinny jeans and a pair of 7-centimeter high high-heeled shoes under her feet. This outfit, although it was not related to sexy, and it was also slightly casual, but it showed off her stunning body hidden under the uniform to the fullest. The jeans clung to every inch of her legs as if they were inseparable, close and intimate friends, hugging her tightly, and at the end of the jeans was that soul-crushingly thin waist, that slim dimension that made me wonder, how did the slender little waist hold up that heavy and magnificent burden? "What are you looking at?" Suddenly, Zhou Qing threw a stern inquiry at me, as if she was very unhappy about me ogling her. "Now you're scolding me? I didn't see you being so reserved when you played me." I don't know what she's pretending to be. I didn't bother to talk to her. Wang Yi, on the other hand, walked out and said to Zhou Cheng, "Last night, he rested well, and today's state of mind is also very full, man. I'll leave it to you." Zhou Cheng nodded and didn't bother to be polite or anything more with Wang Yi, glancing at me and about to take me away. However, Wang Yi grabbed her hand and said with extreme seriousness, "People, how to bring out, how to bring back. Otherwise, I'm not done with you." Chapter 41, First Field Mission. To Wang Yi's warning, Zhou Cheng still didn't give a damn and pushed Wang Yi's hand away very roughly, then gave me a follow-me look and walked into the elevator by herself. I glanced at Wang Yi and she gave me an encouraging look. I smiled and didn't say much as I trotted into the elevator. Once the elevator doors closed, Zhou Qing took out a bunch of papers for me to sign. I took a look at it. It was a field application, a liability risk letter, and some other messy paperwork. Seeing these documents, I have a newer perception of the harshness of the prison. No matter if you are going out or coming in, there is an extremely strict set of procedures, even if you are a staff member here, and you have to follow all the rules. But fortunately, these paperwork, there is Zhou Qing, the prison administration office of the people, to help me do a good job. Otherwise, let me this rookie doctor to run these processes. It must give me a sweaty run. After signing, I handed the document to Zhou Qing, who scrutinized it twice before putting it away, and after getting off the elevator, she led me straight to the logistics office to claim our personal belongings. Nothing really personal, just the cell phone. It was also the first time in my life that I had been away from my cell phone for such a long period of time, a full 24 hours without access to it. In the past day, being away from my cell phone has slowed down my time very much, especially in the afternoons when I have nothing to do, and those short 2 or 3 hours feel like weeks to me. After taking the cell phone, Zhou Cheng added WeChat with me, and then took me to the administration building, looking for Lan Yan to get a stamp, and doing some requests in the meantime. After arriving at Lan Yan's office in the administration building, Lan Yan just looked at the document and stamped it for us, and Zhou Qing also did some work like Lan Yan to ask for instructions. I had thought that Blue Swallow would give us some guidance on our work, but, to my surprise, Blue Swallow just instructed us very seriously to protect our lives. Then, we were personally escorted to the prison gates. Getting out of the prison was another extremely complicated and rigorous process. The police on duty electronically detected us, manually searched us, and literally treated us as if we were prisoners, which made me feel a bit petty inside. However, as the old man Zhou Qing in prison are very cooperative with the security check, I, a rookie, cannot have any complaints. The process of getting out of the prison was completed after a 10-minute long check of the body as well as personal belongings. After the procedure, Zhou Cheng took me to the garage and got into a police car. As soon as I got into the car, I complained to Zhou Qing. No, do you guys have to go through all this trouble every time you come out? Aren't we on our own? What's the need for such inspections? It makes me feel like I'm a prisoner. Zhou Qing for my complaints. Ling responded. I believe that most people are temperament, but I absolutely do not dare to guarantee that everyone has temperament. Only strict implementation of the rules and norms, in order to ensure that no temperament of people cannot drill the hole. Such a harsh norms, in fact, is to protect those of us with temperament. Of course, if you do not have temperament, the other calculation. When I looked at Zhou Qing's stern eyes, I laughed bitterly and said, you have modesty? You have modesty. You toyed with me so much yesterday? Zhou Qing gazed at me fiercely. That serious look gave me goosebumps. I was a little scared. She pulled over to the side of the road and gave me a set of military boxing. This is the border of the bird's nest. There are not even a few buses. If it really hit me, no one will save me even if I ask for help. Zhou Qing laughed contemptuously when she saw me cowering, and then without saying anything more, she drove me to the city. The car drove for an hour before driving to the downtown narcotics center, and Zhou Qing took me to the narcotics team's criminal police for docking work. The people we were interfacing with came from a very big place, the deputy director of the drug enforcement center, and some very serious-looking cadre of criminal police officers. That battle left me very nervous. The whole person's brain are in a state of confusion. What they say, I am the left ear into the right ear out. Nothing remembered. Only remembered Zhou Qing attitude very respectfully called the deputy director of the Zhou Hall. The docking went on for half an hour in the conference room, and in my dazed state, the meeting ended while Zhou Qing took me to the logistics office of the narcotics center to collect some equipment for me. Soon, Zhou Qing brought me a bulletproof vest, and she tossed it to me, saying, put it on. I looked at the bulletproof vest and became even more confused. I looked at Zhou Qing with a dry mouth and asked, it's not me, just going to meet someone and make a deal. Is it necessary? Wearing bulletproof vests. It wasn't that I resisted wearing bulletproof vests, but now I realized that Wang Yi's earlier comment about the gunfire wasn't just a casual remark. If you're scared, it's still not too late to apply for an experienced criminal police comrade to carry out the mission in your place, and I also suggest that you don't try to be brave. After all, you're a wimp. Even I, a female comrade, am scared. Zhou Qing sarcastically provoked. When I heard her sarcasm and provocation, I felt angry and said, am I afraid of you? I just respect women comrades. You really think I cannot beat you? Let me tell you, according to the survey report of the United Nations Department of Health, even the soft male, the strength is stronger than the female. After I finished, I hurriedly put on the bulletproof vest, but this is the first time I wore this thing, and I was a bit fidgety. Zhou Qing came over and gave me a disgusted blank look, but still helped me wear it, and soon, she put the bulletproof vest on for me. Then with a cold face I got into the car, and I followed her into the police car with trepidation in my heart, filled with mixed feelings and a sense of fear of the unknown. Zhou Qing didn't comfort me, she just drove, and after leaving the narcotics center, I couldn't help but ask her, so, what? The mission? How was it arranged? What did you do in the meeting? Did you not hear a single word? Zhou Qing asked angrily. Nonsense, my first, so big battle. Director the director is out. How big I cannot be nervous? I to now brain is confused. I exasperated. Zhou Qing shook her head breathlessly, and after seeing my emotions tighten up, she didn't stimulate me anymore. Rather, he reached out his hand, patted me on the leg, pacified me, and told me, our criminal police comrades have been in the Southland Hotel. The Southland Hotel, 302 room left and right are our people. We are now disguised as a couple. To room 302 to open a room. Waiting for the suspects to come over to the transaction on the right. Not much of a big deal. It is the same as going through the motions, so that you wear a bulletproof vest, but just afraid if there are accidents. Look at me. I'm not even wearing it. Zhou Qing's words made me relax quite a bit. Perhaps I was too nervous. I gasped and nodded, exasperated. Wouldn't you have said so earlier? Why did you have to scare me? Zhou Qing laughed ridiculously and didn't bother to pay attention to me anymore to concentrate on driving. Soon the car drove to the suburban section of the city. Stopping in front of an old townhouse building, Zhou Qing and I got out of the car and looked up at this 6-story building with a sign on it. Southland Hotel. At this time, Zhou Qing came over, holding my hand, pulling me into the Southland Hotel. I was very resistant to my heart, so my footsteps were a little stiff. Zhou Qing looked at me sternly, her eyes full of anger. I hurriedly said, I haven't eaten breakfast yet. I didn't eat last night either. I'm hungry. Maybe my blood sugar is a little low. Why don't you? I'll go and have a breakfast first. As soon as Zhou Qing wrapped my arm in her arms, and used that strong and sublime mountain to clamp my hand to death, I couldn't help but get my mouth dry. Only Zhou Qing raised her head in chest. Ling Li said, "I've got it all with me. Go up there and I'll treat you to a delicious meal." Chapter 42, It's better to wait dry than to. Zhou Qing's words made me unable to resist a glance towards her chest as she lifted her head and stood up her chest, stretching out that already strong capital even more majestically. That perfect scenery did make my heart relax a lot, but it was also a side reaction that Zhou Qing, in private, was really a completely different person from her work. Private, she's truly feckless. After feeling me relax, Zhou Qing dragged me into the South Border Hotel, and as I was dragged along by her, the emotions within me, again, began to run in the direction of uneasiness. There was a wave of inner crisis. I couldn't help but look around. Around the hotel, our cars, trucks, coming and going of people are not a few. Everything seems very quiet, but, it is this quiet, let my heart feel very horrible. There is a sense of calm before the storm. In order to ease the tension, I can only ask Zhou Chang without any sense of propriety. Not, really have something to eat? Didn't play me? Zhou Qing gave me a stern look, but soon, changed to a smiling face and said, "Nonsense, all came to the hotel, not for you to eat. Why did I come here?" With that, she pulled me to the front desk of the hotel and said very bluntly, "Get a room." 1. The attendant at the front desk of the hotel looked at Zhou Qing unexpectedly, then said with a smile, "Show your ID card." Zhou Qing directly took out her ID card and handed it over to the other party, who took a look at it and then started to arrange it for us. The other party said with a flirtatious smile while giving us a room, "It's only a few o'clock. Get a room. Can you eat? What does it matter?" Zhou Qing said sternly, "Couldn't care less. Couldn't care less. Just trying to sell, said the other with a smile. Then it pushed several kinds of birth control products placed on the counter of the front desk in front of us, said with a smile, "There are all kinds of flavors, and all kinds of models, but also cheap. You buy online at least more than 100 a box. We this, 50 on the line, buy a box?" I looked at the other guy's grinning expression, which looked really lewd, and I couldn't understand why he was pushing safe birth control at this time. Then when I thought about it, I realized that this person, I think, was also a disguise for the CID. Zhou Qing was also very angry and gave the other person a blank look, and didn't bother to fight with the other person anymore, but instead said to me, "Buy it? If you don't buy, go away." When I heard that, I went straight to the other guy and said, "Buy. Do you have a large, the biggest size?" Hearing my words, the receptionist was a bit surprised, then looked me up and down and said, "I see you. Medium, hold up." I grinned and glanced over the counter, finding the largest size box, taking it out and waving it in the other person's face twice before looking at Zhou Qing. "Pay up," I said. Zhou Qing narrowed her eyes as if to warn me, and I immediately said, "This mustn't be guarded against, or else what if there's an accident? Or, are you uncouthly lying to me?" After hearing this, Zhou Qing was so angry that she let out a sneer at me, and then without further ado, from her bag, she pulled out $100, and took another box from the counter, and then dragged me upstairs. As he walked away, he muttered, "You want to play, don't you? I'll play with you properly." These words made me nervous again in my heart, not knowing whether Zhou Qing would give me something to eat or would give me a set of military boxing when I went upstairs and to my room. Soon, the elevator went up to the 3rd floor, and Zhou Qing directly led me to room 302, and after she took the key and opened the door, she dragged me in with one hand. Before I could react, Zhou Qing directly grabbed my arm and gave me an over-the-shoulder fall, and my body just flew straight out, fortunately, onto the bed. However, spare me, also gave me a fall of 7 meat and vegetables. I have not climbed up Zhou Qing's body on the pounce. She grabbed my arm. Strong overbearing will be my arm tackle, and then upward forceful lift. I will be painful sweating all over the body. Zhou Qing, I knew that you are lying to me. You woman, it is you who do not have any modesty at all. Yo, pain, it is going to break. I was furious. Chocharu didn't let go of my hand because I was screaming in pain, but pressed her knee against my back. She said very sternly, "Do you have any decent behavior? Where's your work? What are you playing? It's fun, isn't it? Come on, I'll have fun with you. Come on, didn't you say that even the weakest man is stronger than a woman? Let's see, how the hell do you climb up?" Saying that, her hand used a few more points of force, giving me a sweaty pain. I was really speechless in my heart. This woman, really uncouth and violent. It was also ridiculously strong and gave me a takedown that I had no room to roll over. I said very stiflingly, "Aren't I also nervous? I want a little distraction to make me less nervous. You hurry up and get up for me. The suspect may come at any time. And then, if you delay your work, beware of being disciplined." In response to my warning, Zhou Qing ate it up and directly loosened her hand. I hurriedly climbed up and nervously leaned against the bed. Looking at Zhou Qing, she clapped her hands, her face all stern. I breathlessly shook off my raw and painful hand, muttering some dissatisfaction under my breath. Zhou Qing did not pay attention to me, but looked up at the corner of the wall monitoring, and then drew an OK gesture. I looked at the monitoring, also nodded, and in my heart, I knew that this house has been laid. Worried heart, then relaxed a lot. When I caught my breath, I looked around the room, which was just a normal hotel, nothing special, but in my heart, I was very anxious and asked, "When did you say that the suspect would come?" "Yesterday Miao Miao met with the lawyer." "Did he mention the time?" Zhou Qing looked at me with great surprise and asked me, "Not, you didn't make an appointment with Miao Miao?" I immediately said, "Appointment, today, but, the specific time, no appointment." "She did not tell the lawyer?" Zhou Qing gasped and pinched her waist, rolled a big white eye and said with great dissatisfaction, "The lawyer didn't say either, and the evidence provided to us is just an agreement to make a deal today. I thought you guys had agreed on it privately." "You people, why are you always so unreliable in doing your work? What's the situation? Can you report it in advance?" Hearing her complaint, I smiled helplessly and muttered, "I'm a doctor, and it's unrealistic for you to expect a doctor to be as perceptive about a case as you police officers are. Just like it's blind and stupid for me to expect anything from you." After I finished speaking, I threw the birth control on the bed into Zhou Qing's face. She opened it as soon as she could and looked at me angrily, but I didn't hold back and looked at her with the same aggravated and exasperated look. Zhou Qing gasped and pointed at me. Then she took out her cell phone and edited some messages to convey, and I knew that she was debriefing with her comrades in the criminal police team. After a while I heard her cell phone vibrate and knew there should be instructions from above. I then asked, "What does it say?" "Etc." Chocharu said one word straight. Then he sat down on the bed and looked at me with a stern look in his eyes, as if it was all my fault, and I'm not going to tangle with her. Not agreeing on a specific time is really not sharp enough for me. At that time, the situation was too chaotic, and too hasty. All the initiative are in the hands of Miao Miao. I have no way to agree on a specific time. Let's just hope that everything will be safe and smooth. The room instantly became incredibly quiet, leaving only Zhou Qing and I looking at each other in all directions. And once both of our emotions had dissipated, it became a bit awkward. Zhou Qing a little bored and averted her eyes from me, which in turn gave me a sense of victory. In order to ease the embarrassment and inner tension, I smiled and asked her, "Dry waiting is also quite boring. Why don't we do something? For example, eat something." Chapter 43, It's too late to change now. Upon hearing my request, Zhou Qing immediately turned her head to look at me, her eyes extremely stern, like a stressed cat. But soon, a squinty grin was turned on me, and both hands were slowly lowered to grab the corners of my t-shirt before biting my lip and looking at me with a winking, mesmerized look. I watched her hand, little by little, in pulling up. Soon, her charming eyes willow waist was revealed, white skin, enchanting curves, put me look instantly dry mouth up. I couldn't help but thump inside. No, for real? I was just so nervous that I wanted to joke around with her to ease the tension, and I didn't realize that she was going to get real. As her t-shirt lifted higher and higher, my breathing became more and more rapid and rolling. I felt my nose on fire. Soon the delicate scenery was going to appear in front of my eyes, and my whole body put all the mental attention on it. Suddenly, Zhou Qing raised her hand and gave me a punch on the head, giving me a beating that made me hold my head and jump up from the bed. In the pain I was bouncing around on the floor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I screamed and cursed in my heart in pain. I knew it. This woman will definitely play me. I looked at Zhou Qing angrily and said through clenched teeth, "Is this considered a violent assault on a coworker? Do you believe I'll file a complaint against you?" Zhou Qing put her clothes down and straightened herself out, then said with extreme seriousness, "Work time. You give me something serious." I rubbed my head vigorously in exasperation and tried to scold her twice, but then she turned the tables and told me with a playful smile, "We'll talk about it after work." When I heard her words, I laughed and sat down, and asked disdainfully, "Do you think I'll still trust you? Being played by you twice. If I trust you a third time, I'm a dog." I leaned back against the bed in exasperation when I finished, glaring disgruntledly at Zhou Qing. The sense of crisis in his heart, however, had lessened considerably. Zhou Qing smiled indifferently, and then walked to the window, lifted a corner, and observed towards the outside. I also curiously poked my head, and observed towards the outside. But, in addition to the vehicles that came and went, there was nothing peculiar. I cannot help but start to get nervous again in my heart. I asked Zhou Qing, "What will the suspect look like? Will he be carrying a gun?" Zhou Qing looked back at me and told me, "Don't be nervous, it's all laid out and will definitely keep you safe." I sighed. That's what I said, but who would know what would happen when the time came? I never imagined that I, a tiny intern doctor, could be involved in such a dramatic case-solving operation. I suddenly remembered that serious Joe Hall, and I asked Joe Ching with a smile, that Joe Hall, it wouldn't be a relative of your family, would it? Joe Ching looked back at me. Her face was very serious, thought for a while, and said to me bluntly, my second uncle. I snorted a little when I heard it. I knew it. It must be her relative. This nepotism, it's really something. When Joe Ching saw my smile, she also revealed a few disdainful smiles, then told me, do you know why this case has attracted so much attention? I heard, but also some feel wrong, indeed received too much attention. The director this is how big the official actually personally come out to command. Why? I asked Joe Ching. Joe Ching asked me with a bit of harshness, do you know the antidote 5? When I heard that, I was extremely surprised and said, 5-methoxy. I am a medical student. I still know quite a lot about these chemical medicines. Antidote 5. I have heard a lot about it when I was in school. This is the latest type of central system depressant, a national-level psychotropic drug with strong hallucinogenic properties. An overdose will produce hallucinations, slowed movement, and even acute heart failure, leading to death. Moreover, this drug has an extremely powerful advantage over other drugs in that it remains in the body for an exceptionally short period of time, making Antidote 5 a new favorite as soon as it appeared. Hearing my words, Joe Ching was a bit surprised and said with a bit of a flirtatious tone, I underestimated you. You know quite a lot. It's this kind of drug that Miao Miao swallowed from customs. I heard, then extremely shocked, and now realize how serious the crime committed by Miao Miao. This drug, in the country belongs to the super new products, not only expensive, and the production process requirements are extremely strict. Ordinary drug dealers do not want to make high-purity antidote no. 5. There must be a large-scale team as well as sophisticated equipment instruments only. The drug is also particularly expensive, reaching up to around 10,000 RMB per gram in the pharmaceutical sector and up to around 20,000 RMB per gram in the criminal market. So the Antidote 5 that Miao Miao transported over in one shipment was worth $20 million in the criminal market. So that means that the criminal syndicate behind her is ridiculously powerful. Seeing my serious look, Joe Ching said to me extremely sternly, before this, the South Border Drug Enforcement Brigade had dealt with this group of drug dealers, sending out a total of 3 batches of undercover agents. The first batch of 10 undercover agents, all of whom were killed in the line of duty last year, and the second batch of 5, whose bodies were found in the Mekong River 3 months after they were sent out, and the most recent batch, although no body has been found, however, it has been more than half a year without any contact. The possibility of dying in the line of duty has exceeded 99%. Now, you know why the director personally came out to take command, right? When I heard Joe Ching's words, my pressure instantly came up. I immediately looked at Joe Ching, and seeing her gloating expression, I knew that she was doing it on purpose. She was creating pressure on me, getting back at me for flirting and mocking their family's nepotism. I asked irritably, are you having fun yet? No other meaning, is to tell you, other people position. You can ridicule, flirt, and even despise, but, narcotics position of any of the staff, you always have to harbor a sense of awe, because every narcotics police are taking the life to fight. Joe Ching lectured. I looked at Joe Ching's serious demeanor. My entire being was speechless. Her vindictiveness was really strong. I just flirted with her without understanding the situation, and she retaliated against me with such a harsh means. When she said that, I immediately felt zero sense of security, and I couldn't help but tighten the bulletproof vest on my body. With a strong burden for the next action, I couldn't help but gulp and asked her in a whisper, now, it's still not too late for me to apply for a replacement, right? My words caused Joe Ching's serious face to immediately reveal an extremely disdainful look, a contemptuous smile that embarrassed me. She was about to speak when she suddenly heard a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. In that instant, my scalp tingled up and I couldn't help but look at the door in horror. It's over. It's too late to change. Chapter 44, they're so crafty. Sure enough, before I could react, I watched as Joe Ching immediately reached out, sternly stripped off her t-shirt, and threw it towards the ground. I looked at her in shock. After taking off her t-shirt, her perfect body, completely exposed in front of my eyes, was a jasper-like bloom, and that long, slender waist was breathtakingly perfect. Only, before I could appreciate it more, she pounced on me, pinned me down on the bed, and rode up and down on top of me, and soon the bedpans were creaking and squeaking to and fro. Along with that sound, Joe Ching wildly let out a few soulful chants to come. The rhythmic sound created my stunned heart in pieces, and I looked at Joe Chang in shock, completely unable to comprehend what she was doing. Knock, knock, knock. The heavy and fast knocking on the door made Joe Ching become extremely irritated and uneasy. Chortling, who is it? Sick aren't you? Knock, knock, knock. The person outside the door did not stop knocking because of Zhou Qing's scolding. Zhou Qing said with extreme impatience, "You go open the door." After saying that, he hurriedly got off of me and, after catching his breath, said, "Be smart." I looked at Zhou Qing in a daze, my brain dizzy and completely unaware of what was going on right now. Pop! Zhou Qing threw her hand and slapped me, waking up the dazed me. She gave me a sharp look and said through clenched teeth, "Go open the door." When I heard that, I hurriedly got up from the bed, my whole body tensed up, staggered to the door and prepared to open it. I looked back at Zhou Qing. She was leaning against the bed, one hand on her waist. I knew that she should have a weapon in her hand. My whole body panicked to death. Heart very regret to come to participate in this action. If the other side is really ferocious drug traffickers, if the hand really have a weapon, I really do not know I should not cope with it. However, at this time, it's useless to regret, and you can only pray that the bulletproof vest is made by a conscientious manufacturer. I gritted my teeth, gulped, and reached out my hand, pressing it against the doorknob, and quietly opened the door. I didn't dare open it too much yet, just a crack, and then peered my eyes out. I looked, actually Miao Miao stood in the doorway. This look gave me a half-dead, eyes are almost out. She looked at me suspiciously as well, her whole being wary. We both just looked at each other for 3 seconds, wordlessly and very warily of each other. 3 seconds later, I immediately came to my senses that this wasn't Miao Miao, although she looked 7 or 8% similar to Miao Miao. However, she was more mature than Miao Miao and should be a few years older than Miao Miao. Who is she? I couldn't help but eye the woman suspiciously. She looks like Miao Miao, a round goose egg face, although some sense of angles, but retained the soft lines of the round face. Looks delicate but not lose the softness. Her temperament is also typical of the Wannan girl's soft temperament, especially with a shoulder-length hair, so that she looks more elegant. However, the dress code, it is extremely inconsistent with the character. She wore some flirtatious, a black low-cut halter tulle skirt, the chest opened very low. Hate the scenery that cannot be hidden out of the whole dish, but the tulle gives a sense of haziness, the vague skin from the thin skirt through, the female delicate flavor perfectly displayed. Who? Just as I was sizing up this woman, I heard Zhou Qing ask urgently. I hurriedly looked at the girl and asked, "Who are you? Does that want fast food?" When I heard her stammering words, I frowned and asked very suspiciously, "Fast food?" I was a little hungry but, at this time of the day, how could I be in the mood for fast food? Seeing my skeptical look, the other party hurriedly took out a stack of cards from a small bag and enthusiastically shoved them into my hands, telling me, "The fast food in our store is of high quality. Take a close look. Every one of them is of the very best quality, and, I assure you, it's the cheapest in the entire city of South Border." I looked at the small card she had slipped into my hand and cringed breathlessly. The card was printed with many pictures of scantily clad beauties, and many promotional slogans of tiger and wolf words as well as contact information. I looked speechlessly at the girl who looked 7 or 8% similar to Miao Miao, thinking that she was here to trade, but I didn't realize that she was the one who sent out small cards soliciting prostitutes. "Are you sick? His girlfriend is here and you actually came to send him a little card. Are you looking for a fight?" Suddenly, I heard Zhou Qing's exasperated shouts of curses, and soon, she came over and looked sternly at the woman, but when she saw the woman's looks, she froze at once with the same look I had at first. Sorry, I didn't know. Sorry. After this girl saw Zhou Qing come out, she immediately twisted her head and left, and soon ran to the stairway in a panic, and disappeared in a blink of an eye, and I hurriedly turned back to look at Zhou Qing, asked, "Do you think, is she a little too similar to Miao Miao look?" Zhou Qing pinched her waist, her eyes rolling around, and soon said anxiously, "Yes, this is a coincidence? Or is she the one who came to trade?" I leaned against the wall speechless, and my heart was also mixed and confused. I immediately said, "No, I was having a good conversation. Why did you come out? You scared her away. What should we do now? Chase her?" Zhou Qing pointed at me angrily and said, "Don't take advantage of the opportunity to get back at me. Let me tell you I came out because I was afraid that you couldn't cope with it." When she finished, she grabbed the little card in my hand and smashed it twice on my head with great disgust. Exasperated, he said, "You don't even know what fast food means? Did you go to college for nothing? Don't tell me you've never eaten fast food." Hearing her slightly sarcastic and disgusted tone, I said seriously, "Doesn't not knowing just show that I am a law-abiding quality youth? Is it wrong not to know about this mess? Don't you dare make excuses for your blunders." Zhou Qing was so angry that she yanked me back and slammed the door behind her, and she didn't care about getting dressed, urgently reaching for her cell phone to ask for a report. I was anxious, too. It would be a failure enough to scare this woman away and thus break the trail. I hurriedly asked, "What does it say?" in staring at it, has grasped her whereabouts, and did not arrest. The other side does not have the facts of the crime. It is not clear whether the other side has accomplices. To her arrest, will only hit the grass to scare the snake, the meaning of the above. Let us too, and so on, Zhou Qing sternly said. When I heard that, I sat down and scratched my hair in agony, much to my chagrin. After this brief encounter, I was made fully aware of a reality. These criminals, they're real crafty. Chapter 45, I don't hesitate at all to deal with important matters. Give a cigarette, I said, holding my tongue inside. Zhou Qing picked up her small bag, opened it, pulled out a pack of cigarettes and threw it to me. I opened it, pulled out two, threw one to her, and then took over her lighter and lit the cigarette. Zhou Qing also sat down and stuck to my cigarettes and lit hers, and we both smoked them rather depressingly. After taking 2 puffs, I grabbed the t-shirt on the ground and threw it to Zhou Qing, saying with dissatisfaction, "What's the use of acting so well? Drama queen? Can you catch fish? Put it on you. You're fishing me into a warble." Zhou Qing gave me a disgruntled look, then put her clothes on, then said sternly, "You'd better watch your attitude." I grinned disgruntledly. Attitude? If she hadn't fumbled, now I guess I could have called it a day and gone back to writing my merit badge application. What's the point of waiting here? I'm sorry, it was my mistake. I was the one who underestimated your ability and was afraid that you wouldn't be able to cope with these small card issuing ones. I was also concerned about the mission, so I wanted to quickly remove the factors that would affect the course of the case as soon as possible. Zhou Qing suddenly softened her attitude and sincerely apologized to me. I looked at Zhou Qing's serious expression, and the fire in my heart subsided for a few minutes, but I still said irritably, "I'm a truthful person. Turn around. Treat me to dinner? I can treat you right now," Zhou Qing said as she puffed out her chest and raised her head, then playfully lifted up her t-shirt. After I saw it, I laughed breathlessly, opened her hand and said, "Don't fish me, okay? Look at my nose. My breath is on fire. Do you know how hard it is to hold it in?" Zhou Qing looked at my pained expression and smiled playfully, then seriously, and I said, "You have to understand, our current relationship is still only colleagues. If we are now messing with male and female relationships, is a violation of discipline? Of course, if you're a little smarter agreed to do my boyfriend. We have experienced the thrilling mission, privately relax a little to vent their emotions. It is not impossible." When I heard that, I looked at Zhou Qing speechlessly, pointed at her, and said rather gamely, "Okay, I promise to be your boyfriend now, and when the mission is completed, if you don't give it to me again, I won't trust you for the rest of my life, and the next time there's a case, I'll definitely not take you with me." Zhou Qing shrugged and smiled, then continued to smoke. I smoked up my cigarettes rather gamely, too, and soon finished one of them, and I put out my cigarette fiercely, and lay down on the bed and waited dryly. Zhou Qing also stopped saying anything more to me, and the two of us just kept waiting. Waiting silently for over an hour gave me a really stifling wait. Zhou Qing was also waiting anxiously, constantly holding her cell phone in contact with the above. However, the results obtained were perhaps all waiting, which made her also look quite chagrined and rushed. I proceeded to smoke, one after the other. I was fully aware of the dangers of smoking as a doctor, but there was nothing I could do about it now. I had to use it to ease my anxious and disturbed feelings. I smoked a cigarette while holding a small card, looking at the exposed women on it and the words of the tigers and wolves as a way to distract me from the anxiety I was feeling inside. "Still looking? Didn't you say it was on fire?" Zhou Qing reminded. I laughed and said, "That can't be helped. I don't look at them. I'm anxious in my heart. If it wasn't for you, I'm now guessing I could go back and write a report on the evaluation of my merits. If you have a little bit of a conscience, give me some benefits first. Let me see some real things." When Zhou Qing heard this, she walked to me and asked, "Come on, tease yourself, and make sure you can see the satisfying big stuff." When I heard that, I looked up at her, and her smirking expression left me speechless for a split second. She always had that look on her face whenever she was about to hit me, and I had no doubt at all that if I dared to do it, it would be a guaranteed set of military-style punches. So I didn't even bother to look at her much and continued to stare at the little cards. "Goon," Zhou Qing taunted. I don't put a smile on my face. It's better to be a wimp than to be beaten. Suddenly, I frowned, looking at the number on the little card. I asked Zhou Qing, "Do you think making this call will reach the other side?" Hearing my words, Zhou Qing also instantly became serious, ruffled her messy hair and said, "I'll ask for instructions." I nodded, and Zhou Qing hurriedly reached for her phone to text for instructions. I waited anxiously for a while, then Zhou Qing said seriously, "It says that we can try. However, we should pay attention to the proportion. Don't scare the snakes. If we miss this opportunity, I'm afraid that this clue will be broken again." I nodded, aware of the seriousness of the matter, but there was no point in waiting now. It would only be a waste of time. it would be better to take the initiative. So, I picked up my cell phone and dialed the number on the small card, while Zhou Qing was squatting in front of me, looking at me with a nervous expression. I'm also very tightly wound and not sure if I'll be able to pull it off. Soon the call came through and I immediately answered it. The other person didn't say anything. The silence on the other end of the line was a little scary. If it wasn't for the cell phone interface being connected, I would have thought it didn't go through. Hey, is a fast food restaurant? I asked, making a wild excuse. No, wrong number. I heard a sharp tone on the other end, and before I could say anything, the phone hung up. I immediately looked at Zhou Qing and asked suspiciously. I heard the voice. It sounded like a woman, a little bit like the one before, but it seems to be a bit coarse. Deliberately, she purposely performed the voice change processing. It should be the other party's number, Zhou Qing affirmed. I was even more anxious when I heard it, and disgruntledly grabbed Zhou Qing's ear. She was extremely surprised and angry looking at me, not understanding why I was grabbing her ear. I got back at her, of course, and I said in exasperation, what does it mean that she hung up the phone in outright denial? For my questioning, the chagrin in Zhou Qing's eyes became even more intense, and that bright and forthright face revealed a strong sense of crisis. But soon, she affirmed, no, if she really saw through our arrangement and deployment, she wouldn't have answered this phone call. Testing, it's testing, she's testing you. When I heard Zhou Qing's words, I felt that it was also true. Indeed, if she knew that this was a dangerous trap, with her cunning character, she would definitely not pick up the phone, because if she did, she would be in danger of exposing her whereabouts. I took a deep breath, and immediately and decisively dialed the phone back. For my decisiveness, Zhou Qing was very surprised. Looking at my look, also from the previous contempt, became a few points of appreciation. That's the way I am, although I usually look obsequious, like a cow horse, but when it comes to dealing with big things, I don't hesitate at all. Soon the call went through. Immediately I said in a domineering manner, take the money and come to the hotel at once. I will give you only 10 minutes. Chapter 46, Inspect the goods first, pay later. I hung up after that, giving the other person no room to bargain at all. My decisiveness gave Zhou Qing a blank stare as she looked at me in disbelief and asked me suspiciously, how are you sure that she must come? I didn't answer wangy, but anxiously picked up cigarettes from the table, pulled one out, and after lighting it, took a big puff. I was not certain that she would come, but I was sure that if I bargained with her, she would not come. Foxes are cunning, and will try before they eat the meat, but when you give it away, she will certainly not try again. There's no point in trying again, so I think that pushing her a bit should work. Seeing me urgently smoking, Zhou Qing also seemed to realize that it was useless to say anything to me now, and could only wait quietly. She sat down next to me and reached over to put her hand on my shoulder, giving it a firm squeeze to ease my tightness. I looked back at her strangely, and she told me with a smirk, I didn't realize that you had quite the drive. Nonsense. Well, at least, I'm a man. I don't care about small things, but big things. I've never been ambiguous. Treat me with respect in the future. I took the opportunity to say. The corners of Zhou Qing's smiling mouth cracked wider and wider. I knew it was bad as soon as I saw it, and sure enough, her fingertips violently exerted force, making a pinching the muscles on my shoulders up, and it hurt so much that I couldn't help but hurriedly slant my body, showing my teeth. But soon, she let go, squeezing my shoulder gently, and I looked back at her with particular irritation. She smiled and told me, if you really catch it, I'll treat you to dinner at a 5-star hotel. When I heard that, I laughed irritably and asked, a 5-star hotel? Just for dinner? Ha! Zhou Qing immediately grabbed me by the neck and shook me vigorously, giving me a good shake. But soon, she scooped me into her arms and held me down on her chest. I was immediately struck out of my soul by the waves of the soft mountain of cotton. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I inwardly screamed out in surprise. I was really speechless to Zhou Qing. I really couldn't feel her temper at all, and had absolutely no idea what she would do next. But the only thing I know is that she really has no sense of humor in private. Comfortable? When I heard Zhou Qing's words, I raised my head with a grin and looked at her eyes with a hint of contempt, so I hemmed and hawed and said, comfortable, but, more on fire. Is that all you got? Still a man? Zhou Qing said in disgust. When she finished, she was about to hold me up again, but the ill-timed knock sounded again at that moment. Knock, knock, knock. Another loud knock on the door broke the playfulness of both of us in an instant, and both of us got out of bed as quickly as if we were in stress, and then went into a state of tightness. I didn't rush to open the door, but looked at Zhou Qing's face. She drew a strange gesture at the monitor and saw the camera nod before whispering to me, open the door. It's her. My heart tightened even more when I heard it. and the fact that the other person had gone and returned let me know that the opportunity was definitely not to be missed again. I hurriedly collected all the distracting thoughts within me and came to the door to open it, and when the door opened, I saw that woman who looked extremely similar to Miao Miao standing in front of the door in a fidgety manner, looking around, like a fox that would escape at any moment. I didn't give her a chance to escape, and as soon as I grabbed her hand, I scooped her up and slammed the door behind me. She looked at me cautiously, one hand always in her black handbag, which made me fearful inside. It's not supposed to be a gun in there, is it? I gulped and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Where's the money? I asked anxiously. Now I can't care so much. I can only take the bull by the horns. As long as she takes out the money and has the facts of the crime, I can arrest her. In response to my inquiry, she didn't rush to answer me, but cautiously leaned against the wall and looked back at Zhou Qing. Her actions made both Zhou Qing and I extremely surprised. She acted like she was a professional, leaning against the wall like this, so that she could move left and right without having to worry about being attacked by the enemy from the back of her belly. The more she did, the more I panicked inside, but I could only force myself to say, "What the are you dawdling with me for? Where's the money? Where's my money?" It was the only way I could rush her so gruffly that she didn't have any extra guessing time. Sure enough, she asked me in a rattled voice, "Why is there an extra person?" When I heard her questioning me, I cursed down the pole. "What the are you talking about? Miao Miao is a death row inmate, a drug dealer. Who the knows if her people are drug dealers? I don't bring anyone here. You guys will kill me off and no one will even know." Zhou Qing also hurriedly said, "Hubby, not that there are 2 million. She looks like this, also does not look like there are 2 million. I tell you I'm so hard to talk to my father. As long as you can buy a house in the city, he promised me to marry you. If you do not have the money, do not blame me for cruelty. When Zhou Qing said that, she was cooperating with me, so I hurriedly urged along. "Yes, didn't you say there were $2 million? Where's your money? Let me tell you I have made a great sacrifice for the sake of Miao Miao. If I finally cannot get the money, I guarantee she will not live. I have no ability to save people, but I still have a lot of ability to harm people." I finished and looked at the other man with a fake glare. The close cooperation between Zhou Qing and I made the other party seem to dispel a lot of doubts, and then put the handbag down and slowly drew his hand out. Taking a breath, he told me, "You're the only one I'm dealing with. You let her out first." I looked at Zhou Qing, and she immediately said, "Isn't it enough to pay with one hand and deliver with the other? Why make it so complicated? Like a secret agent, annoying or not?" The other party immediately looked at me sternly and said forcefully, "If we can't talk alone, the deal is off." The other party's toughness surprised both Zhou Qing and I. Inside, I was resistant because I didn't know if talking to her alone would not be fatal, but Zhou Qing looked at me encouragingly, and before I could agree, she said impatiently, okay, you guys talk alone, it's so troublesome." Saying that, Zhou Qing walked away from me, but gave me an extremely encouraging look. I looked at her back as she went out, and screamed in my heart. She said she would keep me safe, and now she's going out alone in the water, and then leaving me here alone to deal with a drug dealer who might have a gun alone? When Zhou Qing went out, she saw this woman hurriedly unlock the door, a scene that immediately raised my heart into my throat. "What's this for?" Just as I was horrified and confused, the woman quickly walked over to the bed and lay down. With extreme unease, gasped, I'll check the goods first. After checking the goods, I'll give you the money." Chapter 47, Inner Struggle to the Extreme. This woman's words confused me and made me a little speechless with my nervousness. I looked at her lying on the bed, the light skirt, her white jade-like skin hidden bare, the plump soft mountain cotton-sea full of compelling desire to climb, the sharp and uneasy gasping breaths, also like the charming pill of Chun Shang, make people's inner desires of restlessness to come. Perhaps knowing that I was staring at her, so her flawless white face instantly became scarlet, her eyelids closed momentarily, and there seemed to be a sense of determination that her eyes were not to be seen. It makes me internally conflicted as well. Inspection? What's she checking? You're just testing me? Want to have sex with me? No. What kind of logic is she using? Even if she had sex with me, it's not like she could get Miao Miao pregnant. Isn't this just taking off her pants and farting, and being redundant? I immediately said, "You wait." Upon hearing my words, she immediately opened her eyes and looked at me uneasily, asking, "Wait for what? What is there to wait for? The door is open. You come in, and leave your things, isn't it okay? Why are you so inked?" I cried and laughed and got very angry when I heard her tigerish words and complaining tone. I said irritably, "No, what do you take me for? An animal? Do I even know who you are? I have sex with you. I know if you have an infectious disease, I know what you do. I'm a human being. I have a girlfriend. I want money. I don't want to be here with you pulling this that doesn't add up. At my words, she gasped as well and immediately thrust her hands into her black handbag, said, cut the nagging and hurry up, or I'll beat you to death. When I heard her words, both of my legs couldn't help but soften. Sure enough, there was a gun inside. I was extremely apprehensive and felt very speechless. What is this? I reluctantly said, no. Why do you want me to have sex with you? If you want to have sex, you should have sex with Miao Miao, so that she can get pregnant. I left something for you last time, but I can't make her pregnant, right? Have some common sense, okay? She said coldly. She's never been smart. She's always been lied to, and I'm afraid you'll lie to her, so I'll have to inspect the goods myself. And as long as you have sex with me and leave some evidence handle, I can only trust that you'll fulfill your promise. When I heard her words, I really cried and laughed in my heart. These criminals, they are really cunning. They really don't see a rabbit without a hawk. Come on, get over here. She ordered me sternly again, and, raising her handbag upward, frightened me into raising my hands, pleading, don't, 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 be careful of rubbing your gun. As I said that, I hurried over to the bed and sat down, looking at her marvelous body, but I couldn't get my hands off her. As beautiful as she is, I'm not an animal, and it's not always possible to vent my lust in every situation. Perhaps, seeing my dilemma, she directly and forthrightly lifted up her skirt and urged, hurry up. After saying that, she turned her face away and closed her eyes, not looking at me, and I could easily see from her clenched teeth that she had also made a huge sacrifice and self-compulsion inside. She didn't volunteer. I scared and said, no, I can see that you're not volunteering either. We don't really need to be so suspicious of each other. She immediately opened her eyes and looked at me angrily, lifting her handbag up again, and I immediately threw up my hands and looked at her in screaming agony. Hurry up, she ordered mercilessly. Okay, I'll hurry up, okay? I said breathlessly. I slowly climbed up and lay on top of her body, and she once again turned her head away, biting her lip, and with some emotion, she began to choke out small sobs, as if the tightness of her emotions had been pressed to the breaking point. I was anxious too, and I couldn't help but look up at the surveillance camera in the corner, and I hated to yell angrily at them to hurry up and arrest someone, but there was no movement at all. Hurry up, will you? A big man. Why so slow? Hurry up, the other party said eagerly. Her urging made me also fire up, and I said with displeasure, do you know anything about men? Men when they are nervous, oppressed, and scared, is not okay. You aiming a gun at me. I'm scared. Upon hearing my words, she immediately dropped her handbag on the bed. Then looking over at me, he asked me, is that okay? I smiled bitterly. What I just said was not a lie to her, but it was true. I was really scared and a bit unable to lift my head at this time. I hurriedly said pleadingly, let's first understand a little bit, distract me from my fear. You, what's your name? I see you, and Miao Miao look quite similar. Is sister, right? She did not deny it, and did not urge me again, but hated it and said, I am her sister. My name is Miaoshi. Don't be afraid. I will not kill you. I still count on you to save my sister. Only if she lives, I can get hundreds of millions of dollars. So don't worry. I breathed a sigh of relief when I heard it, and her words relieved me of no small amount of mental stress. Okay? Miaoshi asked me. I smiled awkwardly and said, wait a little longer. Just now I was with my girlfriend. You're really exasperated, Miaoshi. I smiled helplessly. Suddenly, Miaoshi wrapped her hands around my neck and wrapped me in her arms, and my body pounced on her uncontrollably. That soft mountain of cotton made me a little tense for a moment. I asked in pain, what are you doing? Dry wait, until when? Make out. While waiting, Miaoshi said shamefully. Then, and against my wishes, she kissed me instead, and she was raw, like an untutored virgin, just kissing me out of instinct, clumsily, trying to arouse me. I wanted to resist and repress it, but I was just too young to be a virgin when it came to male love, and such a fragrant and straightforward temptation made me simply irresistible. Suddenly, her tightly closed eyes opened and looked at me, and my face turned red with shame. However, she smiled happily, as if sensing that her behavior was working, and made out with me even more enthusiastically. I was killed by her temptation to no resistance. Resistance to the psychological walls collapsed at once. I cannot control the response to her, but also uncontrollable to the evil hand grab, stepped towards the abyss of desire exclusion. The two of us entwined, rolling around on the bed, two people who didn't know each other. In this moment, overwhelmed by primal desires, my sanity gradually extinguished, and she was about to lose her mind, as she pressed me down with some fervor. She broke away from my kiss and gazed at me with eyes full of a spring mist, towering over her, that face, red as if it were dripping blood. She swallowed and said, "Is that okay? Let's do business." When I heard that, I struggled to the core of my being. I admit, at this point, I'd like to, but reason told me I couldn't. So, I forced my teeth and told her, "I can let you inspect the goods first, but you have to let me see the money, which is only fair." Chapter 48, treating you to a big one. Miao, she was a bit speechless at my request. The whole thing flopped down on top of me, too, as if deflated, in my arms, gasping for breath sharply. I screamed inwardly. I had endured to the limit, and if she didn't show me the money, I didn't think I would be able to hold out much longer. But luckily, she made a quick decision and got up off of me, her eyes looking at me with a sort of mixed emotion. She whispered to me, "I'll show you the money, and I want you to stop dawdling, okay?" I looked at her with a few compromising and helpless look, then hurriedly said, "Okay, you can rest assured that as long as I see the money, I will definitely not say one more word. You also feel it. In fact, I have long been unable to hold out." I finished with a burst of bitter laughter, and I couldn't help but clench both of my legs together. She couldn't help but laugh when she saw my petty look, looking at me with a bit of amusement now, and I smiled back awkwardly. This time, the relationship, the trust between the two of us, seemed to get a breakthrough of sorts. She lazily got up from my body and walked over to her handbag, opening it and pulling wads of cash out of it and laying it in front of my eyes. My eyes went straight to her handbag, but soon, I was confused. "Where's the gun? Where's your gun?" I asked, looking at Miao Shi in confusion. She let out a giggle and then told me, "Lying, I don't have a gun at all. I'm just trying to protect myself and scare you while you..." When I heard it, my whole being was filled with a sense of incredulity, and I felt shameful inwardly that I was actually intimidated by a woman. Suddenly, she pounced on me again and said to me in a softer tone, "You are kinda funny." After saying that, slowly put his mouth close to me, look at my eyes, but also gradually pulled silk, stupid red lips, is about to stick up, hot and spicy nostrils, the hot me to some sinful feeling. I could tell by the look in her eyes that she was moved, but, alas, bang! Suddenly, the door to the room was kicked open, and I watched as Zhou Qing rushed in with a few big and bold men, and the moment I saw the men come in, I saw Miao Shi's drawn eyes instantly sober up. She looked at me with extreme hatred and resentment. She didn't say anything, she just looked at me with silent resentment, like a dagger into my heart, making me feel extremely ashamed. "Police, don't move." Zhou Qing is more excited than anyone else, and more active than anyone else. After rushing in, she pounced on Miao Shi, grabbed her up, held her down dead on the bed, tackled one of her hands, and then handcuffed her, and the whole action, which was in line with the clouds and flowing, was particularly smooth. Miao Shi didn't resist from start to finish, obediently cooperating, and those eyes didn't move from my face from start to finish. I saw indignation, contempt in her eyes, and it made me feel guilty inside. But soon, as if she was relieved, she showed an oddly mocking scent. "Get down!" Zhou Qing grabbed Miao Shi down and made her squat down. Then she laid out the cash on the bed and searched the contents of the purse. But, other than some cosmetics, there was nothing else. Zhou Qing was a bit angry and asked her, "Where's the gun?" "What gun? There's no gun. Why are you arresting me? What crime have I committed?" Miao Shi asked extremely calmly. Zhou Qing smiled disdainfully and said coldly, "Tough mouth. Ha, we'll find out after a trial." After she finished speaking, she looked at those criminal police officers from the narcotics squad, who then began to take evidence, taking a camera and taking pictures of Miao Shi with the stolen goods at the scene, and then mercilessly put a black cloth cover on Miao Shi, and two female police officers came over and took Miao Shi away. The comrades at the scene made some explanations with Zhou Qing, and then closed up, and soon, in the room, only Zhou Qing and I were left. I have some mixed feelings to look at Zhou Qing, feeling, everything is not the same as I thought, too smooth, although there are some false alarms, but, the overall smooth, let me feel a little, like a dream. I looked at Zhou Chang and asked, this is done?" Zhou Chang patted my shoulder and said with a smile, "Of course, how to say, it's also a breakthrough, even if this person's identity is not that important, but, your credit is surely there. At least, you have prosecuted Miao Miao, a death row inmate for a new crime." When I heard that, I smiled awkwardly, how I didn't feel so happy inside. Zhou Qing then said seriously, "This woman has a very strong sense of counter-surveillance and is good at disguise. I was fooled by her. I believe that her identity is not simple at all. I believe that after interrogation, we will have no small gains. She is Miao Miao's sister." I murmured. When Zhou Qing heard this, she pinched her waist and frowned, then said, "No wonder it's so much like it. However, We have reviewed Miao Miao's interpersonal relationships, and did not find any suspicion of her relatives being accomplices. Damn it, these drug traffickers, they are really good at disguises. But fortunately, this time, they have planted themselves in your hands, and maybe, we can have a huge breakthrough. When I heard that, I laughed bitterly, looked at Zhou Cheng, and asked, Am I immoral? The way she looked at me in the end, made me feel that I was despicable, that I had lied to her, and that she had developed trust in me. All, for my sadness. Zhou Cheng scoffed, very shrewdly grabbed my ears, reprimanded, You are too sentimental, right? You even empathize with criminals on. You remember, she is a criminal, a walking meritocracy. Think about it, after you go back, you are at least a section reserve. You think in this direction, you will definitely not be sad. When I heard that, I looked at Zhou Cheng, who patted my face with an impatient look, and I lowered my head, thinking, and yeah, she's a criminal. I fight criminals. What do I have to empathize with her for? She laughed at me despicable. I also laughed at her to go to jail, no matter what her identity. After going back, I am at least a section officer. That really is the system to eat the country's rice of civil servants. How many people cannot be begged for a lifetime of iron rice bowl law? I smiled at Chocharu and said, also ha. Zhou Cheng smiled disgustedly, then picked me up, lowered her head to look at my lower third, and said with a smile, no lie haha, really have to be big. When I heard that, I hurriedly pushed Zhou Cheng away and said in an extremely awkward manner, can you have some modesty? Seeing my exasperated expression, Zhou Cheng looked disgusted and said, Humph, talking to me about modesty at this time? I don't know who the monkey was scratching his head before. When I heard that, I was a bit speechless. If it was normal, I would have gone through the motions with her and talked about but, at this time, I was quite anxious about the outcome. I asked Zhou Cheng, can we participate in the interrogation? Zhou Cheng shook her head and said, I'm a prison guard. I don't have the power to enforce the law, nor do I have the qualifications to participate in the interrogation of important criminals. And you, a small intern doctor, even less so. Didn't political commissar Lon give an explanation? We just need to cooperate with the work of the criminal police team. When I heard that, I got all hot and bothered and asked anxiously, so, what now? Is it, wait for news, or, go back to jail? Zhou Cheng suddenly smiled and looked at me, extremely seductive, and I said, go, take you to a 5-star hotel, please, eat a big. Chapter 49, it can't be such a coincidence, can it? When I looked at Zhou Cheng's teasing expression, I was a bit distracted. In the past 2 days, I was so teased by women that I was frothing at the mouth, especially just now, almost went off. This heart has long been holding an evil fire. I cornered Zhou Cheng and said, don't play with me, you must have seen Animal World, right? That elephant can't get satisfaction from the opposite sex when it's mating season. That destructive power, it's not blowing. When Zhou Cheng heard this, she flirted and converged her eyelids, looking at me for a while embarrassed. But soon, I raised my head and chest, not shushing her at all. What do I have to shush? Zhou Cheng laughed breathlessly, then grabbed my ears and pulled me out. When we got outside, there were quite a few plainclothesmen, and when they saw us come out, they all looked at me with a particularly strange look, and although they all complimented me on the job I had done well on their lips, I felt a strong sense of shame in my heart. I felt the expressions on their faces, as if they had all watched a strip show, and that actor was me. I hurriedly and shamefully bowed my head and arched my back as I lumbered out of the hotel and into my car, breathing heavily. When he watched Zhou Cheng get into the car, he hurriedly said, go, 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 go. Zhou Cheng smiled and started the car, taking me out of the hotel. But, instead of going directly to some 5-star hotel, she took me back to the city's anti-drug center. When I went back, I was asked to sign some papers, return the bulletproof vest, and finally went to that Joe Hall's office to do a little debriefing. And when I was done, I went to do some butt kicking with some of the people involved. It took more than an hour to go through the tedious process. Only after it was done did Zhou Cheng take me out of the narcotics center and drive towards the city. I couldn't help but ask her, haven't you inquired to find out how Miao Creek is accounted for? Zhou Cheng rolled her eyes at me and said seriously, you have to understand, she could be a drug dealer. What do you think, not allowing us to participate in the interrogation work is for? It's to protect us. Not knowing is the safest. The more you know, the more dangerous it is. Understand? I heard Zhou Cheng's serious tone and knew that she wasn't joking, so I hurriedly nodded and collected my share of curiosity. Then Zhou Cheng was going to take me to a 5-star hotel for dinner, and I wasn't polite with her. She was rich and powerful, and for me to be polite with her would be disrespectful to her. Soon Zhou Cheng brought me to the Southland Hotel in the center of the city. After getting off the bus, I looked at the signboard of the Southland Hotel, my heart is a little false, because I have never eaten 5-star hotels. Even if it is to eat the seat, the most is to eat the 3-star. Therefore, standing at the foot of such a 5-star hotel, it is inevitable that some out-of-place discomfort will arise. But Zhou Qing was quite casual, and after getting off the bus, she took my arm to go inside. I was a little stiff to follow her pace. After entering the Grand Hotel, I felt the grandeur of the Grand Hotel. This hall bejeweled, people standing on the floor, can reflect the silhouette. The people coming and going, are also in suits. Everyone looks refined. I cannot help but lower my head. Looking at my rotten head of leather shoes, and a plain clothes, I cannot help but have a feeling of inferiority inside. Zhou Qing was indifferent, and led me to the front desk, saying, "Give us a private room, and a queen-size bed bell room." I heard her say that she wants a queen-size bed clock room. The heart is very surprised, incredibly looked at Zhou Qing, whispered in her ear and asked, "No, to really I'm not prepared at all." "I have," Zhou Qing said with a smile, then quietly touched her handbag opened. I looked, the 2 boxes of birth control supplies are in it. I was surprised and happy to look at Zhou Qing. She blanked me, and then used her elbow to abduct me twice, giving me a painful joy. "I'm sorry, ma'am, the vice president of our hotel is holding an engagement party today, so there aren't enough private rooms. Do you think the elegant seats will work?" When she heard the receptionist's inquiry, Zhou Qing looked at me, and I scared and said, "Have a meal, can't we eat there?" Zhou Qing then said, "All right." The person at the front desk hurriedly opened a note for us, handed the room card to Zhou Qing, and personally took us to the hotel's elegant seats, which soon brought us to the restaurant and to the elegant seat near the window. After sitting down, we were given the menu to order. I looked at the menu. Dishes are ridiculously expensive, so I casually ordered a few dishes for the next meal. Zhou Chang also did not order anything special, everything according to my intention to point. After ordering, the waiter told us that the back kitchen might be slower today because someone had ordered a wedding banquet. Zhou Chang and I were fine with that. Anyway, today's task was already done, and this afternoon would be like a vacation, so it didn't matter if we waited for a while. After the waitress left, Zhou Qing said to me, "I'm going to the bathroom. You sit down for a while, and if the food comes later, you eat it yourself first." When I heard that, I joked with her and said, "No, you're not going to run, are you? Let me tell you, I only have $300. It's really not enough to pay for it." Zhou Qing was so angry that she glared at me, and directly opened the bag, and after taking out the tampons inside, she threw the whole bag to me, and then left unhappily. I laughed breathlessly, but soon enough, some concern rose in my heart. No, she wouldn't come to that, right? No wonder so generous to open a room with me. Feelings, and ing play me? I did not have a good mood to throw the bag on the table. Mentally afflicted, I took out my cell phone and looked through it for a while to see if anyone had messaged me or anything. But, after going through it, no one has contacted me since, except for a couple of voices from my parents telling me to take care of myself or something like that. Even mobile doesn't text me anymore. I smiled bitterly. In the past, at this time, Ho Jing would have texted me and asked me to go to dinner. But now, when he was busy, he hadn't felt like missing her. But now that he was alone and free, he really did miss Ho Jing a little. I clicked on WeChat and opened my circle of friends to see how Ho Jing was doing lately. But when I opened her circle of friends, my whole body froze. Ho Jing was actually wearing a new Chinese wedding dress, sitting in some upscale restaurant box, being embraced by a fat, greasy, middle-aged man. Her parents, on the other hand, were sitting on either side of her with smiles on their faces, and judging by the gifts on the screen, it was supposed to be an engagement party. My whole mind is going to explode when I see this. It's only been 3 days since I was dumped by Ho Jing until I was transferred to the prison, and in these 3 short days, she's going to get engaged to someone else, which is to say that she didn't have any contact with anyone else before. The ghosts don't believe it. I felt that I was being played by Ho Jing. I immediately tweeted to Ho Jing, "What do you mean? Why are you getting engaged today? It's only been a few days since you broke up with me. Ha, did you already ride the donkey when you were in a relationship with me?" WeChat sent over, my eyes staring dead at the interface, angrily waiting for Ho Jing's reply. But after waiting for a long time, I didn't wait for her to reply to me with half a word. I was furious and sent a very angry emoticon over. However, it was discovered that it had been pulled. I slammed the table so hard with anger that the breath I was holding in my heart was about to gag me. "Sir, are you in some kind of trouble?" At this time, I heard the waitress come over to ask me with concern, and I felt a special desire to lose my temper in my heart. And suddenly, I recalled that the photos taken by Ho Jing were very similar to the style of this hotel. And before that, I heard that the vice president of this hotel got engaged. I was speechless for a moment. It can't be that coincidental, can it? Chapter 50. I'll just ask you one thing. I think it's possible. I immediately asked the waiter. Oh, that, my friend Ho Jing, got engaged today, she told me in this hotel, but I couldn't find it even after looking for half a day. Can you take me there? Is it Ho Jing from the People's Hospital? You're her colleague, right? I smell a very strong odor of disinfectant on you, the attendant said with a warm smile. When I heard that, I was about to explode inside, and sure enough, it was at this hotel. My heart instinctively told me myself, forget it, don't go looking for things to make yourself unseemly. After all, people are now engaged to the deputy general manager of a 5-star hotel. You a hairy prison doctor, not even a ING establishment. What qualifications do you have to question people? But I really can't be angry. 3 days, only 3 days she got engaged to someone else. I feel green on my head. I must ask clearly, did she flirt with other men during her relationship with me? I'm not a man with a big heart, and if I had, I wouldn't have made it easy for her. So, I couldn't help but say, yeah, I'm her co-worker. First time at your hotel, a little giddy. Okay, sir, you come with me, the waiter said. I hurriedly stood up and followed the waitress, and soon, she led me to a huge gate in the northwest corner of the restaurant, and I knew at a glance that behind this gate was a huge auditorium, which should be the place dedicated to wedding banquets for the newlyweds. The waiter pushed the door open and said with a smile, this is the place, sir, if you please. I nodded and cautiously walked into the auditorium, and as soon as I entered, I saw a pair of huge wedding photos placed on the left and right sides of the auditorium doors. One pair is a Chinese dress wedding dress and one pair is a Western wedding dress. I looked at the Western style dress wedding dress, the heart of the gas to explode, because, very beautiful, sexy, especially exposed Western style wedding dress, chest wide open. In my opinion, always conservative Ho Jing, shot out of the wedding photos have a feeling of color film, especially the fat head of the man she was shooting the wedding with. I was sick of looking at him, exasperated. I probed around the auditorium looking for Ho Jing. Suddenly, I saw Ho Jing, dressed in a semi-Chinese bridal gown, toasting at a table, tugged by a middle-aged, greasy, fat-headed man. I can no longer hold back, hurriedly ran to the front of Ho Jing. I came in a rage, so that she easily found out. After seeing me, she was first scared face, the whole person's are scared pupils for a shrinkage, and then the cold face, but also revealed a few points of shame to the look. I shot her an exasperated look at her today. Her face, which was originally round, became a little thin, making those large eyes stand out even more. Her eyes, which were originally narrow, became even more three-dimensional and sexy, and her long eyelashes were like needles, rooting into my heart. Her three-dimensional nose appeared more three-dimensional because it was much slimmer, and her mouth appeared more narrow as a result, perhaps, because she was getting engaged today, so her makeup was a bit thicker, changing her usual sense of coolness, already very recognizable. Today she was even more gorgeous, refined, and gave people a rush of desire from the bottom of their hearts, especially the semi-Chinese bridal gown she was wearing. The big red vintage maxi dress with delicate bright color embroidery and tassels looks gorgeous. At the chest, it was even more full of mysteries. There was a vintage disc buckle zipper across the left chest. As long as a pole can pull that whole chest, then it seems to be able to reach the unattainable peaks of the deep ravine. I reluctantly scanned Ho Jing up and down. She had lost a lot of weight. Her already delicate and exquisite figure was even more sexy at this time, especially with the unique addition of the dress. The tulle at her waist completely showed off her waistline, and the long skirt under the high split also showed off a pair of beautiful legs that were hidden and very sexy and charming. Marriage, it's been my dream since I'd been dating her, but now it's going to be someone else's first. I was so angry inside. The fat-headed man seemed extremely displeased with my ogling and gave me a hard shove that nearly knocked me over. Is there something wrong with you? Are you staring like that? I heard the fat-headed man screaming and cursing, and looked extremely defiantly at Ho Jing, who lowered her head and didn't dare to look at me, which made me even more furious inside. What do you want? Looking for death? The fathead warned me of the threat. Ho Jing hurriedly went to stop him and said in a pleading tone, today is a happy day. Don't be angry. Relatives and friends are all there. Don't make people look at you funny. I listened to Ho Jing's gentle exhortation of each other's words. The inner will be extremely irritated. How only less than a month? It feels, she is someone else's wife, and I am a stranger. No longer have anything to do with it? Can a 4-year relationship really be wiped out in a month? I reluctantly tried to say something, but, just as I opened my mouth, I heard a voice that I hated extremely. Yo, little Chen, how come it's you? You didn't report to the second prison? The person I particularly hated looking at anxiously getting up from the table and questioning me was Ho Jing's father, and the culprit who had transferred me and forced me to break up with Ho Jiangwo. And the fat-headed man seemed to have realized something when he heard Ho Jiangwo's words, then full of contemptuous smile at me, said, Yo, You are that on the Ho Jing stalking brat? I did not expect. You also chased to this. I have heard that you are not a thing. Born in poverty is not a crime. To catch up there will always be a time of prosperity. But if you want to help the poor by climbing the high branch, I despise you. I was very surprised when I heard that fathead's words, and I looked at Ho Jing, who lowered her head in a particularly shameful and ugly manner, not daring to face me. I was really speechless in my heart. I really didn't know how they people slandered and smeared me in front of this fat-headed man. Ho Jing and I are obviously in a free love affair. Or she chased me first, how in other people's mouths. I became the one who climbed up the ladder? Shan I can arrange for you to the prison to mix a preparation. Is already benevolent. Do people should learn to be satisfied? You just do a good job in prison. Their promotion fast, maybe 3 years 5 years. You can mix a section. You mustn't be overly ambitious. You came from a bad background in the first place. If you still don't keep your feet on the ground, you definitely won't have a good ending. Ho Jiangwo once again counted down. A very decent woman behind her also scowled at me with displeasure, with a look of dislike so extreme that she looked as if she were trying to chase away a fly, and couldn't wait to get rid of me. This woman is Ho Jing's mom, who dislikes me even more than Ho Jiangwo and doesn't even bother to talk to me. I am very bitter in my heart. These people can be so moralistic. I ignored Ho Jiangwo and asked Ho Jing, I'll just ask you one thing. Before you broke up with me, did you cuckold me? Chapter 51, Introducing my boyfriend Shinsher. You're not done, are you? What sentence? What's the point of talking to a piece of like you? I tell you get the hell out of here or don't blame me for beating you, I told you so. As soon as I finished my words, that fat head was red warm as if he cursed out several expletives at me in a row. I rolled up my sleeves and said, come on, damn it, am I afraid of you? What's so great about you? Look at you. What do you look like next to Ho Jing? Do you know? You look like a pig. You think Ho Jing really likes you? My counterattack made the fathead hold his breath as if he had broken his guard. People in the auditorium were also looking at me and judging me, and I knew that I was now very undignified, but I don't care. My girlfriend's been taken away from me as a wife, and I want decency? To be undignified, all undignified. I'll see who's ashamed. Ho Jiangwo hurriedly stopped the other party. Ho Jing also pulled and pacified him, making it seem as if they were a family, and became an unforgivable evil, which made me extremely suffocated. Ho Jiangwo whispered to him, Xiao Lu this person is a psychopath. Don't you see him in general? The fat-headed man laughed with a burst of full-on self-satisfaction and said, shaking his head, I've got over $1 million a year, and I'm going to bother with a guy like him? I'm guilty? When he finished speaking, he looked impatiently at Ho Jing, and although he didn't say anything, the look of urgency was already unmistakable. Ho Jing saw the look in his eyes and also looked at me with extreme displeasure. Then without saying a word, he headed outside, dropping a sly comment as he passed me, come out and say it. I looked at Ho Jing's back, and although I was reluctant in my heart, I also chased after her. Ho Jiangwo and his wife and the fat-headed man came out after him as well. As soon as I came out, Ho Jing stared at me with a particularly indignant expression on her face, as if I was humiliated. She said in a tone of hatred, Chen Shi, give yourself some decency. This world, money and power, you have to have the same, right? You have nothing, but also want me to be with you. I have no way to explain to the people who gave birth to me. You do not blame anyone. To blame, can only blame yourself. When I heard that, I was speechless. Even she started complaining about my lack of power. When she was chasing me, she didn't tell me she wanted money or power. I also do not pursue what, but gritted his teeth and asked, you just give me a quick word, and I fell in love with me. There is no cuckold for me. If not, let's get together and goodbye. If there is, what would you do if you did? Look at that pussy. The fathead asked me irritably. I ignored this fat-headed man's insults and looked at Ho Jing. I was waiting for a word from her. Ho Jing also seemed to understand my temper, then said, no. I was relieved to hear that I didn't, and as long as I wasn't cuckolded while in a relationship with me, I'd recognize the relationship even if it was over. However, I asked with extreme irritation in my heart, 3 days and you're engaged to him. Do you have feelings? Look at what he looks like. What do you care? What's wrong with knowing her for 3 days? I can buy her a house, a BMW. I can give her a decent and happy life. Can you? The fat-headed Xiao Lu asked me with extreme contempt. This is a question to me suffocated to death. Then the economic material. I really cannot compare. Can only be upset and lowered his head. Newt swallowed all the aggression. Show yourself some decency. Ho Jing once again hated me. With that, she turned and walked back, and Ho Jiangwo and that little Lu also laughed cynically at me, especially Ho Jiangwo, despised me with a look that was even stronger than that little Lu. He pulled that little Lu away while whispering some bad words about me. I stood still and suffered like a disgraced toad. I was really not convinced and a strong desire for revenge came over me. Damn, treating me like a toad? I can't do anything about you guys, but wait for me. If I can't bite you to death, I'll definitely find a chance to nauseate you to death. Just as I was getting indignant, I suddenly saw Ho Jangwo, as if he had discovered an extraordinary character, hurriedly throw away that fat head and walk towards the elegant seat. Yo, Cho, come for dinner? I watched Ho Jangwo run very attentively to Zhou Qing's front, with an extremely pleasing smile on his face, looking at Zhou Qing like a pug. I am really disgusted in my heart. This old thing really interpreted the dislike of poverty and love for the rich, tendency to influence to the fullest. Not only him, that fat head and ears of small Lu, also extremely attentive to run over, very attentive smile and said, Miss Shou, you are with Mayor Zhou apiece, or, seeing them pleasing Zhou Qing so much, the desire for revenge in my heart swelled to the extreme. The heart is also a little bit of vanity, want to find a little face, although I know, this is very cheap, but I really feel suffocated in my heart. If I do not give vent to it, I really think it will be depressed for a long time, and in the future, the work may also be very negative. So, I held my breath and walked over. While walking, I sent a message to Zhou Qing, give me a hand. This old bastard is my ex-girlfriend's dad, broke up with me 3 days short of getting engaged to someone else, and just now scolded me. I want to get back some face. After the message was sent, Zhou Qing looked at her phone, and I came to Zhou Qing's side, pleadingly giving her a wink. Zhou Qing glanced at me, then said with a cold face, no, I came with my boyfriend. Zhou Jangwo hurriedly said attentively, yo, small weak you have a boyfriend. The last week the mayor also complained to me, said, you are too much career, are more than 20, but also do not talk about love. But he was anxious, but also want to let me look at the hospital. Our hospital there is no suitable high talent to you to introduce the introduction of it. I have just identified a few. I've already found a boyfriend, so I don't need you to worry about it. Just care about your own daughter. Zhou Qing remained cold and said, when he finished speaking, he glanced at Ho Jing with a frosty face and a slight look of contempt in his eyes. Ho Jangwo hurriedly said, that's true, Xiao Zhou, you are so good. Surely you can find a boyfriend. Where is your boyfriend? Introduce us to him, I'll see what kind of talent he is. I believe that with your vision and family background, Xiao Zhou, you will be able to find a very good match, unlike my daughter, who was netted by those unsavory hyenas, giving me a headache and a couple of heart attacks. I was really annoyed when I heard that. Isn't it obvious that you're calling me a hyena? While I was angry, I suddenly saw Zhou Qing walk up to me, holding my arm in a particularly intimate manner, and bringing me to Ho Jangwo. When Ho Jing, Zhou Jangwo, and that fat-headed Xiao Lu saw Zhou Qing walking to them with me on her arm so intimately, everyone looked like they had eaten a fly. Zhou Qing, on the other hand, said cheerfully, introducing, my boyfriend, Shen Sher. Chapter 52, help me again. I really don't like the look of him. After hearing Zhou Qing's introduction, I held my head high and looked down at the middle-aged, greasy, short and stumpy Xiao Lu, who was the one who looked like a toad from my point of view. Although, I am a fox pretending to be a tiger, borrowing Zhou Qing's status and position to pretend to be a bully. But, I am a careful person. I was scolded by them with a belly full of fire. I have to vent it out, or else, I shall not be able to pass in my heart. Sure enough, I so raised my head and looked down on that Xiao Lu, making him suffocate a face that was red and red, but he still did not dare to look at me, and could only lower his head, shaking his head in anger, and grunting straight out of his mouth. And Ho looked at me with great surprise, looking me up and down, his eyes full of embarrassment and incredulity. I don't even bother to look at him. This kind of people who tend to get on the wrong side of the law are disgusting to look at. Of course, I'm disgusted too, but it's better for me to be disgusted by being disgusted than for others to be disgusted by me. My residual light glanced at Ho Jing. She stood in the doorway of the auditorium and looked at me. Her face was gloomy, her eyes were glowing with disappointment, and I watched as that glow converged a little bit and condensed into a teardrop, as if she was extremely aggrieved. I'm so pissed off inside. You're getting aggravated? You broke up with me for 3 days and got engaged to someone else, and this is when I find a better partner than you did, and you're aggrieved? Seeing her so aggrieved, the desire for revenge in my heart was satisfied like never before, and I became more godlike. The head was raised even higher, hating to look at people through their nostrils. Xiao Zhou, this Xiao Chen, is he pestering you? You honestly tell me, if he pestered you with me, I will teach him a good lesson for you. Ho Jangwo did not die and said, yes, Miss Shou, this person has a previous record. He pestered my fiancé before. He was born in a bad way, so he's thinking of climbing up the ladder to get out of poverty and become rich. You mustn't be fooled by him. that Xiao Lu also echoed unwillingly. Before I could say anything, Zhou Qing said with particular seriousness, I chased him. Zhou Qing's words made Ho Jiangmo and that Xiao Lu once again look like they had eaten maggots, so nauseous that they were about to vomit all over their faces, and the corners of their mouths were so angry that they twitched twice every now and then. I really felt so good in my heart. Seeing that they were going to die of disgust, I really felt so good, and of course, in my heart, I was especially thankful to Zhou Qing for taking such good care of me. I'll be sure to thank her later. I looked at Ho Jing, and the teardrops hanging in her eyes eventually couldn't be held back and fell down all at once, but she didn't say anything to me either. Turning around and walking into the auditorium, watching her leave, I was suddenly lost in my heart. Getting back at her was really cool, but losing her completely really hurt me too. But I'm also aware that you can't have both the fish and the bear's paw, and it's normal to lose when you get a good revenge. That, Xiao Lu ah, go back first, go back. First, Ho Jiangmo said awkwardly. That Xiao Lu looked at me twice with extreme displeasure, so angry that his face was red up to his neck. I still looked down at him with my lower eyelids, without having to say a word. I stood right next to Zhou Qing, an existence that he could not reach from afar. That little Lu saw my posture, so angry that he shook his head and walked away. While walking, also straight grunted, like a ing aggravated pig. Xiao Zhou ah, then I go first, this side of the business it, Ho Jiangwo politely said. No sending, Zhou Qing said coldly, then took my hand, walked back to the elegant seat to go. The Ho Jiangwo's false politeness to air out to the side. I looked at the Ho Jiangwo has always disliked the poor and loved the rich stood in the doorway. The naked I can see the feeling of old age. My heart is extremely pleased. Just wait, when I climb up the ladder in the future and reach the hall level, I'd like to see if you still dare to call me an earth dog. Cool, right? Zhou Qing asked me. When I heard Zhou Qing's words, I came back to my senses and said with a smile, cool, so cool, cool from the inside out, so cool. Zhou Qing rolled her eyes contemptuously at me, as if she thought I was unproductive. I hurriedly said, will you look down on me, or what? Chocharu asked me flirtatiously. When I heard that, I was not surprised. Fox, love and honor this kind of thing. It is normal to be looked down upon. I do not explain. Anyway, I got high on it. Then I said to Zhou Qing, although, you look down on me for this kind of petty behavior, but, I still want to thank you. If not for you I have this breath. I think it must rot in the stomach to go. You look down on me. I admit it. When Zhou Qing heard this, she grabbed my ear fiercely and said angrily, you think I look down on you for this? I looked at Zhou Qing with some surprise and asked curiously, too, otherwise? Zhou Qing vigorously tugged on my ear and said, I just think that your means of revenge is very childish. There is nothing substantial to hurt. If my boyfriend breaks up with me for 3 days and then gets engaged to another woman, I will definitely castrate him. This means of revenge of yours is too cheap for them. When I heard Zhou Qing's words, I couldn't help but gulp and clench both of my legs fiercely. I felt that she was the one who could do such a thing. However, I sighed and said, you are you, I am me. People are the deputy general manager of this big hotel. A year are several million it. I am a small hair. Can disgust him a little bit to be satisfied? Still want what? Really with him a fight What kind of bull vice president? It's just a part-time professional manager. More than $1 million a year. After deducting taxes, it's only $400,000 to $500,000 of income. Don't think too much of him. Besides, in this world, even the richest people are all grandchildren in front of power, Zhou Qing said contemptuously. When I heard it, I was filled with excitement and anticipation. When someone else said it, I designated it as him blowing his power. But when Zhou Qing said it, I didn't doubt it at all. That, I didn't specify. But, scowled at Zhou Chang with a knowing expression. Zhou Qing raised those slender eyebrows, and then revealed a grinning expression. I knew her, but whenever she just smiled like that, she must be doing something bad in her heart, so I was looking forward to it very much. However, before Zhou Qing could say anything, she watched as the door to that auditorium opened, and that fat-headed little Lu screamed, wanting to bring out the wedding dress stand-up. Soon, I watched the auditorium in chaos. Several people carried 2 huge wedding photos out and placed on the left and right sides. People who passed by, all cast a glance at these 2 huge wedding photos, and that fat-headed Xiao Lu didn't say anything, just stood in the doorway, wrapping his arms around the reluctant Ho Jing while casting a provocative look at me. That look made me really feel bad. Wasn't this like provoking me? It was as if I was listening to him say, I stole your girlfriend, what can you do about it? I was so angry that I clenched my teeth, looked at Zhou Qing, and said anxiously, help me again. I really don't feel good about him. When Zhou Qing heard this, she laughed and said, then, in the future, if there are any opportunities for meritorious service in prison, you have to notify me first. When I heard that, I said cheerfully, "Why do you need to say that?" Zhou Qing was satisfied, then took out her cell phone and made a direct call. I looked at Zhou Cheng with extreme anticipation, wondering what trick she had to teach that fat-headed Xiaolu a hard lesson. Soon after, Zhou Qing hung up the phone. Particularly grimly, he told me, "I've spoken to the fire department, and he'll be suspended for at least 30 days for willfully causing obstruction of the fire escape." Chapter 53, 30 Days of Suspension and Reorganization. I was quite surprised when I heard that. Some curious asked, "Really can rectify 30 days ah? Our hospital used to have fire problems. But a phone call will be fine ah." Zhou Qing grabbed my ear and said, "Didn't I say so?" I said hello. When I heard Zhou Qing's words, my heart grew in anticipation. If I could really get him a 30-day rectification, that would be really great. Such a big hotel. I don't know how many sales there are in a day. If this is not open for business for 30 days, how much will we lose? I looked at Zhou Cheng with some admiration. She can be really ruthless ah. It really is just a knife to cut the meat on others ah. At this time, the waiter served us our food. Zhou Qing hurriedly said to me, "Eat quickly, don't wait to come back and seize it. We still have to go to eat roadside stalls." After hearing this, I also hurriedly moved chopsticks, while eating, but also looked at the auditorium door of the fat head of Xiaolu. He is still there with his arm around Ho Jing to demonstrate with me. I was holding a fire in my heart. Damn, laugh, you laugh, later, I'll see if you can still laugh. I took a big bite of my meal, eating it while anticipating the image of the fire coming later. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a fire engine coming from downstairs, and I was pleasantly surprised. Looking at Zhou Qing with anticipation, she just smiled flatly and shrugged indifferently. I immediately looked at the fat-headed Xiaolu at the door of the auditorium, and it seemed that he had also heard the sirens, and a very strange puzzlement came over that face. Soon, I saw the door of the elevator opened. A few people wearing fire uniforms walked in. The fat head of the small Lu rushed to go with the other party to socialize. Look at the way he talked. I think this fat head of the small Lu and the fire people also know each other. However, although this Xiaolu talked and laughed with those firefighters and appeared to be familiar with them, those firefighters were very cold to that Xiaolu, ignoring Xiaolu's entertainment, polite, but directly ran to block the fire escape intersection of the two huge wedding photos went over. "This is a fire escape. How can you block a fire escape?" I heard the harsh questioning voice of the firefighters and the whole thing perked up. That Xiaolu was also scared and his face got a little ugly. But it seemed that he hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. "Hurry up and say, oh, I'm engaged today. Isn't this a celebration? It's not a big deal." "What's no big deal? Firefighting is no big deal. What's wrong with you getting engaged? You're engaged to be married and you're blocking the fire escape? Do you care about people's lives? With so many people here, if an accident happens, can you take the responsibility?" Hearing the firefighters sternly reprimanded, that little Lu at this time only realized that things are very serious. That fat smile face also hurriedly put away. Hurriedly said, "Collect. We'll collect at once. Quick, quick, quick. Carry in, carry in." I just watched that little Lu panicked and rushed to let people carry the wedding photos in again, and I couldn't help but laugh as I watched how arrogant he was before. At this time, he was in such a sorry state. "You're the person in charge of the hotel, right?" The firefighter called Xiaolu, who was busy with his hands and feet, to a halt. That little Lu hurriedly said, Right. I'm the deputy general manager. Your hotel's fire protection is seriously unqualified. On behalf of the city's fire center, I am now sealing and rectifying your hotel. In addition, interviewing the relevant responsible person of your hotel." The firefighters interviewed that Xiaolu in front of everyone in the hall. This moment scared that Xiaolu half to death. I can see with my naked eyes that his fat face became red beyond recognition, and the cold sweat on his forehead was coming out in layers. He said hastily, "No, leader, comrade, is it that serious? There's no need for this, right? Didn't I already move out of the way? Is there no problem if you move out of the way? This is a problem of awareness on your part. We have to catch a typical case and teach you a vivid and valuable lesson in firefighting, so that your weak firefighting awareness can be properly raised. Otherwise, you will always disregard the safety of people's property and lives." The firefighting people sternly reprimanded. I couldn't help but cover my mouth and laugh when I heard those righteous words, especially when I looked at that Xiaolu's fleshy flustered look. I couldn't hold it in and let out a giggle. At this time, I saw Ho Jiangwo also walked out. He hurriedly panicked and pulled the comrades of the fire to enter the auditorium, and his hand kept stuffing cigarettes into people's hands. "Comrade, I'm Ho Jiangwo, the director of the First People's Hospital. Today is the day of my daughter's son-in-law's engagement. Give face, give face. I'm very familiar with your director. All acquaintances, give face, give face." Ho pushed and shoved while currying favor and saying nice things. I have some worries in my heart. I don't know if these firefighters will buy Ho Jangwo's account. How to say, is also a dean. Don't talk to me so much. I'm just responsible for carrying out the mission. Whoever you're friends with, whoever you contact, hurry up and evacuate the people for rectification. The firefighting people ruthlessly rejected Ho Jangwo's currying favor. Just watch as the other side mercilessly takes out the seals and, with particular callousness, seals the auditorium doors and a couple of fire escape exits with fire seals. And Ho Jangwo, that little Lu and the unknown relatives and friends, all stood dry-eyed at the side and watched. I saw the scene. My heart is cool. Ho Jangwo is usually a superior look. In the hospital, he is the emperor of the high and mighty. For me, it is a flick of the finger, can decide my fate. But today, he had his moments. See can not end. That small Lu hurriedly call. Soon, see the elevator came out a few more suits. Like the hotel's top management. They also with those fire kept begging. Say good words, but the fire just do not buy it. Angry at the other side pointed at that small Lu scolding, but also said to suspend him. This scene, I watched me to see the cool. The whole person is going to climax like, cannot wait to go over to the face to dig that a few words. Cool, Chocharu teased, looking at me. I nodded my head like garlic, and I really felt very good inside. And, gradually, I had a certain knowledge about this thing called power. No wonder they all want to be officials. With power, no matter how rich you are, I can crush you with a word. So what if it's over $1 million a year? You're still scared like a grandson. Ho Jangwo, look at what your daughter has caused. It's really not like that. Humph, if my son loses his job because of this, I'm not done with you. At this time, I heard a woman screaming and cursing in extreme exasperation. I then glanced excitedly toward the auditorium door. There was a lot of noise there, and a decently dressed thug woman pointed at Ho Jangwo and Ho Jing's family and cursed Ho Jangwo's family. And that little Lu was in a hurry, trying to deal with the firefighters and blocking the woman at the same time. His relatives, too, have been verbally abusing Ho Jing and Ho Jangwo's family. Ho Jing's family was scolded so much that none of her relatives dared to help. A good engagement party is looking like it's about to turn into a breakup at this point. I laughed out loud as I watched, especially when I watched Ho Jing in the midst of a storm, being accused of being powerless to cry. The thrill of revenge in my heart reached its peak. Obviously she chased me, together, told me, do not care about money, do not care about power. The result is good. Her parents pretend to be sick threatened, immediately changed their faces, this time to say, there is no way to explain to the people who gave birth to raise her. Then with me there is an explanation? You broke up for 3 days and you're engaged to this fat ass? Do you really think I'm a toad? I immediately grabbed Zhou Qing's hand, and she cooperated by taking my arm and walking with me towards the elevator. I deliberately and Zhou Qing very close from the storm in the middle of the Ho Jing squeeze eyebrows, and sure enough, the storm in the middle of the Ho Jing also saw me and Zhou Qing intimate appearance. She originally still taught emotions, this time completely unable to hold back. She just watched as she burst into tears and cried, biting her lip as she did so, with an aggrieved to the core look. I was extremely angry inside at her aggravation. She's getting aggravated? Okay, you're aggrieved, aren't you? Then you'll have a good time. I'm going to get a room and have a good time. Chapter 54, Thoroughly Intertwined. Zhou Chang and I walked into the elevator and went up the stairs, and after we exited the elevator, I couldn't help but laugh out loud, laughing while running around happily. I have never been so happy today since I grew up, and all the bad anger that I was holding in my heart has been vented. Zhou Qing on the other hand felt that I was very childish, and while walking, she rolled her eyes at me in disgust. For her disgust, I didn't care, because she had never encountered the wimpiness that a small person like me endured, so it was normal that she didn't understand why I was so happy. Coming to the room, Zhou Cheng took the room card and opened the door, leading me in. I was especially excited, dashingly ran to the bed and flew on it, like a fish on the bed, merrily dancing my arms and legs, and even rolling around on the bed, like a dog spreading joy in the snow. Almost there Zhou Qing said in disgust. I popped up at once, sat on the bed, and asked her expectantly, do you think that the dead fat pig surnamed Lu will lose his job because of this? The one who just scolded Ho Jangwo is his mom, right? Ha ha, that old undead. I don't know if there is any regret in his heart at this time. Zhou Qing breathlessly grabbed my ears and said, you're really out of this world. I shrugged indifferently and broke away from her hand, laying back on the bed, catching my breath, and said, you're Missy. You wouldn't understand the feelings of a bottom feeder like us raising our eyebrows. Suddenly, Zhou Qing lay down, spreading her arms wide and lying in a big shape just like me. Then with particular seriousness, he told me, how do you know I can't understand? Remember earlier when I told you to find out how the youngest first-grade superintendent of the second supervision came to be? I was a bit surprised and immediately turned around, resting my chin in my hand, looking at Zhou Qing, and for the first time, I saw a look of resignation to the point of flooding with tears in her eyes. I got curious and asked, "What's going on?" Zhou Qing gasped, as if the breath in her heart couldn't be swallowed even after a long time had passed. She told me, "Wang Yi and I both graduated from the police academy. The two of us were classmates and roommates, and our relationship was originally very good, and I always thought that she was a simple rural girl, warm-hearted, kind, and without ambition. Heck, until the two of us worked together to solve the case of a District 1 inmate who was involved in contraband trafficking while in prison. A case that the two of us dug up together. But in the end, on the merit application form, it was only her name that was written on it. When I heard that, I was very surprised and asked, why? Zhou Qing gas knocked on my forehead, said angrily, because the leadership wants to train a quality successor. That credit one person to lead. It is very sufficient. Two people to lead. It seems a little inadequate. So the leadership. So the quota to Wang Yi. I often wonder why. I am not that quality player. I obviously what aspects are better than her. As I listened to Zhou Qing's resentful words, I became even more curious and asked, "No, what does this have to do with Sister Wang? If you want to blame it, you should also blame the leader." Zhou Qing gasped to me angrily said, for the leadership of the arrangement. She did not say a word from the beginning to the end. She clearly know that the case is the two of us to break. I am also better than her, absolutely excellent. But she just do not say anything. It is not clear that you want to monopolize the credit? This matter, I don't even hate the leadership. I hate her the most. She but wherever false sentiment uttered a word. Zhou Qing did not finish her words. It seemed that the indignation within her heart made it difficult for her to speak further, and the tears in her eyes also flowed out. From this attitude, that incident, she really held a grudge in her heart. But soon, she wiped away her tears, then looked at me forthrightly and said, "So, this time, I'm just going to ruthlessly take her case and call it even." I looked at her vindictive look and my heart just resonated with her. I smiled and said, "We too, in fact, quite similar." On the surface looked greatly grinning, but, in fact, our careful eyes, revenge is very strong. Zhou Qing took a breath and after looking at me, she nodded and said, "Right, so, I'd say I kinda like you." I smiled prettily, like I had found a friend and was happy inside. I said expectantly, "You said, Miao Shi, accounted for? I really want to get a big credit. Today, you gave me a taste of power. I really can't wait to get a credit, and then become a section chief, a division chief, a director. If I can become a director. I really want to stand in front of Ho Jiangwo as the director and watch him nod his head and bow to me to flatter me. I also want to show Ho Jing that what she thinks is indisputable is just hibernation, and I want her to regret it and turn her intestines green before she does so." My anticipation with resentment did not resonate with Zhou Qing. She said with great dislike, "Your awareness is too low, lower than mine. With your awareness, you can't mix in the officialdom. Even if you mix up, you are bound to be a corrupt official, and the end result is to be dismounted. You need to raise your awareness. We all need to raise." I heard Zhou Qing's words. I admit, she is right. I have a low awareness. No, I have no awareness at all. I don't think she expects a freshly graduated college student to have any lofty awareness as a correct expectation. Suddenly, Zhou Qing turned her head to look at me, and the distance between the two of us was about to break through zero in an instant. She smiled extremely evilly and told me, ******** awareness. When I heard that, I laughed out loud. We're both really alike. In our bones, we have a rebellious streak. Suddenly, her smile stagnated. My smile also gradually stiffened, because we both realized at this time, our red lips had already pressed against each other's lips, each other with hot waves of breath, sprayed on each other's skin, to each other to hot hairs of the sweat war, and I was aroused by the desire to blossom in an instant. My breath was getting short, and the flirtation in my heart was getting to my head, and I couldn't help but ask her, as I watched her gradually staring at her desire, "So, let's, do something?" When I finished, I stared urgently into Zhou Qing's eyes, watching the lust that flowed through her beautiful eyes, sweeping over her like a long river. Suddenly, she embraced me and tackled me underneath her, and after a couple of gasps, said with great disgust, "You know, what's the thing I hate most about you?" When she finished, I immediately rolled over and pinned her down hard, startling and surprising her with my sudden move. I swallowed tightly as I pulled my jacket off, ripped my shirt open, and grabbed her hand so hard that she was just about to fight back when I dominantly lifted her hand high above her head. I slowly leaned down and planted a kiss on her red lips. She immediately went to return my pursuit, but I was quick to leave. My actions made her look at me with lust and vengeance. I said very domineeringly, "Of course I know, you think I'm not confident and manly enough, right? Don't forget, I told you before, don't look at me as being coy in small things, but in big things, I am never ambiguous. When I finished, I kissed it, and Zhou Qing, who had long since been suppressed by me from bubbling with fire, blossomed completely. She and I are like two raging flames, thoroughly intertwined. Chapter 55, The Bride Within Reach. Flame-like desire, a flurry of desire, torn, faded. Soon, two people with similar souls were coupled together like lotus leaves and lotus roots. Her delicate figure, faded all the toughness, only endless tenderness. Let me around the finger. I had never embraced a noble woman with such boldness and passion, and she never seemed to be so bold and spirited as to be entwined with a man. Buzz. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I spat bitterly and mentally said, no way. Zhou Qing also let out a big breath, extremely spoiled. Both of us turned back at the same time to look at the pants that were thrown into the distance. Both of our cell phones were vibrating, while my cell phone just vibrated for a moment and then subsided. How I wished it was just a spam text message. Zhou Qing's cell phone, however, kept ringing, and she only hesitated for a second before kicking me away and crawling over, her body lying on the edge of the bed, picking her jeans up and rummaging through them for her cell phone. I hurriedly pounced on her, wrapped my arms around her slender willow-like waist, and left my deep kisses on her white jade-like back. Hush! The call from the Drug Enforcement Center. Subside. Maybe, there's a breakthrough. Zhou Qing gasped. I became even more agitated and reluctantly let go of that pinchingly thin waist. I wanted to listen to something, but Zhou Qing got up and walked towards the bathroom in her bare feet. I knew that she was protecting me and didn't want me to know too many details, but that was too much of a hook, wasn't it? I really want to know how well she's accounting for it now. There was nothing I could do, though, but catch my breath and push down my erupting desire as I picked up my pants and rummaged through them to find my cell phone. I thought it was spam, but to my surprise, it was actually a friend through request from WeChat. Ho Jing? I looked at the added list on the WeChat contact in dismay. It was actually Ho Jing. I ruffled my hair fiercely, and my emotions gradually became unstable. Why is Ho Jing adding me? You want to scold me? I laughed in displeasure. I was supposed to completely cut off contact with her after I got my revenge on her, but to my surprise, she actually added it back. Okay, I'd like to see you scold me. I immediately passed Ho Jing's add request. I looked at the screen and waited for Ho Jing to scold me, but I waited for a long time and Ho Jing didn't send a message. I'm just a little surprised. At this time, Zhou Qing came out of the bathroom. I hurriedly put the phone rest screen to look at her. I don't really want her to know that I passed WeChat with Ho Jing again. After she knows, she will definitely scold me for being cheap. After Zhou Qing came out of the bathroom, she hurriedly put on her clothes, and I said anxiously, no, what's the situation? You tell me. Zhou Qing said anxiously, Miao. She gave an account, but the content of the account is not the same as what we think. I have to go to the police station to verify some information. She finished and left. I was so angry my whole body exploded. She really didn't care about my feelings at all. I immediately got up and said, I'll go with you. Just as I finished speaking, my cell phone vibrated, and as soon as I flipped it open, I saw that it was a video call from Ho Jing, and I hurriedly covered the phone and looked at Zhou Qing very sheepishly, explaining, I was trying to see how she called me names and then hit her back. Zhou Qing laughed contemptuously and said, bastard, let's break up. When I heard that, I got very angry and said, you're on your period. You think I don't know? You are playing with me. You don't want to go to bed with me. You just say it. Make so many excuses for what? You wait for me. I'll go with you. I had just gotten up when Zhou Qing grabbed my arm. It was an over-the-shoulder slam, and threw me down on the bed so hard that I was knocked off my feet by her. That's what I call playing you. Zhou Qing snickered, then walked away without looking back. I lay in bed, hard as hell. Another frothy day. I was so angry that I climbed to my feet, grabbed my cell phone, and connected to Ho Jing's video. I just wanted to curse. Suddenly, I looked at Ho Jing looking at the screen with a face full of aggression, teardrops falling down one by one. She just looked at me, not saying a word, that aggrieved look, looking at me with a weak heart, extremely speechless. I asked, no, what are you crying about? You dumped me and you're crying? You still feel aggrieved? What about my grievance? On what grounds? There it is. Ho Jing ignored my riot of emotions and asked me with a suffocated voice, I don't know what she's going to do. I'm afraid she's going to bring someone over to beat the out of me, and that fat is probably capable of that kind of thing after being screwed over by me so badly. I laughed in amusement and said, what for? Want to come over with your fiancé and beat me up? There it is. Suddenly, Ho Jing went crazy and roared at me, and that roar, filled with strong resentment and aggression, startled me. There it is. After the madness, the softness of that soft voice shook my whole heart and soul, and I looked at her pleading-like eyes, and the ironstone-like hatred inside me was melted by her tears. I gasped and said, Rooms Division, 702. When I finished, She hung up the video, and I couldn't help but feel my heart jumping up and down, and my whole body became apprehensive and uneasy, and I hurriedly got up to put on the clothes that I had taken off. I could stand to be beaten up by her bringing people over, but not by her bare ass, at the very least, with some face. As I was scrambling to get dressed, the door to my room was slammed and thumped. I was a little speechless. Coming so fast? You don't have to be so hasty if you want me dead, do you? I hurriedly walked to the door, through the cat's eye, and looked toward the outside. I thought there would be a lot of people, but, to my surprise, there was only Ho Jing alone. I was a little surprised. Not to get back at me? Curious, I opened the door. I looked at Ho Jing in her bridal gown with my heart pounding, and she looked at me as well, her tears flowing unceasingly, the teardrops leaving a shallow trail on her cool, white face. The corners of her quivering mouth made my heart flutter. I knew that I had hurt her too much. Suddenly, Ho Jing pounced on me, throwing hot, passionate kisses at me, and she embraced me as intensely as if she had lost and regained some precious object. Her kiss took me extremely by surprise. I was totally surprised that she would actually embrace me. Her kisses, hotter, crazier, more urgent than before, no longer as clean as the innocence of her student days, seemed to carry some kind of intense desire that forced her to become complicated, and looking even more annoyed that I didn't respond right away, she pushed me into the room and slammed the door shut with a heavy kick. Then more fiercely she entwined herself with me, and her thin, bony hand, even more so, grasped mine and led it to the chic disc clasp on her breast. It shook me to my core and drove me crazy. This particular coiled zipper instantly enchanted me. As soon as I gave it a little tug, I'll have my bride at my fingertips. No, someone else's bride. Chapter 56, pulling open the door that belongs to me. It makes me musty. Without any hesitation, I pushed her hand away and forcefully pulled out of her unhinged passionate kiss, and even more with a little anger and ruthlessness, pressed her against the wall. She looked at me, snapping out of her ecstasy, and the aggression in her eyes, growing stronger. I didn't pay any attention to her aggravation, but said, "It's not appropriate for you to come and make out with me now that you're wearing someone else's bridal gown, is it, Pop?" Ho Jing didn't hesitate. She raised her hand and slapped me, making my face hot. I touched my face incredulously, looking at her hateful eyes. The fire in my heart was getting stronger and stronger. I raised my hand to draw it back, but she raised her face higher and her eyes became more resigned and determined. My hand, in the end, didn't fall, and I looked at her with displeasure and mixed feelings inside. And she didn't say anything, just stared at me. When she saw that I did not hit her, she immediately pounced on me, hugged me, kissed me in the ear, and even more aggressively asked me, "Whose bride am I?" Whose? When I heard her aggrieved to the core of her question, I hated it so much. How I wished she was my bride. In the 4 years of our relationship, the day I didn't dream of marrying her, right? However, I gambled. It's not my. Anyway, suddenly, Ho Jing bit my ear fiercely, giving me pain that I couldn't help but yelp out. But soon, she loosened her mouth and wrapped her arms around me more tightly. I was a little angry and tried to push her away, but she said gently, "I never wanted to marry him. My parents forced me to. My dad has a heart condition. You'll never know how scared I was when he was lying in bed." When I heard that, I got even more pissed off, and I angrily pushed her out of the way with one hand, and said in an extremely upset voice, "So, you're just going to listen to your parents? Fine, fine, you go listen to them, go. Heart disease? You can drink after a heart attack? It's only little cuties like you, to be lied to and swayed. What would you do if your mom was lying in bed, saying, 'If you marry me, she'll die right away'?" Ho Jing asked me with red eyes. I giggled when I heard that. I looked into her tear-filled eyes, and in my mind, for a moment, I didn't know how to answer her. However, if my mom were to actually lay in bed and do this, odds are I. But soon I reacted and immediately said, "My mom wouldn't have done that. At least she wouldn't have pretended to be sick and forced me to. Don't I know now that she faked her illness? Haven't I come to you now? Aren't I now ready for everything to walk with you until the end?" Ho Jing said with deep emotion. After saying that, her red lips, she kissed, her series of deep, heartfelt confessions, with a touch of apology and determination, left my insides confused and shaken. I pressed my lips against hers, flirting with her, if anything, making me even more frenzied inside with her. The thoughts, the resentment since the breakup, making me crave her inside, even more frenzied. She was at my lips, and told me, "I have always been a face control. You know, for years, you still do not understand me? When I was in college, how many rich second generation chased me? Why did I not look at one, and chose you? I really do not figure you other. I just figure you handsome." After I heard this, I felt in my heart that it was also true that when I went to college, there were as many rich second generation people in the school as there were people chasing after her, and they could all be lined up in France. but she still took the initiative to pursue me, which shows that she doesn't care about any power or riches at all. Maybe she really was swayed by her parents. So now you're engaged to someone. Why are you telling me this again? I'm not going to cheat on you. There's no way I'm going to accept being a mistress, I said irritably. Ho Jing suddenly clasped her hands around my neck, both legs coiled up, and hugged me to death. And although I said I couldn't accept it with my mouth, I still hugged her fervently, and frantically ran to the bedroom and flung myself onto the bed. My tongue-in-cheek comment brought a few smug smiles to her face, but soon enough, she got serious, telling me, "You're so powerful and awesome now. You can look at my dad with your nose in the air. Ha! It must be great to be in love with that mayor's daughter, right?" I heard her questioning and felt the jealousy of her resentment so strong that I didn't apologize or clarify. Instead, he gambled. "Of course, I'm cool with that, especially seeing your fiancé get cleaned up. A few million a year? How about that? Terrific for him. I'm cool too." Ho Jing cupped my face and said with excitement. I heard her words and found them unbelievable. She immediately said angrily, "South Border City. What rich second generation I have not seen." He and I loaded Lou, said what a year more than $1 million, and to buy me a car, and to buy me a house, but also said that in the future so that I do not have to go to work, in the home to eat spicy drink on the line. What the hell so that I face a pig's head every day. I ate elixir of immortality regurgitated. I got even better when I heard her sputter, and I immediately kissed her and asked curiously, "So, then why did you say yes to him?" Ho Jing exasperatedly told me, "It's not because he served my parents well. I really can't help it. After you left, the hospital all gave my dad a critical notice. Can you imagine? The relatives who gave birth to you and raised you, and held you in the heart of their hands, looked like they were dying to pull your hand, and said that their greatest wish is to see you get married to the person who can take care of you for the rest of your life. And can you bear to reject it?" So, we took wedding pictures that day, and afterward, my dad was magically better. When I heard that, I was so angry that my whole body was going to explode, and just when I wanted to curse, Ho Jing kissed me and calmed me down. "Tell me, at that time I know he cheated me, but I have no choice. Wedding photos are taken, poster down, relatives and friends know. Do you think I am not aggrieved? I was cheated by my mom and dad. I not only have to lose my favorite man, I also have to lose my dear family. Do you think I'm not aggrieved?" After Ho Jing finished speaking, she began to twitch in aggravation, her eyes tearing up, looking at my heart filled with guilt. Yes, she should be the one most aggrieved. I hurriedly wiped her tears, trying to comfort her. "But soon," she said excitedly, "but you're very competitive. You this time, but that dead fat pig to clean up the misery of the fire people, to rectify their hotel for a month." The general manager of the hotel was half dead angry, and on the spot to give him a suspension. When I heard that, I flew up in awesome and laughed with glee. Zhou Qing can really have a way. It's really a knife to the heart of his heart. Seeing my complacent strength, Ho Jing excitedly told me, his parents had a big fight with my parents, saying, if his son loses his job, this marriage will have to be broken up. When I think about it, isn't this just what I want? Are you, right? When she finished, she looked at me with anticipation, her eyes watering, and I was extremely excited inside, holding her tighter. I knew that this was my chance, a heavenly chance. My restless hand uncontrollably touched the distinctive coiled zipper, the ambiguity and the unique opportunity for me to resist, to pull open this door that is mine. Chapter 57, Never Want to Be Separated from Her Again. Ho Jing seemed to sense my impulses as well, and she encouragingly led me by the hand, leading me towards her inner zone. The way she looked at me, she was also gradually drawing in her eyes, and her tightly bitten red lips were on the verge of dripping blood. I was swept up in a torrent of desire by her water-like body. I knew that I wasn't going to last much longer, but there was just an uneasy feeling inside, because of having lost her. Therefore, the fear of losing her again. So, I got worried and said, what if your parents push you again? Ho Jing cupped my face and said excitedly, you still don't know my father? He is the most dislikes the poor and loves the rich, tends to influence. He saw you talk with that mayor's daughter. His heart already can't be happy, and was packed by you guys. In fact, has long regretted. So I came to you. He did not particularly account for it. Is not just letting anything happen to me? When I heard that, my heart got even better. Ho Jingwo, you also have regrets Suddenly, Ho Jing grabbed me by the ear and asked me with extreme displeasure, or did you really talk to that mayor's daughter and want to cut ties with me? As soon as I heard that, I felt a little weak in my heart. Yes, Ho Jing was right. However, I soon hardened up and said to her grumblingly, I'd like to. My words caused Ho Jing to look at me with a few moments of loss, but instead of apologizing, I became even more hardened. I asked her angrily, What's wrong with me thinking that? Do you know how it feels when your father treats me like a ball, kicks me out to some hole at will, and cuts me off for life? Do you know what it's like to be looked down upon and trampled on? What's wrong with me wanting to move up? You tell me. What's wrong with that? My grudge-filled questioning made Ho Jing feel guilty, and she cupped my face and kept kissing around my lips, telling me, "I'm sorry, it's my fault." When she finished, she sobbed, and the twitching of her body made my whole body go crazy with desire, rushing me to the point where my whole body was about to explode. I hurriedly said, "However, don't worry, she is just playing with me. She can't see me. I just threw her to get back at you a little bit, you and your father, and that dead fat." "I know. It's been 4 years. How could I not know you?" "Chen, sure, I know," Ho Jing said excitedly and flirtatiously. When he finished, he gave my hand to that zipper again, and I trembled with excitement, my breath burning. I said urgently, "Ho Jing, I'll tell you one thing. In prison, there are really many opportunities for promotion. As long as you can get credit for something, climbing up is like riding a rocket. I'll tell you, right now I'm solving a case, a big case. As long as it's solved, I'll be the section chief right away. I promise, in 3 or 5 years, I will get promoted to director, and when I do, I will make your father look up to me. I want to marry you. I want you to be my bride. You don't know how much it pains me to see you taking wedding pictures with someone else." Hearing my words, Ho Jing immediately grabbed my hand in excitement and said, "Well, I believe in you, so just in case my parents don't believe in you, let's get it over with. I'm not someone else's bride, and I don't want to be anyone else's bride. I just want to be your bride. Come on, I'm ready, get me." When she finished speaking, she no longer held back and took my hand, leading me, slowly unzipping the unique coiled zipper. I didn't hold back any longer, nor did I exercise any restraint. That hand, led by her, no, by the temptation of my inner desires, a little bit, pull it apart, desperate for that which is uniquely mine. Soft mountain cotton sea. The passion lasted half an hour. I hugged Ho Jing tightly, and although the frenzied passion faded, the hot souls melted into each other's souls. The heat of Ho Jing's gasping breath rolled through my chest. "You're pretty good, aren't you? I didn't see that before. Before, you were blushing when you held hands, but now you want to eat people? Say, did you eat in prison?" Ho Jing asked me with a bit of teasing. When I heard that, I was very speechless. I did get molested quite a few times in prison over the past few days, but I really didn't get a bite of it, and it frothed me up to the point of suffocation. After 2 days of stifling my frustration, I finally let it out in Ho Jing's body, which made me feel, well, a little dramatic. Who would have thought that, in a roundabout way, I'd be with Ho Jing again? "No," I said with blunt seriousness. When she heard that, she hugged me, very pleased with my answer. She looked at me with watery eyes, and when she saw my rolling eyes, she sheepishly hammered me on the chest, which, in turn, hammered me with desire, and I embraced her, kissing her fervently, a little roughly, and making her hurt a little. However, she softly matched me. It was a moment that satisfied my machismo like no other. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the door of the room was slammed with a thud. I was startled, and Ho Jing was also startled and looked at me, looking a little rattled. I jumped down in a hurry, scrambled into my bottoms, and then went to the door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Zhou Qing standing in the doorway. She was huffing and puffing and just wanted to come in. I immediately blocked the door, stammering, "No, not really." Hearing my words, Zhou Qing instantly understood, pointing at me and cursing, "You are really a..." I was a bit speechless and was about to say something when she immediately turned to me and said coldly, "Back to prison." After that, she left without looking back, causing me to panic inside. I looked over at Ho Jing, and she seemed to know that it was time to part, with fond eyes. However, she didn't procrastinate, but threw me the intimate clothing and said, "I know it's also bitter in prison when you can't communicate with the outside, so I'm giving it to you to keep as a souvenir, and when you're lonely and forlorn, take it out and reminisce." When I heard that, I was a bit speechless. I never thought that she could actually say and do such things. These 3 short days have made me have a subversive perception of women. Seeing my expression, Ho Jing immediately said seriously, "When you look, you also have to remember that I'm waiting for you, especially if you hook up with another woman." When I heard it, I smiled bitterly and just wanted to say something, but Ho Jing said extremely decisively, "Go, when you rest, I will go to see you. Come, long." When she finished, she shyly got under the covers, as if she was ashamed to face me. I was so turned on by her that I was on fire inside and wanted to linger with her one more time. But she was right, there was a long time to come, and my career was more important than anything else. So, I gathered up my inner desires and climbed up, picked up the clothes from the floor, put them on, put away the unique gift she had left me, and then walked out of the room with a fondness. I didn't say goodbye to her, because I never want to be separated from her again. Chapter 58, It's over. It's all over. Once I was out the door, I rushed downstairs, fired up and running towards the parking lot. Seeing Zhou Qing's police car, I ran over and got into it. Disgruntled, he asked, "What's the situation?" "Not good," Zhou Qing said in a cold voice. Zhou Qing's attitude made me really upset in my heart, but I also knew that she was in a rage right now. He said, "Didn't you say we were finished? Why are you so angry? Besides, we've never really been together. You're just playing with me, so what are you so angry about?" Zhou Qing huffed and pointed at me, wanting to scold me, but seemingly so angry that she didn't even have the heart to scold me. After she laughed bitterly, she directly started the car and violently drove away. I asked her anxiously, "What's the situation really like?" Zhou Qing ignored me. "Just a drive." I looked at her cold face. The heart is not quite dare to continue to pester her. Back to the prison on the road. But there is no one, in case she is really upset, in the middle of the road to come up with a set of military boxing. I really don't see to beat her. So, I'll just have to keep my mouth shut and patiently go back and ask again. The car drove for more than an hour before Zhou Chang and I returned to the second prison. And before entering the prison, there was another extremely strict inspection. All of our personal belongings were confiscated, like prisoners, and we went through 3 gates to be checked and sterilized before we made our way back to the prison. "No. What's the situation really like? Can you tell me about it now?" I followed behind Zhou Qing, looking at her with fire. She remained cold and unmoved by my anxious inquiries. I'm really speechless in my mind with this character of hers. Stubborn as a ing mule, big mus. I mentally cursed her, but then I turned to think, could she be doing it on purpose? Trying to, surprise me or something? Or maybe, trying to surprise Commissar Blue or something. I was so afflicted in my mind, and my emotions had changed so many times, that I was going to be a nervous wreck because of her. I had no choice but to follow her. Anyway, when I got to Political Commissar Land's office, she shouldn't be hiding anything anymore, right? Soon, the two of us arrived at the administration building and went straight to Political Commissar Land's office. Just as I got upstairs, I saw the door to the health section chief's office open, and Fei Liu couldn't wait to come out of it. She smiled and said to me, "Little Chen is back from the field?" I nodded and said, "Well, back." Fei Liu came over with a smile and asked me, "How did it go? Any good results?" I knew she couldn't wait to inquire about the news as well. After all, the credit was too big for anyone to hurry up and implement it. I smiled and said, "What's that?" I'm not too clear about the final result on my side. As you know, I'm just an intern doctor. I don't have much of a right to know. Everything is Zhou Qing's contact. No, we're all waiting to report back to Political Commissar Lan. Go, little Chen. I'll go with you, Fei Liu enthusiastically said. As she walked away, she ambiguously said to me, "Xiao Chen I've already approved the note for your rotation. I'm in the nearby South Border Hot Springs Hotel. Booked a hot spring suite. What about tomorrow? I'll take you to relax." When I heard that, my heart was so weak that I didn't want to get too close to Fei Liu after I got back together with Ho Jing. "What is that?" "Tomorrow may shut the small black house prisoners will come out. The body has a serious injury. There is that Miao Miao. The body is also sparse. I did not give her treatment today. If delayed, triggering inflammation. It is not good to turn back. I work overtime or something." I stuttered. Lu Fei heard, then face a plate, said, No need. I turned back to arrange for a few female doctors in the second prison to go to an extra shift. "To give you a shift, you are our great merit. Cannot let you so laborious." Fei Lu's words made me especially helpless. Although, she was eager to make a success. But, taking care of me, is really taking care of me? However, I don't know if I have that life to spend. Come on. Suddenly, I heard Zhou Qing, who was standing in the doorway of the blue political commissar, give a grumpy holler at me, and I was so frightened that I hurriedly let go of Fei Lu's hand and jogged all the way over. Zhou Qing glared at me sternly, then opened the door to Commissar Lan's office and walked in. I looked back at Fei Lu. She hurriedly gave me an encouraging look. I smiled and walked in. Zhou Qing slammed the door shut with a thud, frightening my heart. At this point, I knew that the situation could be very bleak, and my heart, too, was torn. No, I slept with Ho Jing? I promised her. Don't let me fail to climb up when the time comes. Wouldn't that be even more humiliating? I was speechless for a moment. Back? I nodded my head when I heard Lanyan's soft inquiry, then looked uneasily at Zhou Qing. She sat down without a smile, her face very somber, as if she had been holding her breath. Soon she was glaring at me as if I had made her angry, making me extremely uneasy inside. Tell me about it, Commissar Blue said stoically. Zhou Chang slapped the table in anger and pointed at me. He's such a stupid pig. He's been tricked by Miao Miao again. I heard Zhou Qing's humiliating accusation, and the fire in my heart bubbled up. I said in exasperation, "What do you mean I've been tricked again? What the hell is going on? Can you tell me plainly?" Zhou Qing was so angry that she clenched her fists as if she was going to give me a set of military-style fists, and I was so scared that I hurriedly looked at Lan Yan. Lan Yan said seriously, "Xiao Zhou, restrain yourself, make the situation clear, so that we can make the next step in the deployment and arrangements." Zhou Qing was so angry that she closed her eyes and adjusted her emotions. Only then did the fire bubble up and tell me. The people from the criminal police team conducted a surprise interrogation of Miao Shi, and she said that she admitted to coming to make a deal, but the premise was that she was worried that her sister, who was on death row, was being tricked, and that coming over to make a deal was just a way to make her own sister see the truth, and not to be fooled anymore. When I heard it, it was as if I had been struck by lightning, and all the calculations in my mind seemed to have been shattered at once. I asked anxiously, "She said so, the police believe dig deeper Doug." She said she was teaching in the poor areas of the southern border. The 100,000 yuan, or ask the local village secretary from the bank loan borrowed. She is to come over to the deal, so that her sister to see the reality of the truth, so that she does not have non-thinking. I went out earlier to verify the authenticity of her teaching and the source of that cash, and after verifying it, it proved that what she said was true. Zhou Qing exasperatedly said. I sat bolt upright in my chair when I heard that and my brain exploded with a buzz. I know. Done. It's all over. Chapter 59, Fei Lu's Reality. I pinched the bridge of my nose in agony. My mind was in turmoil. I'd been through so much in the last 2 days and I'd expected so much more. So it hit me especially hard when all expectations were dashed. Where's your brain? Zhou Qing questioned me as she grabbed my ear in displeasure. Lan Yan immediately said, Zhou Qing, watch your attitude. Zhou Qing sat down disgruntled and looked at me with eyes that wanted to knife me. At the moment, I wasn't afraid. I just felt disappointed. I looked at Lan Yan and said apologetically, I'm sorry leader, I failed your expectations. In response to my apology, Lan Yan just smiled blandly and said very calmly, Little Chen, that is, you are too young and take credit too seriously, forgetting that we are serving the people, and that is why you have such a heavy sense of gain and loss, which is not right. I knew that Lan Yan was trying to pacify me, but, at this time, I really wasn't in the mood to listen to this chicken soup. I anxiously asked, then, what next? Will that Miao Shi be released? Lan Yan smiled and said, the specific situation, I will negotiate with Director Zhou later. You go out with Xiao Zhou first, adjust your mood a little bit. After there is a result, I will look for you to have a meeting. After Zhou Qing heard this, she directly stood up and left without looking back. I looked at the chair that she flung away. My heart was heavy, but I was powerless to say anything else. Nodded with Lan Yan and walked out. When I got outside, I watched Zhou Qing go straight towards the smoking area, and I knew that she was in a sullen mood and was going to have a smoke. Little Chen, have you finished your report? I suddenly heard Fei Willow's inquiry, and I looked at her smirking expression, so I smiled awkwardly as I said, well, the debriefing is done. Situation, how's it going? Fei Lu asked me curiously, raising her eyebrows higher. I knew that at this point, it was impossible to hide it from her any longer, and sooner or later she would find out. So I said, I don't have much experience in the job. I was fooled by the prisoners, and the mission. I should be considered a failure. Hearing my words, I then watched as Fei Lu's smiling face instantly collapsed, and her eyes became very stern. The speed of that change of face, letting me fully feel how cruel reality is. She revealed a few stiff smiles and told me, Xiao Chen you are indeed too young and don't have much work experience, but never mind, keep up the good work. I got a little tight when I heard her and was too embarrassed to go to the Hot Springs Hotel with her tomorrow for pleasure. I smiled awkwardly and said, so, tomorrow. Upon hearing my awkward question, Fei Lu revealed a skeptical expression and asked, tomorrow what? Don't you have to work overtime tomorrow? When she finished, she couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth twice, clearly exasperated by my shameless question about tomorrow, and I, too, was dumbfounded. Looking at Fei Lu's stern expression, I was really speechless to the extreme. She said that she was a realistic person. At first, I thought that it was a titillating some love words, but now it seems that she is really realistic. The reality is sickening. Seeing my face become miserable, Fei Lu's deep breath, but also do not say anything more to me. 2 hands inserted into the white coat. The white coat a wrap. Will be that a pair of plump soft mountain cotton sea wrapped? And then sprinted away. I gulped breathlessly. This woman. It's so realistic that it's kind of annoying. The credit is gone. The pastime is gone. Even the ing eye candy is gone. It's just speechless. I can't blame anyone else but me for being unlucky. Though, I left the administration building sullenly and headed to the smoking area of the mini-mart. And when I went in, I saw Zhou Qing smoking inside. Seeing me come in, Zhou Qing turned her eyes angrily at me. That angry look made me quite scared. I leaned against the doorway, not daring to go deeper, afraid that she would beat me up here. No, it's work. Don't take it out on your coworkers, I warned fearfully. Zhou Qing laughed breathlessly and said to me contemptuously, "Yo, what about work at this time? Why don't you say so when you play with women? The lace edges of your pants are showing. Can you banter inside?" The lover Saint Chanda honest. When I heard her words, I hurriedly lowered my head and looked at my pants pocket, and sure enough, the underwear Ho Jing gave me ran out, and I hurriedly stuffed it inside. Shamefully, he put his head down, wishing he could find a crack in the ground. She said in disgust, "I'm also stupid enough to expect something from you." I was indignant when I heard it, and said angrily, "You people, how can you have such a heavy sense of loss? Before you are not so samey, you but said, kinda like me." "Shut up," Zhou Qing sternly scolded me. I lowered my head in displeasure and said no more, when Zhou Qing suddenly threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped on it fiercely twice, then angrily said, "Miao Miao is so good at cheating, right? See how I can clean you up." After Zhou Qing finished speaking, she stormed out in a huff, and I hurriedly hugged Zhou Qing from behind. Exasperated, she said, "Get off me." I said anxiously, "What do you have to go and clean her up? If you go clean her up now, it'll just give you a disciplinary action. It's not worth it, don't go." Suddenly, Zhou Qing gave me an over-the-shoulder slam, directly knocking me to the ground and giving me pain in my ass. I looked at Zhou Qing painfully, angrily roared, "Are you sick? Well, you go, I'll see if you can beat her up or something. After you beat her up, I'll see how you end up. She's a death row inmate, now she's 1-for-1 with you. They're the ones who don't lose out. I'll see what you do then." Zhou Qing was very upset when she heard my words, and furiously started hammering frantically towards the tin wall. Knock, knock, knock. I gulped in horror as I heard the tin being hammered and thumped, and just looked at the tin-colored steel tile walls, which were pockmarked with holes everywhere. I scratched my head fretfully. If this was hammered into me, I'd probably have internal injuries. Soon, Zhou Qing stopped going crazy and then looked at me with those stern and stormy eyes, staring the heart, but she reached out her hand and grabbed my hand, pulling me up from the ground. "If you hit the tin, you can't hit me. I'm not as strong as the tin," I said hastily. Seeing my serious and scared expression, Zhou Qing let out a giggle, but quickly tightened up again and looked at me with stern eyes, looking like she wanted to laugh hard to hold it in. I looked at her fearfully as well, the two of us, just staring at each other breathlessly. Soon Zhou Qing sighed and told me, "I didn't have my period." Ha! I was a little speechless. I didn't expect her to say that at this time. It made me feel even more guilty inside and, well, a little about the idea. This credit flew, I guess, and Ho Jing hung up again. So I want to hold Zhou Qing's thigh. So, I asked her, "So, what should we do? Why don't we take a vacation tomorrow, and let's go to a nearby hot spring hotel and make up a shot." Chapter 60, to be third class, or to continue? My words made her look speechless, then angrily made a pistol gesture with her hand and poked it towards my body. "Let you make up a shot. Let you make up a shot. I'll let you make up a shot." Zhou Qing poked me while chanting with a broken mouth, gave me a raw poke as if I'd been hit by a bullet. I opened her hand irritably, but she came to her temper and grabbed my hand and gave me a takedown, and my body naturally backed over, and I didn't know why. "How dare you hide? I'll let you hide. I'll let you hide." Zhou Qing exasperatedly screamed and cursed, and even more wickedly, she took the clothes and pants Ho Jing gave me out of my pocket and rubbed them fiercely on my face. This, in a moment, gave me some face, and I was so angry that I wrenched her hand away fiercely and pushed her against the tin wall. Clunk! She looked at me a little surprised, and I pointed at her very angrily and said, "Is that how you play it? What do you think I am? Your toy?" Seeing how angry I was, Zhou Qing seemed to realize that she had gone too far, and then told me, "I'm sorry, that's the way she is as a woman. No sense of decency is really no sense of decency." But, the apology is also really sharp, but she had already dealt a blow to my heart. I immediately rushed up, hugged her, and forcibly kissed her up. She tried to resist at first, but pushed me twice, and feeling as if she owed me something, she became entangled with me, and soon her whole body went soft in my arms, holding me, and entwining herself with me with a great deal of intention. However, I know that this is a unit. I can't be too wanton. Moreover, I got back together with Ho Jing, so I have to keep a distance from Zhou Qing, so I can only take advantage of the situation and then obediently draw away from her red lips. She was a little surprised, but also thankful, and pushed me away with a vicious shove, followed by throwing the shirt and pants in her hand into my face. "It's even, but let me tell you, you owe me a first-class merit," Zhou Qing said sternly. With that, he huffed and opened the door. Just as the door opened, I saw Wang Yi walking over anxiously. I hurriedly put away the clothes and pants in my hand, lest Wang Yi saw it. I was in a mess in my heart, and Ho Jing got back together like this. I felt that my interpersonal relationship to be a huge challenge. After seeing me, Wang Yi hurriedly said, "Chen Shi, Political Commissar Lan is looking for you to go to his office and has something to say." I looked at Wang Yi's expression, quite anxious, and I didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly went with Wang Yi to find Political Commissar Lan. While walking, Wang Yi said to me, "Out in the field, the blue political commissar told me, it's not too smooth, but it's okay, it's normal in the prison system. These criminals are the most cunning, they will always take advantage of the loopholes, and fool us. Failing and getting nothing is also an old tradition of our prisons. But for us, as long as we keep the green hills, we are not afraid of having no firewood to burn. There's no fear of having no firewood to burn." Wang Yi's gentle encouragement brought some comfort to my tangled, apprehensive heart. I nodded and said, "Don't worry, Sister Wang, I'll pull myself together." Wang Yi smiled. Nothing more was said afterward. The two of us arrived at Lan Yan's office, and after she knocked on the door, she opened it. I saw that Lan Yan had just put down the phone, so I asked her, "Have you gotten any results from your discussion with Zhou Hall?" Lan Yan smiled, then took out a report application form, and a merit assessment application form. I looked at it and wondered what Blue Swallow meant. Lan Yan then said to me, "Little Chen, although this field mission basically ended in failure, but, in fact, you can still make a big credit. There's a report form here. As long as you report Miao Miao trying to evade the death penalty by illegally getting pregnant, you'll still be recognized with a personal third-class merit award. What about with this credit? I can arrange matters for you to be promoted to the reserve section of the health section." I heard the words of Blue Yen, originally apprehensive and tangled heart, instantly became ecstatic. I thought this matter I finished. Will have nothing, did not think there is a third-class merit. This is just great news for me. However, I saw the expression on Lan Yan's face. There was no smile. The eyes didn't even have a hint of sincere congratulations to me, as if there was another layer of meaning in. And I also suddenly realized something. If I fill out this report form, does that mean that Miao Miao is dead? I don't want Miao Miao to die. It's not that I'm a womanizer, although Miao Miao has lied to me time and time again, but I'm a person who is sentimental, and when she has moved on to me, I feel that it's too hard to watch her die. Of course, she deserves to die. It's just that I hope that she will die in a more worthwhile way. At the very least, the case behind her has to be dug up. So, I tentatively asked, "Leader, am I, by filling out this report form, Miao Miao won't have a chance for rehabilitation?" Hearing my question, Lan Yan was relieved and finally showed a few smiles. Yet, curiously, I was asked, "Do you think Miao Miao has a need for a makeover?" I nodded and said affirmatively. She has, and judging from her struggle to live by any means necessary, she actually really wants to reform at heart. And while she deserves the death sentence, she has her share of deserving it, but she's also a young girl who was deceived before her time, isn't she? Moreover, shouldn't the one who should be judged the most be the drug cartel behind her? If, just like that, we let her die, it's very unfair to the undercover police officers who sacrificed their lives behind her, because, once she's dead, the only clue may be completely broken." Hearing my words, Lan Yan was a bit surprised and asked me, "You, learned about the case 5 that Miao Miao is involved behind?" I nodded and said, "Understood a little bit, so, I think, it is necessary to keep this report." When I finished, I had a cutting feeling in my heart. I know very well that if I don't report it, then it means that my third degree is going to fly off. Now this credit, it's too important to me. With this credit, I can let Ho Jing wait for me in peace, and I can also build a solid foundation for me to move up the ladder. Lan Yan very appreciatively pointed at me and said, "Xiao Chen, your consciousness has improved a lot. Well, I'm very pleased that you have such a high level of consciousness enhancement in a short period of time. You're right. I've been discussing with Zhou Hall for a long time, and he feels that, although this mission is ending in failure, however, it also stirred up the desire to win in his heart. He hoped you can continue through Miao Miao to dig behind the case. Of course, to continue to dig, it means your third-class merit to be erased. I am a very fair person. I hope that, following or not, by your own decision." After saying that, Lan Yan pushed the form in front of me. Chapter 61, I choose to continue. I had no hesitation about choosing how to do it and just pushed the form back. I'm a person who may be abrasive and consider gains and losses in small things, but, in big things, I'm never ambiguous. I was well aware that once I chose to preserve my own meritocracy, well, I had a lot to lose. Blue political commissar will certainly feel that I am short-sighted. Zhou Qing, the Thai, will certainly kick me away. and my immediate superior is expected to give me small shoes to wear to rot in the future. By the time the relationships are rotten, it's the same as falling out with Ho Jangwo at the hospital, not to mention continuing to make a mark here. It would be nice not to be ostracized. Of course, Miao Miao will die in the end. And let's not even get into my own self-interest. It's kind of a killjoy. The case behind Miao Miao is so big that I think, if I dig a little deeper, it's possible that I'll get much more than this bull ***** little section chief. Sure enough, my decisiveness caused Lan Yan to cast an extremely approving look, and her eyes became very pleased, like a big sister seeing a little brother who might be unintelligent, suddenly making an extremely correct and favorable decision for everyone at a difficult time for everyone. Wang Yi also smiled up at me with relief, and even more approvingly patted my shoulder, as if he was very supportive of my decision. I said seriously, I've decided that I'm going to keep digging. Lan Yan nodded gratefully and said, very well, I support your decision and fully cooperate with your next action. Tell me, next, what to do. For what to do, I really haven't thought about it yet. Then I tentatively asked, since the case behind Miao Miao is so important, why don't we let the judge change the sentence to a death sentence? At my words, Lan Yan and Wang Yi both laughed breathlessly, which made me feel a bit ashamed. I am a medical student. I don't know about justice, and what I said might be very funny indeed. Lan Yan said seriously, we are law enforcement, a weapon in the hands of the judiciary. What makes a weapon able to change the will of the user, do you think? Moreover, justice is not the same as human beings, who, by virtue of circumstances, can make adjustments, whereas justice, which is a machine, an absolutely ruthless machine, must strictly adhere to every procedure and logic. Miao Miao is a death row inmate. She doesn't have the secret key to pry logic and procedure out of the way, and we, as those who supervise her, can never violate judicial procedure and justice. Although I scoffed inwardly at Lan Yan's words, I didn't dare refute her. Then I asked tentatively again, so, can you trick Miao Miao and commute her death sentence? Then, no, absolutely not. Xiao Chen you may not be a professional police officer by birth, so, you don't understand justice. Our rehabilitation measures for prisoners must, and absolutely must, be within the procedures of justice. Any means of inducing confessions, coercion, and threats, are not allowed, and, you should never be subjective to these things. As long as you have one time, lifetime don't have to. Lan Yan said seriously. Lan Yan's words made my heart feel pressurized. This doesn't work, that doesn't work. I'm really kind of at my wit's end. Seeing my head wide open look, Lan Yan reminded, Xiao Chen if you are following the prisoner's subjective logic to act, everything. Lan Yan didn't finish her sentence, but I could already fully comprehend what she meant. I immediately said, understood. Then, next, I will continue to dig into the case with Miao Miao's subjective consciousness. This time the operation failed. She is unaware of it. Lan Yan smiled and waved her hand, signaling me not to say anything further, but instead admonished, things are made in secret. I nodded hurriedly when I heard her rather wise words. Then Blue Yan said to me, Zhou Hall sighed, I will greet, for the investigation of Miao Shi, apply for an extension. Be sure to give you to fight for enough time. Of course, your time is not much. Next week, is Miao Miao's final trial. The final trial comes down, a month at the most, and her death penalty review comes down, which means you've got a month at the most to do some digging. And if, well, you miss it, then the trail, well, it's completely broken. When I heard that, I was a million times more anxious. 1 month, that's too short, isn't it? With Miao Miao's intelligence and cunning, I'm really not sure I can handle it in a month. Is it not a bit high praise for me to ask me to get things done in a month that the entire second supervisory unit could not handle in 2 years? But it's come to this, so I'll just have to give it a shot. I then said, okay, leader, I will go find Miao Miao. Now, Lan Yan nodded and I glanced at Wang Yi, ready to leave, but I suddenly thought of something. Hurrying back to playfully ask Lan Yan, my transfer thing. Hearing my words, Lan Yan let out a giggle, then looked at me favorably, as if looking at her own little brother. Then she brought out an intern transfer application form, and she handed it to me with a stamp directly on it, then softly said, have time to fill out the form and go through a procedure. How can I let you go when you are such a motivated and smart high achiever? Don't worry. When I heard that, I heaved a sigh of relief. As long as I could turn around and stay, I rushed to pick up the form. Okay, I'll get busy then, I said cheerfully. After saying that, he left the office with Wang Yi. When I got outside, Wang Yi smiled and said to me, congratulations, Chen Sure, you can finally be converted. By then, we can be real co-workers. I smiled happily but looked at the form and got a headache. There was a lot to fill in the application form and it was my first time to write it and I had little experience, so It was a bit of a headache. As soon as Wang Yi took the application form over, he told me, I have experience. I'll fill it out for you. Just put your mind on digging up Miao Miao's case. When I heard that, I looked at Wang Yi with special gratitude for the care she took of me. I said gratefully, thank you then, Sister Wang. She rolled her eyes at me and glared at me in a good-natured manner. Then she didn't dwell on this matter much with me, but said to me, today, Miao Miao's mood is very unstable, and I guess she is also impatiently waiting for the news, and she has been clamoring to see a doctor, and I'm afraid that she's going to have any more overreaction, so it's better to settle Miao Miao's mood first. I nodded. Wang Yi said to me, okay, I'll go to the prison area to collect people. You wait in the infirmary. Let's divide the work. Men and women match. Work is not tired. After Wang Yi finished, she revealed a few ambiguous smiles to me, which made me feel no small amount of pressure inside, and a feeling of being ashamed of her love, so I didn't dare to be more ambiguous with her. I nodded hurriedly, then headed towards the infirmary. When I arrived at the infirmary, I hurriedly changed into my white coat and waited for Miao Miao to arrive. When I sat down, I was stressed out inside. If this goes along with Miao Miao's subjective consciousness for the next step, then, what should I do if she asks me to have sex with her and get her pregnant? Is it possible that I'm really going to obey her? I lowered my head to glance at my brother with great concern. Don't know. Is there still enough bullets? Chapter 62, Taking the Initiative. Just as I was worried and distressed, Wang Yi brought Miao Miao to the infirmary. I looked at Miao Miao's demeanor, full of tightness, already in a sense of urgency that was about to break down, and as soon as I walked in the door, she couldn't wait to ask me something. It took a quick wink from me to silence her excited urgency. Lie down. Look at the way you're walking. It's a bit unpromising. I'll check your wounds, I said anxiously. Miao Miao couldn't wait. Limping up the examination table, I hurriedly pulled the curtain closed and said to Wang Yi, Sister Wang, I'm troubling you about my form. Wang Yi knew my intentions and said with a smile, a small matter. I'll leave this side to you all. After saying that, he said to Miao Miao, Miao Miao, be honest. Don't do anything stupid, or you'll be the one to suffer. Yes, Officer Wang, Miao Miao said with a shudder. Wang Yi didn't say anything more and left the infirmary. I lifted the curtain and saw Miao Miao looking at me, extremely complex emotions flowing in her eyes as she waited tautly for my answer. Her urgency made me inwardly urgent as well. But, I think I'd have to be a little more subdued and even have a take-advantage mentality in order to do that. So, in an extremely ambiguous tone, I told her, I didn't realize that your sister was even more tender than you. Hearing my words, Miao Miao's eyes cleared up in an instant, and her entire body was so excited that she couldn't control her expression. She excitedly asked me, you met my sister? I nodded and said, see, when I finished, I signaled for her to take off her pants, to check her out, and in the past, she had been eager to do so, but this time, she seemed very resistant, and very angry, and her clear, excited eyes became pained. A little confused, I asked her curiously, what's wrong? She asked me with great exasperation, what do you mean when you say that my sister, who is more tender than I am? I looked at her eyes filled with suspicion, and I felt in my heart, did she suspect something? Or is there some special code word between her and her sister that we don't know about? I really feel painfully dead inside, and it really kills a lot of brain cells to take on a highly intelligent criminal like her. I don't know exactly what she had in mind, but I felt that I should have to tell Miao she's seduction of me, and had to make Miao Miao think that her sister's seduction had succeeded, so that she could completely drop her guard against me. So I streamed out of my pocket, took out the underwear that Ho Jing had given me, and flaunted it with Miao Miao with a few moments of smugness. When Miao Miao saw the underwear, those eyes, which were already huge, instantly opened even wider, so big that it made me feel a bit horrified. I suppressed my inner curiosity and said in a flowing manner, your sister was afraid that you would be cheated, so she insisted on having sex with me before she believed that I was sincere in helping you, and I had no choice but to have sex with her in the hotel. Your sister is so pretty, she looks quite like you, but with a better body than you, and, also, she lives better than you. I'm quite satisfied this time, and, of course, so is she. It's just that we agreed on $2 million. How come there's only 100,000? Let me tell you, if it wasn't for your sister sleeping with me for $100,000, I definitely wouldn't have done the job for you. Hearing my words, Miao Miao slowly raised her head and looked at me, her eyes filled with tears, and soon, the tears came out drop by drop, and that look on her face made me feel very surprised. Why does she have this attitude? Could it be that I said the wrong thing and made her see through it? I'm worried. I don't want to give up my chance to get credit for something and turn around and get a chicken and egg. Suddenly, Miao Miao grabbed my hand, toward my arm on the vicious bite over. I pain grimace. The whole person is eager to jump up. I do not dare to voice Roar, can only grit their teeth to endure? I kept struggling. Resistance, fear in the heart to die. In that moment, I thought of the Dr. She who died in this infirmary. It's not possible, is it, that she's going to bite me too? Thinking about this made me even more fearful, and I raised my hand and slapped Miao Miao, which was a very heavy slap. It knocked Miao Miao down on the examination table, as if her entire body was going out of her body. I was so scared that I hurriedly got up and wanted to rush outside. I wanted to call for help, but in my heart, I thought, if I call for help, all the efforts in front of me would be wasted, wouldn't it? I didn't have the heart to look at Miao Miao. She was looking at me extremely painfully at the moment. The corner of her mouth kept bleeding. I was a bit confused. Extremely angry said, "Are you sick? What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Hearing my exasperated words, she asked me very desperately, "Why did you touch my sister? Why did you touch her? Isn't it enough for me to toy with you? Why are you so vicious? She is my own sister. How could you touch her? How could you?" I heard Miao Miao's words. My heart was relieved. So, it was because I touched her sister, so that her heart may not be able to accept it. I immediately followed her realization and said, "Did I want to touch it? She did it of her own free will. What could I do?" She pretended to have a gun in her bag and threatened me that if I didn't sleep with her, she'd shoot me dead, and said, "So I couldn't cheat on you. So what could I do? So what can I do? I can only do as I'm told." My words let Miao Miao more despair. Lying on the examination table, covered his face and cried bitterly, crying, that cry, with extremely strong remorse and despair. I shrugged my arms and looked over at Miao Miao, who was in an emotional state, close to breaking down. But, I felt that I should have succeeded, and she should be completely convinced that I had made a deal with her sister. I can't help but sigh as I look at Ho Jing's underwear on the ground. It's really helpful. If I didn't have this opportune gift, I probably wouldn't have been able to get Miao Miao to dispel her doubts. I walked over to the examining table and told her, "Don't worry, your sister is quite pretty. If you want me to be responsible for her, you wish." Suddenly, Miao Miao glared angrily at me. The warning implication in her eyes made me feel like I was being stared at by a tigress, ready to bite me to death. I gulped in fear. Seeing my scowling look, she immediately said, "I'm warning you, from now on, never, ever touch my sister again, or else I won't live and I'll bite you to death." I was speechless when I saw the way she was gnashing her teeth in hatred. I didn't realize that it would come to this. I then said, okay, I promise you okay, then, the rest of the money, when to give me." When I finished, I thought, she would strongly request that she be impregnated first, and I was worried about whether I would still be able to accomplish the next heavy task after having sex with Ho Jing today. Suddenly, I heard Miao Miao extremely forcefully yell down to me, "I want to eat instant noodles." Chapter 63, What's coming is coming. I looked at Miao Miao's almost beast-like face, and the wool bursting out of those red eyes seemed irresistible. It made my whole brain feel a little foggy. I can't understand the logic of her thinking at all. I thought that she had gone to all means of strength to get all she wanted and would be impatient to reach her ultimate goal, but I could never have imagined that she would, at this time, actually tell me she wants instant noodles. I looked at her with some amusement and asked, "Not you want instant noodles? Are you out of your mind? What's so good about instant noodles? I want it. Get it for me right away. I want instant noodles. Get it for me quickly, or else I'll file a complaint against you. I'll put you in jail. I'll file a complaint against you." Miao Miao blackmailed me almost crazily. This made me even more confused inside. I really couldn't understand how she could threaten me for a bowl of instant noodles. She was beaten half to death, sacrificed her sister's body, and spent $100,000, so it's hard to look forward to the end of the day. But she has to give up all her efforts for a bowl of instant noodles? I just can't understand the logic of these inmates' minds. Hurry up! Miao Miao couldn't help but roar again. I hurriedly said, okay, instant noodles, right? Row. After I finished speaking, I rushed out and glanced towards the outside to see Wang is standing outside the door waiting. I hurriedly pretended as if she had just arrived. Smiling, she said, "Yo, Sister Wang, you came just in time. I haven't eaten anything this day. I'm starving to death." "So what? Is there still rice in the cafeteria?" Wangy understood and hurriedly said with an angry look, "It's this time of the day. Where is there any food? You are also really a day of vacation. Go out to play so long. Do not know first to fill up the stomach, ah?" I smiled and said, "I just surfed the internet. I didn't care. I just wanted to eat. You guys said Miao Miao was unstable and needed me to come back, so I rushed back. Why don't you get me a bowl of instant noodles?" "Okay, I'll go to the supermarket to get it for you. This form you take, fill out you sign it yourself," Wangy said. The form was then given to me. I glanced at it, And it was true. The forms were all filled out, just my name was missing. I smiled gratefully at Wangi. She was really efficient in her work. Wangi didn't say anything more and turned around to go out. I walked back with the form and put it in a drawer by hand. Then looking at Wangi, she was lying on the bed, crying non-stop, and while crying, she was also shaking her body straight from some kind of guilt. I think it's still painful to blame herself for getting her sister involved. I'm not going to say anything more, lest she be too emotionally burdened. Everything, until she's finished her instant noodles. After waiting for a while, Wangi brought in a bucket of instant noodles. Tell me, Xiao Chen, you eat first. I deal with something over there. Call me if anything happens. With that she left the infirmary, giving me space. I closed the door behind me and said to Miao Miao inside the curtains, here you go, eat. Suddenly, she threw the curtain open and threw up her hands in exasperation. And as I watched her hands being cuffed to the examining table, I rushed over with the instant noodles. Miao Miao instantly closed her eyes in excitement and inhaled fiercely, enjoying the unique scent of instant noodles with mad greed. Quick, feed me, Miao Miao said excitedly. I was very speechless when I looked at her, agitated to the point of trembling. I really couldn't understand how junk food like instant noodles could make Miao Miao so uptight at this time. I hurriedly picked up the instant noodles with a fork and fed it, and she ignored the boiling temperature and sucked them into her mouth in one bite, then couldn't wait to say, soup, soup, come on, have a mouthful of soup. I looked at her eagerness and felt quite sympathetic in my heart, so I hurriedly tilted the bowl so that she could drink the soup. Listening to her inhale the flavor of the soup made me feel really pathetic inside. Suddenly, Miao Miao snatched the instant noodles out of my hand and took a big bite out of it herself, and the sound of that sucking instant noodles made me really speechless. I sat down and looked at Miao Miao, who was completely engrossed in the feast of instant noodles. I waited patiently, watching her finish the instant noodles one bite at a time, not even sparing the soup, gurgling and gulping down all the soup inside one bite after another. When she finished her drink, she didn't let go of the fork, and kept shivering the soup-covered fork around in her mouth. Almost done, I hastened to remind her. She gave me a look, then tossed her fork in the bucket and lay down on the examining table with a lost look on her face, like she'd been here that day. I'm really speechless. A bucket of instant noodles is enough to give her orgasm-like satisfaction? This is too. Have a cigarette, Miao Miao suddenly demanded. I didn't put up much of a fight against her demands, and now that it's come to this, I think it's only fair to fulfill her to the fullest. So, I opened the drawer, took out the lighter, fished the cigarette out of my pocket, lit it, took a drag, and then shoved it in her mouth. She took an extremely satisfying drag, her body shaking as she exhaled the smoke, like the satisfaction of an addict relapsing. She then looked over at me and finally managed to ask the question that made my soul tremble. Enough to eat and drink. It's time to do some work. Are you ready? Miao Miao asked coldly. When I heard it, I was stressed out. My mouth was dry and I was filled with a feeling of being on fire. I also hurriedly drew out a cigarette and smoked it after lighting it. I knew it would eventually come to this, but how that step would be taken never occurred to me. I certainly couldn't actually have sex with her or get her pregnant, and by doing so, I was undermining justice and breaking the law, even if it was for the sake of digging up the case. But if I don't, there's no way to continue the case, and all the hard work, again, is wasted. Dead brain. Think ing fast. What to do? I banged my head vigorously, rather distressed. What do you mean? Miao Miao looked at me angrily, her eyes filled with apprehension. Seeing Miao Miao's crisis-stricken look, I knew that I had to stabilize her, but there was nothing I could do in my mind. Thinking about it, I can only procrastinate for a while. So, I hurriedly said, that, after I had sex with your sister in the afternoon, I was a little bit too much on my conscience. So, I had sex with my girlfriend again, and I actually wanted to make it up to her a little bit. So, I'm a little unable to raise my head right now. Chapter 64, Stifling Internal Injuries. As soon as I finished my words, Miao Miao looked like she was about to break down. How could you do this? How can you be like this? Miao Miao looked at me with pained and desperate anger. After saying that, he threw the instant noodle bucket towards me. I hastily ducked out of the way and said irritably, no, watch your attitude with me. Don't get too loose with me. You take my money, you do your job. What gives you the right to treat me so perfunctorily? What do you take me for? As a dog that can be bullied at will? Let me tell you, Chen Sher, on your current crime, sentencing you to 10 or 8 years is light. If you let me have no hope, I will also pull you even if I die. Miao Miao threatened with extreme hatred. I was stunned inwardly upon hearing this, and hurriedly asked, no, didn't you say someone had done it? It was only sentenced to 8 months or probation. How did it become 10 or 8 years again? Miao Miao said angrily, can you promise me if I don't say that? What? Regret? Humph. It's too late for you to regret now. You've already had sex with my sister. Moreover, You've taken my sister's $100,000. The deal between the two of us is even concluded. Even if you back out, you'll have to go to jail. When I heard that, I was extremely speechless inside. I was very glad that I did not have a relationship with Miao, and I was also secretly happy that I was involved in an arrest operation, rather than a real deal. Otherwise, I could really face 10 or 8 years in prison. I also inwardly warned myself that I must read up on the law when I had some spare time. These death row inmates knew more about the law than I did, and I was going to be led by the nose by her instead. I hurriedly swallowed in feigned fear and assured, "Don't you worry, don't ever worry. I'll slow down for a while. Later, maybe it'll work. You wait for me for a while." When I finished, I stood up and kept pretending to do exercises. "Come here," Miao Miao said with extreme hatred. I rushed over to her, wondering what she was up to, when suddenly, she grabbed the zipper of my pants, followed by a tearing sound. The pressure inside me was stretched to the max in an instant, and the hairs on my body stood on end. I looked at Miao Miao, wanting to refuse, but, seeing her stern eyes, I didn't dare to, because I was afraid that refusing her would cause her to have an emotional breakdown, or to become suspicious of me, and then, all the sacrifices that I made before would be for nothing. So, all I could do was endure with my eyes closed as she stimulated me, and it wasn't just a matter of humiliation, it was also a confrontation with my own desires. If I let Miao Miao have his way, I really have to take that last desperate road. When the time comes to solve the case, maybe I still have the possibility of understanding. If I can't solve the case, I really lost my wife and soldiers, and in the end, I may also go to jail. I gritted my teeth and tried my best to endure it, and I don't know if it was because I was too nervous, or if I was just a little bit weak, so I didn't seem to react. It's starting to explode, the stress inside of me. No way, I'm really that weak? No, it's the mental pressure. It's my will overcoming the desire. I'm strong. I kept inspiring myself internally, but, at the same time, some desperate thoughts sadly arose, and I dismissed those as best I could. But, wouldn't. I let out a shaky query in some desperation. You're so hateful. Miao Miao angrily and fiercely smacked me, giving me a painful jerk. I am also quite speechless, and my heart is conflicted to the extreme. I both hope that I can't, but, I am also afraid that I really can't. That kind of contradiction, it's going to torture me to death. Suddenly, Miao Miao bit her lip, her tongue moving stupidly between her lips and teeth, and those eyes struggling. I immediately knew what she was up to. I hurriedly refused and said, You just ate instant noodles, spicy beef ones. It's inappropriate. It's really inappropriate. I'm a doctor. I know too well. The more this kind of injurious stimulus, the more it will cause negative effects. Miao Miao stared at me. Tears kept flowing, desperate and hateful. She gritted her teeth and asked me, What then? I don't have much time left. In 7 days, I'll have my final trial. The death penalty review must be strict and quick. I don't have much time left. Do you really want to watch me die? I looked at Miao Miao's near collapse and I just really pitied her inside. I hurriedly said, Don't worry, took your money, slept with your sister. I will definitely save you. This person. You should also understand. I'm quite emotionally attached. We too, is also considered a bit of emotion. Don't worry, I won't look at you to die. After hearing this, Miao Miao smiled bitterly and murmured, What else can I do? What else can I do? I looked at her near collapse face, and hurriedly comforted. I'll go eat a few raw eggs later. I promise you, tonight, I'll definitely solve your problem. Believe me, all the way through the suffering, don't fall down before the dawn, or else, won't the efforts in front of you be wasted? You think about your sister, how much she has sacrificed for you, isn't it? When she heard me mention her sister, she immediately forced herself to pull herself together and coldly wiped away her tears, then said, I'll wait for you, don't let me down again. You'll never know how horrible the despair of a condemned man can be. I looked at the dead gray face, like ashes from a furnace that had been extinguished for many years, and I couldn't deny that I was shocked by the change that was going on inside of her at this moment. I had no doubt that if I let her despair completely, she would pounce on me with a single bite and snap my neck, just like the prisoner before her. I'll check you out first, see how the wound is, I offered. She cooperated with me mechanically and numbly, her face icy as I hurriedly examined the wound, but luckily, it wasn't inflamed and was healing well. The medicine I'd concocted was still having an effect. I then took the saline and cleaned her again, then changed to a new medication. And when I was done, I said, That's it. She numbly lifted up her pants, so I hurriedly walked out, and looking at Wangi who was standing outside to guard me, I pretended that she wasn't there, and called out to the outside, Sister Wang, my side is fine. Wangi, also extremely cooperative, trotted a few steps in place, then said smilingly, alright right? Tough on you little Chen. I'll take her back now. Today, can she execute the punishment? Yo, there's a punishment to be carried out here? I asked, feigning curiosity. That's for sure. If there's a mistake, you must be punished. This is the iron discipline of our second prison, Wang Yi seriously said. I glanced back at Miao Miao, who was looking at me with vacant eyes and a whole lot of negativity. I hurriedly said, not really, the wound has a tendency to become inflamed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have cleaned it for so long. Let's keep her in a single room for observation for a while longer. Okay, you're the doctor. Listen to you. Wang Yi cooperated. Then they came in, uncuffed Miao Miao, and took her out of the infirmary. When the person left, I grabbed my hair with both hands in agony. What to do? How do I not have sex with her? And how can I get her to trust me completely? Chapter 65, Solutions. I can't think of anything. I've thought of everything I've learned about medicine in my life, and I can't think of any way to break this death logic. I was so stressed I took out my cigarettes and lit them up and smoked them. I smoked them so hard that I was almost on the verge of finishing a cigarette in one big puff. The end result was that I was so dizzy that I barely got my back up. Cough cough, cough cough. I coughed violently and my brain was painfully suffocated. I know I was in a hurry. Of course I'm in a hurry. There's not much time left. It doesn't allow smoking, so why can't you just remember? When I heard Zhou Qing's harsh tone, I was startled and hurried to put out my cigarette, but just as it was pressed down on the table, I thought to myself, why should I be afraid of her? Political Commissar Lan said he'd cooperate with me fully. Why should I be afraid of her if she's just a petty officer in the prison affairs section? How dare she beat me up in the office? Immediately, I said with displeasure, work demands it. I finished and kept smoking. Wang Yi is right. If I thought of prison as my home, I could smoke there. Zhou Qing unhappily came over, snatched down my cigarette and ruthlessly snuffed it out and threw it on the ground, and I looked at her with extreme displeasure. Anxiously, he said, you're not finished, are you? Zhou Qing raised her fist, and I was so scared that I hurriedly shrank back a bit, really afraid that she would give me a beating without any sense of propriety. However, she only scared me, and then asked me, you're in private contact with Miao Miao again. It seems that you haven't given up and continue to have to dig down. Any progress? When I heard that, I was very speechless. She can really be a dog. There was a slightest hint of risque smell. She crawled along with the smell. No, I didn't have the heart to say. At this time, Wang Yi also finished his business and came over. Seeing that Zhou Qing was also there, he smiled. Zhou Qing didn't bother to be polite with her, so she asked me urgently, how the hell is it? Tell me honestly, or else, don't push her. She's under a lot of pressure right now. Miao Miao asked to have sex with him to put the deal in place. Naturally he can't agree to it, but time is running out. He has to solve this dilemma as soon as possible, so let him be quiet for a while, Wang Yi said seriously. When Zhou Qing heard this, she said to me, then what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and implement it. After you've done that, hurry up and dig in. She's going to be finalized soon, not many days from now. I looked at Zhou Qing in pain and asked, no, are you a human being? You're letting me sell my flesh for the sake of a case? Missy who broke the law, think for me, will you? Zhou Cheng snorted and said in disgust, didn't you like it quite a bit when you were in the hotel? What? Not here anymore? Humph, you really don't have any dedication. I laughed bitterly in a very speechless manner. This Onii-chan really has no sense of humor. Wang Yi said seriously, Zhou Qing, when it comes to work, be serious. If you don't have constructive suggestions, I'll ask you to leave and give him enough time to think about it. You are really a warm-hearted big sister, but it's a pity that she has a girlfriend. And when she went to bed today, she was so happy. I don't know if she ever considered you as a warm-hearted big sister when she went to bed. Zhou Qing was extremely disgusted and sarcastic. I was extremely speechless in my heart, and also very sad to look at Wang Yi. I admit, when I went to bed with Ho Jing, I didn't consider Wang Yi, even thought about it. At that time, I was completely uptight. In response to my guilty look, Wang Yi smiled blandly, as if telling me not to care about Zhou Qing's words. Then with an extremely serious face, he said, Zhou Qing, content that has nothing to do with work, I hope you won't say it again. Zhou Qing was a bit speechless, then took a deep breath and kicked my chair with her foot, urging, what are you waiting for? Isn't it just a matter of a shiver? Undercover agents have legal immunity. As long as the case is solved, the judge will exempt you from everything you do in the case. I'm a human being, not a breeding dog. What do you mean a doodad? Is that a human word? If she's pregnant, what about me? What about justice? What about the baby for me? What about my marriage? What about my love? Don't be so selfish, okay? I hated it. Zhou Qing laughed contemptuously, then said, if I were you, surely go out and do it. Anyway, there are legal exemptions. As long as you can break this case, that is, the city's hand, but also have to come over to give you a sedan chair to do the commendation. I looked at Zhou Qing speechlessly. Spent half a day of lips. She is not listening to a word. To the present still thinking of her first-class merit. Completely no sense of decency to treat me as a livestock. Wang Yi then said, this kind of thing, you can't gamble on it. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance that you'll get pregnant. You can't do it. It'll seriously jeopardize justice, and affect the fate of one person, or even many people. When Zhou Qing heard it, she laughed sparingly and said, no, love Saint Chen da honest. You want to be simple. Even the film has not seen it, right? I looked at Zhou Chang with dissatisfaction and said, I am a small-town doer. My family is very poor. The only way for me to get ahead in my life is to read. My entire adolescence, I put all my energy into reading. I ask you not to insult me, okay? Really haven't seen it? Zhou Qing was surprised. Even Wang Yi found it unbelievable, looking at me as if I were a rare animal. I'm really speechless. Spreading his hands, the disgruntled man asked, so? Zhou Qing immediately laughed, patted me on the shoulder, and said, so, you have great limitations. Watching a movie is not a limitation? Come on. Tell me how watching a movie is going to solve the substantial problems we have right now. And if you can't tell me, you apologize. I said angrily. Wang Yi also looked at Zhou Qing in confusion, seemingly unable to understand the connection as well. Zhou Qing, on the contrary, got serious and told me in a serious manner. The color business in the island countries is very developed, and they sometimes make a lot of special props, such as body fluids, in order to create explosive visual effects. They would use glycerin, coloring, and egg whites to create this fake bodily fluid that would be 100% realistic, both visually and taste-wise. I was shocked and dumbfounded when I heard Zhou Qing's words, and I have to say that she really does have an extremely unique ability when it comes to solving cases. But I asked, perplexed, no, how did you know? Wang Yi was also surprised and never seemed to understand that Zhou Qing actually knew this kind of knowledge. Zhou Qing was serious and said in a serious manner, I've been an internet pornographer for a while before, so, I get it. Is there a problem? I shook my head immediately after hearing this and said, no. Zhou Qing then harshly grabbed my ear and very urgently urged, if you don't have it, then work. Chapter 66, Hitting on Me. After Zhou Qing finished speaking, she dragged me out of the infirmary. Her strength was so strong that she practically dragged me along. I'm kind of speechless at her thunder and lightning, and while her idea is not bad, I think it's debatable whether it will work or not. Wang Yi also seemed to hold a negative view on this and hurriedly caught up, grabbing Zhou Qing while whispering, should we report to Political Commissar Lan first? Report? I really don't know what the leader sees in you. What the leader wants is always the result. This little truth. Don't you understand? Zhou Qing said bluntly. Wang Yi heard, but is quite speechless, looking at me being dragged like a dead dog, then hurriedly grabbed me, said, you let her go by herself, in the unit, keep some influence and image. When Zhou Qing heard this, she let go of her hand in disgust, and I was able to catch my breath as Wang Yi looked at me and asked, what do you think? I know what Wang Yi is worried about, which is nothing more than worrying that the procedure is not legal, but it's stupid to worry about the procedure when it's already at this juncture. Besides, Zhou Qing's proposed solution is the least harmful of all the harmful procedures, and, she's right, leaders only need results. Process? Which leader would care? So I said, I think, give it a try. Hearing my decision, Wang Yi stopped holding any objections and followed us towards the cafeteria. After we arrived at the cafeteria, Zhou Qing asked the leader of the cafeteria for a row of eggs and some glycerin. I had thought that the pigmentation was more difficult to get. After all, I had seen the food in prison. It was really bland like plain water. However, what I didn't expect was that coloring was added to just such meals. However, this is quite good for us, and it is convenient for us to obtain materials. After the three of us got our materials, we returned to the infirmary in a sneaky and secretive manner. Once inside, I unlocked the door. I asked fearfully, should we arrange for the people in the cell block not to be disturbed? I'm afraid it wouldn't be a good idea if someone found out, would it? Zhou Qing was disgusted for a while and said, don't worry, at this point, it's a critical time to catch production, and everyone's focus is on workshop production. After saying that, Zhou Qing started making it. Wang Yi and I watched from the side. Judging from Zhou Qing's numb approach, I thought she could make it. However, I soon realized that I had overestimated her ability to work with her hands. After she opened the eggs, she tried to strain the whites, and her hands were so clumsy that when she strained them up and down, the yolks and whites fell into the basin together. Angry Zhou Qing threw the eggshells hard on the table and started over again, but it was the same all over again. Her hands were too clumsy to strain the egg whites. I'll do it. Wang Yi couldn't look away, squeezed Zhou Qing out of the way, picked up the egg, and after gently cracking it open, his two hands were very dexterous, flipping it up and down twice, separating the egg white from the yolk. I couldn't stop nodding my head as I watched Wang Yi's handiwork. When she saw me nodding, Zhou Qing seemed particularly jealous and said to me sourly, "What do you mean? Isn't it just an egg?" I was a bit surprised and looked at Zhou Qing in disbelief, asking irritably, "No, what did I say? The abominable thing about you is that you didn't say anything, yet you compared me to Wang Yi, and I, for one, belong to the stupid one," Zhou Qing said in exasperation. I was speechless and said in exasperation, "You can really break things up. That's your own idea. Don't force it on me." Zhou Qing was so angry that she raised her hand to hit me, and Wang Yi said with some exasperation, "All right, stop. What's next?" Zhou Qing pointed at me, her eyes full of warning, and then without speaking, she directly took the glycerin, added some coloring into it, and then took the chopsticks, and kept stirring, and while stirring she also glared at me, with a particularly stern look in her eyes. I sighed breathlessly and didn't bother to fight with her as I stared at her movements with some worry in my heart. I asked her, "Is it okay? Is it hygienic? It's going to go inside, and if it gets infected, I could get disciplined. Islanders are fine, but not her? Besides, it's not like she'll be in there for the rest of her life. She'll be discharged before long," Zhou Qing said sternly. I hugged my chest. In my heart to Zhou Qing, this person has some contempt for the idea of this person. This person, is really no sense of propriety? Do things is a bit regardless of means. If I wasn't cornered right now, I sure as hell wouldn't be doing this with her. Oops, what's going on? How come the more you stir, the thicker it gets? It's foaming all over, Wang Yi reminded. Zhou Qing was so angry that she fiercely threw her chopsticks away, reached in and grabbed it, and soon, it grabbed out a sticky liquid with a special irritating flavor. Looking at Wang Yi and I both frowned straight away. Exasperated, Zhou Qing poured out the liquid and said, "It's too thick. Start over." Wang Yi shook his head breathlessly, but still hurriedly reseparated the egg white and egg liquid, while Zhou Qing continued to blend, the two of them working together. It was a tacit understanding. However, the result was still not good, no matter how much glycerin Wang Yi poured. After stirring for a while, the liquid became extremely sticky and frothy, like whipped cream. Zhou Qing had to pour the liquid again and let Wang Yi continue. I just watched and watched as she wasted 11 or 12 eggs in a row, and I couldn't help myself when I saw how few eggs were left. I hurriedly stopped Zhou Qing and asked, "No, do you know the ratio?" Zhou Qing didn't answer me, but instead threw the chopsticks in her hand in a very lost manner, and then looked at me sternly, with a look that made me a bit scared. "Take off your pants," Zhou Qing ordered. My whole body exploded when I heard that, and I knew she was in a hurry to hit on me. I immediately said, "Zhou Qing, don't bring this you have some respect for me I tell you, this is a unit, not a place for you to do wrong. Why are you so abrasive? You men don't have much of this, do you? You shivering a moment can be finished things. Why do you have to be so petty grinning? Hurry up, take off," Zhou Qing said sternly. After saying that, he lunged towards me and gave me a chokehold directly from behind, taking off my pants with one hand, giving me so much anger that my whole body was going to explode. "Zhou Qing, let go of me. I tell you, if you dare to violate me, I'm not finished with you. I will file a complaint against you. Let go of me," I wailed anxiously. Zhou Qing was also anxious and shouted at Wang Yi, "What are you looking at? Do it." When I heard that, I looked at Wang Yi speechlessly. She looked at my expression and actually hesitated. Her eyes told me that she was making a choice. My whole body was dumbfounded. This one made me so anxious that I was on the verge of tears. Hurrying to use an extremely humble tone, he said, "No, Sister Wang, you can't be a jerk. This won't work. Absolutely not." Chapter 67, An Arrow in the Hands of an Arrow. My urgency, however, did not receive a positive response from Wang Yi. Wang Yi was rather serious and said to me, "Xiao Chen since you have chosen to do it, then you should run to the attitude of making it, not halfway." My scalp tingled when I heard Wang Yi's words. I was completely surprised that Wang Yi actually chose to stand on a united front with Zhou Qing at this juncture. This left me extremely speechless inside. Just as I was speechless, Wang Yi squatted down and pulled away with two sharp hands. In a persuasive tone, he said, "Little Chen, you shiver and you'll be done. Everyone will be more relaxed, so just hurry up and shiver. That's right, hurry up. What's the point of dawdling? Big deal. I'll treat you to a good meal at a 5-star hotel later," Zhou Qing urged. I was speechless to the core as I heard both men. "What do you take me for? A shiver and be done with it?" I really don't know if they're cute or just ignorant. However, I know very well in my heart, now if I don't solve this matter, today, high and low is to shiver like an animal for a few times, which makes me extremely difficult to accept in dignity. I immediately said, Okay, stop, I will try it. After I finished, I forced myself to struggle away, but Zhou Qing just wouldn't let go and said in disgust, "Are you trying to run away? Humph. I know what kind of fart you're going to let out even if you pucker your ass. Wang Yi, do it, hurry up." Wang Yi once again said in a serious tone, "Xiao Chen ah, don't blame Sister Wang ah, Sister Wang, also for the sake of the big picture." With that, she was about to do it, giving me a rush, and the whole thing jumped up and down. I said anxiously, "Why don't you just let me try? This is a prison. Where can I go? I'll try it once. If it doesn't work, I'll do it myself, okay? Sister Wang, I beg you, okay?" Seeing that I was so anxious that I was about to cry, Wang Yi also softened and hurriedly said, "Xiao Zhou ah, let Xiao Chen try. Maybe he can succeed? After all, he is a doctor." When Zhou Qing heard this, she became bitter and said in disgust, "Wang Yi, you are really indecisive. You don't deserve to be a leader." After saying that, Zhou Qing pushed me away but, instead, ran to the door and blocked it. Deeply afraid that I would escape, I hurriedly zipped it up, speechless to the core. Never in my life had I imagined that I would have to undergo something so ridiculous to come. I looked at Wang Yi angrily, and she immediately lowered her head, knowing that she had done something wrong to hurt my feelings, so she obediently and silently cracked the eggs for me, strained them, and then stood to the side, waiting for me to take the next step. I looked at the sticky egg whites, and I remembered that 90% of the bodily fluids used by males to conceive life are water. So, I thought, I should add water, and that the ratio of egg whites to glycerin should be very low, so that they don't froth up after mixing. So, I looked to the pure water catcher and decisively went and got a lot of pure water and poured it into the basin. I gently stirred it and realized that there was a little too much water, so I rushed to pour some out, felt the ratio was about right, and gently stirred it again. So stirred, soon the water, the egg whites, and the glycerin were mixed together, but without frothing, and not exactly viscous, and the peculiar color and form of the strand was thoroughly formed. I threw the basin on the table, looked at Zhou Qing in anger, and lectured, "Isn't this a done deal? Where's your brain? You can't even do something this easy? You don't realize that 90% of a man's bodily fluids are water, right?" Zhou Qing came over with a face full of consternation, looking at the liquid in the basin. Her face was full of confusion and figuring it out, so angry that she pinched her waist and looked at me without a good look. "Lecture, are you sick? You do it on purpose, don't you? You know how to do it, but you don't do it? Do you know that my hands are sore from stirring? Oh, I get it. Are you pretending that you don't know how to do it and want us to do it to help you? You are really a colorful batch, are you?" Zhou Qing was so angry that she raised her hand to hit me, and I didn't have the heart to open her hand. Scornfully, he said, "Don't you dare do that." Zhou Qing rolled her eyes, breathlessly pinching her waist and glaring at me with her eyes squinted. Wang Yi hurriedly said, "Okay, don't fight. Things are done on the line. Our next step, what should we do?" When I heard this, I pointed at Wang Yi in anger, and she immediately lowered her head, looking like she knew she was wrong, and that little expression of begging for forgiveness made me not bear to scold her. I then looked at Zhou Qing and asked angrily, "What's next?" Zhou Qing didn't sell the idea, but said directly, "There was a death row inmate before, who bribed the prison guards and managed to get pregnant by injecting bodily fluids through a syringe. So you now need to get a syringe, and then, inject these fluids into Miao Miao's body." When I heard this, I was immediately struck by an idea and hurriedly opened the medicine chest and rummaged through it, just in time to find a syringe for the needle. I hemmed and hawed and said, "Don't say, this infirmary doesn't look as simple as a small clinic, but when it comes to this critical time, there are really things that can be used." When I finished, I hurriedly unwrapped the plastic package and then sucked the liquid from the basin, and soon, it filled a syringe. Zhou Qing immediately asked me in disgust, "Are you that massive?" After I heard this, I was very upset. She really questioned me everywhere. I then retaliated, "Turn around and let you see. Let you understand. What is called the big water washed away the Dragon King temple." Having said that, I pushed some of the liquid out of the syringe, leaving only half. I then gave Wang Yi a wink. She nodded and told Zhou Qing, "Return the stuff to the cafeteria, and remember, brush it off and return it." "No, why should I be the one to go?" Zhou Qing was dissatisfied. Wang Yi said seriously, "Because, you're from the prison affairs section. You going to the prison area will only make everyone nervous." After saying that, Wang Yi didn't nag Zhou Qing anymore and led me directly to the prison area. After arriving at the prison area, Wang Yi took the public key, and after using the intercom to contact the people inside, he unlocked and opened one iron door after another through fingerprints. It's a pain in the ass for me to watch. After passing through, we arrived at the single room in the prison area. Wang Yi smiled and said a few words to the prison guards at the door, detaching the people, and after opening the door, Wang Yi and I walked in. "Miao Miao, who was lying on the bed, saw that I had come, and her eyes immediately became excited, but she suppressed herself extremely, like a wooden man, and nailed herself hard to the bed. Wang Yi played along with me and said, "It's really troublesome for you, Dr. Chen. A trip, it's endless." I smiled and said, "Hey, this is also my job. Well, yo, oh no, forgot to bring saline. I go back to get it." "No, you can't go. You haven't been converted yet, you don't have a universal key, and you haven't performed fingerprinting. It's inconvenient to go in and out." "I'll go." Wang Yi cooperated. Ling Li then looked at Miao Miao and warned, "Be honest with me, don't do anything stupid, or else, I'll give you 3 days of confinement." Miao Miao didn't say anything, just nodded with forced excitement. Wang Yi didn't say anything more, turned around and went out. As soon as Wang Yi left, Miao Miao immediately looked at me excitedly, couldn't wait to take off her pants, and said anxiously, okay, then, let's, hurry. When I heard that, I hurriedly took out the syringe, and after she saw it, she was a little confused at first, then she understood and hurriedly gasped and urged me, hurry up. When I finished, I lay back obediently, with agitated eyes that looked like a whip that was itching to whip into my body. I gulped nervously, though my heart was strongly burdened, but the arrow is in the air. Already, it had to be sent. Chapter 68, End of Month Inventory of the Property Management section. As a gynecologist, I know the structure of the female body very well, so when Miao Miao was extremely cooperative and posed, I just set the syringe in as I have done in the past with enema treatments for women, and then pushed it in, followed by the nifty removal of the syringe. The whole process, which lasted only 3 seconds, was, so to speak, a smooth flow. When I was done with things, I heard a chant coming from Miao Miao, and I hurriedly patted her leg, and she hastily and knowingly lifted her pants. Then looking at me nervously, he told me, "It's a little cold, will they all die?" I looked at her nervous and worried expression, so I hurriedly said, "Don't worry, the man's body fluids, outside the body can survive for at least 1 to 24 hours. I just got done and came, less than 10 minutes, I'm a gynecologist, this point of certainty is still there." When I finished, I smiled sheepishly at her. Instead, she stretched out her hand in extreme fear, as if she was in great need of my embrace, and it looked as if I was in desperate need of embracing each other to warm up after Ho Jing and I were done. I was a little reluctant to warm up to her because I had a ghost in my heart, but, lest she get suspicious, I leaned down and embraced her. As soon as the hands touched my body, she hugged me urgently, holding me in her arms for dear life, those thick lips, kissing at my ear, and I could feel her lips trembling with excitement. The hot breath, as if a volcano had erupted in my ears, made the hairs on my body tremble. "Don't be afraid," I soothed. She made a chanting sound in my ear that made my soul tremble. "Well, fear not, fear not." She murmured a couple of words, then excitedly told me, "When I do get pregnant, I'll tell you where I hid the money, and I know that at that time, you'll definitely need the money to get by, and I don't care how much you spend. You have to try to stay in this prison." When I heard Miao Miao's words, although my heart was excited, I maintained a skeptical attitude towards her promise because I had already been cheated by her more than once, so I can't be stupid enough to believe anything she says. "Don't worry, the two of us are tied together now, one for the other, and I'll protect you for my own sake," I promised. "Then you kiss me," Miao Miao said excitedly. I didn't hesitate and immediately kissed my way over to her, and she was probably too excited and scared because she was so excited, so as soon as I kissed her, she embraced me as if she was on fire and responded fervently. I was a little anxious in my heart, afraid that my desire would get out of control, but soon, the fear inside me became fear. Kissing with her for a while, I actually didn't have half a reaction. I began to panic in my heart. "It's not, like, really shaded, is it?" I struggled to keep my head up with manly dignity, but, after a few unsuccessful attempts, I immediately and gamely began to seek hope on her soft mountain of cotton sea, and she was a little surprised at my urgency, but soon, fell into amorous ecstasy. I inwardly longed for me to hurry and stand up like a man, but before I could succeed, I heard Wang Yi's footsteps. Miao Miao and I were so scared that we both let go of each other. At this time, Wang Yi walked in and looked at me, revealing a look of sympathy. Before handing me the saline solution, I hurriedly gave Miao Miao a wink and said, "I'll clean your wound, so cooperate." "Aha!" Miao Miao nodded obediently, and then cooperated with my actions. I took saline, and pretended to clean up the wound for her, deliberately cleaning out the prosthetic fluid in his body, lest it would become inflamed after a long time. Miao Miao was still a little resistant, and was only obediently cooperated with after Wang Yi rebuked her for 2 sentences. "After I'm done with it, I apply some self-administered anti-inflammatory." Then he said to Wang Yi, "It's still inflamed, It's all pus, so watch it carefully from now on, lest it gets worse. Wang Yi nodded and then said, alright, I will observe closely. Hard work to you Dr. Chun. I nodded and hurriedly cleaned up the mess on the floor, and when I was done, I gave Miao Miao a look to reassure her before leaving the single room and jogging all the way back to my infirmary. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Zhou Qing sitting inside, her face full of urgency, and when she saw me come back, she was full of anxiety and wanted to ask me. Hush! I gave her an impatient sign of silence, and she had the good sense to keep her mouth shut, and I rushed to the sink to wash my hands, soaping them over and over again, but it always felt like I couldn't get them clean, and I knew that it was a problem of the heart. It really ed me out psychologically. Hey, I don't know if it's worth it for me to make such a sacrifice. At this time, Wang Yi walked in, and Zhou Qing finally couldn't help herself and asked, is it done? Wang Yi nodded and said, it's done. Zhou Qing immediately laughed happily, then threw a paper ball towards me, and I looked back at her with displeasure. She smiled and said, hard work. I didn't bother to talk to her, and after I got up and shrugged it off, I said seriously, she said that when she does get pregnant, she'll tell me where she hid the money. Hearing this news, Zhou Qing immediately jumped up from her chair and said with great surprise, really? Then, did she say how much drug money is there? I sighed and said, she told me that there are more than 100 million, however, I do not dare to believe 100%, after all, was cheated by her twice. This time is not true, but also to be examined. Zhou Qing said anxiously, are you stupid? You can't understand such a simple logical question? If she is really pregnant, then she will have to change her death sentence. No matter what, she still needs to serve her sentence in the second prison, so she extremely needs someone who can take care of her in the second prison, and this person can only be you, so she has to give you enough money to go up and down the line, so that you can stay in the second prison. So, this news can only be true. When I heard that, I looked at Zhou Qing unexpectedly and said, you're really a dog. You know everything. That's what she said. Ha ha. Zhou Qing immediately excitedly came over to embrace me, even more excitedly, lifted me up, with so much strength that I was a little scared. Wang Yi was also very excited and said, according to logic, it makes sense, so this operation, it is considered to be rewarding. Hundreds of millions of dollars of drug money. Xiao Chen, personal first-class merit, can't run away. When Zhou Qing heard this, she immediately threw me down and almost didn't drop me to my death as she hurriedly said, what do you mean by personal first-class merit? I also have a part in it, okay? Wang Yi bristled and smiled, but did not refute Zhou Qing. I was so angry that I climbed up and pointed at her. Did it work out? And you got a share? You almost didn't fall to your death for me. I'm telling you Zhou Qing, just be so rough on me. If you fall to your death for me, don't talk about any bull asterisk credit. You can't even drink the northwest wind. Zhou Qing immediately showed a guilty look at my lecture, coming over to hold my face, looking me up and down, and then coming to rub my buttocks in a particularly uncouth manner. Only, just as she was about to say something, suddenly the door was knocked on, and in that instant, the three of us all tightened up, like frightened mice. I was a little surprised, wondering who was coming at this hour. Surely it wasn't one of those wardens from Sector 1, who would have been at the door openly yelling my name before they arrived. Curious, I asked, who is it? From the Property Management section, Monthly Medical Equipment Inventory, Chapter 69, there's going to be big trouble. As soon as I heard that it was from the Property Management section, I was a bit surprised. I had only been here for 2 or 3 days, so how come the Property Management section wanted to take an inventory? I looked to Zhou Qing and Wang Yi, both of whom nodded their heads, indicating that there was no problem. I didn't say much and rushed to open the door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a woman come who made me cringe a little inside. This woman has a unique aura of a big woman. Her likeness, which is impeccable, belongs to a very atmospheric beauty, different from the Asian compact women's facial features, but instead has a natural sense of atmosphere. This atmospheric features, which are different from the norm, give her an aura, which is also unique, and the first time I saw her, I knew that she must be a wild woman. There was a wildness about her, and a wilderness about her beauty. Those big wild eyes looked straight at me, her eyes gleaming as if she could see everything. It seemed to have seen through that I was inwardly awed by her unique aura, so her plump, sexy lips, slightly upturned, revealed a contemptuous smile. That charming smile forced me to focus on her lips. Under her high nose, there was a pair of plump, fiery red lips, which had a slight sexy curve to them, making her features more three-dimensional. I shuddered to think what a damn experience it would be to be kissing such sexy red lips, and that contemptuous smile forced me to get short shrift instead, daring me to look at her figure, lest, by her eyes, I gain insight into a nastier heart. Yo, Sister Zhao, Why are you the one who came to inventory in person? Wang Yi said with some surprise. Sister Zhao said in a cold voice, there was a murder in your first district, and the above jerked it to the end. From the major section chiefs to the political commissars, and I've just been appointed as the head of the property management section. So of course I have to take extra care of your first district. Her tone, full of yin and yang. I am a person who does not know what exactly. Listen to all the body uncomfortable. Let alone Wang Yi and Zhou Qing. Both people look like they have eaten a fly. Face not to mention how ugly. After this woman finished, she walked in with people. I looked at the other two small comrades, early 20s, holding a workbook in their hands. Following this Sister Zhao, especially respectful and well-behaved. It is evident that this Sister Zhao, both internally and externally, has a strong pressure. After coming in, Sister Zhao looked me up and down and asked me, you're the new little Chen, right? I nodded and hurriedly said, yes, my name is Chen Sure. What is your instruction? Be honest, Sister Zhao said coldly. When I heard that, I looked at Wang Yi and Zhou Qing with great surprise, and the two of them seemed to be quite afraid of this woman as well, so I could only smile awkwardly, said, yes, understood. Sister Zhao then said seriously, I just heard, there are playful and jocular sounds in your office. This is very bad. I hope you can be more serious in the unit. He knew young comrade doesn't understand. I hope that you two old people, you can be strict with yourselves, to avoid bringing unnecessary trouble to yourselves. The Sister Zhao also taught Zhou Qing and Wang Yi a lesson without mercy, and Wang Yi and Zhou Qing didn't dare to let out a single fart and hurriedly nodded their heads repeatedly. I was a bit puzzled in my heart. This so-called section chief, the position is not big. How can you teach Wang Yi and Zhou Qing to raise their heads? Inventory, Sister Zhao said in a cold voice. The young girls who followed then rushed to rummage through the infirmary, where they skillfully opened medical boxes, fire boxes, and some of the archives, pulling out some of the information for review and inventory. And that Sister Zhao also began to look at my work log. I look at the end. I'm so busy in the past 2 days as not to the ground, but also a trip out of the field. This work log did not write at all. I do not know. Fei Liu did not fulfill the promise. Let someone come over to help me write. Suddenly, Sister Zhao said in a cold voice, Chen, why is the work log empty? I was speechless when I heard it. Sure enough, Fei Liu didn't write it for me. Damn, what a realistic thing that doesn't see a rabbit. I'll have to get back at her once in a while. Wang Yi hurriedly explained. Oh, what's that? She just came in. Too many things happened in the past 2 days, and she went out to the field. So, all this paperwork, she didn't do it. He doesn't have a mouth? You need to say it? Sister Zhao said coldly. I was a little bit harried by Sister Zhao's attitude and tone. She really doesn't show any mercy. She's completely different from Sister Lan and Fei Liu. Sister Zhao looked at me with cold eyes. Her eyes were very stern, and I did not dare to resist, and hurriedly said, I turned back. To make up for it, Sister Zhao nodded, seemingly satisfied with my answer rather than Wang Yi's explanation. Then he said, never again. With that, he dropped the work log on the table. The leader is missing a needle syringe. Suddenly, a small comrade panicked. I cackled and cursed even as I heard it. No, just ING used it and you're checking? I looked at Wang Yi and Zhou Qing. Both of them also felt bad luck and had a look of panic in their eyes. Sister Zhao immediately looked at me and asked, you used it? I nodded and said, one of the female inmates got into a fight and got hurt and her wound got inflamed and I had to give her antibiotics with a syringe. She held out her hand with some impatience and said, you should have read the employee handbook, which clearly states that any cylindrical items as well as pinhole items should be used in strict compliance with the code of practice, and that the details of use should also be recorded and returned to their place immediately after use. I was speechless when I heard her words, feeling like a prisoner. Reluctantly, I fished the syringe out of my pocket and handed it to Sister Zhou. She frowned and placed the syringe in front of her eyes to scrutinize it, and me, Zhou Qing, and Wang Yi, all of a sudden got up on pins and needles, because there was residue in the syringe, although it was very little, only some at the bottom, but, that image, it was so hot. Suddenly, Sister Zhao put the syringe between her nose and sniffed it. This action, I don't know how Zhou Qing and Wang Yi felt. Anyway, I was about to pee in fear. After Sister Zhao smelled it, she looked at me with extremely stern eyes and asked, what's in here? It doesn't look like antibiotics. Kind of like your men's body fluids. As soon as this was said, Zhou Qing and Wang Yi lowered their heads, and I was immediately targeted. Heart panicked to force, but I still said smilingly, Zhao's sister, you say this? A little. To that, what do you call our man's body fluids? This is pus. The prisoner's body is inflamed. I give her to suck the residue left by the thick. Zhao's sister, you cannot talk nonsense, or else I cannot eat and walk. When I finished, I hurriedly looked at Wang Yi, and she hurriedly said, "Yes, I can testify. Everything is recorded. It's just pus." When Sister Zhao heard this, she showed that contemptuous expression again, then reached over again. I was a little surprised and asked in amazement, "What? Antibiotic containers?" Sister Zhou said coldly. As soon as I heard that, I knew in my heart it was over. I hadn't even injected the antibiotics, so where did I get the container? But I still had the guts to say, "So what?" I threw it away. That thing? It's not like it's much use. The moment my words came out, Sister Zhao's eyes immediately became extremely stern. I only saw her pick up the phone on the table and dialed it, and then I heard words that made me extremely upset. "Fei Liu, I order you to come to the 1st District Infirmary right away. Your section. There's going to be big trouble." Chapter 70, My worries are unnecessary. Sister Zhao's words made me instantly uneasy inside, and her tone of voice was telling me that this matter was serious, and she's going to make a big deal out of it. I hurriedly looked at Wang Yi and Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing didn't even fart. Wang Yi, on the other hand, said in a weak tone, "Sister Zhao, he just came." Not very clear. My responsibility is bigger. I'm his helping committee member. I'm going to look for it now, and find it back right away, and when I turn back, I'll definitely write a report for you. In response to Wang Yi's words, Sister Zhao was very stern and said in a cold voice, "This report of yours? You definitely need to write it. But not now." As she finished, I heard a clutter of footsteps, the sound of heels on the floor, snapping and snapping, and I could anticipate whoever was coming, almost running all the way here. Soon, I saw Fei Lu walk in, panting and looking at all of us, especially when she looked at me with extremely harsh eyes. However, she didn't rush to settle the score with me, but looked at Sister Zhao and said with a compensatory smile, "Yo, Sister Zhao, what's the situation? So serious? What big trouble? Did little Chen cause trouble? He's new and doesn't understand. Don't be general with him." In response to Fei Lu's words, Sister Zhao still didn't give face to her, but took out the syringe and shoved it into Fei Lu's hand. Fei Lu looked at the syringe and was a bit puzzled at first, but, after seeing the residue inside clearly, the whole person was dumbfounded. She looked at me in panic, tears falling from her eyes in anxiety, and she asked me in an almost sobbing tone, "Are you trying to get me killed? Aren't you?" I looked at her fearful expression, and I was quite speechless. I didn't expect that things would be so coincidental and so big, so for a while, I didn't know how to explain. Sister Zhao said in a cold voice, "He said, it's pus sucked out of a prisoner with an inflamed body. But, from my personal judgment, it's more like a man's bodily fluids. This kind of flavor, even if the little girl doesn't understand it, we married women shouldn't not understand it, right?" I was speechless just listening to it. Looking at Zhou Qing, she was the mastermind. It was all because I listened to her that I did it. As a result, she is now not saying a word, lowering her head, feeling as if it has nothing to do with her. And Wang Yi wanted to speak, but couldn't. And now, I'm really getting played, Sister Zhao added in a cold voice. He said that he injected the inmates with antibiotics, but it seems that no one in our property management section has ever claimed for antibiotics in the past few days. And, after the injection, he threw away the bottles of antibiotics. Fei Liu, you're a 10-year-old man, so this is something so serious that, I'm sure, you should understand it better than anyone else. Fei Lu looked at me in dismay, her eyes full of incredulity, and she said in exasperation, "You work in a local hospital, and you have to recycle all the glass containers you've used up, let alone a prison. You threw it away? Chen Sher, do you know how serious this is? How could you make such a big mess?" I was speechless as Fei Lu questioned angrily. I looked over at Zhou Qing. She had walked to the door at some point and I knew she was going to run. I'm so pissed off. Before I could say anything, Zhou picked up the phone again and made a call. "Hello, detective section? Zhao and I of the physical management section. There was a major security incident in the infirmary in District 1, and now I'm requesting that your section conduct a security investigation into the health section as a level 1 security incident," Sister Zhao said mercilessly. With that, he hung up. The four of us froze on the spot and looked at Sister Zhao. We knew that this was trouble. I looked at Wang Yi, and she also shook her head helplessly, as if there was no longer any way to salvage the situation, while Fei Lu looked at me with a look of obscurity. Even for her, at this time, it seemed that she could only wait for the detective section to come and conduct an investigation. I was suffocating in my heart. This matter, I cannot take the cauldron. Zhou Qing is the mastermind. I immediately turned back, wanting Zhou Qing to take responsibility. As a result, when I turned around, goodness, the people had disappeared at some point. I'm really a bit speechless. This woman, she really has no sense of decency at all. As I was getting angry, I saw several people in police uniforms approaching, with handcuffs in their hands. I was in a panic. I watched a competent lesbian in her early 30s look at Sister Zhao. Sister Zhao pointed mercilessly at me and said, "Arrest them." The other looked at me, a little surprised, but quickly and mercilessly said, "Cooperate, little comrade." After that, I was mercilessly handcuffed, and then very forcefully grabbed my arm and took me away from the infirmary. I looked at Wang Yi breathlessly, and she hurriedly gave me a reassuring look and whispered, "Xiao Chen, you cooperate with the investigation first. I'll think of something. You'll be investigated as well." Sister Zhao said coldly. I was extremely uneasy in my heart and looked back at Wang Yi, but, being forced by the people from the detective section, I was taken away from the infirmary in a short while, and I was very apprehensive, and my whole body was in a state of fear. Although I used prosthetic fluids, it was, after all, a violation of the law, and I don't know if I'll go to jail if I'm really held accountable. I looked at the cold handcuffs on my hands and was speechless to the core. 3 days here, 2 arrests. I'm really convincing myself. Zhou Qing, it's really going to be your death. What's going on with Ko? While I was in fear, I suddenly heard Lan Yan's serious inquiry. I hastily raised my head in surprise and looked towards Lan Yan, who was walking from the distance, while Zhou Qing was right behind her. I knew in my heart that it must have been Zhou Qing who went to get help, and I secretly sighed in relief, still counting on this feckless woman to have some brains. That Xiao Su from the investigation section hurriedly ran to Lan Yan's side and said, "The physical management section informed us that there was a first-class security incident in the infirmary of the 1st district, and asked us to conduct an investigation." Lan Yan smiled and said, "Investigation is investigation. How can you handcuff your own comrade? If the other prisoners see it, how can he start his work in the future? Loosen it." "Yes." That Xiao Su immediately ran over and uncuffed me. I looked at Lan Yan gratefully, and before I could say anything, I saw that Sister Zhao come out with someone. Wang Yi and Fei Lu both came anxiously. Fei Lu was very angry and said, "Political Commissar Lan, this matter, I am completely unaware of this. What items he has used, completely did not claim with me. I hope to be able to delineate the responsibility." In response to Fei Lu's words, Lan Yan was just full of seriousness and didn't respond in any way, and that Sister Zhao was also very dissatisfied. "Political Commissar Lan, what do you mean by that? Such a serious safety accident must be seriously investigated." When I heard that, I looked at Lan Yan with some concern, wondering if she would bail me out. After all, judging from this Sister Zhao's attitude, this matter is clear that she wants to make a big deal out of it, and it's really quite serious as well. Only, my worries seemed redundant, only to hear Lan Yan say extremely forcefully, "There are no security incidents." Chapter 71, Don't believe me? Try it. Lan Yan's words were full of authority, and although the tone was flat, the dominance within that flatness made everyone not dare to resist. Even that stern and tough Sister Zhao seemed to be afraid to confront Lan Yan head-on. Instead, I politely said, "But, there's nothing but, Lan Yan, will take the blame for anything that goes wrong." Lan Yan said calmly. Lan Yan's calmness is more dashing than this Sister Zhao. A sentence of her to take responsibility, forcibly bring this matter to a close. Sister Zhao helplessly glanced at me. I didn't dare to fool around at all at this time. I instinctively felt that this Sister Zhao was completely different from Zhou Qing. She wasn't someone who could take offense to authority. Even with Lan Yan's assertiveness, she had a few moments of resistance, not to mention me. Also, I know that I should be dealing with this woman quite a bit in the future, so it's important to get on good terms. So, with a few grateful smiles, I thanked her for holding her high. Only she ignored me, but said seriously, "Blue Political Commissar, this matter, I want to write in the Safety Investigation Accident Report. This is my responsibility." "No problem," Lan Yan said calmly. For Lan Yan's submissive dominance, this Sister Zhao, too, was quite clueless, then said in a cold voice, "Go to the 2nd district." With that, he took off with the men. That Xiao Su talked to Lan Yan for a few moments and then hurriedly left as well. Watching people go, my hanging heart finally put down. I cannot help but admire and grateful to look at the Blue Yan. As a leader, she is really qualified. Something really for you to set things right. Unlike Fei Liu, that want you to give her credit. But, once the accident, immediately have to draw a clear relationship with you. This kind of person when you lead, it is really down on 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Little Lua, go and cooperate with little Zhao, lest there be any more mistakes, Lan Yan commanded. Yes, Fei Lu hurriedly agreed. Then without looking at me in a good humor, he said forcefully, "You're going to have to show up for the 6 o'clock work meeting. Do you hear me?" "Yes, definitely," I hurriedly coped. Fei Lu was so angry that she clenched her teeth, but she didn't have the time to bother with me, and hurriedly caught up with that Sister Zhao, and followed her as to serve. I hurriedly looked at Blue Swallow. She didn't rush to say anything, but instead, with her hands behind her back, she walked toward the infirmary. and I hurried to follow. A few of us arrived at the infirmary and watched as Lan Yan scanned the infirmary. I was nervous and excited, waiting for her to give some kind of instruction, but Lan Yan just turned back to me and smiled, said, "I'm on your work, give full affirmation. Young people, boldly rest assured to do. There are any problems, do the leadership. We'll try to do everything possible to give you a solution." When I heard those words, my heart was in the right place. I didn't know if Zhou Qing had told Lan Yan about our actions, but with those words, I had a get-out-of-jail-free card. I said excitedly, "Thank you, leader, for recognizing that." Lan Yan smiled flatly, then looked at Zhou Qing and said seriously, "The prison affairs section had better do a good job in prison affairs, and don't run around so as not to affect the normal work of other sections." "Yes, leader," Zhou Qing hurriedly said. Lan Yan nodded slightly, then looked at Wang Yi and said, "Come with me to the office." After saying that, Lan Yan left the infirmary. I rushed to see her off, but Lan Yan asked me to stay behind, not wanting me to follow, so I had no choice but to stay behind. I was greatly relieved when I watched Wang Yi and Lan Yan go far away. Afterward, I looked at Zhou Chang with dissatisfaction, pointing at her and said unhappily, "You're really righteous. Running away you're really snappy, aren't you? Can you have some integrity?" Zhou Chang for my accusations, disdainful smile, said, "Without me, you are now in the investigation section of the investigation room. Line, do not beep with me, there are blue political commissar to our endorsement. This matter can rest assured boldly dry. Go, smoke a go." After I heard this, I felt that it was also true that things had already passed safely, so if I bothered with Zhou Cheng again, it would affect our relationship instead. So I didn't say much, closed the door of the infirmary, and went to the smoking room with Zhou Qing to smoke. After arriving at the smoking room, Zhou Qing touched my pockets and fumbled the huazi out of my pockets, and I said in my heart with displeasure, "No, are those 2 cigarettes for me, or for yourself? Why do you have to be so clear? Aren't you tired?" "I have. Smoke my." "You have. Smoke your." "Have to score clearly, the one who suffers must be you," Zhou Qing said dashingly. When he finished, he held the cigarette in his mouth and winked at me. I laughed breathlessly. She was quite right. The one who loses out by drawing a line in the sand with a young lady like her must be me. I touched out the lighter, lit her cigarette. I also took a puff, then sighing and laughing, "You do not know. I'm scared to pee. That Zhao's sister, what is the head of she's so powerful. Dare just blue political commissar, a small section chief, to find themselves uncomfortable Zhou Qing spit smoke toward me, disgusted, said, "What do you know He is not a small section chief. Specifically, not before the section chief. In the first district did not happen before the murder. She is a deputy prison director, serious first-class police inspector. The end of the year evaluation of the title, no accident, will be able to raise the correct, but unfortunately, it is an accident." After I heard it, I immediately understood. No wonder this woman is so powerful. Boom it. I looked at it and felt scared. So it used to be a deputy prison director this makes sense. I immediately asked curiously, "Is it the matter of Dr. Chi's sacrifice in the infirmary of District 1? This is something that has such a big impact?" "Nonsense. After the sacrifice of Dr. Chi, from top to bottom to jerk all over, the political commissar and the prison director to stay only one, because Sister Blue is the best people, the most outstanding work ability. So stay Sister Blue, let her concurrently as a political commissar." Waiting for the above dispatched, the major section chiefs are all removed from their posts. The deputy post on the top, Zhao and it, because seniority old, before also has a lot of merit in, and is a deputy, so, stayed. However, directly to the transfer to the property management section. This up and down, the difference between 100,000 80,000 miles. So, on your first district did not have a bit of anger to be strange, Zhou Qing said. When I heard this, I was very surprised and asked, "Is it really that serious when someone dies?" Hearing my words, Zhou Qing's expression suddenly became serious and a bit sad. "Yes, it's very serious. No matter what person or status the death is, it's unacceptable for the top, and it's a major dereliction of duty for the prison administration. So now you understand why prisons are so afraid of inmate brawls, don't you? Because, once the dead, absolutely from the top jerk to the bottom, not to mention, that time the dead, or Dr. I heard, she was involved in the case of the 5th. This clue, is the narcotics team took all the 9 oxen and 2 tigers to get, she sacrificed, and the clues of the 5th is broken, so the above is particularly shocked, Zhou Qing said. When I heard that, I was extremely surprised and asked, "Number 5, can you elaborate? If I knew the details, I would not be a clerk in the prison affairs section now. This case, it is top secret. Only the blue political commissar kind of level can be involved. And, also, can only work with the work, Zhou Qing envied. When I looked at her envious strength, I leaned against the wall and said with a sigh, what kind of god is the fifth? In the end, can make the nation's best South Border Drug Enforcement Center with the nation's drug traffickers fearful of the second supervisor's headache. Really want to see. So, Miao Miao, this line, we have to keep an eye on it. Once we take it down, that credit I don't even dare to think how big it is, Zhou Qing said sternly. When I heard that, I was bitter and said, don't draw a big cake first. I'm in trouble for tonight's meeting. Fei Lu is so realistic. I've caused such a big problem for her. Zhou Qing immediately said, aren't you a male elephant? Just give her 2 shivers, won't you? After I heard it, I was furious, gritted my teeth and said, I cannot lift my head. Before, in order to cope with Miao Miao, I was hard to me to hold out the internal injuries, leaving some shadows. I do not know if I can do it in the future. If I cannot, I finished and smoked drearily. Zhou Qing looked at me in surprise and asked me, really? I let out a TSK and looked angrily at Zhou Qing, saying with extreme irritation, don't believe me? Try it then? Chapter 72, stop right there. I'm not done with you yet. When Zhou Qing heard my words, she looked at me playfully, her eyes filled with mockery. She exhaled smoke towards me and said contemptuously, trying to trick me? You think I, Zhou Qing, have a lower IQ than you? When I heard that, I got angry and laughed, but, instead of getting angry, I sarcastically said, yo, what? Don't dare think I'm taking advantage of you? If you don't dare, just say so, don't make excuses. After I finished, Zhou Qing immediately opened my hand that I wanted to smoke, cupped my face, and kissed me straight and cool. I was a little surprised, but more surprised and anxious. I immediately hugged her, not caring what the occasion was or what she was. I had to make sure as soon as possible that I was still a man, that I had to hold my head up in order to do so, and if I couldn't, I had to rush to therapy. It's a matter of a lifetime of happiness. I hold the claws and teeth of desire. Crazy in Zhou Qing that soft mountain cotton sea climbing. She did not resist, but instead of moving to entangle with me, it seems, to continue the previous in the hotel missed the golden jade good luck. Soon the two of us were on fire and her desire was burning toward my bottom, and instead of resisting, I waited and felt with excitement, hoping that the seeds of hope that had been buried in the ground would take root and grow, fueled by the spring rains. However, the more I thought about it, the more anxious I felt, and the less I got up, while Zhou Qing seemed to realize the seriousness of the problem, and could not help but become more fiery. But, after a long time, I could not raise the head of a man's dignity. I panicked internally, and my entire being was lost in thought, and the intimacy with Zhou Qing was forced to be interrupted. Zhou Qing immediately let go of me, and after finishing up, patted my face, very sympathetically. I was told, go file a workplace injury report, and by the way, claim your attendance allowance. The organization will remember your sacrifice. When I heard that, I looked at Zhou Qing in anger and scolded, are you a human being? Are you still a human being? You just have to rub salt into my wounds, don't you? Zhou Qing shrugged her shoulders, smiled dashingly, and wanted to say something else, but, feeling that saying anything would be redundant, in the end, she gave me 2 heavy taps on my shoulder before leaving the smoking room. After she went out, I suddenly heard a burst of laughter that had a few moments of restraint in it, and I was so angry that I kicked hard toward the tin door. I knew it. She'll laugh at me. She will. I clutched my head in agony and gasped breathlessly, looking at my brother with great pressure on my mind. You don't scare me. Really, don't scare me. I pleaded twice, but, as nothing moved either, I let out a breathless exhale. This is not going to work. I need to get some treatment. I need to see a doctor. I don't know. Is there a fertility doctor in the prison? Isn't there a regular meeting of the whole group at the end of the afternoon? Just so I can ask around and hopefully have better luck, but hopefully with a fertility doctor. However, when I thought about the next regular meeting, I was a little hesitant. I've caused such a big mess. Can Fei Liu let me go? Not even if I think about it. It's kind of a headache for me to have such a realistic boss. And, when I was in the hospital, I used to have professional nurses to do my paperwork, but don't expect such good things in prison. Here, paperwork seems to be more important than any principal job, so I must find a way to go through the back door and get someone who specializes in doing paperwork for me, or else I'll be so busy in the future that I'll have time to do it. But would Fei Liu give me such a bargain? However, I gave a bad smile. Aren't you realistic? Okay, I'll take Miao Miao's case and make another nest. See if I don't fish you into a warbler. It just so happens that it's about time. I hurriedly stomped out my cigarette, left the smoking room, and walked towards the administration building. And soon, I arrived at Fei Lu's office in the health section. As soon as I arrived at the office, I realized that Fei Lu was already back, and there were several other female doctors standing in the office, looking grimly at Fei Lu as she pulled the drawer in her hand shut with a thud. I hurriedly stood outside the door, afraid to enter. Yo, little Chen, you're embarrassed to come in, too? What are you embarrassed about? Come in, let all of us in the health section see. This new handsome man, how to let the property management section sue us. If we are lucky, maybe, this year's whole year's appraisal of the qualifications are gone. Chen, sure, you come in to me, Lu Fei said in a conspiratorial manner. Immediately, judgmental voices came from the office, from the exasperated to the conspiratorial, and complaints abounded. I am quite speechless in my heart. That Zhao and I, you can really good Blue sister has spoken. You actually still hold on to it? You actually sued our health department. Damn it, don't let me catch you, or I'll definitely get back at you. However, it was useless to say anything now, so I hurriedly walked in and smiled apologetically at the co-workers I had never met. As soon as I looked up, everyone shut up and looked me up and down, the eyes, all straight, as if looking at the meat of the monk, itching to come and bite me. I cringed a little, looking at the older, younger female doctors, and couldn't help but move back on my feet, deeply afraid that they would pounce on me and do a hungry tiger attack. Luckily, though, everyone is still pretty restrained. Meeting, Fei Lu said sternly. Everyone rushed towards the conference room and the office cubicle, and I also rushed in, pulling a chair for Fei Liu, trying my best to be as warm as possible, hoping that Fei Liu would scold me less. However, I was overthinking it. Fei Liu sat down and began to scold me. From the work attitude, to the ability to work, all one by one to scold me for nothing. I was scolded so much that I couldn't lift my head up and could only sit on the sidelines, upset, but could only suffer in silence. After Fei Lu scolded me, she even used me as a negative example for everyone to use me as a negative reference example for future work. Just like that, she scolded me from 6 o'clock until 7 o'clock in the evening, and scolded me for an hour, probably because her own mouth was so dry that she couldn't stand it anymore, and only then did she stop. Alright, everyone do a good job of handing over their shifts. Give a brief verbal narration of today's meeting. Make sure that the night shift will not have any more major mistakes like today's. Adjourn the meeting, Fei Lu said sternly. Everyone rushed to get up and leave, and I rushed to leave as well, but I knew that Fei Liu simply wouldn't let me go so easily. Sure enough, when I had just left the doorway, I heard a harsh scolding coming from Fei Lu. Chen, sure, stop right there, it's not over with you yet. Chapter 73, Tell the Truth. I hurriedly turned back and faced Fei Liu with a curt smile on my face. Close the door, Fei Lu ordered. I hurriedly closed the door, walked to the desk, said with a smile, Lu Ku, you have been scolded for more than an hour. You don't scold. Of course, I'm not afraid of being scolded by you, but, heartache, look at your little cherry mouth, all scolded to skin, not worth it. My greasy words made Fei Lu roll her eyes for a moment. However, instead of scolding me again, she just opened the drawer and took out the syringe from it. As soon as I looked at it, I hurriedly smiled sheepishly, but I had already guessed her move. And every person in this prison is a dog's nose, with its own detecting ability. Today this matter is very special. Fei Lu did not notice the hell, so I already knew that she will certainly pursue not let go, but it was also right up my alley and gave me the opportunity to troll her. Fei Lu's eyes became even more glazed over when she saw my heartfelt smile. She said in a cold voice, do you realize how much trouble this thing has gotten me into? I hurriedly said, no, Commissar Blue, Pop. Fei Lu slapped the table fiercely and said angrily, remember, don't mention political Commissar Lon. Yes, political Commissar Lon took care of you, but did she take care of me? The trouble you caused, Fei Lu, took the blame for you. You caused the entire health section to follow the bad luck. Are you not afraid of causing public anger when you do this? After I heard it, I hurriedly apologized and said, I am sorry, Lu Ku. It is that I am too young and have little experience, so things are a little rough. I will change. Later. Fei Lu scoffed at my apology, then clutched her chest and leaned back in her chair. Her eyebrows turned toward looking at me with a strong sense of utilitarianism. Then she slowed down her tone and told me, forget it, anyway, it's all been sued by the property management section. Scolding you won't help. But, little Chen, if you have a bit of a conscience, you'll do some personnel work. I immediately said, Lu Ku, don't worry, I will work hard and try to get a little credit for our health section. Xiao Chen you also understand Sister Lu Mai. Big cake, let's not draw. Choose the day is better than bumping into the day. If you really want to do something for our health department, you will tell Sister Lu the truth. This syringe, in the end, what is it? Lu Fei realistically said. As much as I wanted to catch her, I knew, however, that I couldn't be too blunt. This cunning fish, she doesn't like straight hooks, so you have to bend around her to make her think she's not fooled. So, I hurriedly said, "Puss ah." For my answer, Lu Fei was very unhappy, her eyes upturned, seemed to be very impatient. Soon, she looked at me seriously, and told me, "Xiao Chen ah, you are not honest ah. If Sister Lu is not married, you say puss? I certainly do not even bring suspicion. But, Sister Lu has been married. This thing, I can smell it from 8 feet away. She wouldn't be able to be puss. Sister Lu isn't afraid of your jokes. This thing, Sister Lu has eaten it before. Sister Lu is probably more familiar with what it tastes like than you are. So, little Chen, just don't snort it, Sister Lu, okay?" As I listened, I was very shocked. I didn't expect Fei Liu to actually say it so bluntly, saying that it made my heart ripple. But soon, I collected my thoughts and hurriedly said perfunctorily, "Lu Ku, really not what you think. It is just a mixture of eggs and water. No, not that thing." My words immediately caused Fei Lu to raise her eyebrows, and her eyes instantly became very fiery, only to see that pair of stern eyes also become gentle. She laughed and said to me, "Little Chen, didn't you say this is pus? How has it become a mixture of egg and water again? Is that statement of yours true?" I hurriedly smiled in a pretense of embarrassment and said, "Sister Lu thinks that sentence is true. That sentence is true. How I say it, it's not important. Sister Lu believes in that one. That's what's important, isn't it?" My smooth answer let Lu Fei also began to frown. She was very headache said, "Small Chen ah, you learn quite fast well. This is only a few days on the slippery like a loach. You let Lu sister, a little bit cannot catch is with the blue political commissar to learn it? She is not teaching you. In prison, do people, to smooth some, to see people say people, see ghosts, say ghosts?" I wasn't surprised that Fei Lu knew that political commissar Lan had taught me to be a human being, so I smiled and nodded, saying, "It can't be helped. I'm a new shrimp. I can't stand up if I'm not smooth." Fei Lu shook her head with a serious face and said, "Xiao Chen political commissar Lan taught you to be smooth. You did learn a lot, but she hid her moves more important moves than smooth. She didn't teach you When I heard that, I became very curious and asked, "What trick?" Fei Lu smiled faintly and unzipped her white lab coat, displaying the tantalizing sea of soft mountains and cotton in all its boldness. "Look at me, dry mouth. Heart also urgently hope. They can fight a little bit of gas, lift up the head of the people. But, the more anxious, the more cannot receive the effect, which makes me very lost in the heart." Fei Lu said very seriously, "She didn't teach you to be hard enough behind the smoothness." As soon as I heard that, I raised an eyebrow, a little confused. Fei Lu said with a cold smile, "If you have the strength to be smooth, it's called making friends left and right, and if you don't have the strength to be smooth, it's called playing smooth. You may be able to please 1 or 2 people because of being smooth and fooling 1 or 2 people, but what if you meet someone who doesn't give you face and doesn't eat your set of words? Can you still be smooth?" When I heard Fei Lu's words, I felt in my heart that what she said made sense, but I still smiled and said, "So what? Political commissar Lan is taking care of me quite well." When Fei Lu heard this, she gasped and laughed, and asked rhetorically, "Then, what if political commissar Lan has been promoted high? What if she retired? To put it bluntly, what if she dies? Do you know why such an unpopular little section chief like me was arranged to live in the same house with her? It's because she has a serious heart condition, and could fall ill and die at any time." Fei Lu's words made my heart stutter. Yeah, what would I do if Commissar Lan was gone? When Fei Lu saw my thoughtful expression, she smiled and patted her chest, making a heartfelt attitude, and I said, "Chen although you have blue political commissar cover, now can rest easy, but people cannot be no pattern have to the long-term plans to work, with a cliché words, do men, to home red flag does not fall, outside the colorful flags fluttering, you more than one backing, then more than one enemy to be much stronger. Although, Sister Lu is not much strength, but, to give you a small shoes, or very easy, take the blue political commissar sent me have about your transfer intention letter. She suggests is to give you the civil service organization, but, this small hand of mine, if I think you are only suitable for the career organization, or the temporary organization, you say how to do it? I heard, the heart is very annoyed. This civil service with career, temporary organization, that is simply a day a land gap I didn't know if she was scaring me or not, but, when she said that, I had to panic inside. I immediately smiled awkwardly, my face taking on a pleading look for a few moments. In response, Fei Lu gave a flirtatious smile, followed by a flavorful pat on her thigh. Sassy told me, so it's better to come to my sister's arms and tell her the truth. Chapter 74, taking the bait after all, right? I looked at Fei Lu's flavorful face, the seductive strength in her eyes that made my heart flutter. It's also kind of dumb. However, I think she's horrible. I was supposed to be the one to catch her, and as a result, I'm now being caught with a warped mouth. I don't think so. I have to turn the tables and take the initiative to do that. I hurriedly walked over, and domineeringly picked up Fei Lu in my arms. The action was very rude. However, Fei Lu didn't get angry. Just a petulant sound of surprise came from her. Yikes, Slick, you're so rough, Sister Willow said flirtatiously. I laughingly hugged Sister Lu and said roundly, I'm a big man. How can I sit in your arms, Sister Lu? I'm so heavy. If I crush Sister Lu's delicate body, what then? My words, teased Sister Willow with a giggle, then flung herself in my arms, her hands around my neck, those fiery red lips in my ears, blowing hot wind. My insides were on fire with arousal and my stupid brother, but he still wasn't fighting, which made me sweat a little. Sister Lu didn't seem to realize my embarrassment, still charmingly said in my ear, Xiao Chen Ah, you are smart, and very progressive. Don't worry, Sister Lu is realistic, but as long as you are useful to Sister Lu will definitely let you live more comfortably than anyone else in this small health section. When I heard that, I complained very much and said, Sister Lu, don't lie to me. My paperwork, you even said you'd find someone to do it for me, and as a result, when I inventoried it today, there wasn't a single word on it. Sister Lu smiled faintly, directly opened the drawer, took out the work log from it, opened it and looked at me with a playful brow. I looked at the work log. It was all about the work of the 1st District Infirmary. Most of it was bull *******, but it was written. I was immediately speechless. This woman can be really realistic to the bone. She obviously found someone to write for me, but did not get the benefits she wanted. Actually took back my work journal. Really do not want to eat any loss. I feel a little sorry for people with this kind of reality. She laughed and dropped her work log on the table, her slender hand playing with my vermilion lips as she told me, does it seem like Sister Willow is realistically obnoxious? I smiled awkwardly, not admitting it, but not denying it either. Sister Lu smiled indifferently, then said to me in a serious tone, you feel so, because you're not mature enough to be in prison, not long enough to be cognizant of the hookups here. When Fei Lu finished, she gave me a kiss on the lips, a shallow one, more like a playful one, teasing me all over. Sister Lu said seriously, the struggle in the prison is more brutal than any unit outside because of the legal issues involved. And once a problem is formed, the result we have to face could be a prison sentence. This is especially true of our health section, a section that has done more than a cow or a horse, but with a return that is more pathetic than a sesame seed. And, of all the pots and pans, almost all of them are carried by our department. In particular, the monthly inventory of the property management section is the doom of our health section, and they will try to find ways to get us into trouble because, as our health section is the one that receives the most supplies, the more it receives, the more trouble it will get. Therefore, each month's work log must be filled out by the doctor on duty. If there is a mistake, that is to be held accountable. Lightly deducted wages, performance, heavy, like today, Zhao came in to find trouble, are likely to go to jail. So, you say, why should Sis take such a big risk for you without enough benefits? When I heard that, I was a little speechless. She's so articulate and really puts her face on the line and triangulates her reality to make sense of it. I hurriedly digressed and grumbled. Your scolding me today has made me a little unsure of myself. Fei Lu shifted a few times in my arms. That warm and soft body gave me goosebumps as I shook it. She's a real. That tartness, it's unbearable. She said daintily, I scolded you, but also for your own good. What shows in the forest wind will destroy. This prison, jealous people villain is abound. If I am too good to you, will inevitably cause other people's jealousy. Don't think that you are the only male doctor. All the women have to surround you. This is wrong. There are a large number of people who envy your merits, popularity, and benefits, and will stab you in the back when they are caught by someone else. E.g., you Sister Willow me. When she finished, her eyes grew stern, and she slowly raised her head and turned that sharp chin on me, a quick change of face that made some fear rise up inside me. But soon, she laughed and said, of course, Sister Lu, you can also be held in your hands like a treasure. Our smart little Chen, you know how to behave, right? Her sudden change of heart made me start to sweat. She can be a dangerous mermaid. I nodded hurriedly. Sister Lu satisfied patted my face, softly carved in my arms, winks at me, said daintily, then, tell Sister Lu the truth. This thing, what in the world is it? I definitely couldn't tell her the truth, as the saying goes. Things are made in secret, and if one more person knows, there's a risk of things falling apart, but I have to fish for her. So, I whispered, just my bodily fluids. Hearing my words, Fei Lu looked at me in shock. Her pupils were on the verge of earthquakes, and she asked in shock, what did you do? Do you know, this is a big deal? maybe, our second prison will also be jerked from top to bottom. I looked at her shocked expression, so I hurriedly said in a condescending manner, today, out of the field. You may not know, I met my girlfriend. She was engaged to a fat head, just for me to run into. I clashed with her boyfriend, and I almost suffered a loss. Thanks to Zhou Qing to help me to smooth out the other side, and I, too, got what I wanted to have, and slept with my girlfriend. When Sister Lu heard this, she immediately understood, and then said, you got a taste of power. So when the mission failed, you knew you would be knocked back down. So you chose to take desperate measures in order to get back the lost credits? I nodded. I have to say, Fei Liu is so smart. I give a lead and she immediately guesses the inside, giving me a good look. However, she was just too smart, so she was too smart to realize that I was just fishing for her. I then said, I heard that the case of number 5 was taken very seriously by the above, so I took the risk. In case I solved the case, I thought that the above would definitely cover me, so I did it, and I didn't expect that it was a little too rough, and I was caught by Sister Zhao of the property management section. Hearing my words, Fei Lu immediately said, humph, just don't worry, as long as you can solve this case, not to mention what Zhao and it's the provincial party committee who are going to come over to hand out commendations to you. I told you that the political commissar Lan, who has always been a good old boy, how come he is so tough today to give you his endorsement? It turns out to be like this. I looked at Fei Liu's sultry eyes, which gradually became fiery, and my heart was just so happy. You sly mermaid, took my bait after all, didn't you? Chapter 75, not a solution. I'm not in a hurry to eat this mermaid. Sister Lu, after all, the fun of fishing, harvesting fish is only secondary. The biggest fun, or feel the sense of wrestling with the game of catching fish. So, I just wrapped my arms around Sister Willow, smelling her fragrant scent, the claws and teeth of desire, testing her bottom line a little bit. Sure enough, for my more and more wanton behavior, Sister Lu then delicately grabbed my waist, to me grabbed a bit of scalp numbness. She can be really under the dead hand. I hurriedly retracted my hand and looked at Sister Willow with a fake look of fear. She looked at me with a winking smile, a slender jade finger in my chest kept drawing circles. That ambiguous move, let my scalp numb. She's a real tease. Little Chen this action. Sister Lu fights with you to cooperate. When the time comes to evaluate the merits, you have to put Sister Lu's name on it. Fei Lu seductively said. I wasn't in a hurry to say yes, I was fishing for her so that she wouldn't put me in a bad light. And, by the way, I could salvage some convenience in my day-to-day work. I hurriedly pretended to be aggrieved and said, Sister, I am taking my life to fight this case. I didn't say it explicitly, but Fei Lu knew what I was going to say. She smiled and said, Sister Lu knows. So, Sister Lu, as much as possible to cooperate with your work. You said, in the future, how do you want Sister Lu to take care of you? When she said that, I was nonchalant and rushed to say, this paperwork, I'll personally help you do it. In the future, you put your own work every day, report to me, so that I help you do the paperwork, so that there will be no mistakes, Sister Lu said cheerfully. When I heard that, I was a bit speechless. I didn't realize that she was actually going to do the paperwork for me personally, so wouldn't it become a case of being watched by her every day? I hurriedly said, how can that be good? Why don't you send me a female nurse? It just so happens that, in our first district infirmary, we don't have anyone to change shifts with me, so you can arrange one for me to solve this problem. After hearing this, Fei Lu's face turned serious and said, if you can be transferred to District 1, do you think you can still come to our second prison? With some doubt, I asked, why? Fei Lu said seriously, Dr. She's sacrificed, related to the detection of a very important case, so the vacancy after her sacrifice absolutely cannot be transferred from the internal. I seem to have heard that there is a mole or something like that. The above is afraid that the transfer of ulterior motives to the first district, the formation of internal and external collusion, so the first district of the infirmary staff can only be outside the recruitment of newcomers. When I heard that, I was a little surprised that there was a mole. Sure enough, Zhou Cheng wasn't wrong, not everyone had modesty. Fei Lu immediately hugged me and said, what, worried that Sister Lu is spying on you, not being free? Or, is there something you need to hide from Sister Willow? When I heard that I hurriedly smiled and said, that's not true, it's just that I think I'm embarrassed to have such a big person like Sister Willow to help me with the paperwork. Fei Lu blankly glanced at me, seemingly not believing in my oily words, but not revealing them either. Instead, she said daintily, little slick, as long as you get credit for bringing Sister Lu on, Sister Lu will have no problem giving you her heart and lungs. How can I spare Sister Lu to give me a heart and soul? That's fine. I'll trouble Sister Lu to do my paperwork from now on, I said cheerfully. Sister Lu smiled with satisfaction. then asked me more flirtatiously, "What other conditions are there? Hurry up and tell Sister Lu me." "Sister Lu, I guarantee I can satisfy you." After Fei Lu finished speaking, the flaming red lips were attached to my lips, teasing up and down, but not touching me, really teasing me a little dizzy. I hastened to ask with feigned bitterness, "There really is a difficult condition." "Oh, what conditions? And it's still hard to talk about?" "Don't worry, in Sister Lu's case, none of it is a matter," Fei Lu said flirtatiously. When she finished, she shrugged her shoulders deliberately, and the slim halter slipped off her shoulders. The soft mountain looked so soft that I gulped. But, while my insides were on fire, my body was silent. I hurriedly and bitterly said, "Sister Lu, I need a fertility doctor to help me look at my illness." When Fei Lu heard this, she looked at me with some suspicion, her face full of incomprehension, and she asked me with some alarm, "You wouldn't have contracted some infectious disease outside, would you?" When he finished, he panicked and got up from my body, looking at me with mustiness as well. I hurriedly and bitterly said, "No, I held my internal injuries hard today in order to carry out my mission, and now, I can't lift my head a little bit, and I don't know if it's a psychological problem or a physical problem, so I'm anxious to find a fertility doctor to find out." After hearing this, Fei Lu let out a sigh of relief, and then said with a sudden realization, "I told you, this messed around for half a day, and didn't feel your emotions stirring up. I thought, you're not interested in me anymore. Originally, you happen to have a problem in this area." I smiled bitterly, looked blearily at Fei Lu. Her face was a little difficult, said, "Prison that is divided into what department? Ah, they're all-rounders, so they're always there to help wherever they're needed. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been allowed to come here as a gynecologist." When I heard this, I did not feel it before, but now I have a deeper understanding of it. Indeed, the women's prison is full of women, so why do I need my obstetrician and gynecologist to come here? It would be a really big deal if I actually worked. I got a little anxious and said, "What then? Do you want me to go out for treatment?" However, it's a lot of effort to go out, and I have to keep an eye on Miao Miao all the time, so it's inconvenient, isn't it? Once Fei Lu heard that, she took a deep breath, and suddenly, I only saw her slowly crouch down her body and tie up her long hair with both hands, and then looked up at me. That move made my whole heart beat faster. Unbelievable and unbelievable. She smiled and said, "Perhaps, it's just a psychological problem. After all, you're so young, and besides, I've felt your power before, so don't be afraid. I'm doing a part-time job now, so I'll help treat you first and see how it goes." I heard, then a burst of speechless. I did not think that Sister Lu actually really realistic anything can be open-minded. Actually personally use this special way to cure me. It surprised and amazed me, but I was also looking forward to it even more. Then closed my eyes tightly and prayed that it was just a matter of my heart. Soon, Fei Lu was giving me the initial treatment. However, after several minutes, I didn't feel the effects of the treatment, and the despair and fear I felt inside made me more pessimistic. Seeing my pessimistic appearance, Fei Lu also sympathized greatly, and her eyes were even more filled with annoyance. "You're really sacrificing a lot to solve the case," Fei Lu said breathlessly and sympathetically. I looked at her expression that was also scratching her head, so I asked bitterly, "What should I do? Why don't I take a vacation first and get some treatment? This is a lifelong matter." Fei Lu immediately said, No, the mission is important. It's not easy to make sacrifices to get some opportunities. If you miss it, it could be a lifetime. You'd better stick to it." I was anxious and apprehensive just listening to it. Seeing my apprehensive look, Lu Fei suddenly clapped her hands, said seriously, "I remember. Our department. There is a Putian department of reproductive male outsourcing team hired over. Is a professional cutaneous? May be able to professional counterparts, but she rotated off. Tomorrow to come back to work. Or not. Tomorrow I will take you to find her to see." I heard Fei Lu's words, though I was still anxious in my heart. But that's not the way to go anymore. Chapter 76, After a nap. Is there any improvement? So, I could only helplessly tell Fei Lu. Then, "Sister Lu, I'm counting on you tomorrow." When I finished, I stood up pessimistically and prepared to leave the office. Sister Lu looked at me to go, although her face was red and her eyes were all flames of lust, but she did not pester anything more. Of course, she pestered without result, so, only send me away. After I left the administration building, I was relieved. Thinking back to Sister Lu's medical skills, I couldn't help but shiver. If I do not have this aspect of the problem, then today, I am sure that the sheep into the tiger's mouth. By then, the relationship with Fei Liu breaks through the relationship of purely superior and subordinate. With Ho Jing, it is not good to explain. Still, I was a little speechless inside. Is this a blessing in disguise? Sort of. But, this can not lift up the head. always not things hopefully, tomorrow's treatment will have some good results. I returned to the infirmary, intending to clean up and prepare for the end of the day. As a result, I did not expect that I could not leave work yet, but it turned out that the prisoners in the cell block had labored all day long, and it was time for the nighttime leisure time to see the doctor. All other wards have 2 doctors, divided into day and night shifts, but I, being a miserable person, have only one, so I have to work overtime. After I finished taking medicine for a few inmates, I had to participate in the cadre evaluation work, that is, to evaluate the performance of the inmates in the cell block for a day, which covers cultural education, labor education, etc. Although I am not familiar with these inmates, however, I also have to evaluate them. I also just all said that it was performing quite well and fooled around. The entire cadre review lasted until 8:30. It was hard to go through the process. I was hungry and rumbling, and hurriedly took my meal card to the cafeteria. As it turned out, the doors to the cafeteria had long been locked, and only the supermarket was still open. I had no choice but to endure the excruciating pain of cutting my flesh and go to the supermarket to buy a $15 bucket of Master Kong instant noodles. Gave me heartburn and tears of hate. I was going to wait for Wang Yi to get off work and go back together, but Wang Yi told me that she still had work and wanted me to go back first. After returning to my dorm, I turned on the TV and then boiled hot water for noodles, then sat down to watch TV while eating the noodles. However, the TV program is the same as instant noodles, nothing nutritious, either the news broadcast or the legal channel. Watching my head hurts a little, so I just turn off the TV and focus on eating noodles. After all, instant noodles that cost twice as much as outside are just too much for their price if you don't eat them with care. I finished eating the noodles, waiting for Wang Yi to get off work. I thought she would soon get off work. I did not expect this wait. Directly waited until 10 o'clock in the evening. She is still not back. I was so tired because I had been through so much this day that I fell asleep waiting. I didn't wake up from my dream until the wake-up call sounded the next day, and the first thing I did when I woke up was to check on my brother, and I reached out and touched him. He opened his eyes in disappointment and got up from the bed breathlessly. Every morning in the past, my brother had gotten up earlier than me and, majestically, felt like he could break the sky. Today, it was actually wilted. I got up from the couch and removed the police uniform covering me, knowing in my heart that it was Wang Yi who came back yesterday to cover me. I laid out the police uniform, depressed beyond belief, touched to my pocket, pulled out a cigarette from it, and after lighting it, smoked it in a depressed beyond belief. I never thought I'd see the day when I'd be bothered by something like this. Damn, I've sacrificed too much for my job. Inside I felt so aggrieved with myself that my whole being became sad. No, I have to go to the doctor first even if I don't do anything today. When I finished, I rushed to take a big drag on my cigarette, but suddenly I thought that smoking can also cause male dysfunction. I was so scared that I put out my cigarette. Could it be? It's because I smoked. That's why. Damn, this stuff is so harmful. I won't even smoke it anymore. I hurriedly dropped my cigarette. At that moment, the door to Wang Yi's room opened. I then smiled awkwardly at Wang Yi, then asked her, "Sister Wang, what time is it?" Wang Yi was a bit surprised and asked me, "You didn't buy a watch yesterday out in the field?" I'm very speechless. I just got out of bed with Ho Jing, and I didn't even warm up, but I was dragged back by Zhou Chang, so how could I have time to buy it? I hurriedly said, "Forgot. Your memory." When she finished, she looked at the watch on her wrist and said, 5:40, there's still 20 minutes left, hurry up. I nodded and watched as Wang Yi walked into the bathroom. I also hurriedly followed him in and looked at Wang Yi, saying with apologies, "That, Sister Wang." I stammered a little, embarrassed to say it. Wang Yi quickly knew what I wanted to say as if she smiled and said to me, "You want to say, you and your girlfriend, right?" I nodded, feeling guilty in my heart. After all, Wang Yi was so good to me, giving me encouragement. Moreover, I was still ambiguous with her, giving her a lot of hope. I was really ashamed to let her have empty joy. Sister Wang smiled, patted my hand, and said, "It's no big deal. It's just that the two of us are not destined for each other, right?" Sister Wang also quite blessed you. As long as your love life is stable and doesn't affect your work, Sister Wang is quite happy. Wang Yi's generosity made me feel even more ashamed in my heart, of course, but also very grateful. I said guiltily, "Thank you, Sister Wang, for being so generous. I really can't bear it in my heart." Then digging into the case properly is a way to compensate Sister Wang. Wang Yi said bluntly. When I heard that, I hurriedly smiled and said, "Yes, I will definitely work hard. Don't worry, Sister Wang, I will definitely repay you." After I finished, I kissed hard on Wang Yi's face, but after the kiss, I regretted it. I got back together with Ho Jing. What's the point of flirting? It's also the fact that Wang Yi is so gentle that I picked up some bad habits. Wang Yi smiled indifferently, then asked me in a flirtatious tone, how's it going in that area? Recovered? Want to do a favor? When I heard it, I was speechless. I didn't expect Wang Yi to joke and flirt with me too. I hurriedly said, Sister Wang, why are you the same as Zhou Qing too? You make me a little embarrassed. Wang Yi smiled and said, it's just that I'm afraid that you're too stressed out. Male function is very important. The more stressed you are, the slower you'll recover. When I heard that, I smiled gratefully and then said, yesterday, Luca promised to find me a professional doctor to see me. Sister Wang, you don't have to worry about it. Wang Yi nodded and said, that's fine. Hurry up and wash up. It's a heavy task. Don't delay. I hummed a bit, and didn't dare to delay my work, hurriedly washing up, and after finishing hastily, I left the apartment dormitory building with Wang Yi to head to the prison area. When I came to the cell block, it was the beginning of a busy day. I first went to the cell block with Wang Yi to take roll and make rounds. Without too many questions and going through the motions, Wang Yi let Sister Shin take the inmates of the prison district to the cafeteria to eat, and half an hour later, Wang Yi and Sister Shin took the inmates of the first district to participate in the workshop labor work, that is, stepping on the sewing machine. I followed Wang Yi around the workshop, which was also my job, to prevent accidents when I was out of work, but it was just a walk in the park. After going through the motions, I left the workshop with Wang Yi. I asked Wang Yi, how is Miao Miao's situation? Wang Yi told me, from the handover log, Miao Miao is emotionally stable. I nodded. It was good that she was emotionally stable. I was just about to exchange a few words with Wang Yi when I saw Zhou Qing wobbling and running over with her workbook. Seeing her come made me upset, and I'll never forget the jeers that erupted yesterday when she left the smoking room. It was a real humiliation of my dignity. Zhou Qing, who came in front of me, glanced at my brother parts and asked me flirtatiously, how is it? Sleeping asleep. Your brother has a rise or not? Chapter 77, Enchanting Bones. Just looking at her flirtatious expression made me so angry that I pinched myself and wanted to scold her twice. Wang Yi hurriedly reminded, work area. Pay attention to the impact. It's bad for the prisoners to see it. Humph, 100,000 umbrellas. Isn't that enough to keep them busy? Zhou Qing teased. Wang Yi breathlessly whitened Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing hurriedly said, okay, no nonsense. Is my office? Or do you say it in the infirmary? When I heard that, I said anxiously, I made an appointment with Willow to go to the doctor first. Zhou Qing immediately said, do you have some dedication? Blue political commissar heart disease or prioritized work? Your troublemaking Bane. You so important it for what? I was so angry that I pointed at her and cursed, don't let me catch a chance. Don't you ever let me catch a chance. Just wait for me. Zhou Qing was speechless for a while, and then said, the above is meeting at the level of section chiefs, and it is estimated that they will not be able to come out for a while, and waiting is also waiting, so why not discuss what to do next? Wang Yi nodded, then gave me a wink, and I had no choice but to talk first. I followed Wang Yi and Zhou Qing to the infirmary. Back to the infirmary. Zhou Qing couldn't wait to say, a woman's pregnancy. It usually takes 7 to 14 days to test it out with a test paper, and 6 days later, Miao Miao is going to be the final trial, so we must dig out where she hid the money within these 6 days, or else it will be exposed. When I heard that, it gave me a headache. She can be really aggressive. The days are really accurate. Of course, the thinking is quite beautiful. She's quite right though, time is running out for us. Wang Yi then asked, you're so active, so I guess, you should have a solution, right? Zhou Qing then said, a soldier is never deceitful. Right now, she has at least trusted Chunshur, or else, let's create some crises for Chunshur, so that Chunshur will be at risk of dismissal at any time, and in this way, it will force Miao Miao to have to act earlier. When I heard that, I pointed at Zhou Qing in anger and scolded, you really don't have any sense of decency at all. Are you taking me to the nest you? Are you a human being? I'm a meritocracy. Do you know how much I've sacrificed in order to dig up the case? How dare you take me to beat the nest? Zhou Qing immediately said, as long as we can solve the case, what's the big deal about sacrificing a little? Yeah, it's no big deal. Go ahead and sacrifice yourself. I can wait in peace. Why would I risk something like that when it's water under the bridge? I complained. Zhou Qing narrowed her eyes in anger and stared at me, then revealed a playful smile. I knew at a glance that she wasn't holding her farts. I hurriedly got up and hid farther away, lest she give me an over-the-shoulder slam and hit me with a set of military-style fists. Chen! Suddenly, I heard Fei Liu's shout, and immediately, as if relieved, I hurriedly opened the door, and sure enough, I saw Fei Liu quickly walking over. Her face, a little ugly, but also a little anxious. Walking is also very anxious. The white coat is not buttoned. Hurried footsteps, so that her soft mountain cotton see under the violent undulation. See, my eyes are a little dizzy. I immediately said, Sister Willow, you're here, after the meeting? Open finished. Lu Fei hurriedly said. Just wanted to pull me away it, then saw that Zhou Qing and Wang Yi were also there, and asked strangely, Yo, where is this? On work? When I heard this, I looked at Zhou Chang and Wang Yi. Zhou Qing was very upset, her eyes staring straight at me with a look of wanting to eat someone. Wang Yi instead said with a smile, Oh, no, discuss the content of today's work. Just finished discussing. Sister Lu, you have something to find Xiao Chun. You first busy. We go first. After Wang Yi finished speaking, he grabbed Zhou Qing to leave. Zhou Chang was furious and stared at me fiercely. I lowered my head and ignored her. Even if she was still upset, she could only be pulled away by Wang Yi. Once the people left, Fei Lu smiled and said, Report back on your work as you go. I nodded and walked with Sister Lu while talking about some of the morning's work. Listening to Fei Lu's head for a while, she couldn't help it, so she asked me directly how to act next. So I fooled her and said, Wait first, wait until we can take a pregnancy test. Although Fei Lu was suspicious, but she could only endure. After all, the initiative is in my hands. Soon, I followed Fei Lu through the cordon of the 1st district and arrived at the 2nd district's supervision area, where Fei Lu took my credentials, passed through the layers of thresholds, and led me to the 2nd district's supervision area. Zone 2 is no different than Zone 1. There are prison areas, production areas, hospital areas, strict control teams, and general prison areas with playgrounds, with widely varying environments. However, as soon as I entered the 2nd section, I frowned straight away, pinched my nose and asked, Why does it smell so bad? Sister Lu pointed to the production workshop and said, The 2nd area is an original pig farm directly under the South Border Province Animal Husbandry Bureau, mainly breeding Duroc pigs. Therefore, the smell of the production supervisory area is rather strong, so get over it. I was a little surprised that I didn't realize that pigs could be raised in prison. Here it is. Willow reminded me. I nodded and looked at the infirmary in Sector 2. I was a little surprised when I looked at it. The difference between the infirmary in Sector 2 and the infirmary in Sector 1 was a world of difference. There are many patients lying on the beds in the hospital's prison area, all handcuffed to their beds in droves, and there are a few loaded SWAT officers, pushing food carts into the hospital's prison area, using walkie-talkies to talk to the medical staff inside, requesting food delivery. It was so busy that I thought I was back in the hospital, and for a moment I was a little out of sorts. I looked over at Fei Liu, and as if she was used to it, she didn't explain anything to me, but led me into the infirmary. Upon entering, I saw a sophisticated woman in her early 30s sitting at her desk. The first moment I saw this woman, only 4 words came to mind. Winks to the bone. It makes me can't help but appreciate her coming. Her auburn hair was tied up high and her bare forehead was unreservedly on display, instantly adding a bit of sharpness and spontaneity to her overall appearance. The 2 pouty lips, full and delicate, exuded the ultimate mature woman's flavor. A soft, smooth face with a round, broad forehead that narrows quickly. The angular jawline is the standard beauty of a melon face, a pair of slightly swollen peach blossom eyes, even if they did not actively discharge electricity, but they also made people feel that there was a kind of flavorful flair, especially the serious eyes, drawn and hooked. Seeing that I came with Fei Lu, she hurriedly raised her head. When she saw me, she revealed a few surprised expressions, and then sized me up, and I couldn't help but look at her eyes, but they swung slightly, and there were a few moments of warmth mixed in those clear eyes, and I was able to get a good look at her whole face. Willow leaf eyebrow is not like the usual thin and curved, partial straight slightly pick, slightly raised. There is a kind of charm strength. Those slightly thick lips, slightly upturned, were sexy and attractive. It made me move a little bit. Yo, Lu Ku, why are you free to come to District 2? Haven't you always resented the stench here? The other party asked with a few flirtatious tones. When I finished, I smiled at me instead. I looked at her smiling face, the dimples on her cheeks, blooming like flowers, and even her eyes turned into curved moons. I hurriedly smiled along. Inwardly, she couldn't help but measure her figure as she rose. Her shoulders were smooth, her collarbones elegant and charming, the soft mountain-like sea of cotton, plump and natural, her waist slim and curvy, her lower body round and shapely, every detail showing her exquisite figure. With such a perfect body type, even a slim white coat could show off her curves to the fullest. I can't help but wonder in my mind, why is it possible to have such beautiful women in a world without men? Chapter 78, So in labor? At my gawking, the other party just smiled gently, while Fei Liu cornered me. I hurriedly withdrew my eyes and smiled awkwardly. Fei Lu then said, Zhou Shan Ah, this is the new one in our health section. His name is Chen Shi. You know him. After saying that, Fei Lu gave me another disgruntled look, as if she was a little jealous that I had sized up Zhou Shan. I hurriedly extended my hand in a knowledgeable manner and said, Hello, Sister Zhou. The other party didn't say much, just politely stretched out his hand. I looked at the jade hand that was as white and delicate as jelly. My heart couldn't help but be on fire. This hand is really good looking, thin and long, and smooth and delicate. At a glance, I know that it is 10 fingers do not touch the spring water, especially well maintained. Besides, her body smelled so good, with a whiff of Zummel and Frisia perfume coming from time to time. When I was shopping at the mall with Ho Jing before, she tried it out, but she didn't like it too much, so she didn't buy it. And that flavor, I do remember it clearly. Of course, I remember the price better. Man, a vial cost 12,000, and my internship only cost 17,000 a month. I gave her a shallow shake, then hurriedly retracted it before I could make Fei Lu angry. Something wrong? Zhou Shan asked suspiciously. Fei Lu looked around and asked, how long before you're done here? Zhou Shan grumbled and laughed, saying busy, not busy. They are some old-fashioned people who pretend to be sick. If you don't prescribe medicine for them, they make a scene. In the past, a lecture and an education. They can be honest, but now, Dr. Chi's sacrifice makes us not dare to refuse casually. You tell us first, what is it that you have to do? I'll adjust my work. Fei Lu glanced at me, then attached her ear to Zhou Shan's ear and whispered, Dr. Chen is suffering from some male dysfunction problems due to his mission. I remember you used to be in the men's hospital, so you'll handle it? When I heard Fei Lu's words, I lowered my head in shame and peeked at Zhou Shan's reaction, and sure enough, she looked at me with a few flirtatious smiles, and the look in those beautiful eyes gave me the illusion, the feeling, that she was thinking about me. I was speechless for a while and thought to myself, it's not a dry woman too, is it? But soon, she said, let's wait for the SWAT team to finish delivering breakfast, and I'll take care of a few more pricks, and figure, it'll work around 10 o'clock or so. As soon as I heard, I still have to wait for 2 or 3 hours. My heart was a little blocked, although nothing happened along the way, but, I still want to go to see Miao Miao. And even, today, when Zhou Yanhan came out of the small black house, I want to go to take care of her. However, asking people for help now would only depend on their schedules. Fei Lu looked over at me and asked, is it okay? I immediately said, just watch Sister Zhou make the arrangements. Lu Fei nodded, said seriously with Zhou Shan, you hurry up, do not delay. You also know that a district is a minefield. He must go back as soon as possible. Those pricks, really not good at fooling around. Look for the SWAT team. There is nothing a meal of electric batons cannot be solved. The future of the work, but also cannot be thrown into a rat, lest it fuel the arrogance of the inmates. Yes, at your command, as soon as I can, Zhou Shan said obediently. Fei Lu nodded and told me, you wait here, help out or something by the way. I'll go back and write my report. Remember, don't get me in trouble. I hurriedly nodded and sent Fei Lu out. Fei Lu waved her hand in disgust before leaving the infirmary of the 2nd district in a hurry. I feel like she's always in a hurry today. I don't know what she's in a hurry for, but I don't care. Let's take a look at what's wrong with myself first. When I returned to the infirmary, I looked awkwardly at Zhou Shan, who looked me up and down with an ambiguous look running through her eyes, leaving me a little speechless inside. It seems that all the women in this prison are hungry for men, no matter what they are or what they look like. Sister Zhou, what can I do to help? I asked hurriedly. Zhou Shan smiled, and then said with a few complaints, how can I really let you do things? Every prison has its own discipline, and if something goes wrong, you have to take responsibility. You don't understand the situation here, and if you take the risk of letting you do something, in case something goes wrong, you won't be able to afford it, and I won't be able to afford it anymore. But you're quite handsome, so just stand at the door and let me, the lesbians of the 2nd district, feast my eyes and satisfy my manly cravings. I heard, then some speechless. I never thought, I still have when the vase of the day, although the heart feel a little stifled. But, I think, or do not give her to add to the chaos. This prison, everywhere is the rules. Every moment may violate the regulations, so just be quiet with me. Soon, I stood at the door of the infirmary, and when I stood there, the female inmates in the opposite inpatient ward who were hanging on to the water were like crazy, standing up one by one and sizing me up, and in a short while, some people were uproarious and murmuring at me. There were even wild female inmates who began to physically harass me. And one woman with tattoos up to her neck went right to the point of wildly lifting up her prison uniform and seducing me with naked innuendo. That's pretty arrogant. I hurriedly moved a bit to be on the wrong side of her. I had just moved a little bit when I saw a female prison guard with the same epaulette as Wang Yi's on her shoulder running in a hurry. And judging from the epaulette, it should be the district governor. She had one of those sweet baby faces, but she was running so fast I didn't get a good look at her. From the state she was in, it looked like something big had happened, but that was it. And she didn't forget to stop and check me out a few times as she passed me. I smiled politely, and she smiled back, and didn't linger much longer, hurrying into the infirmary. I'm nervous, but don't let anything bad happen, or else my day may be lost. Dr. Zhou, something has happened over there in the production area. You should hurry over and take a look, this female district chief anxiously said. I hurriedly looked at Zhou Shan, who was extremely dissatisfied with her mood and said, I am here in the inpatient prison area. The production workshop does not come out. Go to the visiting doctor. No, Dr. Zhou, aren't you making things difficult for me? Our production workshop is a breeding area. Where can we find a visiting doctor? Let me tell you, there's a sow in the production workshop that's having difficulty giving birth, so you should hurry over there. Didn't you used to work in the reproduction department? You hurry to go and take care of it, the female district manager said anxiously. Once this was said, Zhou Shan's bright face became extremely ugly, said angrily, who are you looking down on? I am a doctor, a serious doctor. I am a doctor for people. A head of difficult labor you also come to me? Are you trying to insult me? When Zhou Shan launched her temper, it was also a top-notch scare, and that female district governor realized the problem. She hurriedly explained, Dr. Zhou, I don't mean that. I'm just anxious. This month's production task is heavy. At the end of the month, the Bureau of Animal Husbandry acceptance of the output, any piglet for the unit is vital. If the difficult birth died prematurely, our second district will be followed by disciplinary action. You cannot run away, isn't it? You threatened me? Zhou Shan asked angrily. Her eyes were extremely dissatisfied, full of resentment and resistance, and that beautiful face, too, had become somewhat less gorgeous. I was a bit speechless in my heart. Sure enough, any woman, when she launches her temper, is in the form of a tigress? This female district chief was a bit anxious by Zhou Shan's attitude. She said with dissatisfaction, Dr. Zhou, the production task is the first task of the supervisory district. As the district chief, I am now urgently mobilizing you. Please cooperate with me. Otherwise, you will be responsible for any accidents that occur. This sentence directly pissed off Zhou Shan. She directly threw the pen, sat down, holding his chest, very tough, said, I will not go. You love to discipline it. Zhou Shan is to lose this job, but also not subject to this insult. Zhou Shan's attitude made the atmosphere completely stiff. Those little nurses were scared and hid far away. Even though SWAT officers didn't dare to come close enough to say a few conciliatory words. I watched the female district governor's face redden with anger, her eyes flowing with a determined will to come, and I knew that such a stalemate was not a solution. So, I just smiled and said, so, I specialize in OBGYN. Why don't I go for a bit? Chapter 79, Sweet Little Eyes. Hearing my words, everyone was surprised, and Zhou Shan, the female district commissioner, looked at me one after another, both with different expressions. That female district governor was just particularly happy, like she had found a savior, while Zhou Shan, although she had a grateful look on her face, however, her eyes were very resistant. That female district governor has not yet spoken. Zhou Shan hurriedly said, Xiao Chen, you do not need to go. She is reported to the Blue Political Commissar. We do not need to be afraid. We are doctors. To give the prisoners to see a doctor is already the bottom line among the bottom line, but also want us to give us to see a doctor? This is simply an insult to us. I could hear from Zhou Shan's tone that she was full of resistance and even dislike for the job of prison doctor. Of course, I already disliked it before I came here, and even more so after I came here. If it wasn't for the sake of merit, so that I could marry Ho Jing, so that I could make a name for myself and not be looked down upon, I would have left my job on my first day here. I smiled and said, Sister Zhou, it's fine, I am idle. You are busy. First, when I finished, I looked at the female district commissioner, who, as if she had been given a life-saving elixir, disregarded any discipline and grabbed my hand. I was on the verge of taking off with her dragging me along. I seriously suspect that she took advantage of me a bit, but I have no proof. I was dragged by her a little unbearable, and hurriedly said, Comrade, the unit, pay attention to the impact. I'll just walk by myself. Upon hearing this, she hurriedly burst into a fit of petulance, hurriedly let go of my hand, looked at me, and explained, I'm a person with a quick temper. I forget when I'm in a hurry. Don't you mind? I laughed and sized her up. She was very competent. A standard short hair with floppy ears, a round face, a little baby fat feeling, but so, the smile looks sweet. Big eyes, high nose, looks a little bit of the country and the people. Petite, this looks, the body, but the standard sweetness. However, I wouldn't dare to treat her as a sweet sister. The way she got angry just now, that was really a tigress level. I stared at her and saw that she was a little embarrassed, and then looked up sharply and asked me with a smile, You are from the first district? Wang Yi knows it, right? I nodded and I said, My work-life help committee member. She laughed and said, She is my senior sister. Your name is Chen Shi, right? we've been talking about you for the past few days. Hello, my name is Zhaoing. After saying that, she graciously extended her hand, and I hurriedly shook her hand, and it seemed more or less strange for the two of us to be walking and shaking hands at the same time. I hurriedly let go, but she was still smiling and surveying me, with certain strange desires in her eyes. I knew in my heart, I guessed, that I was also looking for a boyfriend. I hurriedly asked, so what? Tell me about the situation. She immediately came back to her senses and hurriedly said, wow, it's like this. There was a sow that was giving birth for the first time, and when it came to the birth period, maybe the sow didn't have much experience. So, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't give birth. This is a huge challenge for us. We have a heavy production load. Every sow and piglet is the property of the country and the people. If we lose them, we all have to bear a huge responsibility. I'm speechless when I hear it. They always like to make a big deal out of things and bring in the country and the people at every turn. At first, listening to me, I thought it was so, and after listening to it more, I thought it was a little too much. I laughed and asked, before, this didn't happen, did it? It can't be, can it? No professional vet? Zhaoing said anxiously, if I had, I would not have come to you. I'm not like to find scolding. In the past this kind of thing, are looking for the medical office of the doctor part-time to deal with it. In the past out of this kind of thing, it is the night shift Dr. Sue to come out of the clinic. Dr. Sue hasn't complained about anything, has he? He's willing to do any dirty work. Just heard Dr. Joe is very resistant to this kind of thing, pulling her own tune and refusing to sacrifice. Turn around and I'll go to her immediate leader and ask to give her a talk. When I heard that, I shook my head breathlessly and hurriedly said, you'd better forget about it, lest you have a worse job in the future. Zhaoing laughed and didn't say any more while the two of us had already arrived at the production hall. Before I even walked in the door, I smelled the stench of swine fever and inwardly resisted. Yo man, look, it's a man. I hadn't even gotten inside yet when I heard manic noises from the women inside the workshop, followed by the sight of 30 or so people swarming over. Stand still, all of you, hold your heads and crouch down. A stern scolding sound scared the hungry female inmates into a collective crouch holding their heads, and then they saw 4 prison guards rushing over in a panic, holding batons and warning the female inmates. When the emotions of these female inmates were stabilized, those female guards looked at me with dissatisfaction, and Zhaoing hurriedly went to explain before calming the dissatisfaction of those female guards. Zhaoing then hurriedly pulled me into the production workshop, changed me into a professional sterile gown, and sterilized me for a while before allowing me to officially enter the workshop. The workshop is large and professional, each pig, a separate living space, but the space is so small that the pig can only stand in it and move around in circles. This makes me a little sad. Here, pigs are treated like people, pretty much, no matter who they are, and are confined to that tiny cage. Soon we arrived at the pens of the sow that had a difficult labor. I watched as a massive sow restlessly thrashed around in her pen, a pain chirping sound coming from her mouth. Zhaoing hurriedly said, it's this end, Dr. Chen. Think of something. When I heard that, I was quite speechless. In fact, I have no experience in delivering sows, and I am the one who delivers babies for people who have only watched from the sidelines in the surgery, and I have no real-world experience. But, in my opinion, there is no difference between a pig and a human being, so, I'm going with the one I learned, and I told Ying Zhao, put it out and let it move around. It's too small a space to move around, and it's not good for it to produce. Zhaoing was a bit embarrassed and said, I'm afraid, it's not good, right? If there's a situation where someone gets hurt, the trouble will be big. Everything, it's better to focus on safety. When I heard that, I was extremely speechless, and I hurriedly said, so did you get the midwifery shot? Zhaoing again for have to infirmary write a note to find your leadership approved, but also to the property management section to apply for. This set of processes is very troublesome, and these things are strictly controlled items. I was even more speechless when I heard it. They didn't do anything, did they? It's a sin in this pig's past life to have a leader like this. I walked into the pen, reached out, and touched up on this sow's belly, mostly to assess how many piglets were in the sow's belly. With that wipe, I sked and said, at least 13 heads. Hearing 13 heads, Zhao Ying's happy sweet face burst into smiles and said excitedly, really? My goodness, our production workshop has a history of 20 years. We have never produced 13 heads at a time. It's really a great thing. Several other female prison guards also laughed happily, and even those female inmates followed with delight. Even when they were squatting on the ground, they were all talking about it. I'm not surprised. The more this sow produces, the more labor points it represents for these inmates, the more performance it represents for the guards. So how can you not be happy? However, I splashed a pot of cold water, said, maybe usually, you feed too well. Piglet's a little too big, and so difficult to birth. Hurry to find Dr. Joe approved strips. Birth is not out. Everything is empty. When I finished speaking, Zhaoing seemed to understand the seriousness of the matter, but she didn't bother to open the note. Instead, she grabbed my hand, a petulant attitude, daintily begged, Dr. Chen, you're a doctor. You doctors are good at discussing with each other. You go find Dr. Joe. If this thing comes to fruition, vacation, I'll treat you to a KTV. When she finished, she gave me a sweet wink. That sweet little look in my eyes makes me snore. Chapter 80, Unbearable. I was a little speechless inside. Although, with this petulant pouting she was doing, it was more like a joke. But, inevitably, I have some impure thoughts in my mind. However, I still mercilessly pushed away her fleshy little hand, laughed and looked at it, saying, this thing, but to take responsibility, I came to help, is already a big risk. This responsibility, you can't still want me to take it, right? If you are really anxious, hurry up and go, don't pull those useless. In response to my callousness, Zhaoing immediately stomped her little feet in a petulant manner before pouting and looking at me with her pink mouth. My heart really beckoned. Zhaoing is different from the other women I've seen here. She has a stern side, but she's even better at the soft side of a woman, and she really uses this pampering tactic to her advantage. However, I will ironically not step up to the plate when it comes to taking responsibility. Holy, Sister Zhao from the property management section just cleaned me up yesterday. If I collect the supplies and something happens, wouldn't that be banging on the head of a gun? So, I hurriedly turned around and squatted down to massage the sow to help her labor, and it was up to her to claim her midwife's pin or not. My move made Zhaoing very torn, and she glanced at the others without getting anything decisive. However, soon she said decisively, okay, I'll go find Zhou Shan. Forget it if she doesn't come to help. If she doesn't prescribe me medicine, I'll definitely have a fight with her. I can prescribe the medication, but I don't take the responsibility. Just as Zhaoing finished speaking, she saw Zhou Shan walk in with her nose pinched in extreme disgust. Zhou Shan's arrival surprised everyone, not just Zhaoing and I. Even the other prisoners and guards found it rare. It seemed that everyone knew that this Dr. Joe especially loved cleanliness and disliked the production workshop very much, so it was full of surprises for her arrival, and Zhaoing hurriedly said, yo, quick, get the protective clothing for our Dr. Joe to change into. Don't let the vulgarity of the production plant stain Dr. Joe. Zhao Ying's words, which were eerie, caused Zhou Shan's face to look extremely unhappy when she heard them. She said seriously, you less Yin and Yang me. If I wasn't worried about what's wrong with Dr. Chen, I would never have come. Cut the crap. You signed to take all the responsibility. I'll open the note for you. When I heard that, I was extremely surprised. I didn't think that Zhou Shan was here for me. Then her sacrifice was really big. Judging from the attitude of the crowd, she seemed to be no less than a fairy coming down to earth. Alright, I'll sign for any responsibility, Zhaoing said cheerfully. Zhou Shan didn't hesitate. Taking out the application form she had with her, she directly wrote an application note on the spot and handed it over to Zhaoing. Zhaoing was not ambiguous, and hurriedly took the note to the property management section to apply for the supplies. After Zhaoing left, Zhou Shan was in a hurry to walk out, not willing to stay here for a moment. However, she didn't go far, but stood at the door and waited, as if she was worried that I'd have some kind of accident here. I'm not surprised. After all, this is a prison, and anyone is afraid of taking responsibility, and I don't say much. I let the female guards from the production plant open the door to the pig pen, and I walk in, soothing the sow to lie down, and then massaging her to help her give birth. The sow also settled down under my massage. My behavior, which made the female guards praise me, and the female inmates were also judging me. But, contrary to the guards' praise, it was full of nasty and crude desires. I don't care. After all, if they were of high quality, they wouldn't be in jail. We waited for a while and then we saw Zhaoing rushing back, holding the supplies she had claimed for me. Said Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen, the collar is here. Look at the number. I nodded and then began to count the supplies in the basket. A syringe of needles and a box of midwives for livestock. I looked at the needle syringe. One of those large dose syringes that are professionally given to livestock. And even the needle was extended and thickened. Yeah, alright, I said. After unwrapping the syringe, he casually opened the box and took out 2 bottles of midwifery aid, very skillfully extracting the medication with the syringe and then sticking it into the sow. After the tie, I hurriedly said to Zhaoing, be careful, these glass bottles must give me a good receipt. If lost, we cannot eat the end of the pocket to go. Zhaoing hurriedly assured, don't worry, I know more about this than you do. You operate at ease, just leave the rest to me. After Zhaoing finished speaking, she was also extremely careful, putting away the glass bottles that I had finished using. Even if it was the broken glass crumbs on the ground, she carefully picked them up and cleaned up the entire ground before resting her head. I was relieved about that. I came to help out with good intentions, and it wouldn't have been worth it if I had gotten into trouble. 10 minutes after the birth aid was pumped in, the sow reacted and the contractions started to intensify. I squatted on the side and kept massaging her to help the labor. It's out. It's out, Zhaoing said excitedly. Several other female prison guards were also very pleased. In the side of the non-stop chattering, those female inmates seemed to have triggered a motherly love. There are a few emotional female inmates actually cried. I was quite speechless at this. Although it came out, it was obvious to me that the sow didn't have much strength. It seemed that she had consumed too much before. So now, even with the help of the birthing needles, it was still difficult. Sure enough, the piglet, halfway out, was stuck in the birth canal, and no matter how hard the sow pushed, it just couldn't come out. Zhaoing said anxiously, Dr. Chen, this, how come it can't come out? Is it too big? I nodded and said, it's relevant too. Zhaoing asked anxiously, then what should we do? Continue with the midwifery injection? When I heard that, I was very speechless and said, what's the point of giving you more midwifery injections when the mother herself has no strength? When everyone heard that, they became even more anxious. Zhaoing was so anxious that she stomped her feet and said anxiously, then you quickly think of a way? I laughed, didn't say much, and just rolled up my sleeves and said, it seems that there is only one way, to pull it out with my hands. When I finished, I went straight up, grabbed the piglet's leg, and probed in with my other hand, both hands working in tandem with each other, pulling outward while feeling the inside of the sow's body. My behavior. See Zhaoing with the gang of female prison guards straight frowned. Some female inmates cannot help but nausea, actually dry retch up, as if, at this time of motherhood, and completely disappeared. Even Zhaoing covered her mouth and had a disgusting feeling of not being able to bear to look at this kind of image. Of course, I'm the same. I'm disgusted too. It's just that I'm a doctor and I have a professional code of ethics, even if it means suffering to deliver a sow. Finally, with my efforts, the first piglet was successfully pulled out, and the moment I did so, I saw a thick, murky gush of amniotic fluid follow. That image made me dry retch too. I screamed in my heart, and in my mind I regretted coming to help, because, like this picture, I have to go through it 12 more times. Chapter 81, 1% leveling. One by one, I just pulled all those fat piglets out of this little sow's belly. I have been pulling out more than an hour. To my tired back cannot straighten up. Of course, the most difficult is the heart of that. Although I am studying obstetrics and gynecology, midwifery work is my job. All of that malaise, amniotic fluid, whatever. I should just accept it and get used to it, but there's no way around it. The amount of this pig is too much, and it's causing another layer to creep into my mind. After the last one was pulled out, I was half tired and left the piglet on the ground and didn't care. The piglet crawled on the ground for a while, then stood up by itself and went to look for milk. Zhaoing was not idle at the side. She kept counting the number of piglets. When one was born, she counted one. When one was born, she counted one, over and over again, afraid that it would be missing. 13. Ah, Dr. Chen, you're really a god. When you say it's 13, there's really 13. Ah, I really admire you. You're really professional, Zhaoing said excitedly. Zhao Ying's praise also drew the admiration of a few other female prison guards, who looked at me and didn't spare any words of praise for me, and two of them even threw winks at me. However, I have been immune. Do not look now with the sweet like this if the temper are tigress level. I listened to the heart a happy on the line. I hurriedly said, is everything okay over here? When I finished I stood up and wanted to go have a cigarette. Zhaoing hurriedly said, it's okay, Dr. Chen. It's been hard on you. Go and take a rest first. When I turn back to my shift, I'll treat you to a karaoke and thank you properly. Zhaoing finished, then smiled sweetly at me. There seems to be some kind of hint in those eyes. Of course, I won't be polite with her. I definitely want to sing. I sacrificed so much. It's right to rake in some returns. It's just that, it's not possible to say what the return will be at that time, which makes my heart look forward to it in a small way. I immediately said, then I'm serious. Ah, turn around about ah. Zhaoing nodded happily, and I didn't nag her about anything else. The nausea in my heart kept topping it, and I had to hurry out for a breath of fresh air and a smoke. My departure made those female police officers a bit reluctant to leave. Two of them politely escorted me to the door, and those prisoners looked at me with lingering interest. I also did not pay much attention to them. To the outside, I looked at Zhou Shan is still waiting. Outside the weather is hot. She is sweating, smooth face hanging a layer of fine beads of sweat, really a bit of pearl beauty feeling. I hurriedly said, so what, Sister Zhou, why are you waiting here? Why don't you go to the infirmary? It's so hot here. When Zhou Shan heard me, she stepped away from me and stared at my hand, filled with a feeling of revulsion, and I wondered a little in my heart, wasn't she a male surgeon? Or a professional circumciser? She doesn't even diaphragm that stuff. How come she still diaphragms the amniotic fluid of a sow's labor? Seeing my surprised look, Zhou Shan immediately said, let's talk about it back in the infirmary. After saying that, she turned around and walked away. Her footsteps were very sharp. With a feeling of fleeing, I looked at her back. Her body is really good. When she was walking sharply, that twisting and turning, it was really hard for people to not want to be on top of each other. I hurriedly pumped my mouth. My heart is also quite speechless. In the outside, I also contacted not a young girl comrade, but, I never so strong colorful heart, but, into this prison, I feel, I become particularly horny up. However, I also think it's normal. After all, this is a prison and I'm the only man in the prison. If I'm not horny, then something is really wrong with me. Without further ado, I hurriedly followed in Sam's footsteps and went back to the infirmary with her. When I went back, I found that the infirmary had been emptied, and there were only a few small nurses writing in their journals. And when Zhou Shan came back, she talked to them about their work and let them out. Then told me, disinfect it. When he finished, he came to me with a disinfectant spray and kept spraying it towards my hands, which I hurriedly cleaned. Wash carefully, don't leave any residue. I can't stand that smell, Zhou Shan admonished. When I heard that, I was quite speechless. She really is a bit of a germaphobe, and I couldn't figure out why she would go to a men's clinic if she was a germaphobe. Take off your clothes, Zhou Shan ordered. I hurriedly took off my white coat, and Zhou Qing immediately said, throw it at the door. The nurse will take it back and clean it for you. I nodded and left my white coat at the door. After returning, Zhou Shan immediately pointed to the examination room and said, go in, take off all your clothes, and decontaminate your entire body. I was very speechless when I heard this and asked, no, Sister Zhou, it's not that serious, is it? I'm wearing a protective suit, and besides, it's not appropriate, is it? I can't stand it, it must be sterilized. Besides, there's nothing inappropriate. You want to see the male department. I definitely want to observe your shape. If you can't even accept this, the next treatment, it's even more resistant. You look at it. If you can accept my request, you do it. If you can't accept it, you apply to go out and see it, Zhou Shan said forcefully. When I heard that, I was a bit speechless, but there wasn't much I could do about it. And she was right. If, even sterilizing it was unacceptable, then the rest of the treatment would be even more awkward. So I reluctantly went into the exam room, closed the curtains, and started to undress. And when I was done, I was just about to go out and ask for the disinfectant spray, but found that Zhou Shan directly pulled open the curtain and walked in, which gave me a fright and immediately covered the vitals. Said anxiously, no, Sister Zhou, this is appropriate? Instead of ignoring me, she looked disgusted and sprayed disinfectant towards my body. I was extremely embarrassed and speechless. I thought that the kind of woman Zhou Qing is already enough unchristian. I did not think that this woman Zhou Shan is even more unchristian. I turned my back to Zhou Shan, giving me a shameful blush to my neck. Turn around, Zhou Shan said sternly. I said awkwardly, Sister Zhou, it's not appropriate. What's inappropriate? Here, you're the patient. I'm the doctor. To me you're just an organ. That bit of medical ethics. Don't you have any? Turn around, or get dressed and leave, Zhou Shan said sternly. I was very speechless. Going at this hour? So all that embarrassment I went through earlier wasn't for nothing? I slowly turn around in helpless shame as Zhou Shan sprays spray towards me without mercy. I was so excited that I had goosebumps all over my body, and even my sweaty hairs stood up, but he didn't react at all when he was supposed to stand up, which made me very speechless. Hands off, demanded Zhou Shan forcefully. When I heard this, I immediately looked at Zhou Shan with aggression, sweating with urgency, but when I looked at Zhou Shan's stern eyes, I knew that it was useless to resist. As long as I wanted to see a doctor with her, I could only listen to her. However, I had a hard time accepting it and struggled a lot internally. Why are you so shy with me? I've been in the men's department for 5 years. I've seen everything. I've dealt with deformed ones. Are you deformed? Or are you below the national average? You can't stand to be seen, can you? Zhou Shan stimulated me with a lecturing tone. I know in my heart that she did it on purpose. This is a common method of provocation used by doctors for uncooperative patients. We gynecologists also use it, but I never thought in my life that this kind of provocation would be used on me one day. When she provoked me so much, I really developed some unconvincing mentality, so I simply gave up, let go of my hand, and directly lay down on the examination table. I had just laid down on it when I watched Zhou Shan's expression become a little surprised. This was followed by a snarky, not bad, on the 1 percentile level. Chapter 82, Treatment. I was so happy to hear her compliments that I couldn't help the corners of my mouth from rising. And without saying anything more, Joshan took a medical sterile sheet and covered me with it, which relaxed my embarrassed insides. I then watched as Joshan put on her hood, mask, and tightened her leather gloves, the whole thing fully armed. She then told me, "I'll check the exterior first to see if it's physical damage." I got even more nervous when I heard it, but, for some reason, there were some bad thoughts at work in my heart, and the anticipation actually gradually took over the dominant role. Just when I was expecting it, I suddenly felt those smooth and delicate hands. I tensed and clenched. Suddenly, Joshan unceremoniously slapped me and lectured, "What are you nervous about? Relax." I was very speechless when I heard her harsh tone. Sure enough, don't look at how beautiful the doctors are, how gentle and sexy they are usually, but, on the examination table, they are all full of dominance and absolute authority. It was all I could do to cooperate with her, slowly relaxing and feeling her unique inspection techniques. Soon after, she told me, "Checked, no physical damage. It should be a psychological problem. Lately, any particular anxiety, depression, or social problems, and problems with huge mood swings?" As soon as I heard it, I knew that she was very professional, because, as she asked to the root, I knew that this problem of mine must have been caused by the previous game with Miao Miao. No one but myself will ever know how hard it was for me to hold my desire back at that time. I really wanted to talk to Joshan about that matter, but, that matter couldn't be known to too many people. So, I wanted to say something, and I became more anxious inside. TCH, what's so bad about it? You don't know what you're talking about? See, you are also a professional doctor. How come you can't overcome this problem? Joshan asked me seriously. After I heard it, it was very difficult. Said, "This matter, about a case I recently handled. So, I do not know how to tell you, or, Dr. Joe, you from other angles, to treat the problem of my psyche, okay? Dr. Chen. The best means of treatment for mental illnesses is to articulate the psychological issues that are troubling you so that you can release your psychological pressure. Don't worry, I'm a professional doctor. I can keep your secret," Joshan said seriously. When I heard that, I still found it hard to do. Political Commissar Lan told me that things are done in secret. I've already let Fei Lu know some of the insider information. If it spreads out again, won't that be a loudspeaker? Seeing my hesitant look, Joshan then said, "Let me guide you while I give you physical therapy. If it works, you don't have to go out. Just try to avoid anxiety and depression in the future. Just try to release your anxious emotions." I nodded, grateful, and smiled at her. "Thank you." Suddenly, Joshan thanked me. This was a big surprise to me. Curious, I asked, "Thank you? Thank me?" "No, Dr. Joe, you're treating me. I have to thank you for that." She smiled, and that same hand crept under the sterile sheet, which surprised me greatly, but I soon learned that she was supposed to be giving me physical therapy. So, I didn't resist, and at that moment, she said in a grateful tone, "I must thank you for this business of delivering a pig." I raised my eyebrows and said with a smile, "This matter, isn't it a small matter? Something in passing, just like you, Dr. Joe, treating me, isn't it also something in passing?" When she heard that, her peach-like eyes became as if they were blooming, and I knew that she was smiling. I grinned back. Soon after, she told me, "I kind of admire you. As a professional obstetrician and gynecologist, it's acceptable to deliver a baby to a pig, but I can't do it, and treating prisoners is already my biggest bottom line, so you're pretty awesome." I laughed and said with feigned modesty, "Hey, it's all about serving the people and safeguarding the property of the people and the country. That's all I'm supposed to do." Puff. Joshan didn't hold back her laughter and let out a giggle, then snickered and asked, "Did Political Commissar Lan give you an education?" Once I heard it, I was quite speechless. I didn't expect that. It was an individual who heard me say this and knew that it was the blue political commissar who taught me. It seems that the image of the blue political commissar is deeply rooted in people's hearts. I nodded and said seriously, "I'm actually quite disgusted, but there's no way around it. If I don't do it, won't you be at odds with Officer Zhao? Then my treatment today might be wasted." Hiss. I suddenly felt an uptick and immediately looked at Joshan in surprise. She hurriedly told me, "Relax, don't think in that direction. Adjust your mind as much as you can, and don't be in a hurry. The more you rush in this area, the more counterproductive it is." I nodded, hastily putting away my excess thoughts. "That's why I have to thank you. I know, if you don't do it, I'm sure I'm going to have a conflict with Zhaoying, and at that time, if I don't do it, what if I don't do it? I'll have to take disciplinary action, and in some cases, I won't even be able to get a job, so you've done me a big favor," Joshan said gratefully. I grinned. I relaxed so much that I immediately got a huge rise, but I didn't dare to think about it too much. and hurriedly put my mind on chatting. I looked at Zhou Shan expectantly, asked her, Sister Zhou, you look so elegant and delicate, why would you come to the prison? This place, it's not a place where ordinary people can come. Hearing my words, Zhou Shan sighed instead, her eyes becoming chagrined, then smiled and said to me, was tricked into, before the prison to the college recruitment, said that the wages and benefits of the prison is 3 to 5 times that of ordinary hospitals, and, promotion channel more and fast. At that time, I just graduated, family conditions and difficult, so I want to make some quick money. So, it came to the prison, and when it came, it did take care of me quite well. Everything was organized properly, and there were helping members, and at that time, for a while, I thought I had chosen the best decision. But when I was transferred, everything changed. The help was gone, overtime became the norm every day, and not only did I have to face heavy paperwork, but I also had to fight with those cunning and vicious, even psychopathic, inmates, and, the most painful thing for me is that my lover can't bear the result of only seeing me 2 days a month, and divorced me. Although, this kind of thing is commonplace in prisons, but, I still feel quite hard in my heart, previously said civil service staff, and finally also because of the performance appraisal problem, only got the career staff. For this reason, I also thought about leaving here, but, TSK, who, with that, Zhou Shan shook her head, as if something was holding her back from departing from here. For what she said, I did empathize with her, and I suddenly got scared. Could it be that today's her is tomorrow's me? The thought gave me a pang of anxiety, and the fact that the treatment, which had just taken off, immediately lost its effect made me even more anxious. Zhou Shan immediately said gently, it's fine, you relax, don't be nervous. When I heard that, I tried my hardest to relax, but, in the back of my mind, I always felt like I was being set up. It's not possible that, in the future, I'll be like Dr. Zhou, right? Seeing my tight expression, Zhou Shan hurriedly said, look at you. You are nervous again. Don't be like this. Think of something else. If you don't have a way to distract your attention, then, just be on me and find the feeling. I immediately said in shock, Dr. Zhou, this is not appropriate, right? Zhou Shan smiled faintly and said, to serve the people well. Chapter 83, what exactly is the relationship? When she finished, she took off her mask, and her sexy face, full of flavor, made my mouth go dry and my heart extremely shaken. I didn't realize that the women here, they are also horny. However, I think it's better to keep her at arm's length, or else you're off the bottom line of healing. So, I hurriedly said, better, no need, lest others misunderstand. When I finished, I looked up at the monitor. Zhou Shan smiled indifferently, then said, whatever you want. However, ordinary guidance is useless. Your heart anxiety problem should still be related to the case, with Sister Zhou heart and soul out. Say it, all out. Zhou Shan's words, let me feel in my heart is also, from the previous guidance, is a little effect, but, in fact, the effect is not big. I also know in my heart, the biggest shadow, is Miao Miao gave me. It really suffocated me that day. It seems that the only way for me to be effective is to say it, but I need to be deliberate about how and to what extent I say it. I can't just pour everything out like a megaphone. Seeing my tangled expression, Zhou Shan seemed to have misunderstood. She said to me in a complaining tone, case, you didn't take it voluntarily, did you? Those people must have asked you to take the case, right? Did they always tell you that if you solved a certain case, you would get great credit, and that you would be able to get a regular job, a civil servant's title, and a government position? When I heard Zhou Shan's complaining tone, I knew that she must have experienced it as well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said it in an immersive way. However, this case is my own fight, mainly because I want to detect, to save Miao Miao, in both public and private components. These people, unlike us doctors, what they pursue is always political achievement, but their relationship with prisoners is inherently hostile. Therefore, there was always an inconvenience in action, so it was often drummed up that those of us who could get along with the inmates should come and help them to solve the cases. Heck, our job is to save lives. We're not professional detectives, and asking us to do it would have been desperate. Help them finish the case, the credit book, but there is no our name. In the end, but also beautifully named, is to protect our personal safety, Zhou Shan complained. When I heard this, I asked sympathetically, Sister Zhou, have you ever made a merit but not been honored? Zhou Shan heard, the eyes became hateful, but soon, on the tenderness, and I said, not with you to say these, all the past, Zhou's sister, also do not want to think so much negative things. You talk about your case, Zhou's sister, but also to help you analyze the analysis, what can be done, what cannot be done, but also to let you take a less detour. After she finished, She gently patted me. Very tender. I was very touched in my heart. She really did for the people to serve to the utmost awe, so I didn't hide it anymore, but said, "There's a death row inmate in our first district named Miao Miao. You know it, right?" I was a little surprised when she couldn't help but tighten her body at the name. Then she smiled and said, "No, this person, quite stubborn, I heard, has not been confessed, so that the entire prison and outside the criminal police are quite a headache. Not to say, will soon be the final trial? I've heard that the death penalty is unavoidable." "Why, she's going to confess?" I shook my head and said, "No, I just came here, and by chance, I had some contact with her, and the above saw that there was a bond between us, so they hoped that I could dig into the case behind her. Recently, I did dig some out. The breakthrough is quite big. As for how to break through, I can't tell you. Not that, don't trust you, but protect you." Suddenly, Zhou Shan winks a little, and the force in her hand can't help but be a little heavier, making me swing a little. She then smiled and said, "Young, what did not learn?" Their set of official tone to learn quite a lot. Line. Sister Zhou does not ask more questions, but I am curious. This is not much of a shadow. How can make you have a dysfunction? I sighed breathlessly and said, "You are not aware of it. She asked to have sex with me in order to live. So, I just had to endure. Hold. Finally, let me hold. But I did not expect. The result is, it fell apart. Give me anxious. Don't worry, it's all small things. It's just temporary. Now that you've said it, it feels better, doesn't it? The effect is quite good. It's fine. Trust Sister Zhou," Zhou Shan softly said. After I heard this, my heart and mind were swirling, and these few words of heartfelt consolation were very much appreciated within me. Suddenly, I felt that Sun Monkey, who had been pressed under the Five-Finger Mountain, had a feeling that he wanted to overturn the Spirit Mountain, and Zhou Shan was shocked by it, and said with delight, "Right? I told you it worked, didn't I? You just have a psychological problem. Say it, release the psychological shadow, and you'll be fine in no time." When she finished, she patted me again, and that gentle feeling made me extremely comfortable inside. Also, I was completely relieved to be able to say that I was perfectly fine, so my mood was just extremely soothing, as if a sewer that had been clogged for hundreds of years had finally been unblocked. Seeing the happy me, Zhou Shan smiled and asked me, "Can the case have a good outcome with you sacrificing so much? Tell sis about it, sis, and be happy for you." When I heard this, I said happily, "Of course, now we're waiting for her final trial. I'm sure that before her final trial, I'll make her give up some major cases. Sis, if I really give up the case, and I get credit for it, turn around, I'll definitely treat you to dinner." Zhou Shan smiled, the pair of flavorful eyes, look at me dry mouth, and her treatment, and did not stop. It seems that outside of the treatment, there is some playfulness at work. This time, the two of us look at each other's eyes. Each other seems to be very incoming. Her flirtatious eyes, it seems to pull out silk, which makes me very tangled up in my heart up. I do not know, with her this ambiguous right or wrong, is not unfair to Ho Jing, but then I think, I am a patient. She is treating me, I should not look at this matter with tinted glasses. It is not healthy. Sister Zhou, sign the list. Suddenly, just as Zhou Shan and I were at war with our human gods, I suddenly heard Zhao Ying's cheerful voice, and her hurried footsteps came as if they were hammering in my ears. Before Sister Zhou could agree, she heard the door of the room being pushed open. "Ah, how do you?" I suddenly heard a burst of breathless words coming from Sister Zhou, and then that face burned, the white skin, all of a sudden flushed, that constricted eyes, making me a little embarrassed and ashamed of myself. I don't even know how to explain it, but fortunately, Sister Zhou then smiled gently and patted my head, soothing me as if she were calming her brother. Then turning and pulling back the bed curtains and walking out, I immediately lay back down in shame, closing my eyes tightly, my whole being in a state of great shame. The heart is also a little torn up. Now, what is my relationship with Sister Chow? Is it a doctor-patient relationship? Or, Chapter 84, Lost Needle. Next time you enter my infirmary door, could you knock first? I expect you to treat me with enough respect. While I was ruminating within myself, I heard Zhou Shan launch a temper tantrum with Xiaoying, and the relationship between the two, which didn't seem to be very friendly, was somewhat tit-for-tat. According to regulations, the door to the infirmary must always be open. What are you doing with it closed? Is there some unseemly business going on in there? When I heard Zhao Ying's words, my heart was about to explode a bit, because I heard the sound of her leather shoes coming towards me, and sure enough, just as I climbed up from the examination table, I saw Zhao Ying pulling open the curtain with one hand. I instantly stiffened on the examining table. Zhao Ying looked at me and was shocked. That fleshy face, all of a sudden, red to the root of her neck. She first tried to push out, but soon sized me up with some sort of playfulness in her mind. My eyes were also filled with flirtatious thoughts as I smiled and asked, "Yo, Dr. Chen, why are you here? Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" I was very speechless when I heard it, and said anxiously, "Don't you think wrongly, I came here to cure the disease." "Cure? What disease? You yourself is not a doctor?" Wow, I remembered. Sister Zhou before. Seems to be a male department. You should not have male diseases, right? How is it? Cured? Zhaoing said with a smile. When I heard that, I was speechless and said anxiously, "Can you have some sense of boundaries? I also have privacy? Go go go." When I finished, I waved my hand impatiently and shooed her away, and she didn't get mad. She smiled, and kept checking me out, and I looked at her like she was dying to come over and lift the sterile sheet to get a closer look at what was going on. "What's the matter with you? Don't harass my patients," Zhou Shan said sternly. Zhaoing was a bit displeased, then lowered the curtain and said, "Here is the list of items used in this claim, so take an inventory and sign it." "I'm not signing. As I said, I'll write the note. You claim it, and you'll take all the responsibility yourself," Zhou Shan said sternly. "According to the regulations, who approves the note to claim? Who has to sign on it when it is returned? Let you sign, just to go through this process, and did not ask you to take responsibility. Besides, the things are not all in it. You check it," Zhaoing exasperatedly said. "Okay, I'll check," Zhou Shan coped. I lifted the curtain and glanced toward the outside, then carefully wrapped a sterile sheet around me and tiptoed down to the examining table, then went to get my clothes. My actions were suddenly noticed by Zhaoing, who came over with a smile, and I hurriedly wrapped up the sterile sheet. Anxiously, he said, "What are you doing, Dr. Chen? You want to get dressed? Aren't I trying to do you a favor? Don't be in a hurry. I'll get it for you," Zhaoing politely said. It was followed by picking up the clothes from the floor and handing them to me, then staring at me, which left me speechless. I hurriedly said, "Thank you." Then you go out." I lowered my head when I finished speaking, then secretly glanced at Zhaoing, who was still smiling and looking at me, giving me a slightly hairy look. I immediately pulled the sterile sheet down, scaring her so much that she immediately closed her eyes and covered her face, saying anxiously, "Dr. Chen, what are you doing?" Scared me to death. When she finished, she opened her hand and looked at me with both eyes wide open, and I said, very breathlessly, "Going to work? Watch your discipline." Zhaoing immediately put down her hand and said, "I know Dr. Chen, just joking with you. Anyway, there are no outsiders here to report me." When she finished speaking, she glanced at Zhou Shan in a conspiratorial manner. The meaning is clear. That is, there is no one else but Zhou Shan to report her. Zhou Shan naturally heard it, but instead of hitting back at Zhaoing, she was very angry and threw the basket in front of Zhaoing, pointing to the box. He said, "Where are the needles?" As soon as I heard Zhou Shan's words, my entire body got goosebumps, while Zhaoing also instantly put away that smiling face, so scared that a layer of cold sweat broke out on her forehead all of a sudden. She hurriedly squatted down, picked up the basket and placed it on the table to pick it up, and I also hurriedly and anxiously put on my clothes and rushed over, standing at the edge, carefully watching Zhaoing count the things inside. Everything inside was there. The syringe, the glass bottle, the box, all of it, but only the needle on top of the syringe was missing. That needle, which is enlarged and thickened, is something very dangerous on the outside, let alone in prison. I watched as Zhaoing kept picking and pulling, but after pouring inside and out a dozen times, I couldn't find the needle. Zhao Ying's face instantly panicked. She immediately looked at Zhou Shan and asked, "I counted what came. You mean, I stole it?" Zhou Shan asked in exasperation. Zhao Ying didn't say anything, and Zhou Shan immediately started to take off her clothes, one after another, and I hurriedly had to evade. Zhou Shan immediately said, "You stand still, there has to be a witness." I hurriedly said, "If you want a witness, you can go find one. I'm really not suitable. Find someone else?" Now one more person knows. One more trouble. That's a 16 by 45 needle, the largest size, can be used as a weapon. If this matter lets the people in the property management section know, our second district, from top to bottom will be finished. If there is a safety accident because of the needle, we also have to be criminally liable, Zhou Shan said angrily. When she finished speaking, she stripped herself all the way down, not leaving a single piece behind, and then loosened her hair, opened her hands, and looked at Zhaoing with her mouth wide open. I looked at Zhou Shan's action. The whole person is stupid. I did not expect. She actually so open-minded. In front of my face, actually so clean, even though I knew it was serious. I couldn't help but take a few glances. Inwardly, he couldn't help but breathe heavier as he was awed by her figure. She kept her figure really too well, without a trace of extra flab, and even had abs. That well-proportioned body, charming scenery, It really made me have some urge to spurt blood, but I dared not look more than that, for I knew that the present trouble was enough to ruin the careers of all three of us, and Zhao Ying was confused for a moment, before decisively starting to search Zhou Shan, from the hair little by little, meticulous groping, all the way to the mouth. She did not let go, even if Zhou Shan was a person with a cleanliness fetish, treating Zhou Shan's invasive searches, there was no half resistance. It made me sweat too. Soon, Zhao Ying conducted a round of search on Zhou Shan. After searching the body, she hurriedly went to search the clothes, Zhou Shan's clothes, inside and outside the search, and even the underwear were unpacked, but the result was that nothing was searched. And go on, Zhou Shan said seriously. When I heard that, I was a little surprised and said, well, how can that be? That's a needle, hidden in that place? Zhou Shan immediately said seriously, for the sake of my innocence, it must be searched. After saying that, she walked straight into the examination room and laid down on the examination table, her face expressionless as she waited for Zhao Ying to examine her. I couldn't help but lower my head, reach out, and touch my ass. It's not going to. Wait, I'm going to have to search too, right? Chapter 85, you can have that meaning. I am really speechless in my heart. I am there to help. How did I get into this kind of bad luck? How did it disappear for good? It wasn't like Zhao Ying to be unprofessional. How could she lose such an important needle? I looked over at Zhao Ying, who was also dazed and confused, her entire body frozen on the spot, beads of sweat beading up layer after layer on her face, quickly drenching her hair in sweat. Come over and check. There's not much time, Zhou Shan urged. When Zhao Ying heard this, she immediately pulled herself together and rushed into the examination room, while Zhou Shan very much cooperated with her and took the initiative to separate her body. But I watched as she closed her eyes and endured a strong sense of humiliation and anger. Luckily, Zhao Ying's check was quick, and when I saw Zhao Ying take 2 deflated steps back, I knew for sure that it wasn't. I'll be damned if I can. It's a needle. How could it be hidden in there? Zhou Shan immediately asked. Is the search complete? Over, Zhao Ying said, lost in thought. I hurriedly picked up my clothes and walked in to hand them to Zhou Shan. I then looked over at Zhao Ying. Her eyes were confused and a bit out of body. I knew she was recalling all the details of what had happened before, but, judging by her confused expression, no good could come of it. Shusen got dressed and got off the examination table. Looking toward Zhao Ying, she sternly said, take it off. When Zhao Ying heard that, she became very embarrassed and angry, but, without any hesitation, she directly took off her uniform in front of me. I hurriedly asked, Do I have to recuse myself? Zhao Ying said, no, the three of us, we must have a witness, otherwise, it's impossible to say. I got a little anxious and said, no, how innocent am I? What does this have to do with me? I just put my clothes back on, and I never touched the needle from start to finish, so I don't need to check again, do I? When I finished, I clamped my legs together. I was already humiliated today, and if I was checking that area, it was something I couldn't accept in terms of dignity. Zhao Ying ignored me, and after clearing out all the clothes, she opened her hands and mouth wide, just as Zhou Shan did, bearing anything she could hide. Zhou Shan didn't have any politeness and directly searched her as carefully as Zhao Ying had searched her before. I watched from the sidelines, struggling to see what I shouldn't. It was another torture for me and I had to work hard to hold my desire hard, but the good thing is, it's urgent and serious, and I don't have many damn emotions inside me. However, it must be said that Zhao Ying's body, but also extremely great. Do not look at her face round, a little baby fat, but, the body is really the top of the stick. Year-round training, so that she does not have excess flab. The body muscle lines are very obvious. Zhao Ying was angry but very cooperative. Zhou Shan checked carefully too, giving it a once-over inside and out. After checking, then checked Zhao Ying's clothes, but a quick check didn't yield anything. Over, Zhou Shan said solemnly. Zhao Ying climbed up and put on her clothes, her expression becoming even more grave. I said anxiously, no, I don't have to search, do I? Both of them looked at me, and after thinking for a while, Zhou Shan said, I see, there's no need. The stuff should have been lost before coming in. The focus should be on the prisoner. Zhao Ying said angrily, damn it, when I came here, I checked clearly. It's all there. What went wrong? I'll pull the alarm now. I'm going to search, one by one. Zhao Ying was about to rush out after saying that. Zhou Shan immediately grabbed her and said angrily, you want to get both Dr. Chen and me killed? Aren't you telling everyone that the needle is missing if you go searching with such fanfare? Will the people in the property management section let us go? Forget about me. I'm unlucky to be your partner. But what about Dr. Chen? He came to help, and you're dragging him down too? After hearing this, I was also speechless and said, yes, I came to help, and I have a conflict with the leader of the property management section. If this is known to her, I am involved. I am dead. Sister Zhao, you cannot harm me ah. When Zhaoing heard this, she was so anxious that she immediately burst into tears, although she didn't cry out, but the tears fell one by one, and I felt quite heartbroken when I saw it. However, she quickly wiped away her tears and said, we can't violate our principles. It's not us, it's you. It has nothing to do with me, or Dr. Chen, and also, no one is asking you to violate the principle that according to the time limit for the return of items claimed by the physical control section, the time limit for the return of level 1 controlled items is 24 hours. That means you now have 24 hours to find the missing needle. So I suggest, first, a news blackout and then an internal search. Finding it is certainly the best. When the time comes whether to write a report to report this matter, or to conceal it, you make your own decision. You can find it, you can carry it yourself. Don't involve me in Dr. Chen, Zhou Shan mercilessly said. Although I also felt that Zhou Shan was a bit ruthless at this time, I had to nod my head and agree with her. After all, this was too serious and I was too innocent. Seeing that I also nodded wordlessly, Zhaoing didn't say anything more. Only, the tears in her eyes flowed faster. The chewing muscles on her face kept twisting, and from the expression on her face, it wasn't hard to see that her heart was bursting at the moment. However, she said cheerfully, alright, let's go with Dr. Zhou's suggestion. Dr. Chen, don't worry, if the missing needles aren't found, I'll take all the responsibility. When I heard this, I hurriedly said, then, this matter, I won't be modest with you, but, don't worry, let's look for it together, and try our best to keep the risk to a minimum. Zhaoing nodded, then without any more nagging, she directly picked up the basket and left the infirmary anxiously. As I watched Zhaoing walk away, I looked at Zhou Shan with my heart in a state of confusion. She immediately closed the door, walked to me, seriously told me, Xiao Chen ah, this matter is a big problem. The two of us, we must be a united front, absolutely cannot be involved in half a relationship, or else, our trouble cannot be small. Sister Zhou, my family is very difficult. I'm on my own even if I am a person, but I also have an elementary school child needs to be raised. So, Sister Zhou cannot lose this job. When she finished speaking, her eyes turned red and tears welled up in her eyes, which was very painful to see. I feel bad in my heart too. How did this happen? Damn. It seems that in prison, it is true that you cannot do good. Everywhere is thunder ah, or Sister Zhou has more experience. In the first place, if I listened to her would be good. However, it was useless to say any more now that it had happened, and one could only expect a false alarm. I watched Zhou's tears fall, so I hurriedly stretched out my hand and wiped away her tears. She looked at me with some surprise, and then stretched out that slender jade hand and held my hand, looking at me with a frown on her face, then whispered to me, Xiao Chen, if you want, Sister Zhou, I can sacrifice a little, but, can you wait for a break to go outside? Here, Sister Zhou is a little bit unable to let go, and now the situation also does not allow. When she finished, she looked at me with tenderness, which made me inwardly feel damned all of a sudden that I'd let her misunderstand that I was going to coerce her into having sex with me. I immediately said anxiously, no, Sister Zhou, I don't have that meaning, I just feel sorry for you, also feel regret. This matter, if I don't do abusive to help, with me can't get involved. You don't want to think too much. I don't have that aspect of the meaning of, really. When I finished, I hastily drew back my hand and slapped it across my face. She saw my behavior and hurriedly grabbed my hand. Then flirtatious said, Xiao Chen ah, in fact, you can have that meaning, Sister Zhou, it can be accepted. Chapter 86, picking up Zhou Yanhong from the confinement room. Zhou Shan's words, so that I have some swirling in my heart. The heart cannot help but be beautiful. There are not many men by the woman, so implied heart will not be happy. Still, I think it's important to keep a good distance from her and not break the principle, let alone engage in an unhealthy relationship. I hurriedly said roundly, that, Sister Zhou, wait, this matter is over. Let us say on vacation. At that time, I invite you to eat. Zhou Shan hummed, then let go of her hand, gently wiped her tears, and after recovering her emotions, she threw flirtatious winks at me. She had a sense of flavor when she raised her hand and threw her feet. Okay, then you go back first. I'll keep an eye on this side, and when there's news, I'll notify you first. Zhou Shan said. I hummed and said nothing more, hurrying to leave, but, just as I reached the door, something else occurred to me. Hurrying to whisper to Zhou Shan, she said, Sister Zhou, the result of today's treatment, can you not tell Sister Lu about it? When Zhou Shan heard this, she raised an eyebrow and asked me, she pestered you? I laughed and said, sort of. Zhou Shan was not surprised and said, the women in this prison are all living widows. Whether they have husbands or not, they are all suffering greatly. A handsome man like you coming in is definitely going to be missed. Okay, I will help you hide the results. However, I can't guarantee that I will be able to hide it until when. I immediately nodded my head and said, okay, I know. So, I'll go first. Week-san hummed, then walked me out the door. I don't have a universal key to the place, so I had to ask her to walk me out. When the two of us passed by the production hall, we saw that the door of the production hall was closed. But, through the window, I saw the picture inside. All the female inmates crouched on the floor with their heads in their hands, and several female guards searched them one by one, in the same manner as they had searched the infirmary earlier. Strip completely naked, hold your head, open your mouth bar, and search from your hair down to your most intimate parts. I didn't look at it much and hurriedly left the 2nd district with Joe Shan, and after a few formalities, I was finally out of the 2nd district. After I left the house, I was very depressed. Delivering a pig, curing a root disease, and spitting on someone's hand, losing the needle at the end of the day. It's been a magical morning of experiences. I was a little annoyed, and instead of rushing back to the infirmary, I went straight to the smoking room, where I wanted to have a cigarette and slow down. When I got to the smoking room, I took out my cigarettes, lit them up and smoked them, and kept thinking in my mind, I don't know if I can find this needle if it's missing. Who the hell stole it? Whoever stole it, it's best to find it, and if I can't find it, it's not very realistic for me to try to pick myself clean, so it's got to be found. I think, relying on Zhao Ying's kind of carpet search should not be very effective. If people dare to steal, they are not afraid of your search. Maybe, the things have been moved. So, I think it's going to have to start with the inmates to get it back. I heard Zhou Yanhong say that this prison, too, is a jungle, and the entanglement of interests between prisoners and inmates may be deeper than ours. So it might work better if I let the inmates find it for me. I put out my cigarette, then walked straight to the supermarket next door, took a bucket of instant noodles off the shelf, and gave $15 through the excruciating pain of cutting my flesh. Then it was off to the production floor. As soon as I arrived at the production workshop, I saw Wang Yi patrolling the workshop. I smiled and said, Sister Wang. When Wang Yi heard my call, he came over with a smile and asked me, how's the situation? I laughed awkwardly and said, it's okay, it's just anxiety, mental stress. Wang Yi nodded, and I hurriedly whispered to her, that, Zhou Yanhong's 3-day confinement, time's up, right? Hearing my question, Wang Yi became a bit surprised, looked at his watch and said, there's still, like, an hour left. What? Is there a problem? I smiled awkwardly. I don't really want to talk to Wang Yi about what happened in the 2nd district. I'm also protecting her. If she knows about it and doesn't report it, when the time comes to pursue the matter, then there will definitely be a responsibility for her as well. So, I hastened to find an excuse and said, she's not badly hurt, she needs to change her medicine. It wouldn't be good if she got an infection and her life was in danger. When Wang Yi heard this, she looked at me suspiciously, as if she didn't quite believe my words, and I hurriedly looked at her seriously, with an expectant look in my eyes. For my expectations, she did not refuse, but said to the workshop, Sister Shun, you take Xiao Chen to raise Zhou Yanhong, take her to the infirmary to check. If there is no problem, let her return to the team. The workshop's production task is heavy, and we can't be short of workers for a long time. Alright, little Chen, you come with me, Sister Shen said to me with a smile. I smiled gratefully at Wang Yi, then followed Sister Shen to the confinement room to raise the man. Soon, we arrived at the backyard of the prison area, which was a single building with rows and rows of rooms. Very simple, with only concrete walls and, on the roof, a steel shield welded on. There were loudspeakers hanging outside each room playing the prison code of conduct, and I felt annoyed standing outside listening to it for a while. I really couldn't imagine what kind of torture it would be to be locked up and listening to it for 12 hours a day. After going through a set of processes and procedures, Sister Shen took me to a confinement room, where she first opened the small window on the door of the confinement room. Shouting inside, he said, Prisoner Zhou Yanhong, your confinement time is up. I am now lifting you out to return to the team. Do you understand? Got it. Got it. Just after Shen's words were finished, I heard a sharp reply coming from inside, and when I listened to that sound, I felt as if I had been dispensed with by Buddha Rudraksh. Extremely pious. I smiled breathlessly. Zhou Yanhong before going in, mouth is not generally hard. This is only a few days. Become a devout religious? Shen did not say much, took the key, opened the door of the confinement room. The dark room instantly had a light. I looked at Zhou Yanhong with iron shackles, weakly stood in the small room, very painful, squinting awkwardly. I looked at the room, and in my heart I sympathized with Zhou Yanhong for a few moments. The confinement room was similar to what was rumored on the internet, a concrete slab bed with a squatting pit at the head of the bed, connected to a faucet, where you eat, drink, and go to bed. And it's not easy to keep going when you're handcuffed and shackled all day. Now go to the infirmary and conduct a physical examination for you. Please make sure you cooperate. Understand? Sister Shin said sternly. Understood, Zhou Yanhong said weakly. Then it looked over at me, empty eyes, and instantly there was light. I didn't rush to say anything to her. I just took her out of the confinement room with Sister Shin. Along the way, Zhou Yanhong is limping on her own, although slow, but the footsteps are unwavering. Soon we were back in the infirmary. Sister Shin directly handcuffed Zhou Yanhong to the examination table, so I hurriedly took the opportunity to take out the instant noodles. Said, Sister Shin, I didn't eat in the morning. Can you, make me a bucket of noodles? Sister Shin was a bit surprised and said to me, there's still half an hour left before lunch, so bear with me. I said with a look of disgust, I've really had enough of the cafeteria's food. I just want to have a bite of instant noodles. If you think it's too much of a hassle, I'll go by myself while you watch from here. Sister Shin immediately gave me a blank look and said angrily, what's the trouble? It's just that I'm heartbroken that you, a youngster, always eat instant noodles that are not nutritious. Okay, I'll soak it for you. After saying that, Sister Shin took the instant noodles and went out. When Sister Shin left, I closed the door and looked back at Zhou Yanhong. Upon seeing me roar, her shriveled face instantly erupted with intense anticipation and urgency. Just then I heard her gasp excitedly, my great man, come on, let me hold you. I've missed you so much. Chapter 87, think of a way to get it back for me. I could see that Zhou Yanhong was in a hurry, but I was in no hurry to fulfill her desires. I just sat down and smiled at her as she was on the verge of tears with anxiety. Filled with lust, I asked, do you know, these 3 days, how did I come over? My mind is all about you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to hold on long ago. You promised me that you would be satisfied as long as I came out. You promised me. You can't keep your word. You can't. I saw panic in her eyes, and anger. I remain unmoved. Just wait quietly. At my inaction, Zhou Yanhong had a feeling of collapse, so anxious that she swayed from side to side. Her head kept flinging it around, and suddenly, she climbed up and knelt on the examination table, begging me, will you just have mercy on me? Good man, have mercy on me. Looking at her humble plea, I really feel sad that after losing their freedom, people's imprisoned desires can drive them to throw away all their dignity in pursuit of that far-fetched but unattainable desire. Xiao Chen, open the door. I heard Sister Shin's words and hurriedly stood up, while Zhou Yanhong knelt on the examination table regardless, filled with broken intentions. After I opened the door, I watched as Sister Shin walked in and placed the instant noodles on the table. I hurriedly smiled and said, thank you Sister Shin, it's really troublesome. Sister Shin smiled politely and was just about to speak when she suddenly saw Zhou Yanhong kneeling on the examination table, her face full of pain. Just ask me, she didn't give you any trouble, did she? I shook my head and said, she can't sit down, it hurts too much, so she wants to kneel, so she can kneel. I don't care anyway. Sister Shin sighed in relief and smiled, and I hurriedly said, isn't it time to put out dinner? You hurry up and go, lest you can't take care of it over there. And your side? Sister Shin was a little worried. I smiled and said, I'll show her at dinner. Don't worry, it's fine. Sister Shin nodded and said, okay, then I'm going over. I nodded and walked Shin out, watching her go before I closed the door behind me. I then walked back and looked at the lustful Zhou Yanhong, who was looking at me with tears in her eyes and resentment written all over her stubborn face. I walked over with the instant noodles and held them in front of her twice. Smelling the aroma, Zhou Yanhong indisputably gulped, and looked at me as if she were a puppy that was gradually being disciplined, and her breathing became difficult. I laughed as I popped the lid on the instant noodles and fished one out with my fork, placing it near her mouth. She looked at me incredulously at once, surprised, her mouth quivering with delight. I smiled and said, a meet and greet gift for you. Eat it, be careful to burn it. After I finished, I shoved the instant noodles into her mouth. She was really not polite with me at all. She opened her mouth and gave it a big bite, sucking it in violently. After eating, he closed his eyes with special enjoyment, chewing and savoring the instant noodles in his mouth as if he were enjoying a gourmet feast. I looked at her contented expression, so I smiled and pinched her cheeks, and she immediately opened her eyes and smiled at me very happily. At this time, the smile is especially pure, without so many dirty and complicated desires, just simply happy and satisfied. Previously, when I came back from the field, that experience with Miao Miao let me know that instant noodles were the most delicious thing for these prisoners, so I prepared them in advance, and I knew that she would definitely like to eat them. I laughed and asked her, is it eating instant noodles that gives you satisfaction? Or, do men give you satisfaction? Hearing my words, Zhou Yanhong immediately looked at me worriedly and said, you're not thinking of dismissing me with instant noodles, are you? When I saw her worried expression, I asked seriously, What? Can't you? Okay, but, have to add money. 10 packs, Zhou Yanhong seriously said. After saying that, she hurriedly grabbed the plastic fork and ate it herself, and I laughed as I watched her wolf down her food. At this point in her life, she was still in the mood to joke and snark, and her mental strength was strong enough. I pulled out my cigarettes and pulled one out, lighting it before handing it to her. She took it excitedly, opened her mouth and took a big, hard drag, and when she was done, exhaled smoke with extreme contentment, and then enjoyed herself as she began to fall into some sort of daze, like an out-of-body experience after a flashback. I smiled. People are so pathetic in prison. A packet of noodles and a cigarette is enough to make one's soul rise in contentment. I smiled and said, wouldn't it be worth dying if I came down at this point? When she heard that, she was so excited that she hurried to take off her pants, and I hurriedly said, calm down, damn it, you stink. I'm not a livestock, and you'd better not live yourself up to it either. Hearing my words, she was a little deflated, but quickly perked up and said with a smile, I'll take a bath at night, and tomorrow I'll go out to work. I'll have my little brother let me off the hook, and you'll go to the restroom in the production plant, and we'll have a good time. After she finished, she hurriedly ate the instant noodles, taking big bites and drinking the soup just like Miao Miao. I then smiled and said, I'm afraid, there isn't that chance. Hearing my words, Zhou Yanhong was extremely surprised and looked at me suspiciously, asking me, did you get into trouble again? Did someone in District 1 mess with you again? Who is it? Tell me. I am the bearer of District 1. Damn it, who dares to mess with you? I will mess with her to death. Zhou Yanhong began to harden up again, a far cry from her previous appearance when she came out of the confinement room. I smiled, and without delay, said bluntly, I was in Ward 2 today and lost a large syringe needle. Put. When Zhou Yanhong heard this, she was so shocked that the soup in her mouth spilled out, and then looked at me with extreme surprise. Stunned, I asked, needles? Seriously? I nodded and said, of course it's true. It's worse than the last time, and in 24 hours I may have to say goodbye to this place for good. Zhou Yanhong's face was grave, said, that indeed. This kind of thing, in the prison is a first-class controlled product. Within us, it is also a sky-high price. With this kind of thing, it is almost like you can become a jailbird. This kind of thing is lost. Guess what? Even the head of the prison area will have to drink a pot of water. When I heard that, I smiled and walked over to her to give her something sweet to taste. Zhou Yanhong was very surprised, but quickly enjoyed herself, her entire body in some kind of ecstasy. Watching her about to get emotional, I stopped just short. Smiling, he pinched her cheeks and said with a few pleading looks, do something, get it back for me. Chapter 88, Corkscrew was actually hard currency. Hearing my words, Zhou Yanhong looked at me with extreme surprise, her mesmerized eyes instantly clearing up as well. She asked me with some curiosity, you want me to get it back for you? Do you think I can? I laughed and patted her face in affirmation. You can do it. I didn't say anything extra, just those 3 words. I'm sure they were enough. Sure enough, her eyes became a little more haughty, and her demeanor became much more confident. One more refill, Zhou Yanhong said dashingly. I smiled and took out a cigarette and handed it to her. She refilled it straight away and exhaled a puff of smoke after, and I said, not I blow with you. A district. I Zhou Yanhong do sell head. Face is certainly there. As long as I open my mouth, 10 prison areas, more than 2,000 people, have to give me face. I laughed, hooked her chin, and said, don't brag to me. I want results. When I finished, I walked back to my desk and sat down. Zhou Yanhong smiled dashingly, smoked a mouthful of cigarettes, and told me, the bragging component is definitely there. However, you can rest assured that as long as it's your business, I'll definitely help you do it. However, you have to pay a little bit of a price. I smiled and said, tell me about it. Zhou Yanhong was silent for a moment, then said, a packet of huazi plus 10 packets of noodles. I'm 50% sure, and if I can come with a box of corkscrews, I'm fully sure that I can get the stuff back for you. When I heard that, I was surprised and asked, corkscrew? This stuff? What's it for? Is it more important than instant noodles? You want this stuff? You wouldn't do that kind of thing, would you? Zhou Yanhong laughed flirtatiously and said, you're thinking the wrong way, but this thing, indeed, is more popular than instant noodles, especially in our first district. Because our district is making umbrellas and garments, we have to sit in the workshop for 8 hours a day, and in order to catch up with the work, some of us don't even want to leave our workstations during the lunch hour. Even the morning and afternoon release time for toileting was seen as a waste of time. In order to minimize the number of trips to the toilet, we seldom even drink water, and over a long period of time, constipation becomes a common problem. You never know how horrible constipation can be for us. I remember, I had a little brother who was so constipated once that he didn't poop for a week and almost ended up suffocating. if it wasn't for the previous Dr. Chi who went up and took out her feces for her. That little brother of mine would have been the first one to die of suffocation from feces in our first district. Therefore, corkscrew is harder than anything else in our prison, and many female inmates are willing to be a pug and give a month's play in order to get a bottle of corkscrew. When Zhou Yanhong finished speaking, she raised an eyebrow at me with a flirty air between her eyebrows. When I heard that, I was quite surprised. I didn't realize that corkscrew, which is very cheap outside, has become the hardest currency in the women's prison. I scratched my head and walked over to the medical kit, opened it, and looked around inside. But, after half a day of searching, I couldn't find it. Zhou Yanhong then said, "There is no need to look for it. This thing, too, is contraband, because every time it appears, it will cause a fight. So the prison is strictly controlled. Even if you doctors want to get it, you have to find the section chief to approve the note." When I heard that, I sat down with a headache. Damn, you need to approve a note for everything. But fortunately, I've resumed my relationship with Fei Lu, so I guess it shouldn't be a problem to find Fei Lu to approve a bottle when the time comes. I then said, "Okay, a bottle of corkscrew, but time is of the essence. I only have 24 hours. After today, if I don't find it, I'm dead. Understand?" Zhou Yanhong very confidently patted her chest and said, "People in prison steal things, and usually in exchange for what they need, or else would a psychopath steal that kind of contraband? When caught, it's not as simple as confinement. It's likely that the sentence will be increased. Also, down the road, you're basically saying goodbye to the ranks of the broadsides, and will always have to live under high pressure. So the people who stole this are more anxious to get out than you are. After lunch, we have an hour's release time, and I'll request a smoke break. At that time, bring your stuff and meet me in the smoking room, and I'll make sure you get your job done." When I heard it, I smiled. Sure enough, I was right to look for Zhou Yanhong. She, an old geezer, has 2 brushes. I laughed and looked at her flirty, so I hurriedly pulled away from the topic and said, "Don't target Miao Miao anymore. She's about to have her final trial. Don't affect her mood. It's not for a few days. Don't be upset with someone who's about to die. Take care of it if you can, or take care of it a little bit." When she heard my words, she said helplessly, "That temper of hers, if I don't clean her up, there will be someone else to clean her up. However, you said you would take care of her." I, Zhou Yanhong, will definitely take care of her as if she were my own sister. Don't worry about it. When I heard that, I nodded contentedly and teased, "So listen to me." "Ha!" She laughed and laughed and laughed, then winks and says, "Of course, you are the only man in our prison. I want to treat you like a baby, hold you in my hand, hold you in my arms, and hold you in my mouth." "Okay, okay, okay. Don't tease me. I won't touch you even if I tease you again. It stinks. I can't stand it." I stopped. After saying that, he got up and cleaned up, then took the saline and said to Zhou Yanhong, "Open your mouth and clean up the flavor." Zhou Yanhong looked at me with a winking smile, opening her mouth wide and looking up at me, a picture that left me very speechless. I rushed to clean the taste from her mouth, even though I knew that the smell of smoke wouldn't wash out in any way. But, well, it had to be done. After cleaning her, I had her lay down and checked her for injuries, and she was cooperative, even a little aggressive. I ignored her flirtations, cleaned the plaster on her horse's head, checked the wound, which was growing well, and then gave her some new medicine. I had just finished changing when I heard a knock on the door from the office. "Xiao Chen, it's me, Wang Yi." As soon as I heard it was Wang Yi, I felt in my heart that Wang Yi was really nice, knowing to knock on the door and treating me with some respect. I rushed to open the door and Wang Yi asked me, "How's it going?" "Not bad," I said perfunctorily. Wang Yi glanced at Zhou Yanhong, then pulled me out and told me, "The 2-police system must be strictly enforced in prisons, and even if you can't meet the conditions, a 1-police supervisory system must be implemented, and you're deliberately sidetracking Sister Shen, so I'm hoping that you're not fulfilling your own personal desires." When I heard Wang Yi's serious look, I felt strange in my heart. Before, when she did our business, she was very accommodating and cooperated with me, creating a separate space for me, but once she was out of the way between us, she was very serious, which was a little ruthless. I do understand, though, after a couple of troubles, and I do know that you die the quickest when you're amorous in prison. It makes sense that Wang Yi would warn about questioning me. However, I can't tell her now. Then I beg, turn around after the lunch break. I'll tell you in detail. Don't worry, I won't involve you. It's not that I'm afraid of getting me involved. I'm afraid that you're going the wrong way, Wang Yi said seriously. I looked at her with a concerned and anxious expression. I was still quite touched in my heart and I nodded. Still, I didn't say anything. When Wang Yi saw that I was determined to talk to her again during my lunch break, she didn't force me, but walked right in and took Zhou Yanhong away. Looking at Wang Yi's somewhat angry back, I then sighed. knowing that there was some pain in her heart. But I have to have things in perspective before I can say anything. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to her, and I'd be in trouble if I gave her the benefit of the doubt. However, in my mind I was in even more of a quandary about what was to come. I'm going to get Fei Liu to approve the note. Inevitably, when the time comes, there will be some trial and error about my condition. The thought of the special treatment she gave me last night, I really don't know if I'll make it through. Chapter 89, You want to play tricks, don't you? I arrived at the office of the head of the health section in the administration building, and after knocking on the door and getting an annoyed response from Fei Liu, I opened the door and walked in. I watched as Fei Liu was shredding some papers and getting something ready in a hurry, and it got a little weird. When Fei Liu saw it was me, she hurriedly changed her face, put down all the words in her hand, and then twisted her way over to the door, and very silky smooth unlocked the door. She looked me up and down and asked me with a smile, "Yo, look in a good mood, is it cured? Come, sis will give you a double check." With that, she had no problem reviewing me. It was all I could do to hold it hard in my mind as I felt the hand's silky smooth resuscitation. It was also quite breathless, and sure enough, as I had guessed before, she was bound to try her hand at it herself. I feel like I'm going to be unable to carry it. Hurriedly laughed and said, "Sister Joe said that it is a psychological problem, and asked me not to be anxious and depressed in general, so I adjusted my mood. But, in fact, there is still not much improvement." Hearing my words, Lu Fei's face became very gloomy, and her rediagnostic maneuvers also became a few points more severe, giving me a suffocating feeling that my back was sweating. Then Lu Fei exasperatedly said, "When we take a vacation, I'll have to give you a good diagnosis. I just don't believe it." With that, she hurried over to her desk and continued shredding her papers. I felt curious, but, without asking too many questions, I then said, "Sister Willow, I'd like you to approve a note for me." "What is it?" Fei Liu inquired. "Oh, I've been a little constipated lately. I've been eating too much instant noodles and I can't poop, so why don't you prescribe me some corkscrew?" I said in a roundabout way. Upon hearing my words, Fei Liu looked at me sternly and reprimanded. "Oh little Chen, do you think you can fool me? Tell me, was it intended for that female prisoner?" When I heard that, I became very speechless. Damn, she's so perceptive. She didn't believe what I said at all and saw through my lies at a glance. I'm really kind of speechless inside. I hurriedly said, What really is? I just wanted to hold out a little longer." But, seeing the look in Fei Liu's eyes, I knew I couldn't fool her. Then he hurriedly made another excuse and said, "It's related to the case." When Fei Liu heard this, she laughed disdainfully and said, "Xiao Chen sis has been in prison for 10 years or so. Anyone in prison don't want to hide from my eyes, so don't lie to me in the future. It will only pull us apart, and make us, each other, lose our trust. Do you understand?" I nodded, then smiled and asked, "Can I drive it?" "Not in principle, but, in principle, in my hands, as long as it's related to the case, I'll bet on it even if I have to hitch my career." "But, little Chen, I'm paving the way for you like this, you have to return the favor before you can do so," Fei Liu reminded. When I heard that, I hurriedly said, "Isn't that for sure? When the case is solved, Sister Liu writes the first name in the merit book," I said seriously. Fei Liu took a deep breath and pinched her waist. The waves of the soft mountain and cotton sea looked a little shaky to me. She then said, "I'm really busy today, and I don't want to be poor and snarky with you." After that, she gave me a note. I was relieved, but, again, a little surprised, wondering what she was so busy that she was willing to leave me alone. "Take it," Fei Liu said. I hurriedly took the note over and said with a smile, "Thank you, Sister Liu, then I'll go first." She waved her hand and then proceeded to shred the papers. Watching me get a little ticked off, I immediately asked, "Sister Willow, is it convenient to say?" "What is it?" Fei Liu was a little surprised and asked me curiously. "Yo, your live-in life support committee member didn't give you any tidbits of information." "Huh?" I was surprised to hear it and asked, "Does she know too?" "Humph, how could she not know as political commissar Land's #1 lapdog? I thought you guys had a very strong relationship, but I didn't think." Lu Fei laughed flirtatiously, then ignored me. I was a bit speechless in my heart. What little tidbit of information did Wang Yi not tell me? What the hell is going on? I looked at Fei Liu's mocking expression, and it made me feel bad, but I didn't ask much, lest she continue to mock me. I hurriedly left the office and headed towards the property management section, curious in my mind as I walked. What's going on? Wang Yi doesn't even talk about me? I can't imagine how, but I believe that Wang Yi should have her reasons for not saying anything. So, I didn't think much of it and grabbed my stuff. Soon, I arrived at the property management section, a separate section at the back of the administration building. The entrance to the section was guarded by armed police, and entry and exit had to be registered and inspected. which was very strict. After I went through some procedures, I went into the administrative office of the property management section and went to the claim window. A window, similar to the bill payment window in a hospital. A steel window mesh with a small window opening underneath, in which the claim is made, and which is closed at this time. I immediately had to knock on the small window in preparation for calling someone when suddenly I heard a particularly subtle ringing of a cell phone inside. I frowned. The cell phone ringtone. It was familiar, kind of like my cell phone ringtone. Why do you love me? To give me a prison. I listened carefully. Isn't that my cell phone ringtone? I was dumped by Ho Jing before, and my heart was kinda sad, so I changed my cell phone ringtone to Guo Biting's cage. I was a little surprised. Was it? Who was calling me? Isn't it true that in prison, 24 hours a day, no one is allowed to communicate with the outside world? How is it that they, the people in the property management section, communicate with the outside world? Curious, I pressed my ear to the small window to hear more closely. Sneaky, what for? I had just put my ear to it when I heard a harsh scolding that gave me a fright and a heart attack. I shivered a few times and looked back at the person who scared me. It's actually Sister Zhao. I look at her with those glazed eyes and angry mouth and I get especially angry. Disgruntled, he said, walking noiselessly. Why are you talking so loudly? Scare people to death. When Sister Zhao heard my complaint, she walked to me even more sternly. I was so scared that I hurriedly took 2 steps back. Her aura was too powerful. I was a bit scared. She said to me in dissatisfaction, I told you to be honest. You are sneaking around my property management section like a thief. What do you want? When I heard this, I was speechless, and I was just about to explain something, when I suddenly saw the small window open, and a 20-something-year-old slightly chubby-looking, but no less beautiful lesbian poked her face out. After eyeing me suspiciously, he asked, Who are you? Something wrong? When I heard that, I hurriedly glanced towards the inside and didn't see her using her cell phone. Could I have misheard? A pang of suspicion ran through me. It always feels quite stressful inside. However, even if I had heard it, I couldn't say anything. After all, I had enough problems with the property management section. So I rushed out the note and said, I'm constipated and I need a bottle of corkscrew. And this is the note my leader gave me. When I finished, I took the strip over. But the little comrade at the window hadn't taken it over yet. Sister Zhao then snatched the note and after taking a look at it, she sneered and asked me, Did you really use it? I looked at the stern look on her face and I got quite scared. But, in order to fulfill my mission, I could only nod my head and say, What? Constipation doesn't work? She smiled playfully at that instead. Then, it was very teasingly said, You want to play tricks, don't you? Yes. I'll open it for you and, personally, watch you use it. Chapter 90, I want to conquer her. I was speechless to the core when I heard her words, especially when I looked at her playful expression, feeling like I was a monkey trying to play me to death. I was so angry that I gritted my teeth and said, No, Sister Zhao, even prisoners have the right to privacy, let alone me, a normal person. Do you have any manners? Are you deliberately targeting me? Let me tell you, Sister Zhao, I have a temper too. Do you believe I'll go to Political Commissar Lon to complain about you? In response to my warning, Sister Zhao was indifferent and instead said very arrogantly, No problem, you have your right to complain about me. When she finished, she pointed to one of the property section management bulletins on the wall. Tell me, when the administrator of the property management section believes that the material claimed by the claimant is suspected of being used as a criminal offense, he has the right to correct it and supervise and manage the use of it on site. I looked at the regulations on the rule specification and was left very speechless. I didn't realize that she had this clause, so I said anxiously, No, Sister Zhao, I'm constipated, can't I? You want to watch me poop? Aren't you disgusting? Sister Zhao said indifferently, To serve the people, make some sacrifices, it is necessary. Shaoli, open for her. Holler. I heard the slightly chubby lesbian numbly trying to drive, and I just screamed inside. I looked at Joe and I with dissatisfaction. She was looking at me extremely playfully, making me extremely unconvinced in my heart. I was really annoyed. Why did she get on my nerves? Nah, you're corkscrew. When I heard the lesbian's words, I looked at the bottle of corkscrew with difficulty. Damn, it's a difficult situation to ride now. If I take it, I have to use it. In front of her? Not to mention my dignity issues. I'm having a bit of a hard time with the images that will be spewing wildly when the time comes. No, wouldn't that confirm that I'm not honest? Just as I was hesitating, Sister Zhao directly picked up the corkscrew, yanked me by the collar, and dragged me towards the restroom. Put. She acted in a way that amused the lesbian who prescribed me the medication. I immediately said in exasperation, Sister Zhao, be polite to me. You let go of me. I want you to maintain some positive image at the workplace. You let go of me. I finished to struggle away from her hand, but I wondered. Her strength, field in Zhou Qing is even greater. No matter how I struggle, cannot struggle away? I was so speechless, was dragged into the toilet by her. Yo, leader, what? Grab a male comrade in here. The few lesbians in the restroom were astonished for a moment, but soon, they were scowling at me, that frown of rarity, and a certain playful derision at what had happened to me. This is extremely embarrassing to me. All out, Sister Zhao said in a cold voice. After she finished speaking, those lesbians obediently went out. Soon the toilet was no one. I was a little afraid. I want to call out for help, but, I so shouted, when the time to make a mess to the leadership, make a city, then at that time, what happened in the 2nd district, may not be able to hide, so I can only humiliatingly endure it now. Joe opened a door directly, pushed me in and said, strip. I gritted my teeth and looked at Sister Zhao, so angry that my nose was spitting fire, and said angrily, Sister Zhao, I'm asking you to pay attention to the impact and respect my privacy and human rights. I suspect now that your corkscrew is not for your own use, but for the prisoners, and is used in violation of the law. I have the right to exercise my authority. If you are for your own use, now use it. I have nothing to say, is not it? Otherwise, you are breaking the law. Young man, Sister Zhao is you are saving you, Sister Zhao coldly said. When I heard that, I was really speechless. These old prison greaseballs, they are so hard to fool. It's really just that, when I pout, they know what kind of to pull, and I was unlucky. How did I meet her? I immediately said, so I take it off? Strip, Sister Zhao said sternly. I was so angry that I gritted my teeth and immediately took off my pants. I thought in my heart, she is just playing with me, playing hero with me. I thought that if I took off my pants, she would hurry to hide over it. But who knows? I took my pants off. She not only did not turn away, but also drooping eyelids glanced at me up. That time, to my shame, face all of a sudden red to the root of the neck to go. I really didn't realize that the people here, one by one, were more uncouth than the other. I hurriedly squatted down and said angrily, use it. Who's afraid of who? I'll definitely complain about you. I'll definitely complain about you. Just wait for me. To my threat, Sister Zhao was indifferent and said in a cold voice, don't know how to use it, do you? Come on. I'll open it for you. Then, squeeze it in for you and bring the stuff over. I was a bit speechless. She was really just so angry. And suddenly, she grabbed my hand, snatched the corkscrew and forced it open. I was then told, turn around and pucker up. I heard her stern commanding voice. I was really speechless. Why was she even more unhinged than Zhou Qing? There also seemed to be a certain excitement and anticipation in her tone. And what was she expecting? To stab me? I got scared inside. I think, she did it. I hurriedly grabbed her hand and snatched the corkscrew away, saying, I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. She didn't give me a hard time about it, just stared at me with her arms around her chest and a smile on her face, teasing. I looked at the corkscrew in my hand and was really speechless. I was really riding a tiger now. Using it or not, I was going to suffer. I raised my head to Sister Zhao and pleaded, can you, please, close the door? The picture later might not look good. Sister Zhao laughed coldly, patted my face, and told me, don't even think about putting this in your mouth and then bringing it out to me. This stuff goes in through your mouth, but it can cause vomiting. Tell me, how spectacular would it be to have your poop, if it squirted out of your mouth? When I heard her words, my scalp went numb. As a doctor, of course, I know the side effects of corkscrew. I just really thought of swallowing it in my mouth to bring it out, but as a result, she directly blocked my back road. I looked at her face full of mockery and teasing, and a burst of anger went through me. Damn, I swear, I've never had the urge to conquer a woman. I really want to conquer her and make her submit to my. Seeing my angry resentment, she grabbed my ears and sternly ordered, turn around for me. Today, you have to use it. You're just going to have to get Lan Yin here. I'll shove it in you in front of her. Today you'll either squirt it out from underneath or out of your mouth. No one will be good enough to do anything about it. Turn around for me. My ear was pulled by her raw pain, like when I went to school. The teacher pulled the student's ear. That force, really no ambiguity, giving me a tug on my scalp and a shattered inner dignity. Finally, I couldn't help it. Gritting her teeth, she said, Sister Zhao, I advise you to better be polite to me. I want this bottle of corkscrew. It's related to the case of number 5. Chapter 91, Successful Transaction. I finished with a pang of bitterness in my heart. Sister Lan taught me that things are done in secret, but it turned out that I was so good that I was forced by these people that I had to go around tempting them with Miao Miao's case. First it was Fei Lu, and now this Zhao and I. But there's nothing I can do about it now. I'm being targeted by her so much. If I can't manage her, I'll die even worse if I can't find that syringe when the time comes. So, take a step. Sure enough, as soon as I finished speaking, her strong hand instantly softened. A wave of ecstasy washed over me. Humph, Sister Zhao, Sister Zhao, I thought you were adamantine and iron-faced. Feelings? You have a soft spot too? As long as you have a soft spot. I hurriedly struggled away from her hand and looked up at her with a smile on my face. Joni looked at me suspiciously, a skeptical look in her eyes. She asked me in a cold voice, before, when you went to the field and came back, didn't you say that the mission had failed? I heard that a meeting was held above, and this matter was even criticized as a typical case, requiring political commissar Lon to do the docking next time after doing a good job with the intelligence work. Otherwise, it would be a serious waste of police force. I was a bit surprised when I heard that. I did not expect that this matter actually caused the blue political commissar to be criticized. She was a little bit did not tell me In my heart, I was becoming more and more impressed with political commissar Lon. I hurriedly said, that what? You don't know the situation. After I came back, the blue political commissar gave me two choices. One is to kill the chicken to get the eggs. The other is to continue digging. I chose to continue digging. You still remember. Before that, syringe? I had just finished speaking when Zhao and I immediately grabbed my ears and viciously pulled me up. I hurt so much that I hurriedly stood up. This side just stood up, pants fell off. Give me anxious. I hurriedly carry pants. I kind of care about the head and not the tail feeling. No, Sister Zhao, you can't attack my life. Can you? You let go, I said anxiously. When Sister Zhao heard that, she let go of me, but poked me hard on the side of my head. She said disdainfully, I knew it, you definitely didn't do anything good. That thing? I can smell it. I know, it's from your men's body. You still want to cheat me? That is, political commissar Lon gave you his endorsement. Otherwise, I would have arrested you high and low to the investigation section. I heard, the heart is not only not anxious, but also assured. She said so. Is the default not to pursue? She now if she pursued, then I will say that she was informed not to report. She is also finished. I hurriedly smiled and said, that what? For the case, I cannot help. After hearing this, Zhao Ni's expression became extremely serious, gazing at me for a while, and asked me, if she really gets pregnant, do you know how much harm it will bring to political commissar Lon? How much harm will it bring to our second prison? You are gambling with the collective honor of our entire second prison. I looked at her sternly, as if she felt an afterthought, as if she was trying to draw a line in the sand with me again. I hurriedly said, fake, made of egg whites. When she heard that, she raised her eyebrows and her eyes became extremely angry, but, with a few snickers, and I was very thankful when I saw the change in her demeanor. She wasn't like Fei Liu. She definitely had a stricter control of risk than Fei Liu, so she couldn't lie. She could only tell the truth and minimize the risk. I smiled and said, I'm sure I won't do anything illegal. Don't worry. Joe pinched her waist inside, then asked me, so, what do you mean? I smiled and said, Sister Zhao, I know that you used to be a deputy prison warden and were implicated because of Dr. Chi's sacrifice, so I'm sure you'd love to get credit for it and return to your old position, right? She listened to my words, and then reached out to pull my ears, but, this time, did not force, but with a few playful mentality to pull. I also cooperate with the cooperation. She pretended to be dissatisfied and said, you're tempting me, aren't you? At such a young age, you don't have any other skills, but you are good at these crooked ways. Sister Zhao, it's all about serving the people. Win-win cooperation, isn't it? I said with a smooth tongue. After hearing this, she let out a giggle, and then said with disgust, I haven't had a lot of lessons with political commissar Lon. This smooth little mouth, the words that come out of it are all a blue accent, which makes people hate it so much. Although she said so, however, smiled quite brightly, guessing that in her heart, she hated the blue political commissar's set, but, for the actual benefits, she still valued it. I smiled and said, this case has reached an important stage. I have probed from Miao Miao's mouth that she has $100 million of drug money. She promised me that as long as the sentence is commuted to a suspended death sentence, she'll tell me the hiding place of her drug money, and I'm sure to make sure that before the trial, I'll get the tangible proofs. So, Sister Zhao, just cooperate with me, and turn around, and when evaluating the merits, I'll surely put your name on it. My words made Joni get serious. She let go of me and contemplated very calmly. I waited quietly, carrying my pants while watching her expression. Seeing her serious look, I was a little apprehensive. If I could handle her, my future days would definitely be much better. Of course, if I couldn't, I wouldn't want to live today. Okay, it's my duty to serve the people. Just as I was apprehensive, Joni immediately agreed to my request. I immediately smiled happily and said, then thank you, Sister Zhao, the people will remember you. She lifted her hand, and smacked me in the mouth. Although it was not forceful, it just looked more like an ambiguity, which made me feel a little scared in my heart. A woman as harsh and domineering as her, having an affair with me? I can't afford it. with me this. Don't be oily, I don't eat this set, Sister Zhao said seriously. When I heard that, I was relieved. I was really a bit afraid that she was going to have an affair with me. Just that strength, it was bigger than Zhou Qing. If she gave me an over-the-shoulder fall, I couldn't afford it, I hurriedly said with a smile. Then, this bottle of corkscrew, I can take it, right? When she heard this, she said seriously, yes, but, I remind you, don't fail again. A good result can make me ignore the process of your case, but a bad result, I will have to blow it out of proportion, so that those who come after you can learn the lessons of your failures in the process of serving the people. Zhou Ni's words made me a little speechless inside. Also a person who is realistic to the bone. She's so realistic, I can't be too nice. This credit is shared a little bit by one person. In the end, I don't know how much will be left. Maybe in the end it's still a collective credit. So, I can't afford to be any less convenient than I should be. Chapter 92. If you want to get in the car first, it's fine with me. I thought about it in my mind for a moment. Previously, it was hard for me to restore my relationship with Ho Jing, so I definitely want to contact and liaise with her, or else I'm sure I'll get divorced, just like Fei Lu and Zhou Shan, who can afford to see their significant other only twice a month. I hurriedly smiled and said, Sister Zhao, you're right. So, Sister Zhao, can I make 2 more conditions with you from my side? You're doing business with me here? Your awareness, it's really low. Want me to give you a political lesson as well? Zhao and I said seriously. I was speechless when I heard it, but I didn't intend to back down, but said, it's also for the case, that is, I hope that in the future when I apply for something, don't make it difficult for me, especially some special items. Of course, Sister Zhao, if you're not good enough to ask, you just have to talk to the people below. The rules in here, I understand. When Joni heard that, she took a deep breath and pointed at me, trying to say something to me, but, in the end, she said in a playful tone, asterisk 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 off. I laughed when I heard her tone, and I knew that she was acquiescing. Okay, I'll roll right away. When I finished, I opened the door to the restroom and walked out. As soon as I went out, I saw several lesbians standing on the wall of the corridor. All of them were full of flirtatious smiles, and they were also judging me, which made me very embarrassed. You don't even want to eat at noon, do you? Then go work overtime and don't take your lunch break at noon. Suddenly, Sister Zhao let out a roar, scaring everyone to rush to pull out their legs and run, but also gave me a fright that made my 2 legs soft, and hurried to run out, but I didn't go. Don't in the stairway, looking at Zhao and I from the toilet to walk out. She came to the door of the claiming room and knocked, and soon I saw the slightly chubby, showy lesbian come out of it. Zhao and I told her, Comrade Chen Shur of the 1st District, take care of it in the future. Apply for items, try to meet, after all, the new comrade, and in the most risky district, we have to practically protect his work needs, to help him through the internship period. Yes, understood. When I heard Zhao Ni's words, my heart was happy. This is the charm of credit. As long as there is credit to be gained, you have to cooperate with me, no matter what you are. I watched Zhao and I go upstairs and hurriedly ran back, looking at Xiaoli who was about to close the door. I hurriedly smiled and said, Sisterly, sisterly. When she heard that, she looked back at me and smiled sweetly at me. She was quite clean looking, her features were delicate, but it was a touch of bitterness. Her body was a bit chubby, but it was just the right amount of plumpness to make her cheeks even more round and full, and she looked easier to hook up with. Body well, it is a little general, not very tall, legs are not very long. However, that waist on the soft mountain is unique for hundreds of years. Perhaps, this is the advantage of microfatted. Chen, what's wrong with you? She asked me curiously. When I heard that, I smiled and asked, can I, go inside and talk? After looking outside and realizing that no one was there, she said, not in principle, but, since Section Chief Zhao said he'd take care of you, you can come in instead. I didn't make it easy on her either. It's a crime to make it easy on her after this relationship has been made. I walked into the section and realized that there were actually 4 surveillance cameras in there, so you could say that it was all-encompassing. I didn't tell her directly what I wanted, but first I got close to her and got to know each other. For me, she knows quite a lot, know my name, section, and even some of the small gossip in the community. I am a little speechless. I did not expect. I just came to 3 days. In the second prison spread out quite a lot of gossip, especially with Wang Yi, but fortunately, after all, it is a prison. It is not so outrageous. I also got to know her. Her name is Li Shi. She is 28 years old. She came here right after graduating from university and has been working for 4 years. I thought that after working for 4 years, she already had a civil service establishment, but who knows? She told me that it is very difficult to get a civil service establishment here, especially the property management section. basically only dry to the position of section chief, can take a civil service establishment? Most of them are career establishment, and she is very miserable, sitting in the claim room every day, fishing for the opportunity to make a merit, after 4 years of work, or contractual labor. Speaking of which, she complained to me, saying that here, paycheck to paycheck can't be spent, career to career can't go up, looking at 30 years old, and still can't find a boyfriend, so she doesn't even want to do it, especially when it comes to the issue of singleness. She can't help but look at me with both eyes, words implying that she wants to be in a relationship with me, and I didn't refuse, so I flirted with her ambiguously, ruffled and ruffled. It cannot help but hot up. I do not begrudge with her have some physical contact, such as ruffling her hair touch her small hand embrace her rich soft waist She was outwardly a bit resistant, but physically honest, and after I left her, she threw herself at me with some loss, just like that. The two talked and laughed and got much closer. Then I struck while the iron was hot, and she proposed to see my cell phone, to which she was very resistant. However, could not resist me softly, coupled with Zhao Ni's explanation, and finally really could not resist me, took me to the staff items preservation room. As soon as I entered the preservation room, I could smell the scent of Frisia on Sister Zhou. I then asked curiously, Sister Li, Sister Zhou from District 2 was here? Hearing my words, she immediately got serious and said, no, the item storage room. No one can enter except the people from the property management section. Don't talk nonsense, I'll have to eat disciplinary action later. When I heard that, I just shrugged my shoulders, which was odd, but it didn't matter. Soon, she brought me my cell phone. I couldn't wait to open it. She immediately warned me that I couldn't make any phone calls or upload anything out. I could only browse through the messages. I nodded and hurriedly opened the flight mode and entered WeChat. I thought Ho Jing would send me a message, but it turned out that there was no. I clicked on her circle of friends. Not only did she not update it, but instead, she deleted everything that she had sent before. In my heart, I feel pretty good that this means her marriage to that fat ass is off. I then rushed to check the call logs. I heard my cell phone ringing and wondered who had called me. But, after looking around, I realized that no one had called me at all. This is very strange to me. I heard it. I hurriedly asked Li, Sister Li, before you, did you hear a phone ringing? No, we're on principle. Our cell phones are on flight mode, she said. When I heard that, I was speechless for a moment. And yes, it was indeed flight mode. Was I really hallucinating? She hurriedly said, it's going to be lunch break. I have to lock the door or I'll violate the discipline. I nodded and smiled. Okay, so, cell phone, can I take it back to my dorm? When she heard that, she hurriedly snatched the cell phone out of my hand, and then gently pulled my ear, saying fearfully, of course not, I'll be fired. And when that happens, you'll support me? With that, she hurriedly put my phone back into airplane mode and locked it into the cabinet. I grinned and said, okay, I'll keep you. I was just joking with her. But, who knows, she actually took it seriously. With eyes full of longing, he told me, Xiao Chen, I'm serious. When the shift is over, we'll get the license. Of course, if you want to get on the bus first, I don't see a problem with that either. Chapter 93, didn't hold his farts. Her comment about getting on the bus before making up the ticket gave me pause, and I couldn't help but look her up and down. She wasn't embarrassed either. Instead, she even ruffled her short hair and looked at me with genuine eyes. I felt a little guilty, thinking, flirting with her a little too much, making her take it all seriously. I hurriedly said, that, I have a girlfriend. Hearing my words, she looked indifferent, smiled and said to me, it's okay, as long as you work in the second prison, you will score sooner or later. Like our former section chief your section chief there are many big leaders, all divorced. This place cannot go home twice a month. The iron love will have to be scattered. When I heard that, I was a bit speechless. What she said, I really believe. After all, there are too many previous mistakes. I am just worried that Ho Jing waited for me for too long and couldn't stand the wait anymore, and then fell out with me. So, that's why I looked for a relationship to get a cell phone. Seeing my worried expression, she was more relaxed and wrapped her arms around me in her embrace, daintily told me, so, I told you, first on the train, after the ticket, do not see me not the second prison the most beautiful, but, people have their own advantages. When she finished speaking, she puffed out her chest and raised her head, and I immediately felt the power of that soft mountain and sea of cotton, and I have to say that she had a real advantage. Watching me blush, she then smiled and said, when you get on the car, you will be able to know how good people are. It just so happens that I have a public holiday that I haven't taken off yet, and you also have a double holiday, right? Let's make an appointment. Turn back to the South Border Hot Spring Hotel to try the car. When she finished, she lowered her head shyly, but soon looked at me with winking eyes, anticipating my response. I hurriedly wrenched my arm away and said anxiously, "What's that? I've been particularly busy lately. I don't have the time, or else, I'll talk about it when I have the time." Hearing my words, she giggled a little, said, "Also, have to compare three. You this kind of meat and potatoes, surely snatched to be. Sister Wang's conditions are certainly better than me. There are so many big leaders, but Xiao Chen listen to sister. Never mind how good others. More comparison. Do not suffer losses." I looked at her shy expression, but there was confidence in her eyes, and I couldn't help but gulp as I looked at her soft, slightly chubby mountain. Indeed, she had the principle of confidence. However, I didn't dare to flirt anymore, and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you sisterly. I still have something on my side. I'll leave first. Come on, I'll give you a ride," sisterly said. She didn't pester me and sent me straight to the door, casting a wink at me, not skimping on her flavor at all. I fled the office in a hurry, so speechless. This prison not only kept the prisoners horny, but also kept the normal people very horny, which made me a little speechless inside. I really don't know whether I came to the prison, or the daughter country. However, my mind was always on Ho Jing outside. There's no reason for that. I really heard my cell phone ringing. Could it really be that I've been hallucinating from all the anxiety and stress I've been under lately? I smacked my head twice breathlessly to clear my head. I sighed helplessly and without much thought. I hurriedly left the property management section with the corkscrew and jogged all the way to the cafeteria. When I got to the cafeteria, I could see Sister Shin from District 1 and other guards frisking and checking people who had finished eating and left the cafeteria, and waiting inmates singing reform songs while they waited. I looked at Zhou Yanhong who was also inside. I gave her a wink and she nodded at me in response. The two of us don't communicate much either. Soon, Sister Shin finished her search and led the people in District 1 back to the prison area, and at this time Zhou Yanhong went to find Sister Shin. "I'm applying to go have a smoke. Holding it in for 3 days is killing me," Zhou Yanhong requested. "Look at your vest. You're a strict disciplinarian now, and you want to go smoking? Return to the line for me," Sister Shin said sternly. When I heard it, I was anxious. I didn't realize that Zhou Yanhong was under strict control, which if I couldn't go to the smoking room, I was in trouble again. I hurriedly walked up and said with a smile, "Sister Shin, she's been locked up for 3 days. She's under a lot of pressure. Let her go have a smoke. Otherwise it's not good for her physical and mental health, and I'm afraid she'll fight again when she gets annoyed." When Sister Shin heard this, she said angrily, "Then lock her up again, for 7 days, 14 days, until she's honest." I was extremely speechless when I heard it. Let her go before she interferes with the afternoon's labor. Just when I was anxious, I heard Wang Yi's words, and I immediately looked at her, grateful in my heart, but she walked past me with a cold face. I knew in my heart that she was angry with me, but, nevertheless, went along with my actions. I'm not going to do it on purpose, it's just that I can't explain it now. I hurriedly gave Zhou Yanhong a wink, and she didn't nag, going directly toward the smoking room. I pulled out my cigarettes straight away, drew one out, and while she was walking over to me, I offered her the cigarette, and in the process, handed her the corkscrew. She took it with sophistication and slipped the corkscrew into her pants in one smooth motion, then gave me a wink and trotted off all the way toward the smoking room. I looked around and was relieved that no one was paying attention to me as I headed towards the cafeteria. After a busy morning, I was also half-starved and rushed into the cafeteria. The cafeteria was deserted, with only the cafeteria staff left to clean up the remnants. So I hurried to the internal staff cafeteria on the second floor and took my meal card to get my meal. Since I was late and there were only leftovers, I had to just beat some to deal with some. After typing up my meal, I sat down and gobbled it up. I had just taken 2 mouthfuls of rice when I saw Zhaoing also coming in a hurry with her meal card. I hurriedly waved towards her. I thought she had come to eat and was having good news. She saw me waving and didn't bother to go up to get her food. She trotted all the way over and sat down. I asked expectantly, "Did you find it?" "No, I've turned the entire second district upside down and searched all the inmates inside and out, but I just can't find it," Zhaoing said eagerly. When I heard that, I was very speechless and asked, "So, then you can still eat?" "You." Zhaoing is very speechless, angry that sweet face, our hair bit her up, then complained and my waist pulled a bit, to me pain straight sweat. "You can really?" I would have been in a hurry. I originally did not want to eat. Sister Zhou told me, "Do not eat full, how to have the strength to find?" Hardly let me come to eat. It was hard for me to convince myself to come and have a bite. "And you're still lecturing me?" Zhaoing complained. When he finished, his little mouth pouted and tears came down. I watched her get all teary-eyed with impatience, and I could just tell that she was definitely messed up inside. I then did not tease her, hurriedly lowered my head and whispered to her. I made a deal with a certain cell head in our first district, and let her help to find it. "You don't have to worry too much. You just follow the normal working day to make arrangements. When she heard what I said, she was excited and scared, and asked me, can it be done? Is it against the principle? I scared and whispered, the principle is in our hands, so if we get it back, everything will be fine. As for the investigation work behind, wait until we get it back, isn't it? Hearing my words, Zhaoying bit her red lips and pondered for a moment before nodding. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around me and said gratefully, if, indeed, you help me get it back, I'll treat you to a business K. At that time, I'll thank you properly. I'm kinda helpless when I look at her intimate behavior, ambiguous eyes, and seductive demeanor. Outside, the dogs dislike me. In here, anyone comes to tempt me. I was just about to flirt with her when I suddenly saw Zhou Qing walking over with her dinner plate straight and cool. I looked at the upturned corners of her mouth, the smirk on her face, and I knew that she wasn't holding her farts. Sure enough, as soon as he sat down, he said with a straight face, don't tempt him, he has male dysfunction. Chapter 94, Making a False Move. I was angry and ashamed to hear it. I hurriedly looked at Zhaoying, and sure enough, she looked up towards my brother with strange eyes, an extremely unbelievable look on her face. When I looked over at Zhou Qing's theatrically smug expression, I became angry and threw the chopsticks in my hand onto the dinner plate. I said angrily, are you sick? Can you have some modesty? How can you just leak other people's privacy out? Have you ever had any respect for me? You won't really. Zhaoying looked at me anxiously. Seeing Zhao Ying's anxious appearance, Zhou Qing let out a giggle. That laughter was full of mockery. I didn't know if she was mocking me or who she was mocking. Anyway, I'm all fired up. I just pick up my dinner plate and throw it in the recycling bin. I'm not eating lol, the gas is gone. I hurriedly left the cafeteria and just wanted to turn around and admonish Zhaoying, but as a result, she was exchanging words with Zhou Qing, presumably still talking about my side of the story. I was so angry I turned my head. She's not worried about her future. I'm not worried about anything. We'll get out of here together. I huffed and puffed myself out of the cafeteria and headed back to my apartment for my lunch break. Back in the apartment, as soon as I opened the door, I saw Sister Wang sitting on the sofa. Her face was gloomy. She looked back at me and didn't say anything. I know she's angry. I hurriedly said, yo, Sister Wang, you're back. Wangy still didn't pay any attention to me. I know she's mad at me, and I'm not in a position to explain right now, so I don't say much and go straight to my house. Ready for a nap. Stop. Wangy suddenly chided me. I was a little surprised in my heart and looked back at Wangy, asking, what's wrong Sister Wang? What's going on? Do you have any idea how much of a consequence a bottle of corkscrew can cause if it is circulated privately in a prison? If someone uses it to commit a crime, do you know how much trouble it will cause? There was once someone who used corkscrew to enslave other prisoners, causing the enslaved prisoner to be so psychologically pressurized that he ended up committing suicide. Do you have any idea how serious a consequence this is? Wangy said sternly. When I heard Wang Yi's words, my heart was also a little shocked. I didn't expect that this bottle of corkscrew could still take someone's life. I looked at Wang Yi somewhat sheepishly. I didn't realize that she knew all about it. I was so weak in my heart that I put my hands in my pockets and looked at the floor, not knowing what to say to Wang Yi. What are you hiding from me? What are you not telling me? Why don't you trust me? Wang Yi was furious. I listened to her tone with a few sobs, and I blamed myself so much that I knew that she was really angry and on the verge of tears, but I really can't tell her. With that, I muttered, don't you also have something to hide from me? Hearing my words, Wang Yi was so angry that she immediately stood up from the sofa. I looked at her. I was a little scared. I thought she was going to hit me, but as a result, I saw the tears in her eyes, one by one, falling down, very aggrieved. I felt a bit overwhelmed and rushed over to hug her, trying to comfort her. I was just about to comfort her, but she said to me in an extremely aggravated manner, I'm hiding something from you? What is it? Tell me clearly. What exactly is it that I should have told you but didn't? When I heard that, I rushed to say, I just blurted it out. No, not casually. You must have a stigma in your heart. It must be made clear, no matter if it's in public or private. I can't let you have this stigma against me. It must be made clear. Wang Yi seriously said. When I heard that, I regretted that I had known not to provoke her, so much so, that now the two of us had made our relationship so stiff. So, I could only complain. Sister Lu said that you have something to hide from me, and I saw that she was busy today in a somewhat unusual way, so I asked, and she said that you know the most clearly, but did not tell me. When Wang Yi heard this, she became even more aggravated. She said, I see, it's about the meeting, isn't it? Then I'll tell you now. The above sent a notice, has drawn up a list of the new warden. Soon the new warden will come to serve. On this matter, this is something that the section chiefs as well as all the major prison district chiefs know about. Definitely not something that I alone know about. do you think that? Personnel appointments of this kind, I need to, and have to, tell you about it? After Wang Yi finished, she looked at me seriously, those eyes were aggravated, red, and tears kept flowing, which made my heart anxious. I hated Fei Lu to death in my heart. I knew she was stirring up trouble and destroying my relationship with Wang Yi. This personnel appointment thing isn't exactly a big secret, is it? Sooner or later, it will be announced. Besides, is it necessary for me, a trainee, to know such things? It's no big deal if Wang Yi doesn't say anything. I'm sorry, Sister Wang. I'm sorry. I was provoked by Fei Lu. I'm sorry. I hurriedly apologized. Hearing me apologize, Wang Yi cried even harder and more aggrieved. She kept her head down and kept sobbing, like a little girl who couldn't be coaxed, and I was so anxious that I was sweating all over. Hey, I told you, that girl Zhaoing, why is she so crybaby? Feelings, all taught by one master, giving me no choice but to be anxious. I immediately took Wang Yi in my arms and made a dim move. I forcefully kissed her red lips. She was very surprised at my kiss, and looked at me in dismay, but did not resist, except, with the same stubbornness in her eyes. When I looked at her stubborn eyes, I was even more afraid in my heart. If I don't coax her well today, the stigma between the two of us must be even deeper. So I hurriedly kissed her more vigorously. Finally, with my tireless efforts, the stubborn Wang Yi finally loosened up. She didn't know if it was because of shyness, or why, but those stubborn eyes closed, and her stubborn expression, gradually as if it had melted and frozen, began to soften. A thrill went through me, so I pushed harder, got into it, and she got softer, and finally, collapsed into my arms, and I held her tightly, lingering with her. Although, I know it's not right, there's nothing I can do about it. Soon, both of us entered the stage of moving, and I did not restrain myself from releasing my inner apologies and tenderness to the fullest. In this way, to apologize to her, she seemed to accept it, but, also gradually came to her senses, and then, with extreme restraint, she drew away from kissing me, and after opening her eyes, she pursed her lips very shyly, with some tangled feeling of wanting to say something, but, eventually, shyly, he asked, "You cured it?" When I heard this, I was a bit surprised. I didn't expect Wang Yi to ask this, but it also meant that she forgave me to a certain extent. I hurriedly nodded and smiled. Cured. When she saw me smile, her face boarded up again and her eyes became even more intense, so I hurriedly put away my smile and continued to kiss her. However, she immediately gagged me and said seriously, "Xiao Chen, this is not the way to solve the problem. I don't like it. I want you to be honest with me and tell me what exactly you are hiding from me." When I heard that, I got stressed out and said in a serious tone, "I'm trying to protect you by not telling you." When she heard my words, she was even more surprised and said anxiously, "Xiao Chen, sis really likes you, so sis can't harm you. Sis has to be honest with you. You don't have the ability to be able to protect me yet. Don't ever think that, if I don't know what's going on, that I'm being protected. I'm your helpmeet, and I'm more guilty of not knowing about the wrong you've done. So for your own good, and for my sake, you have to say it, too, and will you say it with me, or with Commissar Blue?" I was speechless when I heard her, but she was right. I knew that there was no way to hide this any longer, and it was something that I didn't want to get out to Commissar Lon. So, all I could do was say stiffly, "I went to Ward 2 to help deliver a pig and lost a large needle." Chapter 95, Suspension and Cooperation with the Investigation. My words caused Wang Yi's already worried eyes to widen in an instant, and she immediately covered her mouth with her hand as she looked at me incredulously. I knew, by the look on her face, how serious this was. I hurriedly explained, "It wasn't me who lost it. After I injected the pig, I gave it to Zhaoing. She kept it the whole time, and lost it, but also lost it later. It has little to do with me." When Wang Yi heard this, she pinched the bridge of her nose with a headache, and I hurriedly put my arm around her and said, "Sister Wang, this matter, it really doesn't have much to do with me, and besides, Zhaoing also said that she took responsibility. Then why not report it? You're confused. She's also confused. You're all confused. This is concealing a fault. It's to be punished severely and severely. That Xiao Zhao, really." Wang Yi was so angry that she stomped her feet. I hurriedly held her close to me to keep her from being so anxious, and I hurriedly said, "Isn't this a 24-hour period? As long as we find it, it's not a problem to write a report to pursue it. That way, everyone's in less trouble." Wang Yi looked at me in surprise and told me, "So, that's why you made a deal with the prisoner with the corkscrew?" I nodded, said, "Blue Sister taught me well. Do people to be smooth? In my opinion, things have come out, and then say the other, is not helpful, not as good as the first to use all means to get things back. I'm certainly not afraid of how much responsibility I bear. My big deal is to go away. Xiao Zhao, she is not your sister well, and, if she bears all the responsibility, estimated that, I'm not afraid of how much responsibility I'll have to take, but I'll just walk away. You're quite righteous, aren't you? Wang Yi asked me in exasperation. I immediately asked her, is it bad to be righteous? For my rhetorical question, Wang Yi chi dao hair laughing up. I hurriedly hold her face, kiss her red lips again. She did not resist, refused, but also did not respond to me. Just let me do useless efforts. I hurriedly begged. Sister Wang, just give us some time. Within the stipulated time. If we don't find it, we will report it without you saying anything. Wang Yi looked at me breathlessly with a torn expression, and I hurriedly embraced her without giving her a moment to consider. Under my embracing kiss, Wang Yi once again sank down and went limp in my arms as I embraced her and sat on the sofa, lingering with her. Soon, she was powerless to resist, but hammered my chest with her fists. The pink, powerless fists that hammered my mind. Don't be too nice. You have a girlfriend. We can't have a bad relationship. Wang Yi begged for mercy. After I heard this, I also hurriedly stopped, but when I really stopped, Wang Yi's eyes looking at me were again filled with loss and sorrow. I know she likes me, but the more she liked it, the more she restrained herself, because she knew that if we had a bad relationship, it would only harm each other. I hurriedly begged, my good sister, give us some time, okay? I beg you? Wang Yi was speechless for a while. Those crying red eyes looked at me with a feeling that she couldn't do anything about it. She bit her lips as if she was making a very difficult decision. But soon, she told me, if I don't get it back by 10 p.m., I'll have to report it. When I heard this, I was thrilled, and very hurriedly took Wang Yi in my arms. She was so good to me, even bottomless and unprincipled. This kind of goodness touches my heart extremely. Buzz. Suddenly, a strong and piercing siren suddenly came out. A whistling sound that came from no reason, causing both Wang Yi and I to be startled. I hurriedly climbed up from the sofa, and before I could say anything, I watched Wang Yi nervously organizing her clothes, grooming herself, anxiously looking in the mirror, and then hurriedly going out. When I looked at her anxious expression, I knew in my heart that something must have happened in the prison area, but how could something happen suddenly for no reason at all? I hurriedly went to the window and looked towards the prison area, but it was too far away, and there was the administration building blocking it, so I couldn't see clearly what was happening over there. I hurriedly asked Wang Yi, Sister Wang, what's the situation? Wang Yi told me, Red Level 1 alert. Something big has happened in the cell block. Go to the cell block. After Wang Yi finished speaking, he opened the door and went out anxiously, and I hurriedly followed him out, my heart in a state of confusion and panic. Wang Yi and I pressed the elevator as hard as we could, but maybe there were too many people using the elevator, so it never came down, and Wang Yi hurriedly took me to the stairs. As soon as I arrived at the stairway, I realized that many of the other female prison guards had come down from the upper floors in droves, all in a hurry as well, some of them coming down without even putting on their clothes. Soon, the stairwell formed a large army, whether it is a lunch break or shift, all rushed down, estimated that there are 100 or 10 people. That battle, all gave me a silly look. I still saw the first time such a spectacular picture, with the military training time as a comparison, but such a spectacular procession made me realize that something was very serious. Soon, I followed Wang Yi and ran wildly all the way to the entrance of the administration building, and I watched as Political Commissar Lan personally commanded the team at the entrance of the administration building, and soon, 110 people formed 10 queues, 10 people in each queue. After the formation of the queue, Lan Yan handed over the command to the district chiefs of the major prison districts. I stood by in a daze, panicked and dry-mouthed, praying that it wouldn't be me that was the one who had lost the plot. Sector 1, Sector 2, stand by. All other prison districts, all depart Sector 2, cordon off all areas of Sector 2, conduct a carpet search, search items, 16 by 45 syringe needles, depart. My entire body exploded when I heard Sister Blue's stern order. It's true that what you fear comes to you. I'm still losing my. I immediately looked at Zhao Ying, who also froze in place in a daze, and soon, cast a glance at me with the same intense suspicion in her eyes. That lets me know that it wasn't her who reported it. So who reported this, then? I looked at Sister Wang, she also froze in place, looking at me with an expression that was filled with worry. I felt very guilty inside. I knew that in the end, I had dragged her down with me. Ying Zhao, suspended and referred to the detective section for review. When I heard Lan Yan's words, my heart became even more fearful. The sweat on my face, layer after layer. I looked sympathetically at Zhao Ying, and she also looked at me helplessly. But, her eyes quickly became firm. I knew that she would carry everything off, but it just made me extra upset inside. Who the reported it? I really hate it in my heart. If I get caught, I will. Wang Yi, suspended. I was very anxious when I heard Sister Lan's words, and I was just about to speak when I suddenly heard Wang Yi respond loudly. Yes, Obey orders. After saying that, Wang Yi looked at me sternly, and then, shook his head at me, not allowing me to say anything. I looked into her determined eyes and held my tongue inside. Yes, I was, at the moment, incapable of protecting her. Shan Sher. Suddenly, I heard Lan Yen call out my name. I immediately shivered in my heart, and hurriedly looked at Lan Yen. I saw the hatred in her eyes, and it was hard to feel in my heart. I know, she is an excellent leader, but, I let her down. Suspend and cooperate with the detective section investigation. Chapter 96, Interrogation. Lan Yan's tone wasn't as harsh as it was towards Xiaoying, but, it made me even more ashamed. She must have had high expectations of me, and I, on the other hand, kept stirring up trouble. At this time, Chief Su of the investigation section came over and said to me seriously, "Go away, young man." When I heard that, I sighed breathlessly, and after giving Sister Wang a guilty look, I could only follow that section Chief Su dutifully to the investigation section. The investigation section was on the right side of the administration building, a separate office building, and that section Chief Su left me alone after he brought me into the interrogation room. Just leave me sitting alone in a cold interrogation room. This made me especially anxious and uneasy inside, not knowing what was going to happen next. What would be the bad outcome? I tried hard to keep my mind from wandering, but that's the thing about people. After getting into trouble and being left alone, it's hard not to wander if you want to. I'm not worried about my outcome though. Big deal is expulsion. The worst is just being disliked by Ho Jing's father and falling out with Ho Jing again. Just going back to square one. No big deal. I'm still most worried about Sister Wang. I don't know. Will she be dragged down by me? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Who the hell spilled the beans on this? Not Ying Zhao. Susan Chow? Is that her? I'm not sure. When I get out, I'm going to ask. Now, I finally understood the gold content of Fei Lu's words. This prison, backstabbers abound. You're going to get stabbed if you're not careful. While I was rambling, the door to the interrogation room opened. That section Chief Su walked in with a smile on his face. I hurriedly had to stand up, but she was very modest and patted me on the shoulder and told me, "Don't be nervous, relax, sit down, you sit down." With that, he forced me down. I looked at her uneasily. She was smiling, took out a cigarette and gave it to me. I hurriedly said, "1 tea, smoke it." "Hey," said no formalities. "Smoke," she said forcefully, her attitude. I was quite surprised. I cannot help it in my heart. I had to obey her request. The cigarette took over. She gave me a light. I borrowed the fire to smoke a couple of mouths. She then walked back and sat across from me, not rushing to ask me anything, and I couldn't help but eye her suspiciously. She looks quite standard. In her early 30s, her features are exquisite, especially her eyes, bright and godly, feeling like a cat. Her nose is straight, her lips are plump, and when she smiles, that pair of dimples is unforgettable. On her face, I see the perfect combination of the softness of an Oriental woman and the three-dimensionality of a Western woman. Body, well, it is difficult to say. A big straight board, tall and thin, not much capital. And she kind of fat girl compared to her simply a little malnourished, underdeveloped. Looks like more like a white young thin type of girl. Those who like it will definitely be fascinated by girls with this kind of figure. However, I am not into this kind. I still prefer the kind of slightly fat figure of Li Shi. If I find this kind of woman to give birth to a child, I'm worried that after giving birth, the child won't be able to tell the difference between positive and negative. However, I won't believe that she is a soft woman. To be able to be the head of the investigation section, without some strength, the ghosts don't believe it. Moreover, I even think that in the whole prison, she should be the most terrifying. After all, it's not possible to do investigation without means. At my gawking, she smiled confidently and said, "Little Chen, you don't know what my name is yet, do you?" I nodded. She then said, "I'm Su Ning, this year, 35, quite a bit older than you. You call me Sister Su." When I heard her polite words, I hurriedly said, "Sister Su." She smiled, satisfied, and then said, "I've been working in the detective section for 10 years, and I came here as soon as I graduated. So listen to my sister, when you work in a prison, you have to be honest, and what kind of life those inmates lead, I'm sure, you've already had a sense of that." With those 3 words, she's got me all upset inside. I hurriedly said, "I just went to help deliver the pig." After I gave the pig an injection, the things were handed over to Zhaoying. This matter, it really doesn't have much to do with me. If anything, it's just that I deserved the bad luck. I shouldn't have been a good person to help out. If this is how I was given a disciplinary action, I'd admit to it, and I'd accept the dismissal. When she heard this, she smiled bashfully and said, "Don't be nervous, I believe what you said, and don't you move to expel or not. We are all women in the second prison. It's hard to come to a big man, and so handsome, who can bear to expel you. When she finished, she threw a wink at me. I was a little surprised when I heard that. I didn't expect that. She said the same thing, but I wouldn't dare to think otherwise. That's her interrogation routine. It's not really necessary. I'm sure I'll take my pants off and tell her all about whatever she wants to know. Sure enough, she then smiled and asked me, who else knows about this? I knew that she set me up. I hurriedly said, Joe Sean. When the accident happened, we have searched each other in the 2nd district, but strange, the things are not in her in Jiaoying, so we suspected that it was lost in the production workshop, and we thought, there are still 24 hours before returning it. So, I wanted to try and see if I could get it back in the time it took to return it, but as a result, it was only noon, and it was reported. Sister Sue, can you say who reported it? After hearing this, she laughed and said, you kid, quite slippery I interrogate you. You still want to know from my mouth who reported you die this heart. When I heard that, I hung my head. She then said, the prison rules and regulations think too simple. Something happened, the first time to report, even if you cannot find, at most, is to be punished, but, you hide fault that is the crime of a +1, even if it is found, but also from the heavy punishment, would not have been a big thing? You make so much trouble. You is too young, inexperienced. I'm also speechless as to why I was thinking about getting my stuff back. It would have been nice if I hadn't gotten involved. It wouldn't have had much to do with me in the first place, but wouldn't Jiaoying be in deep if I hadn't gotten involved? After that, how can I be a human being? The whole prison will know I'm not righteous, right? See my chagrin, Sue's sister said with a smile. You are also quite righteous. Sue's sister in fact quite admire you these righteous people. A lot of inmates mouth the word of righteousness on the side of the mouth. But, into our interrogation room, the 3 stick down. What all confessed? A mouth as she wants me to do it. I don't know anything, I'm also a victim of the. When she finished, she laughed at the very ridiculousness of it. I was speechless when I heard her laugh. What does this mean? You want to beat me up? That's not necessary at all, is it? I've confessed everything. Seeing my nervousness, she immediately sked. A face of self-condemnation of people look, hurriedly told me, Xiao Chana, do not be afraid, sister will not hit you. You can rest assured that we have rules and regulations. When I heard that, I smoked breathlessly. I believe you? I'll be damned if I believe you. Seeing me stifling my smoke, she smiled again and asked me rather flirtatiously, Little Chen. Sis, how's it treating you? When I heard that, I was surprised. What did she mean? Is she going to have an affair with me? I hurriedly said, it's quite good, much better than I thought. I thought it would be like the interrogation in the legal news, but I didn't realize. It's just like chatting. After hearing this, she smiled with satisfaction and then said, Xiao Chen sis is good for you. You are a righteous person. Sis is now also stuck in the position of the section chief of this level does not go up and down for many years. Can you help sis to go up a go? When I heard that, I was surprised and asked, what can I do for you? I'm an intern. When I finished, she became serious and said very sternly, tell me about the progress of Miao Miao's case. Chapter 97, this bitch is a tiger. As soon as I heard it, my heart thumped and I was so weak. I also did not expect that she would actually ask me about Miao Miao's case. I was quite speechless. Miao Miao really became a monk's meat, who all want to eat a bite, and I, too, am going to be a tuba. Sister Blue had explained that things are done in secret, and as a result, now it's messed up for everyone to know. I'm really quite depressed. Seeing my depressed expression, Su Ning smiled and came over, sitting next to me and snuggling so close to me that I felt a little nervous. She put her arm around my shoulder and told me, don't be nervous, let's just talk. At this time, I feel like meat on a chopping board. Her words are knives. Feeling, at any time will be a knife chopped down. Let me broken bones. It's a wonder I'm not nervous. I smiled and said, Sister Sue, this matter, there is nothing to say. She laughed and said, you're new here. You don't know much about prisons yet. Do you know what our detective section does? I immediately said, isn't that what detecting cases in prison is all about? Yeah, we are the ones who specialize in investigating cases in prisons. So we are professionals. You share your case process with me, it will only help you. So why would you hide it from a professional? Sister Sue was skeptical. When I heard that, I was speechless. She was right. They were the professionals, and I, the amateur, looked for them to work with me as the way out. Why do I feel, though, that I'm just being set up? Humph. Last time, the property management section wants to investigate you. I know, you young man, must have action. That syringe and the things, we all know. Small Chana, this thing, I did not file a case against you to investigate. Already is a net. If you, and then do not tell me the truth. It is very dangerous. Sister Sue smiled and said, when I heard that, I became very helpless. It's true that every person in this prison comes with their own detection abilities, and when I make a little move, no one can hide it. With that, I could only say helplessly, "What's that?" "That's a fake. I made it with egg whites and used it to gain Miao Miao's trust. I was forced to do this." "Sister Sue, if you think it's against the rules, you can file a case against me. I'm broken anyway." When I finished, I dropped my cigarette on the ground and stomped on it twice, followed by a sneaky glance at her look, and the panic in me was killing me. If she does build a case against me, then I'm really dead. Two things together, I have no reason to live. However, I could see in her eyes that she didn't look like she was going to lay a death sentence on me, but instead had a few moments of admiration. She complimented, "You can actually came up with using eggs to make out that thing. Really is a high talent student. We break our head, also cannot think of this way. When I heard that, I was relieved and hurriedly smiled and said, "I also heard it from someone else who suggested it." "Who?" Sister Sue asked coldly. As soon as I heard that, I panicked. It can't be. It's a setup, right? A setup for the people I'm in cahoots with? I screamed in my heart and looked at Sister Sue. Her face was tight and very serious, waiting for me to speak. I knew it was over and hurriedly said, "No one is. I saw it online." She wrapped her arm around me, grabbed my ear, and gently tugged it twice. "Flirting? Looks like you're really not being honest. You want me to get on the baton?" When I heard this, I gulped in fear and hurriedly said, "No, Sister Sue, don't bring this. You set me up. I'm saving you. Speak quickly," Su Ning said seriously. When I heard that, I was very upset. Is this still a bit human? Is this still humane? "I won't say anything. You can do what you like. I'll admit to going on the baton," I said forcefully. When she heard that, she laughed and said, "Aren't those two people around you? A Wang Yi and a Zhou Cheng. Who else could there be?" When I heard that, I became very agonized and hurriedly begged, "Don't involve them, okay? I'll take it on myself." Su Ning sighed, patted me on the shoulder, and said, "Sister Lan has given you her endorsement. Do I dare expand? I just want to tell you that for things like solving cases, our investigation section is specialized, and if you want to cooperate, it's best to look for us to do so." Although Wang Yi was excellent, but she wasn't professional. Her ability only existed in dealing with supervisory affairs. Zhou Qing was even worse, a second-generation lady. What could she do? That guy's up, clueless. The three of you together will just be chicken and egg, as exemplified by the last time you were out in the field. I was relieved to hear her words. Yes, Sister Lan has endorsed us. What am I afraid of? Su Ning smiled, patted me on the shoulder, and said, "Regarding Miao Miao's case, in the future, directly, comprehensively report to me. We work together, in order to get twice the result with half the effort." I listened and thought the same thing. When she saw that I was nodding, she urged, "So, tell me." When I heard her kind words, my heart was very conflicted. I really don't want to make this case known to everyone. Of course, in the end, the credit has to be divided into bits and pieces. While I was hesitating, I heard a knock on the door, and Su Ning hurriedly let go of me and said, "Come in." The door opened, and when I saw that it was Zhou Qing who came in, I felt strange. What's she doing here? How can she just enter the interrogation room? "Yo, Xiao Zhou, what are you doing here?" Su Ning asked. Zhou Qing said with a smile, "The thing made quite a big fuss. My leadership asked me to come over, to give you guys do a little guidance work. I said that you have experience in the investigation section. Originally did not want to come, but there is no way. My leadership must want me to come. Sister Sue, do not you care, just pretend that I do not exist." Su Ning laughed, then stood up, patted my shoulder and said with a sigh, "Come on, what's the point of pretending? He's all accounted for. You're here to ask for information, right?" When I hurriedly looked at Zhou Qing. I was anxious. I did not explain anything at all. It is her own speculation. This is fraud, Zhou Qing it. Zhou Qing's face was also serious. Cold Eyes said, "Yo, Sister Sue, you're great. What are you going to do? Are you going to report me to my leader? Or, you want to directly put me into custody? A trial? I was speechless when I heard that. How could she be so stupid? Nah, she was set up. I didn't even say anything, but I couldn't be bothered to remind her. Just as my heart was racing, Sister Sue smiled gently and drew out a cigarette to hand it to Zhou Qing. In a particularly smooth manner, he said, "Who dares to detain you? You're a golden young lady. It's too late to flatter you." With that, he lit a fire for Zhou Qing, but Zhou Qing didn't take the fire and pushed Su Ning's hand away. Then Hegemony said, "Do not dare to move me. Do not say nonsense. People, since you have finished the trial, I want to take away, do a little administrative work." After saying that, she pulled me up and took me directly, arrogantly away from Su Ning's face. My heart exploded as I looked at Zhou Qing's back. I thought to myself, This is a ING tiger. Chapter 98, it's done. And it's the only way to do it. Hey, have you Zhou Qing ever put our detective section in your eyes? You leave the people behind. When I heard the extremely disgruntled words coming from Su Ning, I looked at Zhou Chang worriedly, wondering if she could carry Su Ning's pressure. However, Zhou Qing didn't even bother with her, and directly pulled me, walking out from a kind of crowd in the scouting section. Su Ning chased her all the way out, angrily rebuking, Zhou Qing, stop right there. Do you really think that the second prison is run by your family? Do you have any organizational discipline? Zhou Qing pointed to the administrative building and said, the political commissar's office is on the 6th floor, the head of the prison section's office is on the 3rd floor, and there is a municipal party committee whistleblower mailbox on the 1st floor. So if you think that I'm going to do a popularization of prisons that doesn't conform to the norms in the prison section, you'll go and sue me. After Zhou Qing finished speaking, she once again pulled me away in a domineering manner, and my heart thumped, thinking that although this had no sense of decency, she was, however, really righteous and domineering. I looked back behind me. Su Ning and all the people in the investigation section are standing in the doorway of the investigation section. All the faces have the word dissatisfaction written on them. Su Ning is even more angry, pinching his waist, pursing his lips, extremely stifled, but, more stifled, more upset. She didn't catch up. When I read it, I got a special feeling in my heart. I followed the exasperated Zhou Qing out of the detective section, and when I got outside, she didn't take me to the office, but instead grabbed me directly to the smoking area and pushed me through the door. Then he scolded, do you have any righteousness? You went in there for a few minutes and you just confessed? I don't think I've hit you. You're such a softie, aren't you? Look at the way you're humiliated. When I heard her scold me, I was very unconvinced and said anxiously, I didn't give you up. She swindled you. I was sweating in a hurry, and I gave you a wink, but you couldn't see it? When Zhou Qing heard this, she looked me up and down and asked me suspiciously, you really didn't give me up? If I give you up, I'm a dog, I said anxiously. When she heard that, she patted my face, and then said in a domineering manner, I'm not afraid if you just give me up. They are used to deal with criminals in the detective section, and we are not criminals. Even if we break the law, we still have to be controlled by the police station outside the prison. It's not their turn to tell us what to do. I heard, then nodded. She said she is not afraid of this, I believe. As for, cannot control me, then I have to weigh up. I am not a second generation of officials. Not so big aura. Zhou Chang drew out a cigarette and threw it to me, and I didn't refuse, hurriedly lighting it and smoking it, then leaning against the wall in depression. The heart felt particularly unlucky. What's going on? Why did the alarm go off all of a sudden? District 1 and 2 have given suspensions, and District 2 is sky high for needles. What have you guys gotten yourselves into? Zhou Chang asked curiously. I held my tongue and said, I went to see Zhou Shan in the 2nd district today to see a male doctor, and just happened to run into a little sow in their 2nd district that was having trouble giving birth. So I was kind enough to go and help, and I needed to use a midwife. So I went to the physical control section and collected one, and everything was fine and going well. As a result, the needle was lost in the end. Such a big thing. If it is reported, Shi Zhaoing is not finished, so we want to hide it first and then go to find it. As a result, I don't know which knows about this, and reported us. Achoo! Zhou Qing suddenly sneezed and I hurriedly asked her, cold? Ah, it might be that I didn't cover the quilt when I slept at noon and caught a bit of a cold. It's all because of you guys. I didn't even have a good nap before the leader pulled me up. Zhou Qing complained. I said in disgust, pull yourself together, and take a nap. You were still eating lunch when I went back. You take a nap. Zhou Qing disgruntledly grabbed my ears and picked me up, and I disgruntledly asked, what's going on? I'm upset. She smiled and glanced at my brother and asked, has it picked up yet? No, I said perfunctorily. Really? Zhou Qing said in disbelief. I said in exasperation, don't believe me? You try? I just finished regretting it. Sure enough, Zhou Qing without saying a word, directly embracing me, pushed me against the wall, caught me as a kiss, and, that hand teasing my hand, is not at all ambiguous, directly a scratch, scratch my heart out. She laughed out loud and pushed me away, saying, little man, still trying to trick me? I squatted down speechlessly, my face reddened to the root of my neck, and said angrily, you're a lesbian, or in the unit, can you have some modesty? There is a monitor above watching it. You are not afraid of others to report you? I am the previous lesson. Don't think you have a handful of dad cover you. You are invincible. Zhou Qing said indifferently, having someone above you is capricious. I was so speechless when I heard that. Yes, it's true that you can be capricious with power, but not me, not Wang Yi, and even less so Zhaoing. I sighed and asked, this matter, will Zhaoing be jacked up? This little girl, she's actually quite cute. Zhou Qing grabbed my ear and said, "You're a real flirt. You don't really like her, do you? Don't forget, you have a girlfriend. We don't allow you to have a relationship in prison." I sked and said, "Can you not be so nasty? It just feels unprovoked and she's a victim, so who wants a prisoner to steal?" Zhou Cheng nodded and said, "In this matter, it's useless for you to complain. Rules and regulations are rules and regulations, and if you violate them, you have to be punished." When I heard that, I smoked in a particularly depressing way. "Hey, you, do you want to save her? I have a way to keep her safe, and with a bit of luck, I can even add a credit or something," Zhou Qing said. As soon as I heard that, I hurriedly stood up. This has a quick brain. Maybe there is really a way. I immediately asked, "What do you have in mind?" "Before, didn't I say that I wanted you to pretend that you'd gotten into trouble and were going to be expelled? To push Miao Miao and speed up our process a bit? You didn't agree. And now, it just so happens that the timing is particularly appropriate, and it makes sense to go at this time," Zhou Qing said. When I heard that, I became particularly speechless and said, "No, what does this have to do with saving Zhaoying? Are you being silly? When the time comes, when the case is solved, you write on the case that in order to move the process forward, you need to arrange an excuse for you to act, and the loss of the needle is the padding you arranged to push the action forward. And when the time comes, won't this fault become a credit? Do you have any brains?" Zhou Qing said in disgust. When I heard Zhou Qing's words, my mouth fell open in shock. How does this think so fast? I hadn't really thought about it. It's a thing that can actually be played like this. But, with great concern, I asked, "No, is this okay? Will people believe it?" Zhou Qing threw her cigarette on the ground with particular disgust, stepped on it fiercely, and said, "As long as you can solve the case, everyone else will have to believe you when you say that the little Su is pregnant with your son." When I heard that, I was especially speechless. She really has no sense of humor. She can say anything. She had a point, though. I took a hard drag on my cigarette and after exhaling the smoke, I dropped the butt on the ground, then said decisively, "Okay, it's done, and it's the only way to do it." Chapter 99, The Look of a Weak Heart. My decision made Zhou Qing disgusted. She slapped me heavily on the shoulder and said in disgust, "Should have done this a long time ago. If you had listened to me, how could you have gotten into so much trouble?" I breathlessly pushed Zhou Qing away and said irritably, "Where's the early knowing? Don't beep at me. Hurry up and get on with business." With that, I hurriedly opened the door to the smoking room and walked out. Zhou Qing also followed me out, and as I walked, I asked her, "How long have I been squatting in the interrogation room? What's the situation outside? Is it convenient for me to see Miao Miao?" Zhou Qing said to me indifferently, "It's not long, just more than 2 hours." Your concubine Wang Yi resumed her position. "This matter, not much to do with her. At most, it is a problem of lack of help. Want to see Miao Miao is still convenient. I heard it is particularly difficult." Said, "Not. What do you mean concubinage? I am very pure with Sister Wang. There is no bad relationship. We live together, but also sleep separately. You this person, not only have no sense of propriety, but also, dirty I found." Zhou Qing smiled indifferently and didn't bother with me. Come with her to Sector 1. When I arrived at the 1st District, I saw that Wang Yi was lecturing the prison guards and corrections officers in the 1st District, lecturing everyone who couldn't raise their heads. Wang Yi's seriousness was completely different from the Wang Yi I knew. For our arrival, Wang Yi also did not take care of, as if he did not see the two of us, and continued to train her words, presumably in his heart. Zhou Qing looked at his wristwatch, said anxiously, "You almost line, but not your 1st District lost something. You caught them training what? Your 1st District's work is done very well. My leadership have praised you. To propaganda department to your 1st District as an example to publicize it. Hurry up to disperse it. There is business." Those prison guards under the sun along with the correctional officers all looked at Zhou Qing gratefully. Wang Yi didn't dwell on it, but said seriously, "All present, at ease, dismissed." After Wang Yi finished speaking, all of them hurriedly carried out the dismissal in an orderly manner and walked into the prison area in a flurry of smoke. Wang Yi then walked up to me and looked at me seriously, a look of self-blame in his eyes, and said, "It's my problem. I didn't fulfill my responsibility as a helping member. You pulled to it. You take him as a prisoner? He's a free and normal person. Whatever he does is his own problem, but you're also blindly worried. What kind of thing is the detective branch? He doesn't know, don't you? The things that happened in our prison, but where it has to go through the investigation section. That's not called a thing, that's called internal digestion. Less rendering sensationalism here. I'm sick of it." Zhou Qing disliked. I listened although speechless, but also quite grateful to Zhou Qing. She said so. I feel better in my heart. I don't want Sister Wang to blame herself too much because of me, because she has already done a good enough job. and it is indeed all my problem. Wang Yi also breathlessly rolled his eyes at Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing hurriedly said, "Alright, now that things have come to this point, there is no room for us to retreat. That little sister of ours has caused a basket this time. If no one fills it for him, she's dead." Zhao Ying, she's really. Wang Yi was also anxious and sweating. Zhou Qing hurriedly said, "Alright, what's the point of you complaining about her now? It's better to patch things up and let her treat us to Shan K. How to find a replacement?" Wang Yi asked anxiously. Zhou Chang whispered, "Don't mind it, just cooperate with our work. Now arrange for Qinshi to meet with Miao Miao for the final process." After Wang Yi heard this, she looked at me anxiously, and just when she wanted to say something, Zhou Chang said in a particularly anxious manner, "I beg you, don't hesitate, okay? Strike while the iron is hot. Hurry up. I'll take the responsibility if something happens, okay?" "I see, okay," I said hurriedly. Zhou Qing immediately looked at me breathlessly, so angry that she clenched her fists so tightly that she wanted to give me a set of military-style fists. I didn't scare her. She said it herself, and she still won't let anyone agree with her? "Alright, stop fooling around and follow me," Wang Yi said decisively. I hurriedly followed Wang Yi. Zhou Qing followed me behind me. All the way, that stern look never left me, looking at me with anxiety. Soon, we passed through the layers of prison area barrier cell doors and entered the interior of the prison area, and Wang Yi directly led us to the single room in the first area. After opening the door, I saw Miao Miao sitting in the dimly lit room, her face full of anxiety. "Outside, what's going on? Why are the alarms going off all of a sudden? What happened?" Miao Miao asked anxiously. "It has nothing to do with you. You are now undergoing a final physical examination. If your body is in the right condition, you must return to the team. If not, you must return to the team as well." Dr. Chen, I hope that there is good news from this examination, Wang Yi seriously said. I nodded and was just about to speak when I heard Zhou Qing shout outside, Wang Yi, Wang Yi." Wang Yi glanced at me, and I hurriedly said, "Go and get busy. They're all old acquaintances. It's no big deal. Just leave it to me." Wang Yi then said, "I'll just be outside to talk about something. Just call me if something happens." After saying that, Wang Yi walked out and brought the door with his hand. Soon, I heard the sound of the door being locked. I immediately pretended to be worried and went over to take a look. Then hurrying back, I knew I had to act, and I hurriedly changed my face to one full of anxiety. "Damn, something's wrong," I said anxiously. Miao Miao was also very anxious. Her eyes were full of apprehension. She lowered her voice and asked me in a low voice, "What the hell is going on?" I heard the sound of a level 1 alarm. I was scared half to death. I've been here for 2 years. I've never heard a level 1 alarm. What the hell is going on? I walked around anxiously and said uneasily, "I went to help out in the second area today, delivering a pig, and gave that pig a midwife shot, and, as a result, I lost the needle, and I thought I'd be alright if I got it back, but, as a result, it was reported, and that's why the first level alarm went off." Upon hearing my words, Miao Miao immediately looked at me with a face full of despair. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth and asked me, "Why are you meddling in my business? Why? What can I do? I don't have to get in good with the people in prison, do I? It just so happens that I'm a gynecologist, so don't I just go? Who knew someone was stealing? You're still blaming me? I did it for you. Didn't I want to get along with everyone so that I could operate in the future? Do you have any idea how disgusting it is to deliver a pig? Do you know how much amniotic fluid it has? Do you know I pulled them out one by one? Smell it. I still smell like pig fever even now." Exasperated, I put my arm out for her to smell. She took a sniff and immediately looked full of gagging and quickly looked at me with more anxiety in her eyes. She asked me, So you're now, what's the situation?" I immediately said, "The mayor of the 2nd district has been suspended and investigated. The entire 2nd district has been blocked off, and I was brought in for interrogation for more than 2 hours, although I'm being released now. But, I don't think, I shouldn't be able to stay for very long, and you've also sensed the change in Governor Wine's attitude towards me, haven't you? Feel it. So what now?" Miao Miao asked me anxiously. I gritted my teeth. "It's come to this point. I'm not dragging my feet, striking while the iron is hot. Hurry up and tell me where the money is. Money makes the world go round. I'll take the money and buy a road out." Hearing my words, Miao Miao lowered her head in an instant, those eyes bony and weak, making my heart half cold in an instant. What she said before, it couldn't be, again, a lie, could it? Chapter 100, The Mysterious Leader's Sister Hui. At this point, I panicked and my mind was a mess. If she was lying about everything she said before, then I've wasted my ing time again, and that's going to hurt. Most importantly, if she really lied, then I'd be in trouble for that thing with District 2, not to mention saving Zhao Ying from the fire. I'd be a ing joke myself, and then, who'd still believe me? I immediately grabbed her by the shoulders and twisted her around to look at me squarely, but her eyes quickly averted from looking at me. As soon as I looked at it, I knew it was over. She had absolutely lied to me. I hurriedly asked, "No, what do you mean you're silent now? Say something, tell me, where is your money? I really need the money to make things right, to get through. You tell me? Don't you believe me? Are you kidding me? Is it a joke? You don't think that a level 1 alert is just to fool you, do you? No, I believe you. It's just that." Miao Miao wanted to say something. That look made me completely desperate. I immediately pushed her down on the bed and angrily pointed at her. "Are you lying to me? You don't have that much money, do you? I told you. At first you promised to give me $2 million. How come in the end only 100,000? I'm also ing by the color to the head, with your sister on the bed. Actually did not suspect you. You this liar." She immediately rushed up, holding my hands, trying desperately to suppress my emotions, pleading with me, said, "Don't be in a hurry, keep your voice down, don't be heard by them, or else it's all over. At that time, you'll also be unable to eat a pocket to go away, and with the prisoner fornication, it is a felony." I was stunned to hear her words, and I was going to push her away, but she wrapped her arms around me in a death grip, with a pleading look on her face. "Chen Sure, don't be like this, we are now a grasshopper on the same rope, we at least have a little bit of affection. In this world, there is still a deeper love than husband and wife, don't be like this, okay?" Miao Miao pleaded. I said anxiously, "I didn't touch you, but, you stuff stayed in my body, didn't you? This is the real you can't get out of it, don't panic, calm down," Miao Miao soothed. After saying that, she was going to kiss me, but I pushed her away in desperation and said very mercilessly, "You're really enough, you're going to get me killed. I'm finished, I only have to turn myself in now. I don't want to go to jail, and I don't want to ruin it in your hands for $100,000. You're really a bad woman. I sympathize with you, I pity you, and only then I help you. I didn't think that you'd drag me down too. You're such a bad woman." I was about to leave when I finished. Miao Miao immediately rushed up and hugged me from behind, pleading extremely humbly, "Chen Sure, don't go. Let me think again. I need to think clearly, otherwise, your life will be in danger. You're the only thing I have left to rely on here. I don't want you to touch those scumbags, they'll kill you." When I heard Miao Miao's words, my heart thumped and a wave of ecstasy came over me. What did her words mean? Dangerous? Scum? Is it, like, a drug dealer? That's a lot more tempting than drug money. But soon I calmed down because it wasn't the first time she lied and I couldn't trust her anymore. I hurriedly grabbed her hand to untie it, forcibly pulling her hand away from my body as I angrily said, "Do you have a word of truth? You still want to lie to me even now? Do you really think I'm a little cutie?" Miao Miao immediately grabbed my hands and said with eyes full of tears, "Yes, I lied to you. I don't have $100 million of drug money, even the $100,000 that my sister made a deal with you. It's not even mine. I can't even take out a single dime. But Chen Shi, I want to live. What can I do? Can I live if I don't lie to you?" When I heard that, I got a bit of brain congestion, and my whole body was dizzy, and Miao Miao immediately embraced me, extremely tenderly said, "But, didn't you also sleep with my sister? Do you know how important my sister is to me? She is the last person in my life who wants to save me. Even my parents have given up on me. In order to save me, she traveled thousands of miles from a Jiangnan water town to come to teach in such a less place like the southern border. She gave up her life, and you got her life. Isn't this more important than money?" When I heard her words, I knew in my heart how bitter she was, but I had to be ruthless. I gritted my teeth and said, "I want money. Be realistic. It's useless. It's hard to move an inch here. Don't try to be melodramatic with me. It's no use. Without money, both of us will be doomed." At my eagerness, Miao Miao cried even harder as she said anxiously, "But it's very risky." "What's the risk? Is it greater than going to jail? If our affair comes to light, 10 or 8 years. I can't afford to squat, so hurry up and say it. Count me as begging you, okay?" I urged anxiously. When he finished, he was full of devastated looks. When she looked at it, she hurriedly wiped away her tears with a look of desperation, and then said through clenched teeth, "Well, it's come to this. I can only trust you to take a gamble." When I heard that, I became very agitated, but could only suppress my emotions and urged, "Who the hell is it?" Miao Miao took a deep breath, and the look on her face seemed to be in awe, but, in order to stay alive, she gave up. She whispered to me, "Actually, the time I was caught wasn't even the first time I've transported drugs. I've done it 3 times before that." After I heard this, my mouth couldn't help but tremble. Looking at Miao Miao with extreme shock, I realized in my heart only at this time, she's a truly ruthless person. 2 years, She actually managed to conceal such an important case in front of the world's toughest anti-drug workers. Her ruthlessness, beyond my imagination. When Miao Miao saw my shocked expression, she hurriedly told me. Before that, every time I came back from Malay, there would be a special docking person to greet me. This person is called Sister Hui. Every time, she would take us to a hidden place for detoxification, but every time I went, I would be put in a head covering, and the exact location, I am not sure. I got a little anxious when I heard that and asked, so how do I find it? Miao Miao hurriedly said, don't worry, I tell you, every time I go, after getting off the bus, we'll hear an old man yelling Old Street authentic fat big bowl small pot rice noodles, so, I guess, the place should be in the Old Street in South Xinjiang. You just have to find this rice noodle store and you'll find her. She should be right above this rice noodle store. Every time I go up the stairs, I count the steps. It's 80 steps, so it should be on the 6th floor or so. You go find her and ask her for money. But, don't mention me or they will kill my sister and family. And it's best if you don't show your face. And make sure to disguise and protect yourself. Chapter 101, Fisherman Lubai. Application for apprehension. My heart was moved when I heard Miao Miao's words. Also thought she was really smart to have caught so many details, but also feel sorry for her, because she's smart, all in the wrong places. A girl as smart as her, who already went to the best university in the country. If she could put all her smarts into her studies and career, I'm sure, she would be someone with a great future. Pity. Suddenly, Miao Miao took me in her arms and hugged me tightly, and I felt her body trembling from fear. She cried and said to me, Chen Sure, they are very dangerous. They have guns, real guns. Every time we queue up, there will be a few fierce big men with guns standing in the toilet staring at us. I remember a time when a girl needed to be taken to the hospital because her protective membrane had ruptured, and as a result, they just dug right into the girl's stomach in front of everyone and took something out. Chen Sure, I don't tell you, is afraid that they will kill you. They have no humanity. I really worry about your safety. I have already harmed a lot of people. I don't want to harm you again, but I still want to live. When I heard that, I shook a little inside. I didn't know what she meant by her deep feelings at this time, but I sensed that she really didn't want anything to happen to me, and I knew from the tightness of her body that she was even more disturbed than the last time. I wrapped my arms around her and kept soothing her back with my hands. I didn't say another word because, at this point, all words pale in comparison and only a hug is the best soothing agent. Blah, blah, blah. The sound of 2 pairs of leather shoes on the floor came, and I immediately let go of her. As the door opened, I reminded her, check it out and put it on. My words, like a lightning strike, instantly brought Miao Miao to her senses, and her mesmerized eyes, as if enlightened, brightened up in an instant, then hurriedly put on her clothes, casting an uneasy look at me. I didn't look at her again, not daring to. I looked at Wang Yi who walked in and said sheepishly, after the checkup, I recovered quite well and can return to the team. Wang Yi nodded and I immediately walked out, seeing Zhou Qing standing outside the door, looking at me with a pair of extremely disgusted eyes. I gulped and ran out very uneasily. And when I got outside, I went to the corner and leaned against the wall, closing my eyes and breathing heavily. Did she give an account? Suddenly, I heard Zhou Qing's anxious inquiry. I ignored her and waited. Soon, I saw Wang Yi walk out, and I hurriedly said, she gave an account of a clue more important than hundreds of millions of dollars of drug money. And I think, this time, it may be a real and objective clue, and it must be reported to the Blue Political Commissar immediately. Seeing my serious look, Wang Yi made a snap decision. Go. Find Political Commissar Lan. I hurriedly followed Wang Yi. Zhou Qing followed me with dissatisfaction and complained in my ear. No, I helped you pave the way. There are clues. You don't talk to me in the first place. You talk to her? What do you mean? Doesn't your conscience hurt? I'm just worried that Zhou Qing has no sense of propriety to sideline Wang Yi. So, that's why I purposely let Wang Yi come and say it again, and let her report it, so that she'll get some credit for it anyways. But, I didn't explain either, just emphasized, she's my leader. My words infuriated Zhou Qing, and she gritted her teeth, muttering words like we'll see. I didn't pay any attention to her, and followed Wang Yi as she jogged all the way to Political Commissar Lan's office. Wang Yi knocked urgently on the door of the office, and before Political Commissar Lan could say anything, he hurriedly opened the door, and we fishtailed into the room. And for our reckless behavior, Political Commissar Lan frowned a bit, but didn't lose his temper. Instead, he asked, what's the emergency? Wang Yi immediately looked at me, then said, there's been a major breakthrough in Miao Miao's case, and Chen Sure wants to report to you. Oh, then quickly say. Lan Yan said seriously. I hurriedly said, Miao Miao did not have drug money, and, when she was caught, it was not the first time she transported drugs, but the 4th time. Before that, she had succeeded 3 times. Hearing my words, Lan Yan raised her eyebrows in shock. seemingly realizing the severity of the problem. And Zhou Qing was also surprised. She can be really good actually the narcotics center of the criminal police to deceive. 2 years 2 whole years. Don't interrupt. Chen sure. Go on, Wang Yi reminded. I immediately said. The first 3 times after she had transported the poison, a connector named Sister Hui would take her to detox. Hearing this name, Lan Yan immediately stood up, and from her eager and anxious eyes, I knew that this name was very important. This Hui sister in the know. 5-inch case on the drug list. This clue is valid and reliable. There is no specific address? Blue Yan anxiously said. As soon as I heard there was this guy, I immediately went into ecstasy, which meant that after being lied to twice, this time, I finally had something real to show for it. I hurriedly said, Miao Miao is very smart, although every time you go to the headset, but she keenly grasped some details. Can be sure, the location is in the old street, and in the old street is called Authentic Fat Big Bowl Small Pot Rice Noodles upstairs. She told me that every time she goes up, she counts the number of steps, and that there are 80 in all, and that it should be on the 6th floor, but whether that's the location or not, I'm not sure, and would need to reconnoiter. Zhou Cheng immediately said excitedly, Leader, send me out to the field. Hearing Zhou Qing's words, Lan Yan didn't bother as she directly picked up the phone and dialed a number. Then I heard her say with great seriousness, Hello, this is Lan Yan. The fisherman has been exposed. Apply for immediate arrangements for investigation and arrest work. Lan Yan's seriousness made all 3 of us realize the importance of this clue. This is tremendously good news for me. Zhou Qing looked very anxious as she looked urgently at Lan Yan, hoping to get this opportunity to go out into the field. Lan Yan put down the phone, and then looked at us, and I could see from her expression that she was also anxious. But, in the midst of this anxiety, there was still a very steady emotion as she pondered over a certain decision. After thinking for a while, Lan Yan said, Xiao Chen this clue, very important, belongs to the number 5 class of drugs. Since the birth of the most important link in the clues we detect the case. If the person is captured, basically, it is the same as declaring that the entire No. 5 drug cartel's line of operation in the country has been interrupted, which is very helpful in solving the whole case. So, I'm going to make a trip to the city council myself, to butt heads with the CID on this arrest, and I'd like to take someone with me, but you can't leave the prison right now, because, that needle, it hasn't been found yet. So, when I heard Lan Yan's words, I knew that she wanted to take someone from among Zhou Cheng and Wang Yi, and my opinion mattered. Leader, take me. The whole process I have participated. The case clues, I am also very clear. I take the initiative to volunteer. Zhou Qing said again. I was speechless as I listened. She's so cheeky, really, she doesn't miss a beat when it comes to this kind of opportunity. I glanced at Wang Yi. Of course I wanted Wang Yi to go. I was just about to say something when Zhou Qing immediately said, Don't forget, you owe me a first-class merit. When I heard it, I was especially speechless. She really knows how to see the needle. I looked at Wang Yi, her face, very lost, her eyes, also filled with a strong sense of suffocation. I knew that Lan Yan wanted to take Wang Yi, otherwise, she wouldn't have asked me. She knew that I had the best relationship with Wang Yi, and Wang Yi knew that I would let her go. Sister Blue asked me what I meant. That is, I don't want to take Zhou Qing to go, but, as a leader, she can't say it directly, because Zhou Qing took the initiative to ask for help, and the child who will cry will have sugar to eat, so it's most appropriate to use my mouth to refuse. But I owe Zhou Qing a first-class merit. Chapter 102, When will I be able to sit in this position? I hurriedly looked at Zhou Qing, and before I even opened my mouth, she immediately said, No, just this time. I was really going to be pissed off by Zhou Qing, and I was just about to scold her when I suddenly heard Wang Yi say, I hope everything goes well for you guys. When Wang Yi finished speaking, she smiled, looking very generous, but when I saw her suffocating red eyes, full of tears, I knew how strongly she was holding back her grievances inside. Wang Yi, now, I make the following deployment. After I leave the prison, you take charge of the prison, fulfill the position of the prison director, make sure to manage the internal affairs of the prison, retrieve the lost items as soon as possible. There are any problems, you do not need to consult me. You can make your own decision, Lan Yan decisively said. After saying that, she left in a thunderous manner, while Zhou Qing was also extremely attentive to bring the police cap for Lan Yan, and the two of them left the office in flames. After the people left, I looked at Wang Yi and apologized. I'm sorry, Sister Wang, I am useless. I didn't get you a chance. Upon hearing my words, Wang Yi didn't say some words of relief to me as she did in the past, but instead said somewhat capriciously, You know that too? I was a little surprised when I heard that. Seeing my embarrassed expression, she suddenly laughed, then reached out her hand and wiped away her tears. Tell me, forget it this time, but you owe me a chance to get credit for it, too. When I heard that, I laughed and said, yes, the next time I have a chance, I will definitely look for you, and I won't give a damn about her anymore if she Zhou Qing screams happily. Wang Yi laughed, patted my shoulder, and said, although I'm serious, but, don't think like this, not anyone is suitable for the field, although I'm eager for the opportunity to take credit for my work, but, I admit that, in terms of going out into the field, Zhou Qing is better than me. You don't need to have too much pressure. I know that Wang Yi is comforting me yet. I nodded, and then hurriedly changed the topic and said, Sister Wang, this time it looks quite hopeful. Fisherman, is the code name, right? Wang Yi nodded, said, can let the South Border Drug Enforcement Center set up a special case. Marked code name. All are extremely important characters, although, I don't know what level this fisherman's code name is, but, I can assure you that this is a great credit, and it doesn't count as a sacrifice on your part. Even if you didn't catch anyone, just based on this clue, it can benefit our entire second supervision department, and your credit and status, in the future, even more so. When I heard that, I was very vain and said helplessly, at this time, I rather don't care about any credit, I just want to do one thing. Wang Yi was quite surprised and asked me, strange, what else could be more urgent for you than getting credit? I immediately said, Sister Wang, if the person is captured, could you, please, write on Miao Miao's file that she was the one who cooperated with us in capturing the important person, and I want to save her. No, absolutely not. Wang Yi directly refused. I asked curiously, why? Wang Yi said seriously, this is a serious deviation from justice. She did not take the initiative to explain, and even caused 2 years of disturbance and interference in our investigation. I know that you may have developed some feelings for her on your mission, but, Chen sure, I have to correct you, she is a drug dealer. If, with true feelings for her, you want to create a false case for her sake, then every word you change is a bullet in the body of a fallen comrade on the front line. I heard her words. My heart is extremely difficult. She is right. Yes, I have some unhealthy feelings with Miao Miao. I want to save her, but, it is not allowed. Wang Yi patted my face and said seriously, you have to pull out of your undercover role as soon as possible. You are our comrade and their enemy. You can't empathize with them. Of course, I understand your good deed of wanting to save a young life, but it has to be in line with justice. And when the person is caught, you can keep digging to get her to come forward and give an account. Only by having an active plot does she qualify for forgiven immunity. And beyond that, there must be absolutely no illicit affairs. Understand? Wang Yi's words were like a steel whip that hit me, making me come to my senses, and I realized that my inner private feelings had deviated from the right path, and I had to correct them. But, I also secretly swore inwardly that when I caught the person, I must persuade Miao Miao to take the initiative to give an account of everything. I then put away my inner ramblings and walked behind Lanyan's seat, pulling the office chair out of the way. Smiling, she said, Sister Wang, sit down. Hearing my words, Wang Yi rolled his eyes a bit and said, no trespassing. I immediately said, what do you mean by overstepping? You are now the acting warden. You are qualified to sit. Come on, the opportunity to take credit has been taken away. This you still humble? This cannot be. With that, I pulled her to her seat and forcefully held her down in Blue Swallow's place, and after she sat down, she looked at me shyly, then broke into an excited smile and let out a long sigh. Sighing, he said 2 words, over the top. After saying that, she stood up, grabbed my hand, and pressed me up as well, but I didn't refuse, but sat down prettily, with my 2 feet crossed on the desk, with a look of enjoyment. I heard a burst of excitement. If I did the prison director, that at least is also the hall bureau level cadres. Humph. At that time, you little Ho Jiangwo, see me, you have to look up to me. That would be how cool picture I asked Wang Yi expectantly. Sister Wang, when do you think I'll be able to sit in this position? I looked at Wang Yi expectantly, hoping to get words of encouragement from her, but Wang Yi said seriously, if, purely for selfishness, I advise you not to sit in this position. It is not good to sit down. Sitting down, you are burdened with a national mission and responsibility. I sighed. She was right, and of course, it was a bummer. Sister Wang probably knew that she was bummed out, so she turned the tables and said, I believe that you are a person with a sense of mission, and judging from your hard work and spirit of sacrifice, I think that it's possible that you could be the youngest warden of our second prison. I laughed out loud when I heard it, and vainly fantasized in my mind. Wang Yi then hugged my legs and removed them from the table, then picked up the paper towel and dusted the table cleanly, and even huffed on it, then continued to rub it until the table was so reflective that she was satisfied. I could see that she was full of respect for Sister Blue, and for everything here, and I couldn't afford to be arrogant about anything. Sister Wang wiped, then pulled my ears, said, want to promote fast. Hurry to do things the needle. To hurry to find if the blue political commissar back before the needle to find, is also considered to give this matter, to draw a perfect conclusion, right? I nodded, hurriedly stood up, and said, I wonder if there's any news from Zhou Yanhong. Wang Yi sighed and said, don't hold too much hope for the prisoners, after all, it's a prison block away, and one can never be on the same side as the prisoners. It's a desecration of your own mission. It sounded serious to me, not that I have such a strong sense of lines as she does. Wang Yi then said, go, follow me to the detective section. I gave a and headed to the investigation section with Wang Yi. After arriving at the investigation section, Wang Yi went straight to the section chief's office. She stood at the door and knocked before leading me in. I looked at Sister Su sitting in her office reading the information. When she saw Wang Yi come in, she smiled and stood up. Very politely, he said, little Wang Before Sister Lan left, she used the walkie-talkie to make a notification in the group, and actually let you be the acting prison director. Does this mean that you have officially become Sister Lan's successor? When you go up in the future, don't forget Sister Me. Wang Yi smiled and said, there's nothing to say about taking over or not. It's just a work requirement. How's the second district? For Wang Yi's seriousness, Sister Su just laughed in a bored manner, then said, we accessed the surveillance of the production workshop in the second area, hoping to find some clues, but, coincidentally, today, the second area is having piglets, and it's busy with a lot of hands and feet, and the picture is very confusing and fuzzy. I've been looking at it for 2 hours now, and I can't find out when that needle was lost, and I've accessed the video from the infirmary in the second district. It's wonderful. Oh, Wang, come and enjoy it. When I heard this, my scalp went numb and I immediately said, no, Sister Wang, don't look at it. Chapter 103, I'm in it for the job. Seeing my excitement, Sister Su let out a giggle, and Wang Yi ignored my words and stood directly in front of the computer screen. She had just walked over and saw the picture when a yelp came from her, followed by a blush as she looked over at me. I knew that she must have seen the image of Sister Cho treating me in the second district infirmary. Fragrant Su teased. When he finished, he looked at me with a playful grin on his face, giving me, for a moment, a fiery burn on my face. He has a mental illness. It's normal for Sister Zhou to treat her. Sister Zhou has a cleansing fetish. Everyone knows that. Don't think about it. It's not healthy. How's it going? Any findings? Wang Yi asked seriously. Regarding Wang Yi's serious digression back to the main topic, Sister Su also found it rather boring, but she didn't dare to dwell on it. Instead, he said, it just so happens that when Sister Zhou checked, her back was turned to the monitor, and what was in the basket of items, we couldn't see, and their subsequent self-checks were also very strict and in line with the norms. So from the picture, it doesn't look like the things were lost in the infirmary. TSK, mess, this senior sister, is still not very strict, not as good as your supervisory skills. Wang Yi stared for a while, then said, how's the search going? 5 hours, hands are not found. That needle, like a stone dropped into the sea, difficult to get Sister Su said with a tired heart. How about the second district supervision? Wang Yi asked. Su's sister immediately clicked a few mouse. I secretly look at a glance. This looked to me to see stupid, actually is the women's bathhouse monitoring screen. I just looked at all kinds of women in the bathhouse. That image, straight away, made up for all my childhood fantasies about women's bathhouses. Turn around, Wang Yi reminded. I hurriedly turned away, but in my mind I was kinda curious. Sister Su also smiled cheekily and looked at me with a flirtatious face, then said, the second district is now supervised by the deputy director on behalf of the supervisor. After the collective labor in the afternoon, after eating, it is released to take a bath. After all, the sows are producing that smell. Not to take a bath cannot be done. Wang Yi nodded, then asked, have you found any suspicious people in District 2? I also think, if it is stolen by the culprit, it is likely to be used in the murder. So the bathhouse is the best place to do it. So I have been staring at it, but, until now, there is no result. Staring until my eyes are sore. Sister Su said. Wang Yi said, hard work. Where's Xiao Zhao? Still reflecting inside. I said it's not necessary, let her go back to take a rest. But, she didn't listen to me. She had to think of something before she would go back. The whole person is almost deflated. Why don't you go and persuade her? Sister Su suggested. Alright, I'll go persuade her. And by the way, let her recall the details again. Xiao Chen, wait here, don't run around. Sister Wang admonished. I hurriedly said, me, I'll go too. What for? To get a confession? If I say you're a newcomer, you're stupid. Why are you being scrutinized separately? Just to avoid suspicion? It's too late to avoid it, but you're still charging up the pole. stupid or not, Sister Sue said sarcastically. When I heard that, I was quite speechless, and then hurriedly said, that never mind. Sister Wang smiled and didn't say much to me, and left directly. After Sister Wang left, Sister Sue said, let's go, don't be polite to me, the future great meritocracy. When I heard that, I didn't bother to be polite with her and sat down in the chair directly across from me at the desk and asked, can I smoke? No smoking, Sister Sue said. After saying that, he took out his lighter and made a wink at me. I immediately laughed and hurriedly took out the huazi and gave her one, and then took over her lighter and lit it for her, and I also lit and smoked it. I've noticed that everyone here smokes, regardless of what they look like or what their status is. After she took 2 puffs of her cigarette, she smiled and asked me, Sister Lan left in such a hurry, didn't she, and did Miao Miao's case break through? I immediately laughed and said, how do I know and in turn, still during the investigation, I knew she was acutely aware of what was going on. But I didn't want it to come out of my mouth, and I didn't want her to lasso me and take my share of the credit. Sister Sue laughed, glancing up and down at me, a playful look in her eyes. That look scared me, her set was too deep. I was afraid of being set up by her. I hurriedly digressed and asked, do you, here, have internet access? Yes, but, Lan, Sister Sue said with a smile. I was a little disappointed. I was planning on stopping by her place more often to pass the time if I had internet access. Sister Sue could see my loss, then smiled and said, but I can see here, something more exciting than outside. As soon as I heard it, I knew what she was talking about. It must be the women's bathhouse. I laughed and didn't pick up on it, just smoking drearily. But then, with a bad smile and a hooker look, she told me, wanna see? I heard her condescending words and a wave of resistance went through me. I hurriedly said, Sister Sue, don't play with me. I'm a man, how can I not want to see it? But, this is against the rules. You're in the detective section. You're asking me to do something against the rules. Do you think I'm stupid? After I finished, I smiled and smoked, although my mouth refused. But, in my heart, I actually wanted to see it. What man does not want to see it, unless he is sick? Sister Sue smiled bashfully, then got up, rubbed her eyes, and said, Xiao Chen I'm watching the surveillance here. I've been watching it for half a day. My eyes are sore. I'll take a break. Come over and keep an eye on it for me. When she finished, she turned her back and stood at the window to smoke. I was speechless. She could really set me up. She was tickling me, but I remained indifferent. Her routine was too deep and I was afraid. Seeing my indifference, she laughed and said, Xiao Chen Sister Sue, my eyes are really sour You let Sister Sue rest for a while. It is Sister Sue who let you see it. It is not a violation. I can tell you, if you do not look, in case the prisoner who stole the needle in the bathhouse to do it, resulting in homicide, then, the bad luck is not me yo, but, you guys lost the needle yo. At that time, I'm afraid that even a great credit can't match this fault, right? Do you think you're losing out? After I heard, my heart thumped. This Sue's sister said can really make me on fire. She is right. If something really happened, then I must be the most wronged and unlucky. So, I knew, full well, that it was her setup, but I hurriedly stood up and ran to sit down in front of her computer. I hurriedly said, I'm doing it for work Sister Sue, you're not allowed to set me up Chapter 104, you actually stole it? I couldn't help but laugh when I finished, looking closely at the bathhouse scene. My mother, that picture, really fragrant all kinds of beautiful women abound, really the so-called ring of fat and thin all included. As I watched, I asked curiously, Sister Sue, do you think it's weird that all the women who seem to be dealing in drugs are young and pretty Look at the face and body of each one of them. Why on earth do you think they are? If they are so pretty, why do they take this path? The beautiful skin is their best disguise. The more beautiful the woman, the more they can lure the rich into the water. As early as the last century, Latin America popularized the aesthetics of drug dealers, thus influencing the upper class's desire to consume. And this monstrous practice, in the last few years, has gradually become popular in our country as well. Look at it. Is it true that now a lot of celebrity public figures, good-looking ones, people with good family backgrounds, are all seduced by drugs? Sister Sue said seriously. I nodded. She was really right. I remember, when I was a kid watching the legal news, the drug dealers that were caught were either pimply or fat. But now, almost all of the drug trafficking cases that make the news, and the people who are caught, are young and good-looking. Even the big handsome celebrities are not immune to this. It's nice, isn't it? Suddenly, I heard Sister Sue digress, and I was immediately shocked, and I knew immediately that she was going to set me up. I hurriedly said, Sister Sue, I'm serving the people. I'm investigating a possible case. I'm looking at these images with a righteous heart. Don't think of me as too nasty. Yo, small mouth barbar, said quite powerful just you and Joe Sean in the infirmary that part, can be on the domestic channel boutique, what are you pretending Sister Sue said sarcastically. I gulped and looked back at her flirtatious face, and said with a hard feeling in my heart, no, Sister Sue, what the hell are you doing? Sister Sue sat in front of the table, hugging her chest, smoking a cigarette, and squinting awkwardly. She said, when you turn around to evaluate the merits, put Sister Sue's name on it, and say, Sister Sue has provided you with a lot of help in solving the case, such as professional surveillance technology, as well as superior investigative skills, which played a decisive role in the direction of digging up the case for you. Sister Sue, isn't this asking me to lie? We can all serve the people. We have to be more aware. In Sister Lan's words, we can't always think about our own little merits. We have to think about the interests of the country and the people all the time, I said greasily. After hearing this, she grabbed my ears and said with a smile, your little mouth, really blue political commissar educated, talking our mold that line, I think, you and Joe Sean in the infirmary that paragraph, must be the whole supervisor to have a discussion, in order to judge, that needle is lost in the infirmary or not. When I heard that, I took a breath breathless and deep, holding my whole face red. I said anxiously, Sister Sue, this is really not good. You kid, what's wrong with giving me a mention? What's wrong with helping each other and improving each other? Comrades? Sister Blue didn't teach you to be smooth? You are smooth things, but for me is extremely important. Why do not you do it? Do you think it's a loss if you don't get any favors from me? Okay, pick a date. I'll give you some favors. How about I treat you to a big meal? Abalone? Boiled pork? You feel free to pick, Sister Sue said seriously. I'm speechless just listening to it. How does that, in any way, sound like dinner? You better be talking about food. Suddenly, just as I was embarrassed, I heard Wang Yi's stern voice. Sister Sue also hurriedly got up, smiled and put out her cigarette, saying, Xiao Wang you this person just too serious. Just kidding, don't be so serious. I watched as Wang Yi came in, followed by Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying's eyes were red from crying and her whole body was shriveled up. Where was her previous sweet appearance? Wang Yi said seriously, do you know how many sacrifices he made to dig up the case? He was so anxious that he suffered from male dysfunction, and he went to the 2nd district to cure his illness. And you're still holding him hostage with this. Do you think it's appropriate as a senior? A leader? Hey, it's serious. It's serious. I was just joking with him. What blackmail? If I want to blackmail him, I will close the door so that you can't hear it. Okay, 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 Sister Sue said. After saying that, she grabbed me by the ear and pulled me up. She sat down herself and continued to watch the monitor bitterly. I hurriedly and timidly looked at Wang Yi, and she gave me a stern look and said angrily, you've been here for 3 days, and you still don't know the rules. She said her eyes were sore and asked me to help. And wasn't I also afraid of what if a murder happened during this break? Isn't it? I muttered hurriedly. Wang Yi immediately walked over, sat down, and said, you're tired. Rest, I'll watch. Sister Sue was rendered speechless by Wang Yi's severity, but she didn't pester her, instead smiling and going to pour water. I hurriedly looked over at Zhao Ying and watched her shrivel up, so I pulled her to the side and told her with a smile, don't be afraid, I'll take care of this for you. Hearing my words, Zhao Ying's small, fleshy hands hurriedly grabbed me, grateful, whispered to me, Sister Wang told me, Xiao Chen, I'm so thankful to you. You don't know, I'm ready to leave the job. These few hours, I'm really a day like a year. The internal conflict is going to drain me to death. I laughed and said, it's no big deal, it's all in passing. Just because you're Sister Wang's senior sister, I have to help you, don't I? When Zhao Ying heard this, she was moved to purse her lips, and her 2 small fleshy hands grabbed me, gripping me especially tightly, her eyes flowing with adoration. I looked at it and got a little embarrassed, thinking to myself, I'm just saying a couple of random nice things. She's not going to be in love, is she? Little Chen, you're so good. I realized that I seemed to like you, Zhao Ying said excitedly. I was speechless when I heard it. She's such a love brain. What time is it? How can she still have the heart to talk about love? I don't even know how to respond to her. Suddenly, just as I was at a loss for words, I suddenly heard Wang Yi urgently roar, quick, pull the 1st level alarm. Hearing Wang Yi's words, Zhao Ying and I instantly tightened up, while Sister Sue in the office even rushed to the alarm in a single bound and set it off. The ear-piercing sirens went off again in an instant, giving me an earache from the noise, and I really hate that kind of ear-piercing. Without any explanation, Wang Yi directly rushed out, while Sister Sue followed with a face full of anxiety after glancing at the surveillance. Zhao Ying didn't ask for any reason and immediately followed. I also hurried to follow. However, I suddenly thought, that's the bathhouse for female prisoners. Is it appropriate for me to go? So it stopped and rushed over to the computer screen, and I took one look at the screen and was surprised for a moment. On the screen, a woman covered in tattoos actually wrestled with Miao Miao, and a few female inmates even pushed and shoved the people who came to watch. And the skinny Miao Miao fell to the ground under the attack of that female inmate, but she desperately grasped the other party's hand, and with difficulty, she didn't let the object in the other party's hand stab down. I took one look at what was in the female prisoner's hand, and I immediately became enraged that it was actually the large needle that had been lost earlier. Damn, you actually stole it, and you're going to kill Miao Miao? Chapter 105, For my sake, even my life can be abandoned. I heart a burst of anxious to sweat all over the body. Miao Miao if this time to die. My heart 10,000 uneasy. Who can save her? Just as I was sweating with anxiety, I suddenly saw Zhou Yanhong rushing up. She ruthlessly rushed the female prisoner who was trying to kill Miao Miao away from her, and then pounced on her and wrestled with the other party. And as soon as Zhou Yanhong rushed up, their 101 female inmates also rushed up and fought with those female inmates, and I was relieved to see this. Zhou Yanhong, you're so righteous. I looked at the scene of the twisting. Really wonderful, exciting. Zhou Yanhong so ruthless. Poured the female prisoners punch after punch, fist to flesh, soon gave the other side to beat all the blood, and Zhou Yanhong's minions are also very powerful. The other side of the manpower to separate, let them how to charge are not able to go up to help. Suddenly, I heard a scream from Zhou Yanhong. The needle in the hand of that female prisoner actually pierced into Zhou Yanhong's chest, and pierced Zhou Yanhong's chest into a bloody mess, and blood quickly soared out. When I saw this, I sympathized very much with Zhou Yanhong. She is really unlucky. That place, always injured. I don't care. Rushed out, ran to the infirmary, picked up the medical kit, and then went toward the women's bathroom. And with me, there are a lot of neatly armed female prison guards, dozens of them. Upon arriving at the women's bathhouse, I could hear the hissing of the female inmates, more so than the men roaring, a shrill, piercing sound that was more numbing to the scalp than an alarm. However, despite this, Wang Yi's warning voice was still very penetrating as it exploded through the crowd. All heads in the air. Crouch down. Crouch down. Wang Yi's roar accompanied by the zipping and zipping of electric batons exploded in the crowd, and soon saw the female prison guards rushing up and dispersing those onlookers, then killing the core area of the brawl, electrocuting all those fighting female inmates who collapsed to the ground, flopping around like a fish. However, those female prison guards are still not soft, treating the fight, ruthless suppression. People fall to the ground, but also to make up a few sticks, until completely incapable of resistance before giving up. It only took a few minutes for a chaotic brawl to be stopped and suppressed. Zhou Yanhong, however, is still entangled with the murderous female prisoner. The murderous female prisoner has a needle in her hand, stabbing Zhou Yanhong bloody, and Zhou Yanhong is also ferocious and fierce, grasping the woman's hair, and keep smashing towards the floor. Both were beaten by each other bloody. Very tragic. But soon, the two people received an electric baton. Zhou Yanhong's body immediately penciled in on the ground. The ground floor of the assailants still want to resist, but by 4 or 5 female prison guards batten to hold the head and wail. Within moments, the bathhouse fell silent, leaving only the wailing of the female assailant. But, after a few seconds, the assailant lost her wailing as well, and lay breathless on the floor, gasping for air. I looked at her. I had an impression of her. I had seen her in the inpatient section of the infirmary after I had gone to the 2nd district for treatment before, and she had even provoked me to come. And I was a bit unprepared for the fact that this woman actually stole the needle, and also wanted to kill Miao Miao. It's so confusing. Why would there be a vendetta between someone from District 2 and someone from District 1? Two people who have never crossed paths at all? Bath privileges revoked for all to be taken to the confinement area, Wang Yi ordered grumpily, and soon the prison guards began to clear the area, making all those female inmates hold their heads, crouch and walk away from the bathrooms, heading to the confinement area. Before long, in the bathroom, there were only 3 female prisoners left, Miao Miao, Zhou Yanhong and the murderess. Wang Yi immediately said, Su Ning, bring the perpetrator to the interrogation room. Yes, Su Ning quickly agreed, and then hurriedly sent people to take away the perpetrator who had long been deflated. Wang Yi then looked at me and said, treat the injured. I hurriedly nodded, opened the medical kit, took out the medical items, and gave the injured Zhou Yanhong and Miao Miao a simple cleanup. Miao Miao was fine, just some soft tissue contusions. I simply cleaned her up and it was no big deal. Wang Yi also immediately let people take Miao Miao away. I listened, as if it was also arrested to the investigation section. I did not care, focusing on giving Zhou Yanhong treatment. Her entire chest was densely covered in needle marks. I don't know how many needles she had been stuck with. I briefly cleaned her up, just said, It has to be taken to the infirmary to be treated with stitches. There are too many wounds, too close together. It's already forming an open wound, and it's very dangerous to leave it unstitched. Take it to the infirmary, Wang Yi said decisively. Several female prison guards hurriedly took Zhou Yanhong away, and I also hurriedly ran all the way back to write a note, applying for stitches, tetanus and a series of other medical supplies. After I wrote it, I had to run to Fei Liu herself to approve the note, and I didn't have a nurse, an aide, all that crap, and I needed to run it myself. But the good thing is, Fei Liu also knows that things are very serious, did not card me, directly to me approved, and I and the property management section side of the Li relationship has developed well, coupled with the care of Sister Zhao accounted for. These things received also quite smooth. After receiving it, I rushed back to treat Zhou Yanhong's wound, and in order to leave as little scar as possible, I was using all the techniques I learned in school for stitching up C-sections. It took 2 hours of work to treat Zhou Yanhong's wound. After dealing with it, I sat down weakly, wiped a handful of sweat from my face, and looked at Zhou Yanhong, who was grimacing in pain, and whose tears had never dried up. I laughed and teased. You know it hurts, too, don't you? Nonsense. I'm also a mother's flesh grown. You don't know how ruthless that is. How many stitches she stabbed me with, giving me pain to death. And you too. You didn't give me anesthesia. Grabbed my flesh for a while to stitch it up, and also put needles down from the inside of the flesh. Are you a devil? Zhou Yanhong complained. I laughed and said, stitches from the inside will leave as little scarring as possible. Humph, having scars is only awesome in prison. Zhou Yanhong disliked back. I smiled helplessly as I listened. It seemed that I was getting ahead of myself. However, I was soon curious and asked, if you're so afraid of pain, why did you rush up there with your life? When Zhou Yanhong heard this, she was so angry that she pointed at me and cursed, you dead heartless bastard. Wasn't it you who asked me to take care of Miao Miao? Damn, you forgot so quickly? When I heard this, my heart thumped and I looked at Zhou Yanhong unexpectedly. The heart is a little speechless. I was not expecting her to listen to me in order to do so. Even your life can be spared. Chapter 106, there should be credit, right? It kind of touched me. In my life, I haven't really had many friends. When I went to school, I was so focused on reading that I didn't socialize at all. Even Ho Jing, in the face of adversity, did not choose to brave the world with me, but chose her parents. So, I don't have many people who can lay down their lives for me. And Zhou Yanhong is considered one and the first. What Zhou Yanhong did kinda touched me. I smiled and took out my cigarettes. There was only one left. I smiled and pulled it out, lighting it before taking a drag and handing it over to her. She hurriedly took it and smoked it nervously and painfully, her mouth so dry it was sticky, but she didn't care. She took a desperate swig, and when she was done, she lay down on the examining table as if she were very happy, and didn't move a muscle. I smiled and took out the glucose that I had claimed, opened it and poured it into my glass of water and handed it to her. Said, the conditions of the prison are limited, and the maximum welfare I can seek for you is only so much. Drink up, turn around, I'll apply for a hospitalization for you, and give you a hangnail, so you can clear your mind for a few days, and don't have to go out to work. Zhou Yanhong immediately hammed and hawed and said, count on you having a conscience. After saying that, she started to drink the glucose, and after drinking it into her mouth, she said extremely happily, it's delicious. I'm a bit speechless. Glucose is the only thing that doesn't taste good. It's too sweet. It's so sweet it's snoozy. We also only streak to stay up all night to stay up really cannot stand. We'll sneak a sip to replenish some energy. Other times, you let me touch. I will not touch. But this kind of thing, in prison, she is the meat and potatoes. After Zhou Yanhong finished her drink, she told me, can I not be hospitalized? I was surprised to hear that and asked, no, why? What a great opportunity. No one else could ask for it. Zhou Yanhong sighed and said, last time, didn't I cause the whole group to lose points when I hit Miao Miao? There are a few with children at home who haven't been able to contact their families this month, and they're in a big mood. You don't know. Those of us who are serving life sentences, in prison, living every day is a torment. We have long wanted to die. The only thing that sustains us is our loved ones outside. So, I felt bad about it. So I discussed with everyone that we should catch the production this month and make up for the deducted points, so that the sisters could contact with their families, so that everyone could have something to look forward to as well. I was very surprised to hear that. So that's the kind of consideration she is. I'm quite curious about her. She's quite nice. Why did she commit a capital offense and get a life sentence? I didn't ask, though, because, well, she was kind of resistant to the whole thing. So I told her, don't worry about living in your hospital, and leave the points to me. I'll take care of them for you. Really? Then I won't be polite to you. I'll thank you for those sisters of mine, Zhou Yanhong said excitedly. I smiled. At this time, I watched Sister Shen walk in. Sister Shen's face was covered in obscurity. It seemed that the mess that had gone wrong in the past few days hadn't made her anxious. As soon as she entered, she looked obscurely at Zhou Yanhong and asked me, "Little Chen, how is she? No delay in production, right?" I shook my head and said, "Not so good. Over 50 stitches, need to be hospitalized with a hangnail for anti-inflammation." Sister Shen said anxiously, "How can this work? Our workshop's task is very heavy. She has been missing for several days." I smiled and said, "Sister Shen, prisoners also have human rights. You see, are like this, but also go to work, which is inhumane, and besides, if this is done with substandard quality, or have to be returned to rework, how troublesome?" Sister Shen was a bit speechless and said, "I can't make the decision either. This matter, it's useless for you to talk to me." I nodded and said, "It's okay, Sister Shen, I'll go talk to Sister Wang." She hummed, then told me, "It's after 8 o'clock, the prisoner has to return to the unit. We don't allow hospitalized patients in the first district. If, on your side, it's okay, I'll take her back." I nodded, and without saying anything more, Sister Shen staggered at Zhou Yanhong before uncuffing her and taking her away from my infirmary. Zhou Yanhong left, but also with me squeezing eyebrows, full of excitement. "Then eat dope more happy." I smiled. Guess, she went back to have a blow. I'm kind of happy about it, and I wish I could help her get the score. It would be worthy of her sacrifice. After Zhou Yanhong left, I rushed to the investigation section to find Wang Yi. After I came to the investigation section, I saw that the lights were on throughout the upstairs. The night shift had already come to take over, but the day shift was still working overtime, and the interrogation room was filled with a burst of miserable screams. I know, the tattooed woman probably didn't get much of a love education, but she deserved it. I exchanged pleasantries with the person on the day shift and asked where Wang Yi and Su Ning were, and the person on the day shift told me they were in the office, so I went straight over to them. The office door was left open, and I watched as Su Ning sat in front of the computer. Wang Yi and Zhaoing stood on either side, in a left and right guardian stance, and the three of them stared intently at the monitor as if they were petrified. I then knocked on the door, and the knock made all three people look at me at the same time, but no one paid any attention to me. They were all watching the surveillance intently, so I hurriedly asked, "What's the situation? Did the interrogation come out?" Wang Yi said with a cold face. She said, looking at Miao Miao is not happy, has long been to deal with her, and asked her where the needle came from. She said, it was picked up in the production workshop, and resolutely refused to admit that she had stolen the needle. When I heard that, I got very upset and said anxiously, "She's just lying. How could it be such a coincidence? Picked up the needle? Who couldn't have picked it up? She picked it up and didn't turn it in? Besides, who are you upset with? Miao Miao? We're not even in the same cell block. We've never even met. How can that be? There's nothing we can do but check the surveillance." "But, from the surveillance, we can't tell what happened," Wang Yi said seriously. I said anxiously, "What then? Should we just forget about it? I feel that this matter is very strange. Two people who don't know each other. Why should they be put to death? Why don't we hand it over to the resident criminal police?" "No, it hasn't risen to that level. Besides, if this allows the resident criminal police to investigate, our 3 sections won't want to be evaluated for excellence this year." "I don't agree," Su Ning seriously said. I was really speechless and looked at Wang Yi. Wang Yi also said seriously, "It's better to investigate internally. Zhaoing, the person is from your prison area. You take him to solitary confinement. How long will it be closed?" Zhaoing asked. 15 days, Wang Yi said without mercy. I feel scared even listening to it. Zhou Yanhong is wilting after 3 days of imprisonment. If this is 15 days of imprisonment, I can't even dare to imagine what kind of picture that is. "Yes," Zhaoing responded mercilessly and went on her mission, scowling at me a few times as she passed by me, to which I just laughed in response. I then sat down and scared as I watched the two men still studying the surveillance. Somewhat worried, he asked, "How is Miao Miao?" Wang Yi then said, "The person is fine, a little emotional. We have closed the single room, and, before the final trial, I suggest, do not contact her again, lest something unexpected happen." I nodded and said, "At your service." After I finished, I glanced at Wang Yi, looking at her concentrated look, is not put Zhou Yanhong in the heart of the did not even ask a question. At least Zhou Yanhong play life to save Miao Miao, regardless of whether Wang Yi has her in his heart or not. I am obliged to take Zhou Yanhong in my heart. So, I said seriously, "Sister Wang, is Zhou Yanhong considered to have prevented a major act of endangerment? Shouldn't she get credit for that?" Chapter 107, Important Instructions. Hearing my words, Wang Yi frowned for a moment and finally shifted his gaze away from the computer to look at me with questioning eyes. It was clear to me that she knew I was on better terms with Zhou Yanhong, and therefore, suspected my motives. However, I am not being hypocritical at all in this case. I have a clear conscience, I hurriedly said. Zhou Yanhong was acting heroically. The situation was very dangerous at that time. If it wasn't for her rushing up to save people at the risk of her life, Miao Miao might not have been able to live. And if Miao Miao died, it would have been a big deal. So in this case, Zhou Yanhong must be credited. Wang Yi straightened up and looked at me with even harsher eyes, as if he didn't quite believe me. I immediately became anxious and hurriedly said, "No, why are you looking at me like that? You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, call the security camera." I was going to look at the surveillance, Wang Yi said. After saying that, he gave Su Ning a wink. Sister Su, without saying a word, directly adjusted the surveillance. I watched anxiously from the side, although I would like to go over and point out. But, after all, the picture at that time was not very elegant. Yo, it's really true. You see, when Zhang Man from District 2 committed the murder, it was your Zhou Yanhong from District 1 who swooped in to save the day. You see, she completely disregarded her own life and put a stop to the murder. Sister Su said seriously. I was relieved to hear it and said anxiously, "I told you so, and you still don't believe me." Wang Yi was a bit skeptical and said, "These two people had conflicts before. Why, at this time, would Zhou Yanhong desperately try to save Miao Miao?" When I heard it, I was speechless. Indeed, the two people were in conflict before, and now Zhou Yanhong's desperate attempt to save people is a bit unreasonable. I can't say that I'm the one who explained it, right? I hurriedly said. Zhou Yanhong is a more righteous person, maybe because Miao Miao is the one in her room. She can't stand to see being bullied by outsiders, right? When Wang Yi heard this, he looked at me even more suspiciously, giving me a pretty weak look. But, for the sake of Zhou Yanhong's deserved welfare, I couldn't back down, so I positively glared at Wang Yi. Wang Yi pinched his waist, then said, "From the surveillance, it is a major merit performance." I immediately said, "Isn't that the end of it? Mark it." Hearing my words, Wang Yi was a bit speechless. She wanted to explain something to me, but seemed to feel that explaining to me would be redundant. She was silent and thought for a while, then said, "From the objective facts, Zhou Yanhong does have a major meritorious performance. Turn around, report to her an individual to stop the murder of a major meritorious performance. Add 300 points, this is the top reward." I was extremely excited when I heard it, and I was just about to say thank you for Zhou Yanhong, but Wang Yi gave me a stern look that choked back that word of thanks from me. Wang Yi glanced at Su Ning, and I immediately understood that this matter, rather, was not good to talk about in front of outsiders. However, I still whispered, "Sister Wang, 101 seems like the collective was involved, right? How can we give a collective credit for this?" Wang Yi was in a difficult situation, and the way he looked at me, he became more and more stern. There seems to be a reluctance to give so many merit awards at once. Su Ning then said, "Little Chen, you're a bit of an amateur. Our prison can't give so many rating rewards at once. The main purpose of our prisons is to help inmates reintegrate into society through labor rehabilitation and education. Too many rewards may distract the prisoner's attention, affecting the effect of their rehabilitation. In principle, only one or the other. Have individual merit rewards, not to commend the collective. Commend the collective, you have to deprive the individual merit. If you want all of them 101 to get credit, my personal suggestion, would be to give a collective third-class credit, with a commendation of 30 points each, so that, overall, they 101 have earned over 100 more points." When I heard it, it dawned on me that there was this situation. No wonder Sister Wang was reluctant to give so much credit for the evaluation. So I smiled and said, "Sister Wang, let's see you arrange it." Wang Yi gave me a blank look, then said, "Little Chen, remember, you're a doctor. Your duty is medical treatment. Don't interfere with my supervisory duties." When I heard that, I was quite speechless. At this time, I am asked not to interfere with supervisory affairs? What an unloading. Okay, I won't say anything, okay? However, I am still quite satisfied in my heart. At least there is an explanation to Zhou Yanhong. At that moment, I saw Zhao Ying come back and she reported to Wang Yi. Then he turned to me very happily and said, "Xiao Chen, the needle is back. Thank you." When I heard Zhao Ying's grateful words, I hurriedly said, "It doesn't have much to do with me. It's Sister Wang who labored over it. So thanks Sister Wang." Hey, I definitely want to thank my senior sister, so I don't need you to worry about it. As for you, I want to thank you individually. When are you off duty? Let's make an appointment. I'll treat you to a commercial K. Zhao Ying said excitedly. I was speechless as I looked at her flinty expression and excited, expectant eyes, and she was really sticking it to me. Just know how to play. What have you put your mind on? No wonder the supervisory affairs are handled in a mess. Put your heart away. I'm going to criticize you at the cadre review later, Wang Yi said sternly. Being criticized by Wang Yi, Zhaoing lowered her head in aggravation and didn't dare to talk back. While I was grateful to Wang Yi, she had solved a big problem for me. Otherwise, I don't even know how to say no to this little sweet girl. It was at this moment that the intercom on Su Ning's desk rang. Detective section. Detective section. This is the prison governor's office. Now immediately ask the acting prison governor Wang Yi to rush to the prison governor's office. The prison governor has important instructions. Repeat, the prison governor has important instructions. Come here immediately. Everyone in the office froze for a moment when they heard the words over the intercom, and my heart hung in my throat at that very moment. All of us looked at the walkie-talkie, and only Wang Yi reacted in that instant, pulling out his legs and running straight away. And it was only at this time that Su Ning reacted and hurriedly took the walkie-talkie and said, "Copy, copy, it's already passed, it's already passed." When she finished, she looked at me with a look of envy and excitement in her eyes. Zhaoing instead looked at me a bit confused and ignorant, not understanding what was happening, and without explaining anything, I ran out too in a huff and hurried towards the commissar's office in hot pursuit. And just as I ran to the administration building, I saw Fei Lu and Joni all rushing over. A few of us met, exchanged glances, and although we didn't say anything, we all knew what was going on. Every one of us knew that it should be the news about the capture from Commissar Blue's side. I didn't say anything to them and ran furiously all the way to the commissar's office. While running, he was still praying frantically in his heart. Hopefully, it'll get those drug dealers, all in one net. Chapter 108, Taking a Shot. The three of us ran to the door of Commissar Blue's office. We didn't enter. We just stood in the doorway and watched. Blue Yen stood straight in front of the desk, holding the phone in her hand, constantly doing the minutes on the book. From her look, very serious, which puts my heart, but also to the seven. I do not know how the situation outside. We didn't dare to ask, much less disturb Wang Yi, so we could only stand at the door and wait. We waited for a full 10 minutes before Wang Yi put the phone down. I rushed in, looked at Wang Yi, and anxiously asked, "How is it?" Fei Lu looked at Wang Yi with the same curiosity and nervousness as Zhao and I. Wang Yi didn't rush to tell me, but put the book away, then told me, "I can't disclose the specifics to you, it's a national-level secret." When I heard that, I was anxious and on fire, so anxious that I was sweating. Not only me, even Fei Lu and Zhao and I were all anxious with ugly faces. Seeing our anxious looks, Wang Yi then said, "I can't tell you the details, but I can tell you that the result is good, and everyone is waiting to be judged." When I heard Wang Yi's words, Fei Lu and Zhao and I both laughed excitedly, as if they were greatly relieved. I looked over to Fei Lu, who was also looking at me excitedly and winking at me, while Joni was wondering what she was thinking about. Her whole body was in deep contemplation, as if she was in deep contemplation. I'm quickly getting hard. I'd been looking forward to this for half a day, and I'm given a classified? How can I put up with this? I'm particularly interested in knowing the process, and also, how many arrests were made, if they were a clean sweep, and more importantly, what to do next. However, Wang Yi didn't give me the chance to ask more questions. Alright, let's open the cadre review. A lot of things happened today. It's necessary to do a serious discussion and criticism in the meeting, Wang Yi said sternly. After that, she left, giving me a heart attack and whetting my appetite. No, I must know the details, and when I get back, I'll ask her nicely. I made up my mind in my mind, and without saying much, I went directly to the conference room of the administrative building to open the cadre review. When I arrived at the office, the people from the day shift came, and after the people arrived, Wang Yi started cursing with all her fire, scolding Zhaoing and crying several times. After scolding Zhaoing, he began to do a summary of the content of the work, and when he was finished, he also asked everyone in the meeting to give a written summary of the content of today's work with the meeting. This meeting didn't end until 10:30 p.m. After the meeting was adjourned, I wanted to chase after Wang Yi to ask for the result. However, Wang Yi said that she still had work to do and told me to go back first, so I had to be patient and go back first. Halfway, I was blocked by Zhaoing. She hugged my arm, crying, said aggrieved. I looked at her quite poor, comforted for a while, casually ruffled for a while, and she said some playful words, only to coax her good. I made an excuse to say that I was tired to go back to rest, and she didn't cry with me again, but a good meal of concern for me and so on. The ink was half a day before breaking up. After the breakup, I rushed to the cafeteria. As a result, the cafeteria is closed again. I'm this hungry for a day. Just eat a mouthful of rice at noon. My stomach is hungry, so I can only endure the meat pain. Go to the supermarket to buy a bucket of instant noodles, and return to the apartment with instant noodles. When you go back, put the instant noodles on and eat them while you wait. Gave me a dizzying wait. And finally, when it was more than 12 o'clock at night, Wang Yi came back. When I heard the door open, I hurriedly climbed up from the sofa and looked at Wang Yi coming back weakly, so I hurriedly and attentively went over to take off her uniform. then brought some snacks over, then filled her thermos with water. After serving me well, I smiled and asked, "Sister Wang, tell me about it. How is the situation over there?" Wangi drank a mouthful of water with a tired heart, then told me, "The principle is that I am not allowed to tell you." I hurriedly smiled and squatted down, kneading her legs, and said greasily, "Don't you have the principle? Tell me about it." I promised to keep it to myself. When Wangi heard this, he grinned and grabbed my ears, then said seriously, "We have 2 comrades dead and 6 wounded." When I heard it, my heart thumped and I asked, "Is this so serious?" When I finished speaking, I was afraid for a while. Luckily, I didn't have to go out into the field, or else I wouldn't have dared to imagine that scene. She nodded and said, "Blue political commissar said that after docking with the criminal police team, arrangements were made to deploy in the old streets of South Border. Dozens of SWAT team members found the Sister Hui drug-taking lair. The specific address, there is no discrepancy with what Miao Miao said. So, the SWAT team attacked Hui's lair, but there was a problem with the attack, and the SWAT team got into a fierce firefight with the other side, who took advantage of their geographic location and inflicted huge casualties on the SWAT team. 2 SWAT team members were sacrificed on the spot, and in the end, drones and robot dogs were deployed to completely clear the battle line, killing 4 drug dealers on the spot, and seizing 50 kilograms of the new drug V, as well as $1 million in drug money at the scene." Wang Yi's words dazzled me, and I said excitedly, 50 kilograms? That much? How much credit is this? Wang Yi looked at me sternly, and I immediately said, "I'm low in awareness. Low in awareness. So, that's Sister Hui. Did you catch her?" "No," Wang Yi said dryly. When I heard that, I scared and said, "How could that be? How could you let her get away? That's a little too much of that, isn't it?" "No, not let her run away, but," she pressed the scene, "can only say that the Interpol team pounced, and the scene after a fierce exchange, but also did not leave a living mouth. The whole case, the clues seem to be broken again." Wang Yi said helplessly, "I also have a headache. I didn't expect things to turn out this way, and I thought that I would be able to catch the other side off guard by getting this important information. The scary thing is, it's not that she ran away. Political Commissar Lon is worried that it's that she received the information and slipped away in advance. This is the most scary thing. If that's the case, then it means there's a rather serious pest in our ranks. You, me, and the other comrades will be facing a huge danger to our lives," Wang Yi said seriously. When I heard that, I got nervous and asked anxiously, "No, what does that mean? Will retaliate against us?" Wang Yi nodded, but quickly said, "So, from now on, any information about case number 5 should not be revealed to the public, and for the next task, we need to catch this pest as soon as possible." When I heard that, I sat down speechless, feeling a little too dramatic in my mind. How did they get to this point? "Zhou Qing took a bullet," Wang Yi said. When I heard that, my whole body was dumbfounded, and I asked, "No, how did she get a bullet? She wouldn't have rushed to the front line as well, would she?" "Yes, she was eager to take credit, acted as a knocking takeaway and rushed up, but as a result, the person didn't even open the door and gave her a shot," Wang Yi said helplessly. I anxiously asked, "So shot? Is it life-threatening?" Wang Yi returned. I rolled my eyes breathlessly when I heard that, and was greatly relieved, then flirted, "It's okay, she's got a big ass and lots of meat. It's not that big of a deal to get shot." Chapter 109, Zhou Cheng who got shot. When I finished, Wang Yi also laughed breathlessly, then grabbed my ear and gave me a serious look. I laughed and didn't continue to joke about it. After all, it was pretty serious stuff. Wang Yi then told me, the above is worried that she will be retaliated against by drug dealers outside, and decided to let her return to the prison for treatment. So you should get some rest early, and get ready to take over Zhou Qing's treatment tomorrow. I was very speechless when I heard that and asked, "Why me?" "Because you are not suspected," Wang Yi said seriously. I understood it as soon as I heard it. Sentimentality in this prison is smack in the middle of anyone, but not me, because I'm new and I dug up the case, so it's best to leave it to me. Wang Yi let go of my ear, rubbed my face, and said, "Go rest, tomorrow's task will be heavier." I nodded, and didn't talk much with Wang Yi anymore. I was really sleepy, so I rushed back to my room and went to sleep. Lying in bed, a wave of speculation ran through my mind. Who's the pest anyway? I tried hard to think of all the people I knew in prison. Political Commissar Lan was definitely ruled out, and Wang Yi and Zhou Qing were also impossible. Fei Lu, Joni, doesn't look much like that either. I'm a little giddy in the head and can't really think of who the black sheep is. I fell asleep thinking about it, and then the dream started. Dreams are absurd. I actually dreamed of having a baby with Zhou Qing, and of course, The process was ridiculous, with all sorts of weird positions played out, and the pregnancy was instantaneous. What with all this busy work, the baby's head came out, and it went from being an image of a wet dream to me delivering her in a flash. She gave birth to 17 or 18 babies in her life, and she and I were so busy carrying the babies that we couldn't even do our work, and we were so worried. In a panic, I heard the sound of snapping, and then I felt a pain in my buttocks, giving me a pain so painful that I hurriedly looked back. I turned around, and I saw Zhao and I holding a large needle to poke my buttocks, giving me a painful straight scream. I argued with her, but just mouth movement, no sound, and then a lot of people came to fight. Blue political commissar, Fei Lu, all came. The picture changes again when you argue, and the rest is indescribable. It wasn't until the morning wake-up call that I was pulled out of that ridiculous dream. I opened my eyes and looked to my brother out of habit to see the status. I smiled reassuringly when I sensed my brother was in shape to be online this morning, but soon after, I scat and lightly slapped my face. It felt like I was dreaming an absurd dream that was a bit outrageous. How is there still a blue political commissar in it? Although Commissar Blue was beautiful and well maintained, it always felt a little weird to have her in my dreams. There was a knock on my door, and then I heard Wang Yi's urging, "Get up, Zhou Qing's car will be back at 6 o'clock. You have to go receive it. Don't be slow. Coming. I hurriedly got up and opened the door before heading towards the bathroom. I looked shriveled as I grabbed my toothbrush and started to wash up, too sleepy to keep both eyes open. Don't forget to change your pants later, Wang Yi reminded. With that, he walked away from me. I sounded just a little weird and opened my eyes to look at myself in the mirror. Pants? What's wrong with pants? Suddenly, dumbfounded, I woke up in a flash, just looking at the wet corner of my pants. I was so anxious that I was sweating, and hurriedly looked at Wang Yi. The whole man's face, he hated to lose it to the Pacific Ocean. Wang Yi looked back at me, and when she saw my humiliated expression, she pursed her lips and laughed, and she didn't say anything more to me as she turned around and left. I shamefully looked at myself in the mirror, raised my hand and slapped myself, then said in disgust, "Grow a pair." After saying that I rushed to change my clothes, and after changing, I bitterly cleaned and busied myself before hurrying to the prison area. When I arrived at the cell block, I grabbed my work log and checked it in a panic to see if Fei Liu had made a note for me. Luckily this time, I was given a full day's itinerary, so I didn't look at it carefully and hurriedly took the work log and went to find Wang Yi. Wang Yi, because he was the acting warden, had to conduct a meeting for all the comrades in the prison today. The meeting wasn't too long, and after a brief organization of the work, we let the meeting adjourn. After the meeting was adjourned, Fei Liu looked at me and came over, saying seriously, "I'm not going to open today's morning shift meeting, but the work that should be reported on. After you're done with your work, hurry up and come give me a report." After saying that, she gave me a flirty wink. I was too sleepy and not much energy. The whole person was like sleepwalking. So, there was no reaction, just a wooden nod. Then Wang Yi told me, "Follow me." I nodded, and followed Wang Yi and a few female prison guards out of the administration building to the prison's entrance and exit gates. After we arrived and waited a little while, we saw a police officer driving the road, followed by an ambulance, and after the two vehicles entered the prison supervision area, the armed police on duty began to carry out a strict and rigorous inspection, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and the inspection was carried out for a full 10 minutes before they were released. After the 2 cars came in, Wang Yi and I rushed to meet up. Looking at the blue political commissar down from the police car, Wang Yi saluted, and then did a simple work report with her. The blue political commissar asked me to hurry to do a handover with the downtown hospital, to receive Zhou Qing to the inpatient department of the prison district 1. I hurriedly made a handover to the doctor downtown, took away Zhou Qing's medical records, and listened to some of the other parties' explanations, which were nothing important, just hanging water to reduce inflammation and replacing the wound medicine. After doing the handover, the following prison guards carried Zhou Qing down from the ambulance, and I looked at Zhou Qing lying on the hospital bed. Her face was very pale. However, overall it was okay, and her spirit wasn't really shriveled. Many people, I do not have the good sense to flirt with her. After the handover, I let people send her to the first area of the inpatient ward. A few people steadily lifted her from the medical car, placed on the bed. I signed. The entire reception process is finished. Soon, in the medical ward, only Zhou Qing and I were left. I sat down with a smile and looked at Zhou Qing flirtatiously. She looked back at me without a good grace, her eyes all glazed over, and the sight of my smirking expression annoyed her greatly. Ask me, laugh, what's so funny? What's so funny? I look, her mouth so powerful. I raised my hand and slapped towards her buttocks, immediately gave her pain, immediately bowed up her waist. Her mouth let out miserable screams. When I looked at her agonized expression, I said arrogantly, "It's in my hands. You'd better be polite to me, or else." There'll be pain for you. When I finished, she stared back at me viciously. Her eyes looked as if she wanted to eat someone. She gritted her teeth and said, "My old lady just took a bullet in the ass. Not in the head. I will always be fine. When I'm fine, you wait for me." When I heard that, I was a little bit weak, and hurriedly said, "Don't be like that. I'm just kidding with you. Now let's make up. Don't make conflicts, okay?" Upon hearing my words, Zhou Qing became extremely disgusted and scolded, "Goon." After she said that, she slumped down and grunted in pain, and I hemmed and hawed as I watched her in agony. But soon, I scat and watched as dense red spots appeared on the hospital gown, and I knew that it was time for me to change her medication. I then said, "Look at this position, where the injury is. It's quite unsightly. Why don't I find a female doctor to change your medicine?" Chapter 110, Mental Trauma. Hearing my words, Zhou Qing snorted and looked at me, said, "You want me to die, don't you?" In case it's, Zhou Qing didn't finish, but, with that warning look, I knew in my heart that she was also afraid of encountering pests, and then it would be a disaster. I felt quite conflicted and said, "No, if you're so afraid of death, why are you charging up there? Wouldn't it be better if you didn't go? Is it your turn to be a hero? This isn't the right legislation to take credit for." Zhou Qing disliked, "You know nothing. Sacrificed on the battlefield. With being murdered in the hospital bed is two concepts. One can grant the flag. One can only be wrong to swallow the gas. I have never been afraid of death. Just afraid. Death has no value." When I heard that, I just laughed breathlessly. "She's kinda hot-blooded." I then said, "Well, I changed it for you. Pure work needs. You cannot retaliate against me in the future. Why are you such a wimp? Hurry up, will you? I feel something flowing into the hook. Hurry up and wipe it for me. I feel sick." Zhou Qing urged. I was speechless when I heard it, and without saying anything more, I rushed to get the medical kit and took out the tools to clean the wounds, as well as the wound medicine I received from the hospital in the city. I hurriedly Zhou Qing's hospital gown to take off. When the hospital gown off, I immediately frowned straight. Just look at her buttocks. Feel like the surface of the moon. Pitted. Everywhere are large and small holes. 2 buttocks feel suffered from the old crime. Surprised, I asked, "No, what's with all the bullet holes? Caught you strafing your ass? Shotgun, do you understand? Hurry up," Zhou Qing urged. I sighed breathlessly, looking at that hornet's nest of an ass and kind of admiring her. I didn't say anything more. I hurriedly cleaned up her wounds, wiped up the blood that spilled out of the wounds, especially the ones that flowed into the hook. She said she was having a hard time and had to clean it up, and I had no choice but to take care of her body in the spirit of medical ethics of saving lives and helping the sick and the dying. It took about 10 minutes to clean up her suffering ass, and then she was given medicine. I thought she was pretty ballsy, but as it turned out, she also cried a lot while cleaning up her injuries and medicine, and I couldn't stand to hear it. After cleaning it up, I looked at the bed pillows were soaked, and her face was smeared with tears, so I rushed to take the saline and clean her face again. She pushed my hand away in disgust and exasperatedly said, "Have a cigarette." I died of speechlessness just listening to it, and I said, "It's all that. Stop smoking. It's unhealthy." "What are you talking about? Hurry up and give me one," Zhou Qing anxiously urged. Breathlessly, I fumbled with my pockets and pulled out a new pack of wazoo, opened it up, lit it up and took a drag, shoving it in her mouth. She hurriedly pumped it up, and when she was done, she flopped back on the pillow with a special contentment that was better than the anesthetic. "Do you want to know what happened then?" Zhou Qing asked, looking at me with an air of interest. I immediately said, "I don't want to." For my denial, her eyes became extremely harsh. I grabbed the root of my thighs, giving me pain straight twitching, hurriedly said, I want too much. I really want to understand the heroic deeds of our great hero. You hurry to tell me. Want to die I all." It was only after I finished that she viciously spread her hands, and I was speechless in my mind. With an ass like that and such a strong hand, Zhou Qing's tears fell again, and she said with an icy emotion, "When the arrest plan started, the criminal police team needed a person to knock on the door in order to avoid a direct conflict and trick the other party into opening the door of the room. I didn't have any hesitation at that time, and I went straight on, and I disguised myself as a delivery person to knock on the door. All of us thought that even if the other side would be wary, they should verify the situation before making a move, but I was totally surprised that the moment I knocked on the door, the shots went off straight away. The bullet pierced through the door of the room in an instant, and the tremendous impact knocked me to the ground. My chest hurt like it was on fire, and at that moment, my whole mind was in a daze. I was at a loss as to what to do. I had fantasized about this scenario countless times, and I always felt that I could handle a crisis like this like a big hero, but I was wrong. However, I was completely incapable of reacting, and if it hadn't been for the quick eyes of my comrade from the criminal investigation unit, who pulled me down the stairs, the second shot, probably, would have been in my head. I was horrified to hear that. Those drug dealers were brutal. But, to comfort her, I joked, "Where's the chest wound? I'll show you." She ignored my joking words and just looked at me eerily, scaring me so much that I didn't dare to continue flirting. But after he saved me, she got shot. I watched as the bullet pierced through his skull, blood sprayed on my face, and collapsed in front of me and sacrificed himself. "Do you know that image?" Zhou Qing asked me as she looked at me with a face full of despair. I knew that she must have a shadow in her heart, so she had to say it. She was saving herself, and if she didn't, she would be haunted by the image for the rest of her life. I hurriedly sat down, put her face on my lap and pillowed it, gently caressed her hair and said, "It's all in the past. You don't have to blame yourself. If you were that comrade, facing that situation, you would have saved him too." Yes, unfortunately I'm not. Am I? I'm just a second-generation official who is eager to make a success and has no skills whatsoever. Isn't that right? Zhou Qing blamed herself extremely. After I heard it, I was a bit surprised. I didn't expect her to be quite self-aware. However, although the words were so, I didn't dare to say it, lest she feel even more pressure in her heart. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from my thighs, and I immediately clamped my legs together as I watched Zhou Qing mercilessly destroy me. I asked anxiously, "No, what are you doing? What are you doing? Are you doing this to me? Do you know you have a very strong hand? I need hugs. I need hot kisses. I need frenzy to dissolve the shadows inside me. Aren't you the best at that? You don't even need any reminders for Miao Miao. Why can't you do it for me? Or are you not trying to comfort me at all? Are you cursing me in my mind? Do you think I deserve it?" Zhou Qing angrily asked me. When I heard that, I was quite speechless, and hurriedly struggled away, squatted down, cupped her face, and tried to kiss her, but she slapped my face open. Disgusted. "You still smell like you're having another affair with that woman?" I'm quite disgusted. I listened to a burst of speechless. She can be really sensitive. I hurriedly said, "No, I just dreamed. In a dream. Human nature is not it? If I lie to you I am a puppy." When she heard that, she stared at me, no skepticism in her eyes, which were filled with complex emotions, like a wounded milk dog. I was a little surprised. I didn't think that Zhou Qing, who had always been straightforward and fiery, also had a cowardly side. Seeing my sympathetic look, she got a little anxious, like a capricious young lady, strongly and spitefully capricious. He said, "Kiss me, quick." Chapter 111. What happened yesterday was no accident. I was hyped up by the eager Zhou Qing, and although I didn't really want to in my heart, I had no choice but to kiss it. As soon as she came into contact with those soft red lips, she was like someone drowning after getting drunk. One arm desperately wrapped around my neck, then frantically tangled with me. In her kiss, there was no lust at all. There was only the desire for survival. Just like after falling into the water, it was hard to grab a straw to save your life, and then desperately grasping that straw to float upwards. But in the end, it would only sink into the abyss. The more she did, the crazier she got. Or perhaps, her tormented heart finally found a breakthrough to release. Can make her feel better in the heart as if she asked for more. She cannot wait to pounce on me, and I more unrestrained lingering. I was also driven a little out of control by her, and began to indulge in a sea of love and affection. The entanglement gradually got out of control, the feelings gradually heated up, and I uncontrollably flipped her over to pounce on her. Suddenly, she came a scream, her body is even more pain stiffened up. This time, I snapped awake, only to remember that her buttocks are bullet holes, so a pressure shall not give her pain to death. I'm sorry, I forgot. I apologized anxiously, hurrying to turn her over. She gritted her teeth in pain and looked at me with blurred tears, and I don't know if it was because of the pain or because the emotions inside her had finally found a release, but she bawled. Woo! I watched her cry like thunder. My heart really quite sympathized with her. She is a strong girl, can make her cry like this. All inside how much self-blame. I sat down, hugged her, patted her on the back and tried to comfort her with something, but I knew that it was useless to say anything more. She couldn't pull through on her own, and to say anything more was nothing more than the hypocrisy of a bystander who was standing around talking. She cried for a while, then put the cigarette in her mouth again and took a big drag. After a few sobs, she restrained her emotions. She then told me sternly, "Don't tell anyone about my crying today. I'll beat you up if you tell anyone." I was just really speechless when I heard her warning. Is she a human being? How dare she warn me like that, and hit me? She's like a child. She has no conscience at all. I feel sorry for her. I didn't bother to talk to her. Break up with your girlfriend, let's be together, Zhou Qing suddenly said seriously. I was speechless when I heard it and asked, "No, why are you thinking of one thing at a time? Why are you suddenly jumping back to me and my girlfriend? Can you stand it?" She lifted her head and looked up at me. her eyes red as she said, "Do you have any idea what was going through my head when I was shot? I don't know, but I had a dream yesterday about having children with you. You know, you're like a sow. You give birth to a litter of 17 or 18. In a lifetime." I exaggerated. Puff. Zhou Chang really couldn't hold back and let out a giggle. And suddenly, she quickly covered her butt in pain, biting her lips in death and looking at me complainingly. I laughed and said, "Dream on. It's all a lie." Look at her smile. I feel relieved. Really afraid of her heart cannot pass that hurdle. By the shadow of the body, internal consumption of their own. I know that feeling. Can give you suffocate to death? Zhou Qing then said seriously, "I'm serious with you." My mind was in a daze at that time. But there was only one image, and that was my entanglement with you in the hotel. And at that time, I actually felt that it became a huge regret in my heart that I didn't finish going to bed with you. I swore at the time that if I survived, I would finish this with you, and this vow lingers in my heart like an obsession. After I heard, the heart is very happy. Men, no woman to show love and courtship can also be excited about things. However, soon I fretted and said, "It's late. I promised my girlfriend that I would marry her, and she promised me that she would wait for me. We're not destined to be together. When I come back, my father comes to inspect. I will tell my father. Let him dismiss your girlfriend her father and transfer your girlfriend to a foreign country." Zhou Qing said mercilessly. I was very speechless when I heard it and got angry. Is it funny? Strong twisted melon, he is not sweet. But, quench your thirst, Zhou Qing said coldly. I laughed breathlessly. There was really nothing I could do about her, but I also knew that she was joking. It was at this time that I heard footsteps and immediately said, "Someone is coming." You hurry to put out the cigarette. Zhou Chang wasn't stubborn and threw the cigarette to me. I hurriedly put it out, then saw Wang Yi come in. She frowned straight away as she came in, obviously smelling smoke, but she didn't say anything. Instead, I asked Zhou Chang, "Is it okay? Need a psychotherapist? I can arrange it for you. Who are you looking down on? You think I'm a vase? You remember Wang Yi? My name is Zhou Qing. I'm made of iron. I've got 100 bullet holes in my ass." Did I say anything? I've got 100 bullet holes in my ass. What did I say? Can I hold out without a will of steel? And a psychotherapist? Keep it for yourself, Zhou Qing said with a stiff upper lip. I couldn't even strain myself to hear it, and Zhou Qing immediately gave me a stern look, so I hurriedly bit my lip in death and thought over the sadness. Don't even if you don't want it. Xiao Chen we have to work as well. Come with me to check the room, Wang Yi said. I hummed, then said, stay on your back. I'm going to make my rounds, and when I'm done, I'll request a hangnail for you. Go go go. I'm not much of a big deal, Zhou Qing said with a stiff upper lip. Wang Yi helplessly shook his head, but did not say much, directly left the ward. I hurriedly stuffed cigarettes into the bottom of her pillow and said, easy don't give the point, or we both have to eat disciplinary action. Zhou Chang looked at me seriously and warned, don't ever tell anyone, especially Wang Yi. The last thing I want is for her to look down on me. I nodded. Then he kissed her on her red lips and said with a smile, to sweeten the deal. Zhou Qing gave me a wink with a smile, but cursed, get lost. I didn't say much. I hurried out and caught up with Wang Yi, and just after catching up with her, she said worriedly, Political Commissar Lan is worried about Zhou Qing's mental health, and she hopes that you will not only treat her body, but also take care of her mentality. I immediately said, hey, it goes without saying? Early treatment, you do not know. Just now all cried a lot, and self-blame, and self-deprecation. People clear were the most important injuries, so, without us to say, self-help, everything with me, after I have a lot of self-sacrifice, has been cured for her. Wang Yi was relieved when she heard this, and I hurriedly hammed and hawed and said, you know what? She also warned me, must not tell anyone, especially you, afraid that you look down on her. You say, what is her hard mouth Wang Yi sighed helplessly and said, I've never looked down on her, it's her who overthinks things. I nodded. It was true that she was overthinking it. No one would look down on her for her eagerness to make a mark that resulted in injuries and sacrifices. On the contrary, they would honor her. It's just her own self-interest. Suddenly, Wang Yi's face became serious. Very seriously, she told me, after I reported yesterday's supervision to Political Commissar Lan, she suspected that yesterday's incident was no accident. Chapter 112, Persons in Priority Care. Wang Yi's words instantly made me tense up as well, because I also felt that yesterday's events were a bit too much of a coincidence. Zhao, as a professional prison guard, or the district chief of the prison district, how could she lose the needle so easily, and so coincidentally was picked up by that tattooed woman, who just happened to be in the bathroom looking at Miao Miao upset to kill Miao Miao? I asked in a low voice. So, does Commissar Lan have any instructions? Wang Yi shook his head and said, the new prison director is coming. The prison has to organize a meet and greet. And the city's handful of people are also coming to inspect the prison's work situation. There is a busy time again. Our action. We have to cooperate with the SWAT team's side, and we can't act rashly before summarizing the last action, so as not to spoil the whole situation. I got a little antsy when I heard that and asked, "No, a handful from the city? Who is it? Zhou Qing's father?" "Yes, the news of Zhou Qing's injury has reached that person's ears, and he couldn't come to see it in private, so an inspection was arranged," Wang Yi said helplessly. I got a little speechless and said, "Isn't that adding to the confusion? It's normal for city leaders to inspect their work, so don't complain," Wang Yi reminded. I laughed breathlessly and said, "Got it." Wang Yi then said, "What political commissar Lan means is that if it was a leak in our prison, then it must have been in the midst of yesterday's chaos that the news was passed out. And you were the one who witnessed all of yesterday's events, so I hope that you'll think about it and list out the suspicious personnel." When I heard that, I had a nodding head and said, "I didn't come into contact with many people yesterday. Zhaoing, Sister Lu, Sister Zhou, Sister Zhao, and Sister Su, all of these people. I thought about them all night last night, and I don't feel like anyone. Like it or not, it is not what you say with your mouth, but it needs to be actually investigated, and you don't need to be in a hurry. Do your job first, and never act rashly on your own with regards to investigations, lest the other party have a sense of crisis, and thus be desperate enough to pose a threat to you," Wang Yi reminded. I breathlessly pinched my waist and said in a depressed voice, "No, I'm a doctor. How did I do the first line? This life is in danger. Stop complaining. It's useless. Cheer up and stay alert," Wang Yi said sternly. I smiled bitterly, knowing there was no use in saying anything. Then I asked Sister Wang, "When are we going to assess the merits? How many grades of merit can we assess for the last harvest?" Yes, I'm not enlightened, but I really want to know." Wang Yi also smiled and said, "This matter, I really don't know. Need Sister Lan to write a note to declare to the above, but you can rest assured, at least second-class merit upwards." When I heard that, I hemmed and hawed, then hurriedly said, "Sister Wang, don't worry, I'll definitely bring you along." Wang Yi smiled gratefully, then told me, "Oh yeah, 102 there's a female inmate who can't get up today, so she needs you to focus on her care." I was quite surprised when I heard that. It was rare to hear Wang Yi would ask me to focus on who I was taking care of. Who exactly was this female prisoner? I was a bit curious in my heart. However, Wang Yi didn't explain anything more to me and directly led me to the prison area. When we arrived at the cell block, we started checking the rooms, and the first thing we checked was 101. As soon as Wang Yi and I entered the door, we saw 101 everyone standing straight and upright, and on everyone's face, they couldn't help but put a smile on their faces. But, again, they were trying their best to hold it in. I couldn't help but smile when I looked at everyone's expressions that couldn't help but laugh. I knew that Zhou Yanhong shouldn't have bragged to this group of people last night, so everyone was happy today and was waiting for that big announcement, especially Zhou Yanhong, who stood in front of the bed and looked at me with an expression full of titillation. I ignored her and just did my rounds, questioning everyone, and after everyone said there was no problem, I walked to the door and pretended to leave as if nothing had happened, which made Zhou Yanhong anxiously asked, "No, Dr. Chen, Dr. Wang, didn't he? Nothing to announce?" I shrugged and shook my head when I heard that and looked at Wang Yi. Everyone looked at Wang Yi, filled with eagerness. Wang Yi then said, "All of you, at attention, at ease." Everyone hurriedly stood straight and waited for Wang Yi. Wang Yi then said seriously, "There are quite a lot of things, so I won't sell the story. To announce one thing, yesterday's murder case in the bathroom, due to your 101 joint efforts, it was effectively stopped. In order to commend you, after the prison director comes back today, I'll apply for a merit assessment for you." When Wang Yi didn't finish, everyone looked at Wang Yi excitedly, waiting for his surprise. Wang Yi then said seriously, "Blue political commissar approved the note. Decided to give all 101 remembered third-class merit once, all commendation 30 points. Who? Wang Yi had just announced it, and everyone in the room screamed with excitement and happiness like crazy, especially Zhou Yanhong, who was dancing with excitement, and her eyes were filled with gratitude when she looked at me. I looked at everyone who was happy, and I was happy with them. Even though they were prisoners and had committed a lot of heinous crimes, I felt a sense of fulfillment to be able to see them reformed and awarded with a commendation. 101 The excited shouts drew a number of sideways glances from the prison guards. Sister Shin is even more stern. "Quiet. All give me quiet point. All have, at ease, stand at attention." In response to Sister Shin's reprimand, all of them hurriedly put away their wild hearts, and then began to stand at attention at short rest, with their bodies straight and upright, but the smiles on their faces, how could they not be wiped out? Wang Yi was not too harsh, but said, "The commendation is a recognition of you, but you should always remember that labor reform is the purpose. In the future, catch production well, and strive to get a reduction in sentence. Line. All have, Chibu. Walk. Everyone hurriedly followed Wang Yi's request and walked out, leaving the prison under the leadership of Sister Shen. I told Wang Yi, Zhou Yanhong needs to hang water. Wang Yi then said, the production task is heavier, so go hang up the water during the lunch break. Zhou Yanhong, I hope you hold on. When I heard that, I felt a little ruthless. I looked at Zhou Yanhong. She was indifferent, greased up and said, resolutely obey the leadership requirements. Let's go you, slick talker. Sister Shen grumbled and forced her away. As she passed me, Zhou Yanhong whispered to me, the workshop toilet is waiting for you. I was speechless when I heard it. She's hurt like that, and she's still thinking about that male love. I didn't bother with her either. After everyone from 101 had left, Wang Yi took me to 102. In my heart, I was kind of looking forward to it. Who was this prisoner that Wang Yi wanted me to focus on? Chapter 113, Prisoners Excavated Before Dr. Xi's Sacrifice. Into the 102, Wang Yi went through a set of processes, and then took the other inmates in the room out to run drills. And soon in the room, there was only one female inmate left lying on the bed. Wang Yi then gave me a wink, and I hurriedly walked over and picked up the 102 detail sheet of the prisoner list and started checking it. Li Ran is 30 years old, on death row probation, and is senior teacher at the Southland Chemical University. When I looked at it, I was a little surprised. I didn't realize that it was still a teacher. And, on death row probation, I looked at her criminal record. Drug production, 86 kilograms? I was shocked watching it. How can this not be dead? I was a little surprised in my mind. Miao Miao was sentenced to death just for transporting 1 kilogram. She produced so much that she didn't die standing up for the law. So I don't know what's coming. Li Ran, Dr. Chun from the infirmary is here to treat you. Cooperate. Wang Yi reminded. When she heard Wang Yi's reminder, she slowly turned her head, her big red eyes gazing at me with a dull, numb look, like a desperate corpse. But her despair, which was only her own despair and did not cause any negative feelings towards anyone else in the outside world, had a calmness that was so cool that it made one's scalp tingle. This made me focus on her. She had quite a look of intellectual beauty. Her features are very standard, but, not belonging to the stunning type of woman. Belonging to the light color system looks, although not very bright, but give people a very gentle feeling. This, coupled with the gentle demeanor that emanates from within her body, will give people a feeling of being more approachable. Her eyes were large and pointed, with very full undercover silkworms that made her eyes just look very delicate. The slight drooping of her eyes and her slightly storytelling eyes make her look very storytelling. Her lips are also thinner. Her lip beads are not obvious. The lines of her lips are blurred. The corners of her mouth are slightly downward, and her relatively flat and short center of the human body, giving her a more bitter feeling that she would have. However, her feelings of bitterness should be caused by her depressed mood in prison, just like Miao Miao's. I think she must have been an extremely good and big beauty outside of prison. I'm not sick, I just simply don't want to labor in the shop. Suddenly, I heard her bluntly and dryly say what was on her mind, which left me quite speechless. Laughing, he said, you don't want to labor, just be smart. Why tell the truth? Lie to me, maybe, can also give you some medicine? Let you lazy half a day. I am not unreasonable people, believe, my reputation in a district is also well known. A little surprised at my words, she looked back at me again, but only for a couple more moments before saying, does it mean anything? Will it get me out and free? I was very negative from her tone. I don't know what has happened. I looked at Wang Yi. She then said seriously, Li Ran, I now order you to get up from your bed, attend the running exercise, eat, and then go to the workshop for labor reform. Otherwise, I will punish you. In response to Wang Yi's words, Li Ran did not resist and slowly got up from the bed, then stood lazily and feebly on the edge of the bed. I looked at her, and was a little surprised that one side of her chest was wet, and the fullness of it also gave me a sense of discomfort. And soon I was watching a stream of liquid dripping down her body and ticking on the floor, white and cloudy. I looked at it and it clicked. She's actually breastfeeding. Since she hadn't consumed it, she started to rise out of it, and I sympathized with her greatly when I looked at the part that had risen a little exaggeratedly. As an OBGYN, I know all too well how painful it feels to be bloated and unable to consume your own juices. And many women are so bloated that they bawl their eyes out or even develop depression. And she, actually calm, like a cold corpse. Doesn't she hurt? The answer, of course, is no. I think she must have been in a lot of pain. Only, her mind was numb. So the physical pain, it wouldn't show. Li Ran, I'll ask you again. Do you need Dr. Chen to examine your body and perform the necessary treatment? Wang Yi asked sternly. She shook her head and said numbly, I just want to see my son. hear my son's voice, and hear her call me mom, nothing else. Then you should reform well and strive to earn labor points. As long as you have enough points, the organization will reasonably arrange your rights and interests. Your passive confrontation like this will only make you suffer more, Wang Yi reminded. In response to Wang Yi's reminder, Li Ran didn't respond, nor did he pull himself together in any way. Only the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a contemptuous smile. This smile, as if he had seen through everything long ago, spoke with heartfelt contempt for Wang Yi's words. Wang Yi didn't care and sternly said, "Return to the line." Li Ran also did not resist, numbly turned around, walked out of the prison cell, was taken away by the prison guards. I looked at the ground. She dripped and left a big trail. I immediately said, "She's nursing now, and she's not at all suited for intense labor work when she can't feed, so why not schedule it reasonably?" It was all reasonable in the beginning. She was very active and had a reasonable equity arrangement every month. But, Wang Yi said lustfully, I got anxious and asked, "But what? You tell me?" "Turn around. When Political Commissar Lan gives you a meeting, he will tell you," Wang Yi said mysteriously. When I heard that, I was a little surprised that there was still something about Commissar Blue here. I walked out. Looking at Li Ran's back, I felt that this person should be a big deal. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made Political Commissar Lan personally give me a meeting to talk about it in detail. So, I didn't ask any more questions, and I'll find out when the time comes. Afterward, I continued to patrol the rooms with Wang Yi, and the other rooms, all normal, go through the motions, even if it's over. After the room tour, Wang Yi took me to the administration building to find Political Commissar Lan and gave me a meeting, and I was quite looking forward to learning about Li Ran's situation, perhaps sympathizing with the loss of her nurturing offspring. I always wanted to do something to help her. Soon, I arrived at Lan Yan's office, and when she saw us coming, she took off her old-fashioned glasses and put down the papers in her hand. Smiling, he said, "There you are, sit down and talk." I laughed and said nothing more. Pulling out my chair and sitting down, Lan Yan asked me, "How is Xiao Zhou's situation?" I immediately said, "It's fine. She's pretty good. She's got a shadow in her heart. She didn't hold it in. She cried with me. I made her laugh. Emotionally, not much of a problem." Upon hearing my words, Lan Yan was pleased. "You've done a good job. Xiao Zhou is the child of my old leader. I have to take care of her. Make sure to pay more attention to her." I nodded, and Blue Swallow didn't say anything more on the subject. After glancing at Wang Yi and getting a nod from him, Lan Yan smiled and said, "Little Chen, you've been in contact with Li Ran, right? How does it feel?" When I heard that, I said seriously, "She's pretty negative, and with her current mood, it's going to be very detrimental to the rest of her rehabilitation." When Lan Yan heard this, her face became very eyed, and there were a few hints of anxiety in her eyes. I then asked, "What is she coming from?" After hearing this, Lan Yan didn't answer me, but walked over to the safe, opened that very confidential-looking safe, took a document out of it, and handed it to me. Then, very solemnly, he told me, "Dr. She was digging into her case before she died." Chapter 114, Does it mean Miao Miao has lost her value? As soon as I heard Sister Lan's words, the hand that I had just stretched out, I was so scared that I hurriedly retracted it, scared to death in my heart. Are you kidding me? That Dr. She followed the case and showed it to me? I'm not stupid. If I know too much about this, I might be targeted. I don't want to be sacrificed in the office like that Dr. Gee, I don't want to cover the flag though. I still want to wear the groom's tux. I hurriedly said, "No, leader, this is not appropriate, right? I've heard that this belongs to the confidential. I'm an intern. How can I look at it? I'd better not look at it." Hearing my words, Lan Yan smiled and stuffed the document into my hands, said with a smile, "Xiao Chen, you are modest. You are not a trainee. To give you the approval of the transfer of regularization has been transferred to your direct health commission, is to go through a process. Moreover, you've been enrolled as a reserve member of the health section, so you're our comrade too. Besides, you've already unearthed a huge case. You're qualified and capable of participating in a bigger case. It's the organizational leadership's trust in you. Don't worry about it." I was quite pleased to hear this official praise and affirmation from Lan Yan. Smilingly, he said, "So, I watched it then." Lan Yan nodded, then went to pour water, and I opened the file and glanced at it, giving Li Ran's details a once-over. Li Ran's life, in fact, is still quite smooth. Brand name university graduation. After joining the work, also stayed in the alma mater to become a teacher. Is a little low income. Her husband is her college classmate, called Hu Jijun. Family conditions are also quite general. Rural birth. The two people got married to spend a large sum of money, so the marriage is more strained. So, has not wanted children. Later, because Li Ran was pregnant and needed to recuperate, she resigned from her job. and the two of them became even poorer. So they began to take desperate measures, taking advantage of the convenience of her husband's work in a chemical factory, and began to steal chemical raw materials to make drugs and sell them to other people. In just less than a year, actually manufactured up to hundreds of kilograms of no. 5-inch drugs, and successfully sold out 70 kilograms. Li Ran was captured. The home also hid more than 30 kilograms of no. 5 drugs. When I looked at it, I realized that it had something to do with no. 5-inch. And after Li Ran was arrested, the court sentenced her to death based on the amount of drugs she manufactured. But the court found that Li Ran was pregnant at the time of the crime, so the sentence was changed, and she was sentenced to a suspended death sentence according to the law, deprived of her political rights for life, and confiscated 100,000 yuan of her personal property. This kind of death sentence is basically commuted to life imprisonment. I sighed as I realized why she hadn't died standing up for Deacon. It turned out she was pregnant at the time of the crime. She is so smart. She got pregnant at the time of the crime and escaped the death penalty. But Miao Miao was not so lucky, trying to get pregnant with all her heart and soul, but also unsuccessful. And finally, I closed the case file, looked over at Lan Yan, and asked, what else do we need to dig up about the case behind her? Lan Yan then said, her husband, Hu Jijun, has not yet been caught, and has fled the country, and we have found, based on our investigation, that her husband had started manufacturing drugs sporadically before he married her, and his timeline can be traced back to 5 years ago. I was immediately taken aback. That means, most likely, her husband is the source of the manufacturing of the fifth. Blue Yen gratified, look, your acumen has improved a lot of it. The people in the Drug Enforcement Center also feel the same way, so it is very much want to arrest her husband. As long as you can do this thing, the whole case of the fifth, I believe that there will be a huge breakthrough. When I heard that, I frowned, then said, is she willing to cooperate? Dr. She did a lot of work on her. Before she served her time, she was very active. She got perfect attendance points every month. The prison gave her very reasonable benefits. Every month she got to see her son, and, as we see it, a breakthrough is coming. As a result, Dr. She sacrificed himself, and after Dr. She's sacrifice, she seemed to have lost all hope, and her entire being became negative. Lan Yan said sadly, I think it's a shame too. Lan Yan then said, after Dr. She's sacrifice, we launched an investigation and discovered some bad things, and the digging of the case against Li Ran was sealed. And now, the organization has decided to restart the digging of the case against Li Ran. When I heard that, I looked at Lan Yan with great pressure and asked with a bitter smile, no, trying to make me. Yes, the organization wants our excellent Dr. Chen to follow up on this lead. Lan Yan said seriously. I was speechless when I heard it, and was just about to say that I couldn't, but Lan Yan beat me to it and said, you can do it, and Miao Miao's excavation of the case proves everything. When I heard that, I was very speechless. It just didn't give me a chance to live. Wang Yi patted me on the shoulder and encouraged, don't worry, I'll cooperate with you to the fullest. I smiled bitterly. Was this the tie-in thing? This is the thing to die for. What if, right? I don't want to die young. Little Chen if this case breaks through, I can guarantee that you will definitely step into the director level before the age of 30, and the road ahead will be smooth all the way. Lan Yan seriously assured. When I heard it, my heart was on fire. The blue political commissar deserves to be blue political commissar. This big cake drawing can really make people drool straight. A 30-year-old chief of service? That's a rocket, isn't it? Ho Jing, her old man, was just a division chief. That's what I've been dreaming about. So I hurriedly said with a smile, to serve the people, sacrifice some is due. Line. This case, I follow a little, but don't be too much for me to hold much hope. Lan Yan smiled and said, it's enough that you're willing to do it. I nodded, and then Lan Yan suddenly said, oh, right, Xiao Chen for this merit assessment, you see, is it a personal merit-based application for you, or is it in the name of the collective? When I heard that, I was very speechless. Of course, I hoped that the application would be made mainly on the basis of personal merits, but since she had asked me, obviously, there were other considerations. I then smiled and said, I don't have much experience. Political Commissar Blue, what do you think is appropriate? Lan Yan smiled and said, in my experience then, it's better to focus on the collective credit, because, focusing on the collective, it can be quite a good protection for you, and of course, it will also increase the collective sense of honor and unity, don't you think? Lan Yan's words left me speechless, and I thought of what Sister Zhou had told me, and now it was simply the same. However, I didn't refute Lan Yan, because, in the current situation, I really should keep a low profile. It's not a cost-effective thing to have credit but no life to enjoy it. it's a long way to go. So I said, then listen to Commissar Blue. Blue Yen smiled very gratifying, then took a form to me, said, the main participants in this mission. Alright, turn around and hand it over to me. I will apply to the above for a collective first-class merit. I nodded when I heard it, and hurriedly brought the form over, and looked at the form in my heart beautifully. This is a list of ceiling humph, turn around. I have to get some benefits from their hands. Soaking noodles and cigarettes money at least must be reimbursed to me. But soon, I realized something, and then asked worriedly, by letting me take over Dr. She's case, does that mean that Miao Miao has lost her value? Chapter 115, still a hot potato. Yes, Blue Swallow didn't even hesitate and directly gave me an affirmative answer. The answer brought a sudden and intense feeling of anxiety to my heart. I anxiously asked, then, will it affect her sentence? After all, her confession made a huge difference, didn't it? Lan Yan smiled and said, Little Chen I know that you are a kind child. The idea of wanting to save a young life. I am very supportive and encouraging. I also hope that child who went down the wrong path can be saved. However, we are not a judging body. We are only law enforcement agencies, and it is not for us to do whatever we want to do. You have to understand this. When I heard that, it was hard, always feeling, I lied to Miao Miao, and then, again, the feeling of having to watch her on the death row. Lan Yan said seriously, to give you a professional advice, if you really want to help Miao Miao, make a little plan for her afterlife. For example, help her apply for a chance to meet her family. When I heard that, my anxiety became even stronger. So look at it, Miao Miao is dead, which makes my inner vow become worthless. Wang Yi patted my shoulder and said, do you know why you were asked to contact Li Ran so quickly and suddenly? It's because I want you to pull out of Miao Miao's case as soon as possible. And now, you're fully committed to Li Ran's case. Just pretend that Miao Miao's case doesn't exist, lest your mind and body be affected. I nodded, then said, got it. Lan Yan smiled and said, Little Chen, I believe in your ability to regulate. Go and get busy. I let out a hum and didn't say anything more as I stood up and left Lan Yan's office with Wang Yi. As soon as I left the house, Wang Yi said to me, you should have a deep impression of Zhou Qing's injuries, right? When I heard it, I knew what she meant. I thought back to Zhou Qing's ass-blossoming appearance. It was indeed miserable. Moreover, there were 2 comrades who were killed on the spot, and these people, they were all killed by drug dealers. Thinking this way, I shouldn't have empathized with Miao Miao. If, indeed, she didn't deserve to die, she should have accounted for everything after she was caught, so that our comrades wouldn't have sacrificed their lives in vain, and by choosing to carry on with her death, and to seek survival through an illegal pathway, she had already cut off the channel for legitimate survival. Yes, I shouldn't have chosen to empathize with her. All of this, by her own choice. I then said, Sister Wang, don't worry, I can think straight. Wang Yi nodded and smiled gratefully. I was then asked, any thoughts on digging into Li Ran's case? Where you need my cooperation, feel free to say so. I hummed, but then said, for the time being, I don't have any ideas yet. I've got to get my hands dirty, and I've got to report back to work, so when I'm done, I'll come back to you. Okay, I'll wait for you, Wang Yi said cheerfully. Wang Yi was about to leave after saying that, and I immediately said, wait, Sister Wang. Wang Yi looked at me a bit strangely and asked me, what else? I immediately took out the merit application form and, without saying a word, put her name directly on it, and then handed the form to her. Said, the others, I'm not too familiar with. A couple of them, I've forgotten their names, so write them down. When Wang Yi heard this, her face changed at once, and her eyes turned red with excitement, not to mention that she covered her mouth with both hands in excitement, and a burst of agitated breathing. Then he was moved to say, Xiao Chen, you really, nonsense, is there a fake then? It's a deal, I said atmospherically. The form was then shoved into her hand, along with a pen, and she took it, looking it over carefully, before tears barred her eyes. Soon, she pursed her lips, took a pen, and filled out the form, and when she was done, she gave it to me. I looked and she didn't write anyone's name. It just says, Second Prison and First Ward Collective. When I looked at it, I looked at Wang Yi strangely. She didn't say anything, she just saluted solemnly at me. I looked at her serious behavior. All of a sudden I kind of didn't know how to respond to her well. I could only respond to her with a rough salute. It made her laugh. Turn around and rest. My treat, Wang Yi solemnly said. Before I could say yes, she ran out happily, like a leaping bunny, and I laughed happily as I watched her leaping back. There's a sense of pride and honor. Perhaps, it's a sense of collective honor. I didn't say much and went straight to the health department to find Fei Lu to approve my note. When I got to the health department, I filled out what I had to approve before going in, and I definitely had to stock up big time this time. After I finished writing, I knocked on the door, and after getting Fei Lu's permission, I pushed the door open and walked in, and just as I entered, I watched Fei Lu walk over. She deliberately didn't wear a white coat, but plain clothes. It was actually a long blue halter dress, and she had gotten her hair done, a delicate wavy curly hair with an elegant and moving gesture that made her look beautiful. Coming to me, she smiled flirtatiously at me, ruffled her long hair, the refreshing fragrance coming to her nose, and then pinched her waist. The thin waist was tilted in a flirtatious pose. Dressed in a halter bustier dress, she reveals her long and slender neck, looking extraordinarily white and temperamental. Her proud figure made me dizzy for a moment. I was just about to say something when she shrugged her shoulders and the silky halter fell down, sending an uncontrollable downward spiral down that shoulder strap, desperate to fall into the abyss. It's really old shoulder. I hurriedly diverted my attention so I wouldn't miss the trap, but she was so well maintained, with those slender arms and icy skin that snapped at the sight. I hurriedly raised my head to look at the ceiling, but Fei Lu smiled badly and spun around me, then stopped in front of me, stretched out her hand, hooked my chin, and said in an ambiguous tone, "Why don't you dare to look at me? Are you afraid that I will eat you?" I said awkwardly, "I'd like to, but, well, I can't either." When I finished, I smiled awkwardly. Fei Lu's face immediately changed, and she hurriedly made a move to give me a diagnosis. I held my head stiffly, and after a few attempts, she lost her head and said, "What's going on? Still not well? You want to hurry up and die, old lady, ah?" When I heard that, I hurriedly revealed a bitter smile and said anxiously, "Do you think I don't want to? But what can I do?" Lu Fei anxiously pinched her waist and said, "You've been working for 2 days, right? There will be a shift. I will take you to the best male department to have a look. This kind of disease must not be delayed, or it will be for life." I immediately said, "Zhou Cheng was injured, and political commissar Lan arranged for me to be treated, so I can't get away." Hearing my words, Liu Fei was very speechless and said, "You have also become a meat and potatoes." I muttered in displeasure, "Nonsense, of course I'm the meat and potatoes." Lu Fei didn't dwell on it with me and immediately asked me, "Hurry up and tell me what's going on." I hurriedly smiled and said, "Confidential." "Hey, you, still keeping secrets? Little Chen ah, you're a bit sorry sis ah," Fei Lu complained. I immediately took the form out, and when Fei Lu took a look at it, her 2 eyes instantly opened up and rolled around in excitement, and she immediately went to get it. However, I gave the form back and laughed and said, "Sister Lu ah, just look at it, don't get on it." Hearing my words, Lu Fei immediately embraced me excitedly, in my arms, pampered. "Xiao Chen, look at you, why so outgoing? Sister Lu I for your mission, but no less effort. This name, how do you say? Also have to add up to it?" After saying that, she looked at me with winks and a longing in her eyes that was itching to turn into spring water and drown me. I laughed and said, "Sister Lu ah, this name well, it can be written. However, first of all, I applied for supplies to me to approve." Chapter 116, Running Over. As I said that, I hurriedly took out the application form, and without saying a word, Fei Lu hurriedly picked it up and took a look at it. However, soon said anxiously, "Yo, so much ah? Just the corkscrew has 10 boxes, 100 bottles. Xiao Chen ah, you are, to take as a meal ah?" When she finished, she gave me a snickering look. I was speechless for a while. This thing can be a fart meal ah, eat dead turn back. Corkscrew is a hard currency in the prison. I am trying to prepare some, so as to come to the relationship, the following tasks, less to deal with other prisoners. So, just prepare more. I smiled and said, "Sister Lu, this time, the people who help me, can be quite a lot of the property management section, the second district, the prison section, and the criminal investigation section. This inside and outside. You dead heartless. It said that fertilizer doesn't flow into outsiders' fields. You elbowed your way out you." Lu Fei said anxiously. I laughed and said, "Then you this fat water, but to me a little flow ah? If you don't flow to me, how can I feed back to you, isn't it?" Fei Lu looked at me without a good look in her eyes, a look of hate, looking at the list, very hesitant. Indeed, I'm applying for a particularly large number of things this time, and she's going to have to think about it. Fei Lu then said, "Xiao Chen, everything else is fine, but this breast pump, where can I get it for you? Why do you need it? Who can use it in the second prison? Or you? Don't be so desperate as to think of outside tricks. Don't turn around and suck the blood out of circulation and die. You'll be in trouble." I was speechless when I heard it. She thought I was the one who used it. What a dirty. I then said, "For whom? You don't need to know. Confidentiality. You just need to give me the approval on the line. Turn around. I'll let the people in the property management section figure out how to get it for me." Lu Fei did not look at me in a good mood. Said, "You kid ah, now long temper. dare to talk to me this bossy but also the property management section to find a way to help you get. I laughed and teased. Sister Lu, you say this, no matter how bullish I am, I'm still a small employee under you, right? Without your authorization, I'm nothing, right? Fei Lu smiled when she heard that, and then without hesitation, she directly signed the application slip, and then handed it to me, and just as I was about to take it, she immediately took the slip back. Tell me, name, write it. I laughed and said, small problem, then I write our medical department collective. What group? I'm the only one who helped you out, but did anyone else get a pass? Don't write nonsense. Let me tell you, there are rules for this evaluation. The supplies sent down from above are to be distributed according to the list. The more people you write, the less bonus and supplies will be distributed. Just write my name and yours. Others don't need to write. Lu Fei sternly said. After I heard, I was a little speechless. This is when the leadership, how the gap is so big. Wang Yi without saying anything, not even write their own names, write the collective 2 words. She is good. Actually a little meat do not want to share out. I had not yet decided. She took the form away, and then wrote my name and her name on it, and then said seriously, no more changes. A total of 30,000 yuan, divided by more people. 3 melon 2 dates enough for what? The big deal is that I'll treat you to dinner, so it's kind of raining on your parade. Fei Liu gave me the form after she finished. I was a bit speechless but I didn't bother with her. Then he said, so, okay, that's it, I've got things to do. I'm going to go run some errands first. Later, Fei Liu chided me. Afterwards, he twisted his way over to my side, looked at me with winks and asked with suspicion in his eyes, is it true that there's a new case? This breast sucker is not something that can be used normally. Tell me with sister? When I heard this, I hurriedly said, don't ask, keep it a secret, don't tell you, it's to protect you, and when you turn around to evaluate your merits, it'll just have your name on it. Fei Lu was very surprised when she heard this and looked at me as if she felt incredible, then laughed in amusement, but without saying anything more, he pointed to her red lips and said, give me a kiss and I'll let you go. I'm a little speechless, but, there is no way, if not to meet her, probably will still pester me. I do not say a word, in her red lips kissed, would like to cope with a little? I did not expect that she was angry, embracing me as a wild kiss, to me kissed all the fast breath, a good period of begging for forgiveness. She let go of me. I also rushed to stumble away from this discus cave. Out the door, I hurriedly grabbed up the corner of my white coat and wiped all the lipstick off my face, my mouth, and then straightened up my head which she had scratched into a chicken nest. After finishing organizing, I caught my breath and hurried to the property management section. When I arrived at the property management section, there were a few queues in front of me, so I waited patiently for the people who had claimed for the money to leave before I went over to them. Coming to the window, I looked at Li with a grin and said with a smile, hey, did you miss me? Hearing my words, she gave me a blank look and said with a smile, no. As soon as I heard that, I let out a TSK and pretended to be disappointed. I'm a little sad when you say that. I've missed you like crazy. She pursed her lips, then reached out her hand, grabbed my ear and said, what? You broke up with your girlfriend? Come here to tease me? I laughed and said, no, I haven't even left this prison. How can I possibly get in touch? Why don't you give me my cell phone and I'll talk to my girlfriend? She immediately raised an eyebrow, believing, really? Then I'll get it for you now. When I heard that, I was speechless for a while. It really doesn't stand up to flirting, and when I do, I take it seriously. I hurriedly said, it's not good to violate the rules. I'm in a hurry here. There are more supplies claimed today, so hurry up and claim them for me. With that, I handed over the supply requisition form, and she took one look at it and immediately stood up in surprise. Anxious, not. Xiao Chen this 100 bottles of corkscrew. You as a meal This is too much, right? No, I can't approve it. I really can't approve it. You are my husband. I can't possibly approve it for you. After that, she gave me the list. I laughed, grabbed her fat little hand, patted it, and said, call your leader and tell her to come over and give me an approval. When Li Shi heard this, he laughed breathlessly and said, you're just shouting the prison warden over here. There's no way this list of supplies will be approved for you. These 100 bottles of corkscrews and a breast pump. It's unreasonable and non-compliant. I said smilingly, do you believe I can make your leader give me approval? Not only give me approval, but also be polite to me. Li Shi frowned, a little disbelieving. I immediately said, let her come over. With a run. If she doesn't come, I'll leave. My godly appearance made Li Shi look at me extremely oddly, her eyes full of suspicious strength. Then she smiled bitterly, picked up the phone, and made a call. Hey, leader, it's me, Li A district infirmary Xiaochen to receive a large batch of supplies. I cannot approve. he named you to come over, but also said that you have to run over. Otherwise, he left. This thing, you see, Li Shi finished, then looked suspiciously at me. However, an urgent response soon came over the phone. Tell him to stay put. I'll run over right away. Chapter 117, Sister's family is in difficulty. You brush less. When I heard that, I grinned and took the call from under Li Shi's shocked expression. Very dejectedly, she said, Sister Zhao, I'll wait for you. I hung up the phone when I finished speaking, then leaned out the window, raised an eyebrow at Li Shi, and dejectedly said, how was it? Am I awesome? When she heard my words, she smirked, and with a scowl, she said, it's also possible that she's here to teach you a lesson. This new leader, I know her too well, her temper stinks. You dare to make her? And this attitude, humph, you definitely don't have a good time. Despite what she said, the expression on her face was quite expectant, with an amused frown on her face. This talking, I heard the high heels stepping on the floor issued bark-click sound, especially urgent. Soon, I saw Zhao and I down from the steps, after seeing me, showed a face of eager smile, all the way over the trot. Li Shi hurriedly stood up, his face was serious, and when he saw Zhao and I come over, he said, Leader, you are here. This list, look, at it. Without saying a word, Li Shi hurriedly gave the list to Zhao and I didn't say a word, so I lay down on the window and waited. After looking at it for a while, Zhao and I asked seriously, 100 bottles of corkscrew, what do you take for food? When I heard that, I was a little speechless. Why do they all want me to take corkscrews for food? I hurriedly said, our prison, female inmates because of work factors, constipation is serious. This Kai Sei Lu is urgently needed. You just open it for me. Zhao and I gasped and said, Little Chen why are you sympathizing with the prisoners? Our second prison. None of them are innocent. The punishments they suffered today, they are all to blame. We are already very humane. So this 100 bottles, I can't approve it. When Li Shi heard this, she secretly pursed her lips and smiled. I didn't rush, but, instead, took the form out, put it in the window, and ruffled it with my fingers. Zhao and I immediately looked over, and at a glance, those eyes changed, and her stiff expression became a smile. I immediately smiled and asked, Sister Zhao, do you want to stop looking? When Zhou and I heard this, she gave me a speechless blank look, and then, once again, looked at the form, said, Xiao Chen Kaiksalu is a strictly controlled item it will cause management problems in the women's prison. Just tell me if you can drive? I said forcefully. After hearing this, Zhao and I was so angry that she looked at me with a knife in her eyes, and I immediately put the form away and pretended to leave. Zhao and I hurriedly said, it can be approved. It can be approved. Xiao Li, open it for her. Li Shi was very surprised when she heard this, and her expression changed when she looked at me, and in those big eyes, there was immediately a look of adoration coming through. Okay, I'll open it right away, Li Shi said. After that, he rushed off to do it. Joni immediately said, give me the form. I smiled and said, I haven't eaten here. Hearing my words, Zhao and I was speechless, so angry that she pinched her waist with one hand and pointed at me with the other. You kid, don't go too far, or else, let's go to the toilet to talk. I looked at her threatening strength. I just laughed and said, Sister Zhao, wait to turn back. I have to go to the detective section to sit down. This list, you kid. Zhao and I was so angry that she pointed at me, very out of temper, but, quickly and stiffly held back, smiled, took out her meal card, and said, swipe my sister's card. I immediately snatched it over and said with a smile, then thank you Sister Zhao. After hearing this, Zhao and I was extremely speechless, pointed at me and laughed, saying, Blue Political Commissar's class, you still take less, not smooth at all, turn around, I'll designate to let Blue Political Commissar have a good lesson with you. I laughed, and without getting fancy with her, asked, are you writing about the collective, or who? Xiao Chen you don't write the collective, you write my name on the line. This reward thing, you are not the leader, you can't understand, don't turn around and cause conflicts in our property management section. Zhao and I hit the official voice said. I laughed breathlessly. It seems, also with Sister Lu a virtue, but, I'm not surprised, they do the leadership of the idea, I cannot understand, anyway, my benefits to reap the line. I nodded, and wrote Joni with the property management section, and the others, I left out. Soonly she came over with a big bag of supplies and said to me, Xiao Chen, take inventory. I nodded and took a quick inventory, complete with medication for the hangnail, corkscrew, and some messy protective gear. Li Shi then said, Leader, we don't have this sucker asterisk, how can we approve it? When Zhao and I heard this, she immediately looked at me angrily and asked, you kid, you're messing around, where can we find this stuff here? Why do you need it? You want to make things difficult for me, don't you? When I heard this, I said mysteriously, don't ask, just give me the approval. Asking too much won't do you any good. When I finished, I gave Zhao and I a wink, and when she saw the look on my face, she was angry, and that face instantly turned red. But soon, it was as if she thought of something. Then I was quick to tell me, okay, I'll approve it for you. I'll give you special permission, and I'll get it for you tonight. Li Shi heard, then very shocked, looking at me, feel incredible, admiring little eyes, non-stop past the autumn waves. I beautifully smiled. Then he said, that's fine, I'll leave first on my side. I just carried something to go. Zhao and I immediately grabbed me, serious, and said to me, sister, family difficulties, you brush less. When I finished, I looked fondly at the meal card in my hand. I'm speechless. No wonder she was nicknamed Zhao Stingy. Gave her a collective first-class merit place. That's 30,000 yuan bonus as a result, but also to the meal card stingy. I hurriedly said, how much can I eat when my stomach is this big? Don't worry, sis. After I finished, I rushed to go to the cafeteria. Don't turn back and go late again. This breakfast is not eaten again. As a result, this time when I went to the cafeteria, the door was not closed, but there were still some leftovers, and I didn't bother to eat them. Just go straight to the supermarket next door to buy a bucket of instant noodles. Give money to me, heartbroken. As a result, I see there are other prison guards actually swipe the meal card. I see. There is this good thing. I still feel sad that I didn't get Jiao's oil, but it turns out that I can swipe my meal card, so I'm still polite with her? Directly swiped a bucket of noodles, 2 packs of cigarettes, and buy 2 bottles of Coke, dutifully carrying a large bag of things back to the infirmary. I had just returned to the infirmary when I heard Zhou Qing angrily say to me, are you going to die? Why did you come back so late? My urine bag is full, so hurry up. I listened to Zhou Qing's words and hurriedly rushed to the inpatient ward, and when I took a look at Zhou Qing's urine bag hanging on the side of the bed, it was really full. I hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I was too busy, I forgot about this. Don't worry, I'll get it for you right away. I rushed back to get the litter box and catch her pee, and when the bag was opened, a stream of yellow pee squirted out. I waved my hand in some disgust. Yoo-hoo, this flavor. Chapter 118, a clear objective. I'm kind of speechless inside. This kind of thing is usually done by nurses. Even when I was an intern, I didn't do it a few times. I didn't think I'd come to this prison and have to do this kind of hard work. I'm an OBGYN. I've never delivered a baby, and I'm stuck with this. It's sad. Seeing my disgusted and stifled expression, Zhou Qing was offended, exasperated. I asked, is this how you treat a war hero? You don't even like me? I was wounded for the people. Do you have any professional ethics? I was very speechless when I heard her sarcasm. Just this leader is still worried about the shadow in her heart. There is a fart shadow, but we don't dare to say it, lest it's another round of military boxing. Seeing my upset expression, she immediately said, why do I feel wet underneath me? Did the catheter come off? You hurry up and show me. Don't turn around and give me an infection. I was very speechless when I heard it, and said, you're an amateur. You don't understand. The catheter usually won't come off. There's an airbag stuck inside, and the bottom of the body is wet. It might be the blood that flows, or the medicine. You show me. I'm not feeling well. You hurry up and check me. Hurry up. Zhou Qing urged. I was speechless when I heard it. I was so convinced of her. I had no choice but to strip her of her clothes and then check her carefully. The catheter was fine. No sign of it coming off at all. I then said, it's fine. Zhou Qing then said irritably, then why does it feel wet? When I heard that, I laughed breathlessly and teased, wasn't that what? You were kissing me before, was it? Zhou Qing immediately looked at me sternly and said sarcastically, you think I'm you? Hey you, how do you life attack? You're no fun to be around, I said irritably. Then carrying the urinal, he painstakingly poured her urine to go, and then hurriedly washed his hands in preparation for hanging her in a hangman's noose. I followed the doctor's instructions, gave her with anti-inflammatory drops, give her hang on, she is especially thing-forced, hang on, had to let me give her lower body care a bit, especially afraid of infection. I am speechless, she is so afraid of death, why do you have to rush up? I had no choice but to serve her well. It took a while to give it a go, and when I was done with her, I rushed to lock up all the supplies I'd picked up in my medicine cabinet. Busy work finished, I just sat down to catch my breath. Ash just sat down. She hanged up water finished. I have to change the hanging water for her. To my busiest not on the ground. I also intend to go to the workshop to look at Li Ran, to find an opportunity to get close to her, but the result is good. To serve her cannot serve over. Originally, these hanging water changes were done by nurses, and Sister Chao's second district had professional nurses to do this kind of work, and I, The bitter one, didn't have a hand to change. I see you bought a Coke. Open a bottle for me. I haven't drank water for a day and a night. I'm dying of thirst fast. Zhou Qing urged. I was a little speechless, and rushed to get her a Coke, opened it, and fed it to her, and after she drank it, I went to make noodles, and after I was done, I sat at the end of her bed and ate the noodles. Give me a bite to eat, Zhou Qing demanded. I immediately said, instant noodles are unhealthy. You'll get constipated if you eat them, and then your ass will be in trouble. I see you've got all that corkscrew. Won't you just give it to me when the time comes? Hurry up, Zhou Qing urged. I am really a little speechless. A bucket of noodles is so little, but also to share with her to eat, I really owe her. Looking at her hyped expression, I had to reward her to mouth. She took a big mouthful of sucking a mouthful of noodles. Hated a bucket of noodles or sucked away. I grimaced in exasperation and said irritably, let's just give it all to you. Zhou Qing did not take care of me. A beautiful expression. I am a little speechless. I can only mix the soup. Chen sure. Let me ask you, when you were checking the catheter, you peeked, right? Zhou Qing asked me with a look of disgust. I almost squirted when she asked. I coughed violently and said angrily, are you out of your mind? You can't look at me through colored glasses. I'm looking squarely at you. If I don't, how am I going to check you out? Besides, you're the one who asked for it. When I finished, I felt my face burning and a pang of shame in my heart. Chocharu, however, smiled and then asked me expectantly, is it pretty? You're so invincible. What's so beautiful or not? I tell you, I am all righteous. Both sleeves are clean. You less come to set me up, I said with displeasure. Zhou Qing pursed her lips and smiled, then asked me, prettier than your girlfriends, right? When I heard that, I became completely speechless and said, if you're too spirited, keep an eye on yourself. I've got to get to the workshop. Zhou Qing gave me a blank look, then said, you're so boring. Forget it. Let's not flirt with you. Let's talk about something serious. I smiled disdainfully. She had business? I talked to the blue political commissar. We both think that it is someone in our prison who tipped us off, or else it was such an important occasion. So many goods. She couldn't have left it alone. She must have received the news ahead of time. Think about it. Yesterday, inside the people you contacted, who was suspected? Zhou Qing asked seriously. I hear such a serious tone from her, and I put away my flirting, then thought it over carefully, but there was no clue. I then said, I don't have much of a clue, but, one thing is for sure, if it was our prison that tipped off the outside world, then she first had to have access to communication equipment and have the ability to pass messages to the outside world. Yo, our old Chen color batch is awesome. This reasoning and detecting ability went up. Zhou Qing teased. I was so angry that I stared at her and said irritably, don't give me nicknames, okay? One moment Chen de honest, one moment Chen de sexy batch. What the hell am I? Not the good stuff anyway, Zhou Qing said sarcastically. When I heard that, I wanted to put a bucket of soup over her face, but she quickly said, there are only 3 departments that are able to pass messages outward. The first is the detective section, the second is the physical control section, and the third is the employee affinity phone external liaison office, which is under the prison affairs section. I frowned when I heard that and asked, you mean, Sister Zhao, Sister Su, are all suspects? Zhou Qing didn't answer, but said, our prison is an anti-drug prison. Therefore, communication within the prison is managed extremely strictly, and general employees are absolutely not allowed to use communication devices during their work, and even if they are contacting their relatives, there will be strict restrictions. Generally, only the section chief level is allowed to freely communicate with the outside world once a month, and the rest of the employees, who must be excellent employees with a commendation of 3 or more grades, are eligible to apply, and the rest of the people, who only have 2 days of vacation per month, are allowed to freely communicate after they leave the prison. When I heard that, I frowned and said, the prison section can be ruled out because, well, I haven't been in contact with it, unless it's you. Pain. Just as I finished speaking, Zhou Qing's hand grabbed the root of my thigh, giving me a pain that made my whole body stand up where it should. I hurriedly apologized. I was wrong. Just kidding. That's not how jokes work, Zhou Qing said in exasperation. I looked at the exasperated Zhou Qing speechlessly. However, I didn't rush to say anything. Instead, I had some eyebrows in my heart. If, after excluding the prison section, then only the detective section and the property management section are left. And yesterday, I was with Su Ning the whole time, and she didn't know our details, so the goal is clear. Property management section, chapter 119, the first time she looked like a woman. Hearing me mutter about the property management section, Zhou Qing immediately perked up, asked me, you have an idea? I took a sip of the soup and stirred it twice more inside the bucket with a fork, fishing up 2 lone slims, and was speechless, also finding the noodle soup tasteless. I just took a bite. Say it, you're so anxious, Zhou Qing said anxiously. I sked and said, I'll tell you what. The other day when I went to get supplies from the property management section, I suddenly heard my cell phone ringing and I thought someone was calling me. However, I got my cell phone after flirting with Lee from the property management section for a while, but when I turned it on, I found that it was in airplane mode. After half a day of checking, no one called me, and at the time, I thought, maybe I was hallucinating. But now, when I look at the combination, I think the property management section is suspicious. Zhou Qing was extremely speechless and asked angrily, why didn't you report it then? You're always like this. I was speechless and said bitterly, no, I have checked it all. There is no problem. What should I report? What am I going to report? That I flirted with Lee from the property management department and used the communicator privately? What's wrong with me? Zhou Qing was so angry that she viciously grabbed my thighs, giving me pain, and hurriedly stood up, far away from her. She said in exasperation, you are so careless and self-righteous. I sighed helplessly, feeling, in my heart, that it was indeed a bit careless. But then, who would have thought it at the time? Everything looked so normal. I sighed and said, so, what now? Go apply for an investigation of the property management section? Investigate Xiao Li? She doesn't look like a hard-working little girl. Besides, she can't use my phone for external contact, right? When the time comes to check, won't we find out? Zhou Cheng nodded and said, also, if you use your phone, it's really stupid. But, how does the property management section look suspicious? This Xiao Li, you have to check it out. Aren't you flirting with her? When turned back on vacation, or simply in the unit, sleep with her, to get the words out. When I heard this, my whole body stared up in disbelief and asked in shock, no, surname Shou, are you a human being? If she is a pest, have you ever thought about my personal safety, and sleep with her? What do you take me for, a shivering thing? What are you blindly booing about? Less where you get a bargain and still sell it, Zhou Qing sarcastically said. I gasped and laughed when I heard it. People really do laugh when they're speechless, and I really couldn't do anything with her. Zhou Cheng for my bitter smile indifferent, but said, this matter, not simple. That small Li, I think, is unlikely to be the mastermind, because, she does not deserve. She, in addition to providing some convenience to others, but also did not have access to the ability to first-hand information. So behind this, there must be a higher level of people in the command, or even, is a group of. My scalp went numb when I heard it. The more she talked, the more horrible I felt. I'm just a trainee doctor. I came here just to get a job, climb up the ladder, get a wife and a home. How come it's a spy war now? I was a bit speechless and asked, so, who do you think that person is? Sister Zhao? Her rank should be the highest in the property management section. And, she also has some grasp of first-hand information. It's not quite like that. She wasn't in the property management section before. She was the deputy warden. How could it be her? Moreover, if it was her, she wouldn't have been able to come up with the nickname Zhao Kaiman. She was implicated and transferred there, so the suspicion shouldn't be very high. Zhou Cheng analyzed. I'd sked. Yeah, if she sold out her country, she should be rich by now. How could she even be heartbroken when I swiped her meal card? Alright, don't think about it. You grab the time to go to the investigation section and look at the surveillance carefully. You might be able to catch the person who tipped off the outside world. Zhou Qing seriously said. I shook my head and said, no, Political Commissar Lun has given me a new assignment, and I may have to wait until I'm off duty to work overtime on this mole check. As soon as Zhou Qing heard this, she was very upset. But soon, she raised her eyebrows and asked me in surprise, new mission? Take me one. Tell me about it. I'll help you analyze the situation and teach you how to start. I was especially disgusted when I looked at her surprise streak. You're so greedy. This ass is blossoming. The previous commendation hasn't even come down yet and you're about to get greedy for new credits. You take care of your ass, you. I said sarcastically, and then didn't intend to continue chatting with her. After being rejected by me, Zhou Qing grimaced in pain for a while, and I thought her wound had opened up again. Who knows, she said to me with particular seriousness. You have something important to do again. When I heard that, I wondered and asked, what is it? How come I don't know myself? My stomach hurts. I want to poop, Zhou Qing said. When she finished speaking, she also screwed her head over a little shamefully, not daring to look at me, but I could see her white neck reddening to her chest. I was quite speechless. However, when I saw Zhou Qing in this state, I felt that this evil woman also had a cute side, although it was quite bitter. However, I didn't say anything else, and hurriedly went to prepare the potty for her. Got the potty ready and was going to carry her down so she could squat down to relieve herself. But, her butt hurt so bad she couldn't squat, and sitting was even more of a moot point. So, she could only kneel on the ground. her body on my lap, and then will be, she this time, especially quiet, not a single extra word, but a series of farts, a cannon after a cannon. The taste, it is really unbeatable. I felt the fire on her face, and I knew that she was also ashamed, so I didn't complain about anything, and just listened quietly as she farted and struggled to poop at the same time. But everyone in prison has the problem of constipation, and so did the guards, and after she had pooped for half a day, she didn't see any movement, so, unable to resist, I was told, put on the corkscrew. When she finished, she became even more ashamed, and I felt funny when I looked at her face, which was as red as a hairy crab, her eyes tightly closed, her teeth clenched in shame, and her tears kept falling, but I didn't dare to laugh out loud, and who knows if she would clean me up when she finished pulling it off. So again, I had to go get a corkscrew for her, and she was kinda ashamed of it, and so was I. However, the two of us kind of had an understanding. I didn't say anything, she didn't say anything, and we were soon done. When the corkscrew was used up, the next thing that happened was the magnificent sight. Rarely, crackling, the things in her stomach, turning over the river to the outside. She cannot collect. Soon she could not stand, began to ball up, crying especially aggrieved, like a child, to me to get especially speechless. I didn't even cry when I was suffering from this old crime, but she cried. However, I couldn't be bothered to reprimand her, so I had to wait until she was finished, then clean her up and carry her to bed and set her up on her back. During this time, she kept her head down, not daring to look at me, or even meet my eyes, and I didn't say much to pour her poop. Also fortunately, I did my internship in the lab, and I didn't have a lot of exposure to Thai body tissues, and I could take it. After dumping the poop, I walked back in just as the hangnail was gone and I started her up. After pulling out the needle, I looked at Jo Ching. She was like a kitten, her head shrinking in her arms, not daring to look at me. I laughed so much that I couldn't even strain myself. Really, for the first time to see her like this way, only a little bit of a woman. Hearing me laugh, she didn't dare to look at me. I then said, "You rest, I'll go to the workshop. I have a new task. As for catching pests, let's check it out slowly. There's no hurry." She nodded and I didn't say anything more. Putting the coke at the end of the bed for her, picking up the diaper bag, and setting her up properly before I was ready to leave. I was just about to leave when she immediately said, "Chan Sure, come here for a moment." As I listened, I was speechless, wondering how she was going to threaten me again, and I timidly walked over and carefully said, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." "You squat down," Jo Ching demanded. I got a batch of fear when I heard it, wondering what she was going to do to me, but I squatted down anyway, sight level with her, and she looked at me with extreme shame, her eyes so full of absurdity and a sense of suffocation that it made me want to laugh. But suddenly, she closed her eyes and kissed toward me, and the lips of that kiss, it's so soft. Chapter 120, you can also borrow points from others. I was a little surprised. I didn't kiss her much, but every time I kissed her, her lips were hard and she hated that she was a guy and made me extra strong by making me a girl. She kissed quite devotedly, with a feeling of being moved by true love, and I felt quite rare in my heart. After all, it was rare for her to have such tender moments. So, I didn't restrain myself, and I got tangled up with her, but just a little bit, and I knew that nothing could happen with her, and she had a blossoming ass, and I'm not an animal. Besides, I had something going on over here, and I was delayed quite a bit. So, after lingering for a while, I pulled away from her desire. She looked at me, a little surprised, not expecting me to be so restrained, and I joked, "What's the flirtation? Your ass is blossoming. My side is so busy that my ass can't touch the ground. So tease, is it interesting?" When she heard my words tinged with complaints, she tugged on my ear, and then said, "In this world, besides my parents, there is no second person who brings me in urine, and you're the first one outside of my parents. So honestly, I'm touched." I listened to it and thought it was too rare. She actually also has such emotional times. I laughed and said, "Touched ah? Then, how to repay me ah?" She blankly glanced at me, then said, "This time, count me as owing you. If you have any requests in the future, you can ask me for help, and I will definitely do my best to help you." I heard it and smiled beautifully. Her promise, "But it is worth $1,000 ah," I immediately said. I took it seriously ah. Suddenly, she grabbed my hand and gave me some sweetness, and I was stunned for a moment and said, "A little hot. What are you doing?" "Alright, it's a way to repay you and get even," Jo Ching said. I listened to the gas so hard to grab her. "Extremely contemptuous. If you do not have some sincerity, you do not agree. No meaning at all. This person is boring." Seeing me lose my temper, she immediately held down my hand and wouldn't let me take it away, then said with an apologetic face, "Just kidding, here's a little reward for you. When I heard that, I was very speechless. I really didn't know that she was telling the truth with that statement, but I wasn't going to flirt with her and hurriedly drew away. Said, I really have to go. If you need anything, you call the prison guard. Go ahead. I happen to be sleepy too. I haven't slept all night. I'm sleepy. Jo Chin closed her eyes and said. I nodded and didn't stay long, turning to leave, when suddenly, she threatened, don't tell anyone about me, or I'll castrate you. When I heard her threat, I became very speechless. What a deadbeat. I ignored her as well, leaving the infirmary and heading directly toward the production floor. I walk, while sighing the fate of creation. I a hall obstetrician and gynecologist, dry into a detective fast, this job to do, but also to go to the investigation of the case, really speechless. Soon, I arrived at the production plant, greeted the prison guard at the door, and walked into the workshop. The workshop is a bit outrageously large, half a soccer field as big, a whole row and a whole row are sewing machines, 110 female prisoners sitting together in front of the sewing machines to carry out labor. There are dozens of female prisoners assembling umbrella bones. There are loaded guards to watch over the guards. Very strict. The mechanical sound in the workshop is endless. The sewing machine feels like stepping on the smoke. Everyone is frowning. Looks like rushing to cast as urgent. This environment, look at me, feel depressing. Yo, little Chen is here? District Governor Wang told us everything. Thank you so much. We have discussed it. When we are off duty, we will invite you out for dinner. We will pool our money together to treat you to a good meal. Sister Shin came over, excitedly suppressing her emotions, whispering to me. I swept a glance at the other prison guards. A few of the little girls looked at me with a bit of joy and excitement in their eyes as well. It seems that Wang Yi has already told them about the merit assessment. I smiled and said, it's a small matter. We're all from the same district. If there's something good, shouldn't we think of everyone? It's not necessary to gather money for dinner. Just eat casually. It's too grand. I'm also embarrassed. Report, broken needle. Just as I was chatting with Sister Shin, I heard someone anxiously say that the needle was broken, and when Sister Shin heard it, her whole body exploded, and she directly went over with her baton. I looked up. It was reported by a female inmate in her 40s. However, the person she reported breaking the needle was not herself, but, rather, Li Ran. Only, Li Ran sat at her workstation with a sullen look, as if she had lost her soul and was devoid of any emotion. Sister Shin was very angry, walked to the front of the workstation, took the baton, and then fiercely knocked on the sewing machine's table a few times, frightening the female prisoner who reported to rush to hide to the side, and then looked at Li Ran with eyes full of hatred, itching to eat her up. Sister Shin said angrily, Li Ran, you've already broken 2 pins. Your base points for today are gone. You've already got negative points. There's no deduction to be made. You 102 collectively take the blame for you. All of you will be deducted 1 point. On what grounds? We're doing a good job. Why should we get points deducted? The 102s quit and immediately protested, but Sister Shin didn't care about that and lifted her baton towards the sewing machine, banging it with a thud and shutting everyone up. On what grounds? No basis whatsoever. Just on the basis that you are a collective. All be honest. Sister Shin said sternly. When Sister Shin finished speaking, she looked angrily at Li Ran and scolded. Li Ran, stand up for me. Li Ran stood up numbly, his face cold and devoid of any emotion. Where's the broken needle? Sister Shin asked sternly. I don't know. Li Ran replied mechanically. Find. Can't find it. You 102 won't go back today. Find it for me. Sister Shin sternly ordered. Li Ran didn't resist, and numbly crouched down, sprawling on the ground in search of it. I look at the headache. This Li Ran's mood, too negative. The mind is completely not in the labor reform. So continue, not to mention digging into her case. She will not want to be unable to know. Look, what to do. Just as I was worried, I heard Wang Yi ask me from my side. I was a little speechless and said, no, you didn't tell me to stay out of your supervisory affairs. I'm a doctor and I have to do my job. After hearing this, Wang Yi did not joke with me, but said seriously, think of a way as soon as possible. I know you have a way. After all, you are the friends of women. You do it, maybe it will work better than us. I smiled bitterly. When did I become a friend of women? I looked at Wang Yi and just wanted to make a joke, but she was very serious, so I had to take the joke back. Asked, let's just say, can we be a little more accommodating? Let her make a phone call, meet the child, just as practicing humanity, can't we? Wang Yi sighed and said, affinity calls require a leniency level, no administrative penalties, and positive rehabilitation, accumulated labor scores of 30 or more, or natural disasters, with family changes. She is not eligible, and the scores have been deducted to a negative score. I was speechless just listening to it and looking at her negative attitude. I said breathlessly, why don't I do it for her? Wang Yi rolled her eyes at me and said seriously, "No jokes. I don't want to joke about it, but I don't have any chance of getting close to her until I fix her emotional problems now." Suddenly, Wang Yi whispered quietly in my ear, "You can also borrow points from others." Chapter 121, Conflicts. I was a little confused when I heard about borrowing points. Borrowing points? How? Who do I ask to borrow? I asked curiously. Wang Yi told me, "Of course it is to borrow from the prisoners." Borrowing is also very simple. The prisoners more points, allocated to the people who need to borrow points. You can meet the conditions of the call. However, the borrowing of points must be voluntary on both sides, and there must be absolutely no coercion whatsoever. And, furthermore, there must be no borrowing of more than 30 points at one time, directly completing the conditions required for the intimate telephone call, because, in that case, it would be devastatingly destructive to the purpose of labor reform. I was speechless when I heard it. I know very well that in prison, points are extremely important to everyone. Zhou Yanhong had caused everyone to lose points before, and she had to labor even though her body was not even healed in order to make up the points. For these death row inmates, the score is life and not Shi Li Ran alone need to rely on the outside of the loved ones to get spiritual comfort to live. Here all need So, who to borrow points from? Isn't this embarrassing for me? I whispered close to Wang Yi's ear and asked, "Why don't you give her some credit points first? The big deal is to turn around and let her make up more points." Nonsense. This is a prison, not an ordinary bazaar, much less a business. Don't talk nonsense about this kind of bad idea, Wang Yi reprimanded. When I heard that, I was quite helpless. This work can be really difficult to do. Either this rule, or that scruples, or what is the red line? Bottom line, principle. Anyway, there's just nothing that goes well. Have you found it yet? You useless thing, and you're a senior intellectual? What are you? You can't even use a sewing machine well. Second one today. Hurry up and find it for me. If you can't find it, don't blame us 102 for fixing you. Suddenly, I heard the woman in her 40s growl violently, and as she did so, she kicked towards Li Ran's ass, sending her sprawling on the ground hard, and Li Ran lying on the ground, heavy body, pressed into her swollen forehead. Pain. She immediately curled up on the ground, full of pain and closed her eyes, while the chest has long been thirsty prison uniform, and wet a piece. Wang Shi, stop it. Put your hands on your head and crouch down. Sister Shen hurriedly stopped the woman and told her to hold her head and crouch down, and that cranky woman was very unconvinced and kicked again towards Li Ran, which forced Sister Shen to raise her hand and give her a baton. She hurriedly squatted down, but stared viciously at Li Ran and spat towards her. The 102 people, too, looked at Li Ran in droves, each showing dislike and hatred for her. I watched and was quite helpless. Li Ran in 102 is already in the public anger. Her negative behavior to 102 has brought negative effects. I guess her future days must be more difficult. Li Ran, are you alright? Sister Shen inquired. Li Ran slowly and languidly got up, and I looked at her chest which was already wet, and the pain was making her sweat, and her eyes were deflated. But she said, "It's okay. If you're fine, hurry up and find the needle. Otherwise, you 102 will be collectively confined today," Sister Shen said sternly. After saying so, the people in 102 exploded, showing angry eyes at Li Ran, itching to tear her apart. I also know how dangerous needles can be in prison, and I've been through an experience where I lost a needle, so I'm well aware that if I can't find a broken needle, the whole 102 is in big trouble. So I rushed over to the side of the sewing machine, looked up and down, and after a while, I found it. The broken needle hadn't fallen on the floor at all, but had gotten stuck in a slot in the tabletop of the sewing machine. That's why Li Ran, who had searched the ground for half a day, didn't find it. Here it is. Sister Shen found it. I hurriedly picked up the broken needle and handed it over to Sister Shen. Sister Shen breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Luckily it was found. If it was lost, our District 1 would have to blow up just like District 2. Sister Shen, what you shouldn't say, don't say," Wang Yi reminded. Sister Shen immediately nodded, then said to Li Ran, "Go back to work." Li Ran slowly stood up and sat down in front of the old sewing machine, but, also unmotivated to work, the whole person was very negative. I looked and was very worried, so I walked over to the bossy female inmate and said, "Get up and talk." The other party glanced at Sister Shen and got her consent before she stood up. I smiled and said, "Come here and say a few words." The other party glanced at Sister Shen again, who glanced at Wang Yi, and after receiving Wang Yi's affirmation, Sister Shen released the person. So I led the female prisoner around the corner, and she looked at me curiously and suspiciously, not understanding what I meant. I sized her up. Mid-40s, short hair, tanned, great body, older but still in style. I smiled and said, "Your name is Wang Shi, right? 102's number 1. I remember you. Yo, Dr. Chen has a good memory. He still remembers me. What? Fancy me? Tell me, what do you want? I can fulfill you. Wang, she teased. She scowled at me when she was done and was also flirty as hell. I laughed and said, don't tease, tell you something serious. Li Ran's situation. It's not a solution. It's not good for you. 102. Hearing my words, this woman was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and turned back to look at Li Ran viciously. It was as if she wanted to bite a piece of her flesh. Then she asked me, Dr. Chen, what does it mean? I whispered, you as the number one. You have to be a bit responsible. She is now in a negative mood. She just wants to contact with her family. There are not enough points. Why don't you lend her some points, so that she can be positive, so that it is beneficial to all of you 102 collectives, isn't it? Hearing my words, she immediately exploded, immediately said angrily, borrow points? I don't have enough points, and she's the one who wants to make a phone call? She's the only one who wants to nurse the baby? Damn, who of us doesn't have relatives? Who doesn't look forward to calling home once a month? Dr. Chen, you're too kind, aren't you? But you can't take advantage of us, can you? I was speechless just listening to it. I didn't realize. She was so resistant. I was just about to grab her to stop yelling. She immediately blew up like a hare and shouted at 102 the people. Chen Dajian wants me to borrow points to this person. I don't borrow it anyway. Who of you has points? Who wants to borrow to stand out? Come on, I will see who has more points. Wang Shiso shouted. The whole workshop has exploded. 102 people have shaken their heads, but also talk about some yin and yang words, and some even shouted and cursed angrily. Not only the people in 102, the people in the other cells have also complained. The whole workshop was filled with words of exasperation and shouting, and it gave me a head-scratching look. Sure enough, the points, they were all precious, and no one wanted to borrow them. I couldn't help but look over at Li Ran, who had become even more passive at the words of screaming and complaining that were blowing up in the workshop, her head drooping as if her spine had been broken. I'm a little speechless inside, the way this is run, but the defiance bubbled up inside me. I don't believe it. I then turned my attention to Yan Hongzhou and cell 101, who I hadn't intended to look for. After all, their cell was short of points as well, but for now, it seemed that she was the only one to call.